A rigid-looking professor stepped forward to block the way. He reminded her that she once declared she wouldn't take students while on leave. Others echoed that her current condition wasn't suitable for teaching. The meaning was clear. Go back. Gong Ke crossed her arms, looked at them, then suddenly turned to Di He. Go home? Sure. What's your name? Di He immediately bowed respectfully. I am Di He. Greetings, master. She strode forward with unstoppable momentum and said calmly, Good, Di He, follow me back. Walking behind her, Dahe's face was full of smug pride. Total victory. The scene shifts to Huada Research Institute, massive and imposing, with strangely unique architecture. Di He followed behind Gong Ke, glancing around curiously. Meanwhile, the old lady in front skipped lightly as if nothing mattered. The two headed straight into the main hall and entered the elevator. Inside, Di He asked if Master really lived in such a remote place. Gong Ke calmly explained that decades ago she had some issues and often endangered others, so Huada arranged for her to stay beneath the research institute. Fortunately, things improved in recent years, so she could go outside again. Hearing that, Di He blinked and asked, Does that mean I'm your first student in decades? Gong Ke looked at him strangely. Your way of thinking is really unusual. Shouldn't you be scared instead? Seeing her expression, Di He immediately broke into a cold sweat. He cautiously replied, Should I be afraid that Master might chop me? At that moment, the elevator dinged and stopped at level -666. The doors opened to a long, narrow corridor with tall walls pressing in from both sides, creating a suffocating feeling. Di He couldn't help asking why such a huge institute was designed like this. Gong Ke answered simply, Because I'm the only one who uses this place. Seeing a string of numbers counting down ahead, Di He stared in shock. Wait, is that a countdown clock? Before she could answer, Gong Ke suddenly shot forward like an arrow, sprinting at full speed and shouting it's too late, hurry up. Dragged into the chaos, Di He had no idea what was happening but still yelled after her. So what exactly is that clock, master? Flustered and stuck with a student full of questions, Gong Ke sprinted while explaining. Every time she leaves this place, the clock starts counting down. If she fails to return in time, an alert goes straight to Huada's principal, and shall be hunted immediately. Di He was stunned. That serious? Just as the clock hit 0 hours 0 minutes 0 seconds, the two barely made it across. For Di He's speed, those last few seconds meant nothing. The moment they stepped inside, the door behind them slammed shut. On top of that, a protective barrier sealed the entire area. No one could enter, and no one could escape. Gong Ke finally let out a breath. That was almost too late. Di He sensed his body condition and thought quietly, something here isn't normal. His martial chi gathered much harder than outside. In other words, his techniques would be heavily weakened here. But Gong Ke directly answered his thoughts. Of course, this place was built to imprison me. She then introduced her residence in detail. To keep her from running around, Huada built a 3-story house fully equipped for entertainment and training, but also installed a high-intensity electronic field to suppress martial chi. After speaking, Gong Ke dropped onto the sofa. Though her hair was pure white, she looked like a teenage girl. She rested her arms behind her head and sighed. It's all to stop me from getting bored and breaking out again. Di He looked around and thought to himself, calling this a prison is a stretch. Honestly, it's more like a luxury apartment with everything included. As he was thinking, the scene shifted to Huadu University. Sitting in the office with a phone in hand was Huada's principal, Shi Jingwen. From the other end came a rushed report. Di He has taken Gong Ke as his master, but he calmly replied, no need to interfere. His expression then turned serious, voice lowering. He restated Huada's reform direction. The goal isn't to train a group of pillars, but to focus everything on creating one peak powerhouse capable of supporting Xia Nation and humanity. Resources will be fully supplied. Talents need space to grow. He decided to let Di He continue learning under Gong Ke. Besides, the freshman training camp in Huadu is ending soon. When the time comes, let the stone named Di He sharpen those unfinished blades. The caller could only reply helplessly, Understood, principal. Just then, the principal glanced at Gong Ke's profile on his screen as the reporter continued. Principal Shi, Di He has entered the sealed zone with Gong Ke. The situation is currently stable. But the man quickly added that based on data analysis, when special grade strategist Gong Ke stays with others long term, there's still a 5% risk of losing control. The file clearly listed the parameters. Living's safety rate is 95%, but if the target is Di He, the injury probability rises to 38%. Successful rescue chance is only 10.3%. The safe rescue window ranges from 1 to 3 minutes. The system even predicted an 89.7% chance that Di He wouldn't survive long enough for rescue. And even if saved, survival odds remain extremely low. Hearing this, the principal slowly stood up and walked to the large window. He explained that special-grade strategists are either extremely powerful martial artists with suspended death sentences, or individuals whose strength exceeds control for various reasons. His gaze stretched into the distance, like someone who had seen too much. According to national law, their freedom is restricted. But once Xia Nation faces a severe crisis, they will be sent to the front lines as strategic shields. Facing such terrifying existences, it seems Dai He must have prepared himself long ago. On the path of slaughter, without facing life and death, one cannot go far. And the current situation of Xia Nation time is running out. The forces of North Baidun and the fanatics of the Divine Descent Nation are already stirring. Carrying the pressure and responsibility of the older generation, the principal looked into the distance and murmured, "You youngsters need to grow up fast." The scene returns to Gong Ke's underground residence. The moment they got home, they headed straight to the third-floor training ground. On the way, Gong Ke said she hadn't taught anyone in decades, so they would spar first to see Di He's level. Di He immediately asked, "Master, are you lowering your cultivation to martial apprentice to fight me?" Gong Ke stretched lazily and tilted her head. Then she smiled. "Good thing you reminded me. I almost forgot to suppress my realm." The two began warming up. Dai He took his stance seriously, while Gong Ke made strange excited noises as she moved. It was obvious she was thrilled to finally have someone to spar with. Dai He lowered his center of gravity, one hand forward, one back, eyes locked on the master he had just met less than 30 minutes ago. One thought filled his mind. This time, I can't get my head chopped off again. But before he could finish that thought, Gong Ke shot forward like a silver bullet. Her small body moved at terrifying speed, leaving only afterimages behind. In a blink, her tiny clawed hand was already at his throat. Di He barely reacted before realizing she aimed straight for a fatal point. No mercy at all. As her face got closer, Di He saw her eyes completely change. He frantically calculated escape routes, simulating multiple angles, but every move was read in advance. Knowing he couldn't keep dodging, Di He chose to clash head-on. He activated Godzilla power, flames bursting across his body to reduce damage. The violent recoil force blasted Gong Ke backward. The moment he created distance, Di He shifted fully into defense. He would not let her close in on his weak point again. Seeing his reaction only made Gong Ke more excited. Her smile widened, teeth flashing. She shouted, "Planning to use bloodline power to boost reaction speed and counter me?" Then she sneered, "Too bad, you're still not fast enough." Instantly, she appeared above his head, her body bent unnaturally, arms stretching like ropes, wrapping tightly around him and locking both arms. In a flash, Di He was completely restrained. His arms were pinned, unable to move. Gong Ke stomped down on the back of his neck. The crushing force made bones grind loudly. Death felt inches away. His neck nearly shattered. His head snapped back as he roared in agony. This pain was far worse than before, piercing through every part of his body, his scream echoing through the room. After being beaten into a miserable state, Di He finally forced himself back to his feet. Gong Ke also leaped back smoothly. Dai He looked utterly wrecked. From head to toe, not a single part was intact, blood covering him. His body trembled non-stop, yet he still looked at her and laughed. No holding back at all. Even my awakened bloodline form got beaten back to normal. Gong Ke barely cared about the complaint. Instead, her eyes shone brighter at the sight of his blood. She licked her lips and laughed strangely. Heh. It's been a long time since I smelled fresh blood. Di He wiped beneath his eyes out of habit. A dangerous smile appeared. In pure body combat, I have no chance against Master. So next, I'll use a few moves slightly against the rules. Please guide me. The moment he finished speaking, a massive oppressive head appeared behind him. Its eyes blazed with light. Its mouth opened wide, releasing long streams of smoke. His aura surged sharply. Di He's gaze was full of resolve. Good thing I farmed the Super Titan form last night. Gong Ke felt that power and judged silently. A technique like this at martial apprentice level? Looks like I picked up a real monster. Watching her student unleash new abilities without hiding anything, the 100-year-old lady grew even more excited. She swung her fists and laughed loudly. If that's the case, I should get a bit more serious too. As soon as she spoke, Gong Ke casually slashed her hand downward. But that simple motion released a terrifying energy wave, shooting forward at extreme speed, powerful enough to send chills down anyone's spine. The attack struck the massive head head-on, and split it cleanly in two like slicing paper. A violent explosion followed, dense black smoke swallowing the entire area. Yet from within that smoke, Di He suddenly charged out. As he rushed forward, he threw a punch and shouted, "Ancestral agent split form, mechanized bone humanization." His entire body was now fully covered in Godzilla armor. Even so, Gong Ke remained strangely calm. Just as Yi He's punch is about to land, Gong Ke only narrows her eyes slightly. She casually twists her body and dodges, while Yi He in his massive spiked form throws everything into that killing blow. Gong Ke simply pouts and takes a soft breath. In less than half a second, her small arm shoots forward, eyes cold like a machine, a thin but terrifying force gathering around it. The moment they clash, Yi-hee realizes he can't withstand it, his Godzilla armor shattering like paper despite being dozens of times tougher than his Titan form. Inside the armor he trusted so much, Yi-hee grits his teeth in pain, unable to understand how it's being torn apart so easily. One of his eyes widens from the pain, but what shocks him more is what he sees next. Gongke was meters away, yet in a blink she's right in front of him, smiling like a child with a new toy as she says, "So you were hiding in the armor's mouth, huh?" The 100-year-old master now looks like a hyper-killer child, shouting for him to come out as she casually slashes out a devastating strike. Yi-hee instantly shifts forms, sharp bone spikes bursting from his head to block her, and roars as he activates split form, Meteor Titan. Seeing the dense defense, Gongke doesn't charge in blindly and retreats instead, her hand brushing the ground and sending sparks flying. The head of Yi-hee's Titan form gathers massive energy, blinding light flooding the area as he unleashes Godzilla's nuclear power and taunts her. Growing more confident as she steps back, Yi-hee smirks and asks how she plans to block this time. But suddenly, a strange chain appears in the air, hard and stained with dark red marks. Before he knows it, Yi-hee is completely bound, the chains tightening from all directions as the situation flips instantly. He looks up and sees the guillotine again, gears creaking as his face twists in despair, knowing he might not escape execution this time. The blade above drops down at a terrifying speed. Trapped beneath it, sweat pouring down his face, Yi-hee screams Zaguarudo, and the figure appears instantly with killing intent. This time Yi-hee directly summons his trump card, the rose-headed ace, to fight Gongke's mental world. Zaguarudo freezes time and stops the blade, and Yi-hee finally realizes has been dragged into a killing intent domain where only spirit can fight spirit. After freezing time, Zaguarudo unleashes a barrage of punches at the blade without hesitation. Under the relentless combo, cracks spread across the illusion, and Zaguarudo keeps pounding without stopping. Soon the entire mental world shatters like broken glass, fragments scattering before fading away. As he escapes, Yi-hee slowly opens his eyes, a cool breeze brushing past as he regains consciousness. When Yi-hee wakes up, his armor is completely crushed, and Gongke stands beside him licking a lollipop, casually saying, "Oh, you're awake. That turtle shell of yours was pretty tough." Armor shards are scattered everywhere as Yi-hee sits up and realizes she violently dragged him out of the Titan's mouth, even shattering his hardened crystal defense. And this is definitely not the power of a mere martial apprentice. Narrowing his eyes, Yi-hee bluntly asks, "Master, you cheated just now, didn't you?" Still sucking her lollipop, Gongke looks up innocently and says, "Cheated where? I beat you fair and square." Unconvinced, Yi-hee presses again, and she casually replies that she just used a bit more force, since she's that strong and sometimes can't control her strength perfectly. Hearing that, Yi-hee has no comeback, so he bites his lip and stays silent despite feeling unconvinced. Sensing his doubtful stare, the century-old master suddenly feels a little guilty and quickly changes tactics. She suddenly pounces on him, small hands on his shoulders, teary-eyed and whining that she won't cheat next time, begging him not to be mad or leave because she hasn't had anyone to play with for decades. Inside her training room, Gongke clings to her new disciple like a child, while Yi-hee freezes completely, not knowing how to handle a 100-year-old granny acting cute and crying. After a while, she looks up with sparkling eyes and asks softly, "So you're not really leaving, right?" Yi-hee nods repeatedly and says it wasn't easy to finally become her disciple, so there's no way he'd leave. The moment she hears that, Gongke jumps up, clears her throat, and seriously claims she wasn't crying at all, leaving Yi-hee speechless. She walks to a giant fridge, grabs some food, and says she now roughly understands Yi-hee's strength, far from her peak years but still a rare genius among others, then asks what he wants to learn first. Yi-hee immediately brings up the advanced martial artist cultivation method and the slash technique that pierced lightning and shattered his Titan arm. Gongke calmly cracks open a can of Coke and says that kind of slash is hard to teach. Just keep slashing enough and you'll naturally understand. Yi-hee blinks and asks, "Understand what?" and her eyes suddenly turn distant as if recalling something. She explains that every human, beast, or object has a weakest cutting point and an optimal trajectory to destroy it, something called the killing slash line. Yi-hee feels chills hearing that and realizes Gongke and Shenlong are both masters of slashing, but follow completely different paths. If Shenlong pursues absolute power and extreme sharpness, then Gongke focuses on surgical precision down to the finest detail. Sitting on the bench drinking Coke, Gongke sincerely advises that this skill is troublesome to learn, and he should first break through to martial artist, because without the realm, many of her techniques are impossible to grasp. She then asks Yi-hee if he knows the true difference between a martial artist and a martial apprentice, and he immediately grows curious. Gongke explains that the gap isn't about the body, but the mind. as martial artists gain a crucial ability called inner vision. With inner vision, training shifts from whole-body refinement to detailed control, allowing them to observe meridians and organs, and use martial energy to push the body's limits, because only when the spirit grows stronger can the body truly keep up. Hearing this, Yi is surprised, thinking Gongke really lives up to her title as a Hua University professor, acting silly sometimes but sharp as ever, and with Warudo awakened his mental power has clearly grown stronger. After thinking it through, Yi feels this will greatly help his breakthrough to martial artist, and asks if the cultivation method for breaking through is different. Gongke turns serious and explains that breakthrough techniques and martial skills are divided into 4 ranks: Tiangong, Disha, Xuanhuang, and unranked. In low-tier martial schools, students usually use unranked techniques to advance from martial apprentice to martial artist. The advantage is speed, almost no bottlenecks, as long as blood energy and martial energy are enough, which is why over 80% choose this path. But at Hua University, breakthrough techniques start from Xuanhuang rank and above. Still listening carefully, Yi hears her ask what about Tiangong and Disha ranks. Gongke explains that Tiangong techniques mostly come from ancient secret realms, and the whole world might not even have 10 complete sets. She nods with a heavy expression and says Imperial University has one, but with Yi's current strength and authority, he shouldn't even think about it. Suddenly, she bursts out laughing and says he still has a chance to access a Disha rank breakthrough technique, making Yi's heart skip a beat. She clarifies that the Sha Xin Bodhi Heart Sutra she possesses is exactly a Disha rank breakthrough method. Even Xiao Hu's flesh prison demon body was inspired by this very technique. To Yi, this is pure temptation, and he blurts out without hesitation that he wants to learn it. Satisfied, Gongke tosses the Coke can into the trash and tells him to focus and feel the killing intent she is about to release. The familiar eerie aura crashes down again, and Yi stiffens, wondering if this is happening again. Looking at his body, he realizes he has once more been dragged into Gongke's illusion world. The 100-year-old master licks her lips and grins wickedly, saying her favorite thing is fresh blood. The scene shifts to Hua Capital Academy under the dark night sky. School has just ended. Crowds rush out, while Chuzhou walks alone at a slow pace. After a short walk, he suddenly spots Yi ahead. Chuzhou casually calls out, asking how the opening ceremony went, and if Yi really took a master. But before he can finish, a cold blade sweeps past, nearly slicing him in half, and he realizes something terrifying is right behind him. Without hesitation, Chuzhou activates his ice energy and retreats sharply, gripping his sword and staring at Yi. The more he looks, the stranger it feels, because from face to back he radiates a dangerous and sinister aura unlike before. A few seconds later, Yi turns around calmly and apologizes, saying he was just a bit tense. Chuzhou is drenched in sweat, stammering in confusion as he tries to call Yi's name. In Chuzhou's eyes, Yi looks dark and chilling, as if countless twisted corpses lie beneath his feet, the air thick with blood and evil energy, making him tremble and wonder what Yi went through today. The scene rewinds more than 10 hours earlier inside the illusion. Waves of dried, grotesque monsters swarm in, and Gongke's voice echoes, forbidding martial skills or abilities, and allowing only the blade in his hand to kill. Yi steps into Gongke's trial like fresh meat surrounded by demons, monsters increasing non-stop until he can barely breathe, and has only allowed to use this broken blade. Gongke's voice rings in his mind, saying the blade is to make his body remember the feeling of cutting through flesh and bone, forming combat instinct to find the fastest killing/line to an enemy's weak point. Yi narrows his eyes, stares ahead, and says now he gets it, time to begin. He lowers his body and unleashes a brutal slash, instantly shredding the charging monsters into pieces mid-air. Right then, Gongke appears before him, eyes shining with excitement as she grins at this kid Yi. She calculates silently, knowing this Disha technique is extremely dangerous, and if Yi's mental strength wasn't far beyond normal, the killing intent would have devoured him long ago. His aura suddenly shifts violently, face flickering between light and dark like flames burning inside, and Gongke becomes certain he is the hope of Shi Jingwen and Hua University. Back to the present, after talking with Chuzhou, Yi returns to his dorm. He soaks in a luxury massage tub, sighing that the first day already nearly killed him, proving the top university of Xia Nation is no joke. His phone rings, and seeing the name Liu Qingju makes his eyes light up like a VIP just arrived. Switching to Liu Qingju's room, she happily tells him her mother sent what he needed, and it's with her now. Lying on her soft bed, she softly adds that her mother asked her to thank him, since he helped her rank first in the freshman trial. Yi perks up and says hell come get it, but Liu Qingju blushes hard and stammers that she'll just send it over by drone. He agrees casually and asks about her mentor, and she shyly says Dean Bai accepted her as a disciple because of her talent, then asks who he apprenticed under. Yi He sinks underwater to avoid answering, thinking it's better to hide rejecting the deans, and replies with muffled nonsense until Liu Qingju is completely confused. Just like that, half a year passes, and the first semester of freshman year nears its end with many major events. At the start, Yang Zi formed the Dragon Blood Society with top talents, but after training, clashes with local students erupted, and despite constant fights, they lost more than one, and their momentum slowed. The most famous freshman now is Xiang Jianhui, whose name spreads nationwide as the top scorer of the Hua Capital exam. After the live broadcast of the exam, countless people were amazed by his strength, with rumors saying even Fu Hongsheng sees him as a future nation-shaking martial artist, while Yi He, once the sensation of enrollment, has faded from attention after disappearing for over 3 months. The scene shifts to Hua University's underground research zone, inside Gong Ke's training room. Yi He lies flat on the ground as Gong Ke steps on his shoulder and urges him to go faster, saying each stomp sends her condensed mental martial energy into his body. She even stands fully on him like a footrest, teasing that her energy carries insights of the Sha Xin Bodhi inner scripture to stabilize his new martial artist realm, while Yi He, bruised and red-faced, keeps doing push-ups under the mountain-like pressure, screaming side about this insane training as her sealed martial energy runs wild through him. Standing on top of him, Gong Ke grins smugly and mocks him, saying he's just a small fry who can't even handle 1,000 reps. Yi He grits his teeth through the pain, tearing his body apart, and growls back that he'll show her who the real small fry is. His aura explodes like a beast breaking its chains, and Gong Ke gets even more excited, stomping down dozens of times and yelling for him to go faster and harder. Even under hundreds of heavy stomps, Yi He doesn't collapse but erupts even more violently, roaring like a crazed wild animal. Suddenly, a loud explosion bursts out like a bomb going off, forcing Gong Ke to dash back as red smoke scatters everywhere. When the smoke clears, Yi He's muscles tighten and swell, as if his old body is being shattered and rebuilt from scratch. He looks down at his transformed body in shock, realizing it's denser, stronger, and overflowing with power, a physique reforged by martial energy. But as he instinctively shows off his new physique, Gong Ke's eyes light up and she shouts that his clothes are gone, calling him a pervert, while Yi He blushes and tells her to cover her eyes properly. He turns to leave and says it's time to exit seclusion, and Gong Ke instantly looks downcast, asking if He's really leaving after 3 months together. Still acting clingy, she asks if he'll come back later. Walking away coolly, Yi He glances back and teases her to improve her gaming skills before he returns, and she pouts saying she doesn't need him anyway. Leaving her underground training room, Yi He stands before the tall building and looks up at the sky, admitting he kind of missed the sunlight after 3 months. As he walks, he feels like the world has changed in his absence, but this return isn't for sightseeing since he has important matters to handle. His eyes flash as he recalls that a major part of Hua University's semester score comes from extracurricular missions, from hunting rogue martial artists to exploring secret realms and suppressing foreign forces, so he heads to the activity center to meet his friends. At the entrance, he spots a familiar figure and waves, calling out to Chuzhou after a long time. Chuzhou turns and smiles, saying Yi He finally showed up after making him wait so long. They chat, and Yi He asks about his progress, learning that Chuzhou broke through to martial artist 2 months ago. Yet the more Chuzhou looks at Yi He, the colder he feels, because after 3 months, Yi He's aura seems unchanged, which is exactly what makes him terrifying. Chuzhou recalls being invited 3 days ago to watch a private match between Xiang Jianhui and Ouyang Ze, the vice president of the Dragon Blood Society. Ouyang Ze lasted only 10 minutes before losing, and though Xiang Jianhui clearly held back, Chuzhou can't help wondering if even Xiang Jianhui is still a match for Yi He now. Just then, someone approaches, and it's Liu Qingju. She runs over in shorts and a loose shirt, slightly out of breath as she apologizes for being late. Seeing her, Yi He crosses his arms and smiles meaningfully, asking if she has more, leaving her confused about what he means. Suddenly, Liu Qingju blushes from face to ears, recalling her mother's advice that since she and Yi He are a couple they should act like normal lovers at school, making her panic as she wonders if He's hinting at something intimate. Yi He had no idea a storm was brewing in her head. He still looked innocent as ever. Meanwhile, Liu Qingju pouted and slowly moved closer, trembling a bit. Yi He frowned and asked, "What are you doing? We haven't met for 3 months, and you're not even going to greet me." That line was like a bucket of ice water dumped on Qingju. She froze on the spot, then turned around, fuming like she was about to explode. Deep down, she just wanted to beat this blockhead up. In the end, she snapped, "I hate you the most." After that awkward misunderstanding, the three of them headed toward the mission hall. Tons of freshmen were gathered in front of the giant announcement board. Chu-jo stood beside them and explained that the big screen mainly showed recent highlighted missions and the names of top performers. He then looked at Yi-he and Liu Qingju and said, "Qingju and I have already cleared 3 missions, so we've exceeded the quota. We came today mainly to team up with you." Liu Qingju quickly swiped on her iPad like she had prepared in advance. Then she said, "There are 3 missions that suit us. First, capture a serial killer in Hung City. Second, investigate the monster tide anomaly in Lian City. Third, handle a strange incident in Linshui County." She continued, "All 3 were originally level 2, but the Linshui mission has been upgraded to level 3. Huada's mission system has 5 levels, and the higher the level, the harder it gets. Freshmen usually only take level 1. Even the level 2 missions Chu-jo and I did required a 10-man team. For a 3-person freshman squad like us, even getting level 2 is tough." After hearing that, Yi-he calmly pulled out a red card and spun it between his fingers like a boss. "Don't worry, I have special privileges." He recalled what Gong Ke once told him. "Xiao He, your strength is enough to carry missions on your own. Hardly any first or second years can match you. What you need now are tougher missions. With this card, you can freely accept any level, but stay away from level 4 and 5. The variables there are insane. Even Xuanwu realm warriors can die." The other 2 were stunned. Liu Qingju asked curiously, "Where did you get that card?" Yi-he stiffened for a second. "That's hard to explain." Just as he was thinking of an excuse, Chu-jo switched topics. "Yi, what do you think about these 3 missions?" Yi-he grabbed the chance immediately. Risk and reward always go together. He sighed in relief inside. Then he broke it down. "The first mission is just tracking someone down. The police have searched for months and failed, so the real problem is finding him, not fighting him. The second mission is only support work. The great Xia Longke is already involved, so we'd just run errands. We won't get core combat or scouting roles. The third mission is different. We handle everything ourselves. The risk is higher, but so is the reward. If we hide in the safe zone forever, why even become martial artists? I vote for the third one." After hearing that, both Chu-jo and Liu Qingju lit up. Their hesitation disappeared. "I agree. Me too." Yi-he grinned excitedly and concluded, "Good, we leave today." But reality hit fast. The moment they entered the support office, the staff in charge scolded them harshly. "Are you kidding me? Didn't you see a second-year team already failed in Linshui? You freshmen dare to take a level 3 mission? That's pure arrogance." Even after being yelled at, Yi-he stayed calm. He waited for her to finish, then raised the red card. "Miss, I have special privileges." But she looked even more suspicious. "Learned how to lie now, huh? Fine, I'll call the department head and expose you." Still doubtful, she made the call to confirm. But not long after, her attitude completely changed. Holding the phone, her voice turned soft. "Yes, director. Yes, I understand." The moment she hung up, she turned around with a bright smile and spoke politely, wishing the 3 of them a smooth journey. Yi-he chuckled and said, "Honestly, I preferred your arrogant look from earlier." After successfully taking the mission, the 3 walked out. Yi-he walked ahead, waved his hand, and said to Chu-jo and Qingju, "You 2 get ready first. I need to pick something up." The scene shifts to the forging factory of the Mechanical and Magical Weapons Academy. The moment Yi-he steps in, an automatic scanner sweeps his body and confirms his identity. Inside, a man in a white lab coat stands among high-tech equipment. Yi-he greets him. "Dean, I'm here to claim my champion reward from the Zodiac Pendant battle." The Dean turns around and says, "Yi-he, you gave up the Earth Fiend martial skill and chose a weapon instead. Not a bad choice." The Dean talks non-stop while taking out the prepared weapon. He almost mentions Gong Ke, then swallows his words and changes the topic. "Forget that. Take a look at my masterpiece. This blade has no special attribute, but its martial energy conductivity reaches 95%. It's forged entirely from top-grade starfall metal, famous for its durability and flexibility. A true top-tier divine weapon. The Jamadao is about 1.2 meters long, broad and flat, dark black with countless tiny sparkles like a starry sky." As Yi-he tests the weight, the Dean continues. "The blade is covered in serrated patterns to increase mass and impact. Every swing will carry terrifying force." It feels like this weapon was made for Yi-he. He grips it and casually swings once, smooth and natural. When Yi-he lifts the hilt to inspect it, the Dean adds more. The handle is wrapped in special anti-slip black leather. Beneath the leather are starfall metal threads to help warriors channel martial energy more efficiently. Yi-he immediately tests a few swings. With just a little force, the wind pressure lifts the skirts of 2 nearby assistants. The Dean watches in satisfaction. Each swing brings sharp wind cries and heavy flashes of light. Perfect weight. Not too light, not too heavy. I designed it based on your body data from 3 months ago. I didn't expect that after breaking through to a martial artist, it would still fit perfectly. After testing, Yi turns to leave and says briefly, as expected of the #1 blacksmith at Imperial University, top quality. The dean proudly shouts back, of course. Even Senior Gonkei would have to acknowledge my forging skill. But Yi suddenly calls out, Dean. The old man instantly coughs awkwardly. Don't tell Senior Gonkei I said that. The next scene shifts to Linshui County. The 3 freshmen finally arrive. Yi and Chu Zhou walk in front, while Liu Qingju follows behind. Chu Zhou reminds them that due to mission confidentiality, they'll act as ordinary college students this time. As soon as he hears that, Yi quietly activates his detection ability. He calculates in his mind. First, check with the life magnetic field. After 1 semester, my Godzilla template fusion has reached 71%. That's enough to sense the entire county. If our arrival alerts the rats hiding in the dark and makes them flee, it'll be troublesome. Killing them is never the hard part. Finding them is... Chuzhou nods seriously. Let's go. First, we head to the accommodation arranged by the school. Just then, a man driving a 3-wheeled vehicle passes by. Seeing the 3 of them by the road, he calls out, Hey kids, where are you going? Need a ride? The corner of Yihe's mouth curves into a faint smile. Looks like the mission has already begun. The 3 get onto the man's vehicle. He chats enthusiastically while driving. You look like students. Which school are you from? Here for summer vacation? He answers naturally. I'm from Linshui. I brought my 2 friends back to visit. We're studying in Yun City now. The man suddenly turns his head in shock. What? You're from Linshui? He looks at Yi curiously. You say you're from Linshui County, but I don't recall your family at all. Yi stays calm and replies, My grandfather was Yi Shirong, but he passed away a few years ago. After that, I moved away. Hearing that, the man seems to remember something and focuses back on driving. So you're a descendant of the old Yi family. Yi secretly feels relieved. On the plane, he memorized some local dialect, and Huada prepared a background that perfectly matches reality. From that moment on, the driver's attitude softens. He smiles and says, As long as you remember your hometown, you'll always be blessed. It didn't take long for them to reach the mission site. It was the old house that once belonged to Yi Shorong. After getting off the vehicle, Yi stood quietly at the gate, observing something inside. The man pointed toward the village and reminded him that in 2 days, Linshui's biggest festival, held once every 3 years, would begin. He insisted they must attend, and if Yi felt shy, he would personally drag him there. Yi replied fluently in the local dialect, saying he remembered and thanking the old man. After seeing him off, the 3 stepped inside. Chuzhou walked ahead with his backpack and glanced around once. The house has been abandoned for over 10 years. Weeds are everywhere. Looks like we've got work to do. Hearing about cleaning, Yi gave a dangerous smile and said he had plenty of experience with that. The moment he finished speaking, he stomped hard on the ground. Nuclear energy burst out from his foot like a shockwave, sweeping across the entire yard in an instant. Even the stubborn weeds between the bricks were burned away completely. Liu Qingju couldn't help but say, You call this cleaning? This is straight-up extermination. Chuzhou, however, looked very satisfied. Fast and efficient. I like it. After clearing the yard, Yi and Liu Qingju entered the house first, while Chuzhou followed behind. He touched the door and thought for a moment, then told them to put down the luggage. He would install micro-cameras around the house for surveillance. Liu Qingju quickly took on the task of checking the rooms. After only a short look, Qingju suddenly shouted for Yi to come over. Yi turned his head and walked over calmly, asking what she found. In the corner of the room stood a statue. It looked like a Buddha, but it was covered with cloth, and the aura it gave off felt extremely sinister. She said there was a shrine here, but she wasn't sure what it was worshipping. Yi immediately sensed the issue. This thing was placed here later. Qingju blinked and asked what he meant. The 2 stepped closer to inspect it. Yi explained that the shrine was made of wood. If it had been here for many years, it should have rotted by now. But although it was covered in dust, once wiped, it still looked fairly new. Just then Chuzhou walked in with an annoyed expression. He drew his sword and said, So someone deliberately put it here? I don't understand any of this, but just looking at it annoys me. Let's cut it first and talk later. Liu Qingju quickly stopped him, telling him not to act rashly. What if this is an important clue? At least examine it first. But before she could relax, she saw Yi already gathering nuclear energy in his hand, saying he agreed. Qingju almost lost it. Who are you agreeing with? You 2 are absolute killing machines. In the end, she could only hold her head and sigh. At least look at what's under the cloth before destroying it. Qingju pulled the cloth down herself. The moment the statue's head was revealed, its eyes lit up with a strange glow, and a terrifying aura flooded the room. One glance was enough to know this was no ordinary object. Yi instantly sensed something was wrong. His expression turned serious as he pulled Qingju close and warned in a low voice, We've got trouble. He then summoned Banji Quote. His face went cold. As expected, filthy stuff. Chuzhou, take it down. Chuzhou didn't need to be told twice. He poured power into his sword as blazing light erupted. He dashed forward like a storm and delivered a clean slash. The statue was split in half on the spot. But what happened next froze all three of them. They stared wide-eyed at the scene before them, as if witnessing something impossible. The broken Buddha statue began to change. From the crack, thick black liquid started pouring out. Lumps bubbled on its surface like swollen flesh, multiplying at a shocking speed. A clay statue leaking this kind of substance was beyond sinister. Yi He's face darkened instantly. One look was enough to tell this thing was about to explode into chaos. Only one thought flashed through his mind: run. Without hesitation, Yi He activated his power. Behind him, Jia Warudo appeared with overwhelming battle intent, arms crossed like it was ready to crush the problem. The rose-crowned entity immediately extended its glowing hand and gripped the strange black mass tightly. The substance was squeezed so hard that boiling sounds echoed from within. But the thing refused to stay still. Its body suddenly swelled violently, and from the black sludge grew rows of pale white teeth. The teeth snapped wildly, clacking in a way that sent chills down the spine. Watching from behind, Yi He quickly gave the order to Chuzhou, who already had his sword ready. Seal it. The moment he heard that, Chuzhou poured his power into the target. Frost energy exploded outward, freezing the entire mass in blinding light. Lu Qingju's face turned completely pale. Her lips trembled as she asked in panic, "What the hell is that thing?" Just as fear numbed her body, a burning hot hand suddenly rested on her shoulder from behind. Qingju froze stiff, too scared to even turn around. The voice behind her only made it creepier. Yi He gently asked if she was okay, but he already understood. Her mind had been affected by the creature's spiritual force, so he sent a trace of pure energy into her to stabilize her. When she finally turned and saw it was him, she let out a breath. The fear vanished, replaced by a strange warmth spreading through her body. All three of them stared at the frozen black mass on the floor. Yi He narrowed his eyes and said, "The strange events in Linshui must be connected to this clay statue." Their investigation had finally reached a key clue. He told the other two to stay and watch it in case it changed again. But in his heart, he was already calculating. The nuclear radiation trace he left on the tricycle driver was about to pay off. Yi He smiled faintly. "No need for you to find me. This time, I'll find you." The scene shifts to Jinshan Temple in Linshui County. Outside the gate stood the familiar three-wheeled vehicle. The man who gave Yi He a ride was now talking to a monk inside. The monk looked refined and gentle, speaking softly that the abbot was waiting within. The old man nodded repeatedly, afraid to miss his chance. He followed the monk deeper inside. Ahead of them stretched a long, endless tunnel. They kept walking until they stopped in front of a massive secret chamber. The gate was unusually tall, covered in yellow talismans. On both sides stood fierce-looking Buddha statues that made anyone uneasy. The monk still wore a kind smile, but the more you looked, the more wrong it felt. He closed his eyes and said calmly that he had brought Liu Gansheng, a donor qualified to receive blessings, and that the man also had something important to report. Outside the gate, the old man looked visibly nervous. Suddenly, a bell rang at the entrance. A strange voice echoed from all directions, impossible to locate. It asked what purpose the visitor had for appearing so suddenly. At the same time, the two giant statues beside the gate lowered their heads. What happened next was truly chilling. The monk seemed possessed. His face twisted violently, his eyes bulged like a monster's, and he turned to the old man with a dark voice. "There's someone else?" In a blink, the gentle monk vanished. In his place stood a lizard-like creature, covered in black scales. Its mouth was full of sharp teeth, and its long tongue made anyone's skin crawl. The old man's legs nearly gave out. He collapsed to his knees on the spot, hands clasped together, muttering non-stop, "Divine being has appeared. Divine being has appeared." At that moment, from the distance, a pitch-black footprint shot forward at terrifying speed. It looked strangely familiar, like something seen not long ago. The one who appeared was none other than Yi He. The moment he arrived, he delivered a heaven-shattering kick to the transformed monk. The creature hadn't even finished acting mysterious before taking the kick straight to the face. With a single strike, the monster's head exploded like a water bag bursting. Of course, the force behind that kick had Jia Warudo backing it. Yi He stood before the remaining corpse, dusted off his hands, and said with disgust, "Filthy thing. Good thing Jia Warudo blocked it, or I'd have to wash my clothes for days." Behind him, the old man still hadn't realized he had just brushed past death. He looked at Yi He in shock and confusion, asking, "Aren't you the descendant of the Yi family?" But Yi He ignored him completely and calmly scanned the surroundings. Right after the monk was taken down, the surrounding statues began to change. Their bodies trembled violently, and every pair of eyes glowed blood red. The statues that once stood still suddenly swelled and started moving. They pressed their hands to the ground, lowering themselves like predators ready to hunt. He looked up calmly and said, "Oh, now Buddha statues can walk too?" Soon they activated combat mode. Golden weapons appeared in their hands. One held a sword, another a drill. Clearly they were going all out. Warudo manifested fully behind Yi-He. Two massive arms stretched out, blocking the heavy strikes head-on. Meanwhile, Yi-He casually scratched his neck like he was just warming up. Seeing their attacks stopped, the statues grew furious. Their red eyes burned brighter, mouths opened wide to reveal sharp fangs, heads shaking violently in rage. They charged together at Warudo, yet somehow every strike missed. They even threw their own formation into chaos. The giant arms then aimed straight at Yi-He. He stood still with arms crossed, waiting calmly as the crushing pressure tore through the air toward him. The confidence was unreal. Only then did Yi-He slowly raise his hand. A shining ring appeared on his middle finger. He casually explained it was a spatial ring kept hidden to avoid detection. In the next instant, a long blade appeared in his hand, his newly forged weapon. Yi-He raised it high and shouted, "Starfall Jean Madao, enter the field." With one sharp motion, he drew the blade. First time using it, yet it felt perfectly smooth, not a hint of resistance. A single sweeping slash cut across the area. In an instant, multiple arms of the wrathful Bodhisattva statues were severed and sent flying. Yi-He's expression stayed cold and oppressive. In just seconds, the ground was covered in broken arms. Yi-He stood at the center, gripping his long blade tightly. But the two statues still refused to fall. Their eyes flared red and suddenly fired laser-like beams. Yi-He blinked in surprise. Seriously? Buddha statues that shoot eye lasers too? The beams rained toward him, but he didn't panic. His body moved at extreme speed, dodging effortlessly while saying, "Too bad, this speed is still too slow." Using the momentum, Yi-He leapt into the air and twisted his body, pouring power into his arm. The Starfall Janma Dao swept down like Sun Wukong's Rui staff. He said, "Let's see what you're hiding inside." This time he targeted their massive bodies. Yi-He flashed past like lightning. The two statues were split clean in half, but inside wasn't clay. It was steel structures and mechanical components. Lu Gansheng nearby was too terrified to speak. Eyes wide, mouth open, only broken sounds came out. The severed heads of the wrathful bodhisattvas still floated, firing red beams wildly. Before he understood anything, one beam sliced across him, cutting his body clean in two. The scene was total devastation. Statues split apart, a man divided in half, ruins scattered everywhere, and standing at the center of it all was Yi-He. After finishing, he slowly put away the long blade and muttered to himself. As expected, not living creatures. From the start, his life magnetic field sensed no breath from those statues. Yi-He's face grew serious. He narrowed his eyes and thought, a backward place like Linshui County shouldn't have technology at this level. In front of him now stood only the massive gate covered in talismans. Yi-He stared at it and wondered, are all the answers behind this door? He then turned to Warudo and said, "We're college students after all. Let's be polite." But before he finished, Warudo already shot forward like a bullet. Warudo clenched his glowing fist and charged straight at the talisman-covered gate. As he punched the door repeatedly, he shouted loudly, "Anyone home?" After that very civilized knock, the entire wall cracked and collapsed in chunks. Nothing remained but rubble. Seeing that, he didn't even bother to move again, and calmly walked inside with his hands in his pockets. But the moment he looked up, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, because something even bigger was hidden here. In the center stood a massive Buddha statue nearly 80 meters tall deep underground, towering like a mountain. Yet Yi-He only glanced up and said, "This scale is insane." Lotus lanterns lit up every corner of the chamber as Yi-He scanned the area and called out, "You've come this far and still hiding, little rat?" The moment he finished speaking, footsteps echoed from afar. The monk whose head had been blown apart earlier walked out again and calmly said, "We have no grudge, so why cause trouble here?" Standing before the giant golden Buddha made the whole scene feel even more eerie. The monk kept repeating the same line like a machine, while Yi-He gently rubbed his spatial ring, ready to summon the meteor-slaying blade again. As the blade appeared, Yi-He smirked and pointed it forward, saying, "Nice try. A robot pretending to be human?" A flash of blade energy cut upward in an instant, and the monk's body was sliced in half. But in the next second, the monk reappeared behind him, unharmed, and coldly said, "Your sins run deep." Yi-He turned around in annoyance and shouted, "Cut the crap." He lowered his stance, gripped the blade tight, and focused on the movement beneath his feet. The ground suddenly split open into a massive hole, and Yi-He dropped straight down at high speed, still holding his blade. He landed smoothly with one hand pressed to the ground, like nothing happened. In front of him was a maze of giant tunnels with 18 entrances, and just as he spoke, countless green lights flickered in the dark. Yi-He realized he was surrounded, but casually rested the blade on his shoulder and said, "More mutant lizards, and this time, there's a lot of them at warrior level 1 or 2. His eyes lit up with excitement as he noticed their life signals were almost identical, clearly mass-produced bio-robots trying a swarm tactic. Yi slammed his blade into the ground and unleashed a violent shockwave while calling out Xuanhuang blade art. Dark red killing intent gathered into the meteor blade as he continued Xuanhuang blade art. 3 Asura blades. First slash, slaughter across 1,000 miles, stretching the blade energy to 30 meters long. Then he swung with full force and roared 30-meter blade, blood moon slash, as a giant crimson moon tore through the battlefield and shredded everything ahead. In one strike, countless monsters were blown away, and the rest froze in fear, not daring to move. He stood there with a cold smile and mocked. What kind of temple raises freaks like this underground? The insult triggered them instantly, as the entire swarm went berserk and charged with jaws wide open. The 18 tunnels kept spewing monsters non-stop, but numbers meant nothing before Yi, and 10 minutes later, he stood spotless atop a mountain of corpses, holding the meteor blade in one hand and the monk's head in the other like a toy. Even with only a head left, it kept staring and repeating like a broken machine. Your sins are too heavy. He crushed it in his hand and coldly said, what a stupid bio-android, still replaying old lines after losing its body. So the one behind this won't show up? A strange laugh echoed from every direction as a voice admitted they had met a tough opponent, and then the whole space began to shake. He quickly traced the tremor back to the giant Buddha as the sound of gears turning filled the air. Steam burst from cracks in the statue as its solemn face twisted, eyes glowing like activated weapons, and the 108 prayer beads revealed themselves as floating electronic cannons. This massive Buddha was never sacred. It was a killing machine, engines igniting on its shoulders as blue flames lifted it off the Lotus platform. In seconds, it completed its battle form, armored and loaded with cannons, declaring in a robotic tone that Yi could no longer be saved, and Yi just laughed. So you can transform too? The mechanical Buddha moved instantly, slamming a giant arm down, and roaring returned to reincarnation. Boosters on its arm fired at full power as the massive hand tore through the air, while Yi stood still atop the corpse pile and looked up calmly. At that moment, he activated War Titan form, eyes blazing as energy surged, and he simply said, come. The giant palm smashed into the ground like a hammer, hitting a mosquito, dust exploding everywhere like an earthquake. But a strange light suddenly shone from its finger as internal alarms screamed about energy levels, exceeding limits and the right arm overloading. The warnings kept rising as the nuclear-colored light grew brighter, and even the Buddha seemed confused by what was happening. From the rubble, a colossal figure rose as Yi in War Titan form turned into a Godzilla-sized giant equal to the Buddha. Spikes covered his body, and his deep voice rumbled as he chanted Amitabha while nuclear energy gathered to the limit in his fist. This time he showed no mercy and charged forward with a devastating punch that snapped the Buddha's head sideways in one blow. His massive glowing arm radiated blue nuclear power, matching the Buddha's size without losing an inch. With spiked knuckles, he grabbed the statue's face and yanked upward so hard its neck nearly tore apart. The more he fought, the more excited he became, eyes burning, and a battle-hungry smile spreading across his face. Switching tactics, Yi drove his knee upward with explosive force and shouted, taste my dark steel knee. The Buddha's face was completely wrecked, revealing nothing wholly inside, just metal and circuits, as the system reported catastrophic head damage. After Yi's devastating blow, the giant Buddha's forehead caved in, and its massive body staggered backward. All 108 floating bead cannons fired at once, forming a laser net to stop Yi from getting closer. Every beam locked onto a single target, Yi, and a massive explosion followed. The Buddha switched to maximum firepower mode, standing tall like a mountain, as shockwaves blasted from its head. Its back plates opened like rising feathers, revealing hidden weapons that rained down non-stop, smoke covering the battlefield with only a faint red glow where Yi stood. The peeled face exposed cold, mechanical eyes as the remote controller's voice sounded annoyed, wondering what kind of monster forced it to use this much firepower, until it suddenly froze in disbelief. In supergiant form, Yi was still standing, only slightly burned, and calmly said all those thermal weapons are useless against a martial artist. The controller grew furious and switched ammunition, declaring he would personally send this lingering ghost to salvation. As the Buddha prepared another shockwave, countless bone spikes burst from the ground, War Titan's ability, and he shouted humanized rock cannon. His Godzilla mouth opened wide as blue light flooded out, energy surging toward the Buddha, while he roared that fake monk, your grave is ready. He unleashed everything in one final blast as nuclear energy erupted from his mouth. The full force slammed into the target, and Yi shouted that breaking your robot toy is actually tiring. When the smoke cleared, silence returned, and Yi muttered that inside the mountain was a huge cavern filled with moving God and Buddha statues, definitely the work of a mad scientist. He returned to normal form and landed lightly as the shattered Buddha lay like scrap metal, and at the old lotus platform he found a hidden passage leading deeper. Half an hour earlier, inside a spotless high-tech lab, two men stood before a giant screen watching everything. A handsome young doctor, said Yi. He had destroyed the outer mechanical bodhisattva, but he remained confident the advanced material gate would stop him. That confidence vanished when Yi appeared on screen, though the young doctor insisted tens of thousands of bio-androids would exhaust even a grand martial master. Then they saw Yi standing on a mountain of corpses, swinging a 30-meter blade like harvesting crops, leaving both doctors speechless. The young doctor nearly screamed that they still had a trump card, since the Mecha Buddha was built to hunt Lord-level beasts, and crushing a mere martial artist should be easy. The next second, the screen showed Yi tearing the Mecha Buddha into pieces. The lab fell into absolute silence, so quiet they could hear themselves swallow. The young doctor tried to claim there was still hope, but the old man beside him finally snapped and told him to shut up. Dr. Feng's face darkened, one eye replaced with a mechanical device, cursing inwardly that this jinx kept saying everything was fine while the enemy was already at their door. The old man stroked his hollow chin and decided to retreat immediately, planning to trigger the base's self-destruct after escape, because no data here could leak. And this was Dr. Feng, once from Prometheus Research Institute Level 3, before Laserbird recruited him. To understand everything, we go back 10 years when Laserbird targeted Linshui County and secretly replaced all monks at Jinshan Temple. Using the excuse of blessings and salvation, they brainwashed the citizens and turned them into voluntary test subjects for biotech experiments. But now the base had to be abandoned. Just as the two leaders rushed toward the secret exit, a blue beam pierced the ceiling and the lab door exploded open. He slowly descended from above with arms crossed, looking like a demon king arriving in person. With a half smile, he mocked them. "Abbott, where are you running?" The young doctor reacted fast, pulling Dr. Feng back and ordering guards to stall for time. But since he was already here, there was no way he would let them escape, and his figure vanished in a flash. He ignored the minor guards completely and rushed straight toward the two doctors. Dr. Feng stepped forward, forcing calm, and asked what Yi wanted, saying everything could be discussed. But he was stalling, secretly reaching for a device to trigger self-destruct, as Laserbird had implanted microbombs in every key member and even monitored their families. Before he could press it, Yi grabbed his wrist, twisting it until the old man could only groan in pain. Without wasting words, Yi covered his mouth, silencing him instantly. Dr. Feng's thin body was lifted into the air, legs kicking wildly as he choked. His face turned red from suffocation, his single mechanical eye wide with helpless fear. Just as he thought he would die, Yi suddenly let go, and the old man collapsed, gasping for air like he had escaped death. Yi looked down coldly and demanded he reveal everything about Linshui County. Under that terrifying pressure, Dr. Feng was frozen in fear, unable to speak. Leaning against the wall and panting, he faced Yi's calm question about whether they killed 3 young martial artists and what they were researching here. But the old man laughed stubbornly, saying he could not reveal the secrets because a monitoring device in his brain would trigger a bomb if he mentioned forbidden keywords. Yi noticed a hidden capsule in his molar releasing strange green smoke as the old man sneered that if death was certain, he would choose his own way. The poison spread quickly as he bit down, and his body began convulsing violently. Yi crouched down curiously and muttered that even poison was hidden in his mouth, proving Laserbird members were truly desperate. Suddenly, the entire room turned red, and alarms blared as Yi tilted his head and said his heart just stopped. "Looks like the self-destruct has activated." Without hesitation, Yi summoned vampire power and smirked coldly. "In front of me, even dying is not easy." In an instant, the vampire creature lunged forward, and its claw pierced straight into Dr. Feng's throat. Normally, a vampire can turn the living or dead into bloodkin, but most become mindless zombies with rotten bodies and no regeneration. But Yi combined vampire blood with his supergiant power. Dr. Feng's body began changing as dark red energy spread across him, and even his thin hair stood on end. His old face regained youth, fresh flesh formed, and even the mechanical eye dropped out as a real one regenerated. The dying old man suddenly sat up and bowed deeply to Yi, clearly calling him master. After receiving vampire blood, Dr. Feng not only revived but returned to his youthful peak, becoming a perfect bloodkin with memories intact, immune to sunlight, strong regeneration, and absolute loyalty. Yi He smiled in satisfaction and said, "Now that you cannot die, the self-destruct is useless. Your past is over, and from today you serve me." And Dr. Feng replied that following his master was an honor, as Yi He explained their spiritual link nullified all monitoring devices. Yi He's eyes suddenly flared with demonic power as he revealed his true goal, to see when this city was infiltrated. Energy surged from his pupils, and Dr. Feng reacted the same as their powers connected. The link completed, and Yi He entered Dr. Feng's memories, first seeing a young assistant trembling in fear. The assistant turned around with red eyes, holding a human arm and ketchup-like blood on his lips. While in the memory, Dr. Feng asked Xiao Lu why he was secretly eating before break, and Xiao Lu stuttered that he was just too hungry. Dr. Feng looked at the raw meat and muttered it was troublesome again, and the assistant said the offering came from 3 young outsiders brought by villagers for Buddha Sa, making Yi He's expression change inside the mind space. The scene shifted to an old woman sleeping in the main hall, as Dr. Feng complained she even slept before the Buddha statue. The young doctor's voice casually suggested, sending them all to the lab to save time, and when Dr. Feng questioned why worshippers kept falling asleep, the assistant calmly said, "Sleep is a basic human need," making Yi He realize something was very wrong. The memory changed again to Dr. Feng, kneeling before the Buddha, repeating "Heaven descends," over and over like he was hypnotized. He rolled up his sleeve to reveal numbers carved into his arm, 76753421, and wondered if it was some kind of equation. He wrote it down and began analyzing, suspecting it related to internal company data codes. He entered the string 0A402512 into a data-filled computer, while Yi He realized his memories and cognition had been altered. Lost in confusion, Dr. Feng questioned who had turned him into a lab rat until the file opened, and he understood that the number was a clue he left himself before his mind was tampered with, trusting that his curiosity would never disappear. All of this was just to remind himself of one truth. The cannibalism, the endless sleep, even that twisted statue, all of it was controlled by something behind the scenes. And the name behind everything was Tianguo Jianglin. Back in the present, Yi He keeps reading Dr. Feng's memories and finally realizes the so-called raw meat was actually human flesh, and Tianguo Jianglin sounds exactly like some extreme cult. Dr. Feng reveals this place was once Laserbird's secret research base, but the cult quietly infiltrated it and took control, rewriting everyone's awareness just like they did to the county citizens. Yi He's eyes turn cold as he asks if the 3 martial artists in Huadu were turned into food too, and if he, Chuzhou, and Qingzhu were just premium ingredients in their eyes. The memories continue, as Dr. Feng records the 8th year of taking over Linshui County, with Jinshan Temple base completed and biomodified humans ready for mass production. He believed a new era was coming, where martial artists would be replaced by bioengineered humans and high-efficiency combat machines, and that the Prometheus path was the future. After sensing something wrong, Dr. Feng checked the data and found the mutation signs began in February last year, officially discovered in March, but his awareness had already been secretly altered day by day. Even though he repeatedly used logic to pull his mind back to clarity, he was eventually swallowed because Jinshan Temple base was already too deeply corrupted to escape that terrifying will. According to the research, the anomaly in Linshui had 4 stages: cannibalism, prolonged sleep, kneeling to clay statues, and finally collective sleepwalking. Cannibalism was the first change, after the mind was touched. Prolonged sleep meant deeper erosion. Kneeling showed body and soul were almost beyond saving, and collective sleepwalking meant becoming food for that will. On the screen, bright red words appeared, Tian Guo Jianglin, and in his memory, Dr. Feng trembled and bitterly admitted even illegal human experiments were nothing compared to this cult. They wanted to sacrifice an entire city to that will, and the source of the mental pollution was likely a demon womb taken from a secret realm. Yi He quickly organizes all the data in his head and calmly concludes that the demon womb will mature in 2 nights. He recalls the old tricycle driver who mentioned a grand festival happening in 2 days, the biggest one in 3 years. Everything finally connects, and Yi He smiles faintly, realizing the old man had unknowingly given him a crucial clue. The lab falls into an eerie silence as Yi He clenches his fist and says they have gathered all the necessary memories. He looks at Dr. Feng in his blood clan state and summarizes that this place is tied to Laserbird, Tianguo Jianglin, and the missing 3 martial artists from Huada. Seeing Dr. Feng's dull gaze, Yi He adds that he now knows many of Laserbird's secrets, including their insane experiments. But he has no time to deal with Laserbird now, and will leave it to Huada later. While the more interesting gain is that Dr. Feng once researched the golden gene and fully understands how to use it. Thinking about the Academy's mission completion seal, Yi He has a new idea, because clearing the truth is enough for Hua Da, but he wants more than just the reward now. His ambition has clearly grown, and with an excited smile, he mutters that this time he plans to steal the fruits of Tianguo Jianglin. After sorting everything out, Yi He orders Dr. Feng to hide in Linshui County, take his blood, and find a chance to mix it into the water supply, with one goal only: push the infection to the maximum. Dr. Feng bursts into laughter, instantly understanding that his master wants to snatch the believers right in front of the demon womb. Yi He calmly explains that most citizens are already in stage 4, almost beyond saving, but under his control they can at least return to normal life and not become a threat. The scene shifts back to the old house, where his two teammates are still waiting. After cleaning up the enemy, Yi He returns like nothing happened, greets them casually, and brings out food from Lin Shui, just as Liu Qingju and Chu Zhou are about to find something to eat. But seeing Liu Qingju's dark expression and repeated healing checks, Yi He instantly knows they have figured out what the so-called local specialty really is. Chu Zhou looks sick as he explains they suspect the entire county is eating human flesh and that the whole city feels controlled by some twisted awareness. And Yi He smirks, because he guessed almost everything right. Yi He finally tells them the full story, and Liu Qingju slams the table in shock at the illegal research base hidden for years, while Chu Zhou sighs that even a top biotech organization got crushed by this anomaly. Liu Qingju grows anxious and suggests calling Hua Da for support, and Yi He almost breaks into a cold sweat because if Hua Da comes, there goes his plan. He switches to full acting mode, eyes firm, voice righteous, saying the mission is eerie but not life-threatening, and they cannot rely on rescue every time. After calming them down, Yi He places a hand on their shoulders and says they should wait for nightfall because they have seen cannibalism and statue worship, but not the final stage, collective sleepwalking. His gaze sharpens as he warns that when night covers this corrupted city, everything may finally reveal its true form. The scene cuts to Xiedu, where Laserbird's headquarters holds an emergency meeting about Lin Shui County and the destroyed Jinshan Temple base. They report the base self-destruct was activated, but suddenly stopped after a few seconds, and with all contact lost, a hidden director coldly orders them to detonate the heart bombs in every researcher and send a special team to investigate immediately. The scene shifts to the central water plant of Lin Shui County. Suddenly, a violent explosion shakes the entire area, and the bomb inside the old doctor's body is the one that detonates. Luckily, his body survives, and clutching his bleeding chest, Dr. Feng reports that Laserbird triggered the bomb, but he removed it in time and is recovering, though a special team will arrive soon. After the remote call, Yi He calmly orders him to continue the plan, and despite his weakened state, Dr. Feng obeys thanks to his vampire abilities. Night slowly covers Lin Shui Station, and by 8 or 9 the streets are almost empty under lonely streetlights. But at Gate 2, a train suddenly pulls in with its lights still on, making it clear tonight will not be peaceful. One by one, people begin stepping off the train. The first is a muscular buzzcut man named Ka She, loudly commenting how quiet this place is and no wonder the company hid a base here. A woman's voice follows before she even steps down, saying the company confirmed Daxia Longke did not interfere with the Jinshan Temple base incident. The speaker is Bai Yang, a striking woman carrying a baby, calmly wondering which enemy attacked since the company has plenty. Then come 3 more. Jin Shi and Qing Miao step out together while the last man speaks from inside the train, telling them to assess the situation first. When he finally appears, his slick hair and glasses give off instant danger, and Hao Shi coldly orders them to destroy all exposed data and experimental equipment. The 5 Laserbird members move through the dark while joking about instant noodles and feeding the baby, until their captain snaps and reminds them they are supposed to be professional killers. Hao Shi adjusts his glasses and confidently says real professionals blend in, then assigns Jin Shi and Qing Miao to investigate the county, while he, Sa Che, and Bai Yang head to Jinshan Temple base. The dark streets look like a dead city, as Jin Shi and Qing Miao enter a random house to investigate. In the kitchen they find a black basin filled with human flesh buzzing with flies, and Jin Shi coldly notes how twisted this place feels. Moving to the living room, she quietly admits the mission is far harder than expected. Then her eyes land on a clay statue identical to the one Yi He and the others saw before. Her pupils shrink in shock as she stares at the statue and whispers that something is very wrong. At the same time, Qing Miao receives a call reporting a powerful martial artist wiped out the entire Jinshan Temple base, and Dr. Feng is missing. But before he can react, the signal soul suddenly cuts off. He rushes to the window and looks down, but a second later his whole body freezes. The street below is suddenly packed with residents in pajamas, some barely dressed, all walking with eyes closed and calm faces as they slowly surround the house where Jin Shi and Qing Niao stand. Qing Niao instantly realizes something is terribly wrong. Their location has been exposed. He lowers his head and shouts, "Jin Shi, move now." But before he can finish, a long blade pierces his abdomen, and he stares in disbelief at the one who attacked him. Jin Shi looks like a completely different person, eyes glowing strangely, black aura wrapping her body, while Qing Niao struggles to ask if she is being controlled. He refuses to believe she betrayed him, and quickly senses that the same dark energy around her matches the strange force in the air, and the source is likely that clay statue. Qing Niao blurts out the name Yue Yan, Ba Luo Sao, recalling a similar idol taken from a secret realm and worshipped by an ancient civilization. Above Linshui County, the moon hangs abnormally huge, and Yi He stands silently on top of the giant bell tower overlooking the city. He glances at the sky and mutters that the moon feels wrong, as if his life field is being suppressed. Yi He pulls out his phone and quickly sends the sleepwalkers' location to Chuzhou and Liu Qingju, all gathering in the southeast. In the next second, he disappears from the tower, still wondering how that will actually feeds during collective sleepwalking. Back to Qing Niao, he slowly regains consciousness and mutters in confusion. He finds himself tied tightly to a huge tree, with Jin Shi bound nearby and still unconscious, while more and more people gather below. They look like starving zombies, twisted faces, and drool hanging from their mouths, and Qing Niao realizes these are the same residents of Lin Shui, now fully controlled. Panic sets in as he screams for Jin Shi to wake up, but no matter how loudly he shouts, she does not respond. The crowd below barely wears anything, staring at him with burning eyes drawn by the scent of flesh, and when he tries to negotiate using Tianguo Jianglin's name, no one answers. Sweat pours down his pale face as he understands these people have lost all humanity, more terrifying than beasts, because they feel no fear of death. Just when despair peaks, a massive bell rings through the night, like a signal for something colossal to appear. He looks up and sees the moon pressing down toward the earth, so huge it makes him scream that it is far too big. The moonlight seems to empower the residents, their reactions growing wilder as eerie laughter echoes in the dark. Then the people in the back start climbing onto the shoulders of those in front, moving with terrifying precision despite being in a sleepwalking state. Strangely, they are not drawn to Qing Niao at all, but to the moon above, as those below willingly become stepping stones for others to climb higher. The next scene is chilling. The sleepwalkers seem to touch beams of moonlight and stack over each other like ants, forming a massive human pillar that connects earth to sky. Even the tree binding the two laser bird members is lifted up by the overwhelming tide of bodies. Qing Niao and Jin Shi are dragged into the human pillar and pulled toward the moon, as the entire county floods in like a grand ancient sacrifice. The scene cuts back to Jin Shan Temple, where the other three members are still moving. Hao Shi senses something wrong after losing contact with Jin Shi and Qing Niao, and when all attempts fail, his face darkens as he suspects the one who destroyed the base has struck first. He immediately orders the others to retreat and regain control, because something major has happened in the city. But the moment they leave the temple, all three freeze in shock. The clouds above Lin Shui are gone, replaced by a colossal moon hanging so low it feels within reach, sending chills down their spines. Bai Yang, still holding the baby, suddenly points into the distance and shouts for them to look. A visible beam of moonlight descends like a divine pillar into the city, as if the moon is pulling something upward. Even Hao Shi struggles to stay calm, realizing the destruction of Jin Shan Temple may be far more complicated than expected. Still, a mission is a mission, and he orders them to rush toward the moonlit pillar, suspecting it is linked to the lost teammates. They accelerate through the streets and enter a dark alley along the beam's direction. But mid-movement, all three sense another presence nearby. Hao Shi's eyes sharpen as he confirms someone is there. Without hesitation, he leaps and hurls a blade at terrifying speed toward the hidden target. Suddenly, an umbrella snaps open and effortlessly blocks the lethal strike, spinning to knock the blade away. The blade slams into a nearby wall and blasts a huge hole through it, showing just how powerful the attack was. Hao Shi calmly adjusts his glasses and studies the opponent, realizing this is no ordinary person. A fair hand appears first, casually straightening the umbrella before stepping out. Liu Qingju reveals herself and immediately demands to know who they are and why they attacked. Hao Shi laughs confidently, judging from their outfits that they are outsiders, and bluntly asks if they are the insects who destroyed Jin Shan Temple. His voice turns cold as he orders Team 3 to crush these two insects. Ta Che and Bai Yang instantly shift into predator mode, crouching low with twisted smiles as they accept the command. They charge forward, but Chuzhou reacts instantly, stepping in front of Liu Qingju with a light sword in hand and ice abilities activated. Sache rushes Liu Qingju at insane speed, grinning like a maniac, and saying it would be a pity to kill such a beauty, though he does not mind a corpse, and despite their madness, their strength is no joke as she struggles to endure his overwhelming force. Seeing things go south, Zhou swings his arm and throws up an ice wall between Sache and Liu Qingju, then yells at him to back off, "You pervert." But the thick wall only lasts a few seconds before cracks spread fast, and sharp cracking sounds fill the alley. Hao Shi smashes it apart with one palm, and through the shattered gap his sinister grin appears, proving he is no weak opponent. Watching his ice break like paper, Zhao's face darkens, and instead of risking it, he tosses a grenade that explodes and fills the alley with smoke. Knowing the gap in strength is huge, they retreat at once as Zhou warns Liu Qingju that these three are at least high-level martial masters, so dragging this out will only get them killed. But Hao Shi is a veteran, and in a blink he appears behind them with blades at their throats, whispering like a ghost that there is exactly 1 second left. Before he finishes, his voice drops, because he suddenly senses something rushing toward him at terrifying speed, and his face changes instantly. Boom! A massive broadsword crashes down from the sky and stabs into the ground, and Hao Shi barely rolls away in time while shouting that he almost died. The one who appears is Yi He, standing calmly with a small blade in hand, and when Hao Shi asks who he is, Yi He simply replies that he is here to take his life. It is the first time someone dares to talk like that to Hao Shi, and he bursts into laughter, amused by Yi He's boldness. Without hesitation, Hao Shi uses his signature killing art, splitting into 12 afterimages that slash at Yi He, with the move Dark Assassination Art, 12 phantom bodies. 12 figures and 24 blades rush in, but Yi He coldly calls out Zawarudo, and every blade slows down before freezing mid-air as Hao Shi roars for him to die. Feeling that power, Yi He smirks and mutters that a grand martial master protected by battle aura strong enough to resist tank shells is still killable. Yi He and Zawarudo move through the frozen afterimages, and even he admits the assassination clones are flawless and impossible to tell apart. But with time stopped, he does not need to guess, so he targets them all at once, locks onto Hao Shi's real body, and forms a blood energy arrow while the system reveals only limited information. Yi He stares at him and reads out that Hao Shi's real name is unknown, the king of assassins hiding behind an ordinary face. The blood arrow fires like lightning, and with time locked and distance almost zero, Hao Shi has no way to dodge as his smile vanishes. The crimson arrow pierces the weakest spot not reinforced like super alloy, and instantly crushes his brain. The legendary assassin falls just like that, weapon slipping from his hand, never understanding how Yi He matched his speed. Silence fills the area as Yi He lifts the still warm corpse and calmly says it would be a waste not to use the blood of a strong man to break through. Fresh blood splashes across the air. Yi He tightens his grip and absorbs the blood essence to cultivate, draining every drop of life until Hao Shi shrivels into a dried husk. When only a trail of blood remains, Yi He slips a hand into his pocket and clicks his tongue, satisfied that he has reached the 8th stage of martial fighter. The scene leaves Sache and Bai Yang frozen in fear, their captain killed and drained in seconds, and they realize the man before them is a true monster. Yi He widens his eyes slightly and looks at the other two with interest, saying it is not over yet, and he will show them something even more fun. He raises his hand over the pool of blood and chants as demonic energy spreads through his body, activating demon imprisoned body, blood fiend puppet, and suddenly a blood-soaked arm bursts out from the ground. Bai Yang tightens her grip on the child, but the moment she looks forward, her eyes freeze, lips trembling as she cannot even process what is coming out. A demonic figure slowly crawls up from underground, a dried skeletal body with the same hair and face as Hao Shi, now fully devoured by demonic power and controlled by Yi He. With no time left, Bai Yang pushes the child away and says she will handle this herself, since they are dead either way. Almost instantly, she throws the child into the air, and its body begins to swell right before their eyes. The small frame twists and mutates into a chilling black shadow, clearly no longer human, and Bai Yang screams for her baby to stop them. In response, a nearly 3-meter-tall muscular monster lands in front of Yi He and the demonized Hao Shi, blocking their path. Knowing they cannot beat Yi He, Sache and Bai Yang abandon the monster as a sacrifice and run, shouting for a full retreat. Yi He sees through their plan at a glance and orders Zhou and Liu Qingju to work with his demon puppet and quickly clear the obstacle. As for him, he grins and declares he will hunt down those two martial masters, then vanishes from the battlefield. Zhou immediately activates his demonic dragon bloodline, and frost gathers on his blade, forming a dragon shadow coiling around the sword. The bioengineered monster roars, muscles bulging as its distorted mouth full of sharp teeth lets out a piercing scream. So Joe pours everything into a single slash and charges, while the monster explodes with power and leaps up to grab him. It is the same narrow alley, but this time the chaos is far worse. So Joe swings down, and icy energy forms a savage ice dragon head that rushes forward, aiming to devour the creature. The monster's black muscles suddenly glow red as it charges head-on to buy time, its shrill screech making it clear this thing is no normal being. Blazing heat from its body collides with bone-chilling frost, steam erupting as the two forces crash like meteors. Determined to cut it down, so Joe shouts for it to taste his sword as he presses the attack. The bio-monster twists to dodge but still gets half its face sliced by the sword aura. So Joe is stunned that such a huge body can react so fast, and the strange wound confirms it is truly engineered. The cut reveals not flesh but an alloy skull laced with processing circuits, a man-made killing machine. Seeing it lunge again at insane speed, so Joe tightens his grip and retreats to avoid the grab. But the monster miscalculates, because the blood demon shadow has been waiting in the air. In a flash, it splits into 12 blood phantoms, and their blood blades weave a dense net of slashes over the creature's face. Almost instantly, the monster is torn apart, and even its terrifying regeneration cannot save it this time. At that moment, Liu Qingju spreads the massive wings behind her back, having finished charging her power. Hovering in the air like a descending goddess, purple light surrounds her as she thrusts her hand down, gathering violent energy, while dark violet feathers ignite into countless dim sparks. When the energy expands to 5 meters wide, it suddenly detonates and turns into a blazing purple sun hanging in the sky. Liu Qingju shouts for everyone to get back, but the bio-monster's legs are frozen, and the blood-fiend puppet pins it down, leaving it nowhere to run. From above, Qingju dives down like a storm, carrying the spinning purple sun straight toward the trembling creature. A thunderous blast erupts, and a massive red-purple pillar of fire shoots up through the city, swallowing the monster in a sea of ghostly flames that burn it inside and out until nothing remains. The scene shifts to another area near the underground sewer system. Xa-che sprints through the sewer water, face pale, gasping for breath as he mutters that he has not run like this since the Black Triangle battlefield. But when he looks up, his expression changes instantly, eyes wide as if he has seen something impossible. A brilliant blue beam crashes down in front of him, lighting up the dark tunnel and forcing him to stop. Yi He's mocking voice echoes, saying of course rats love hiding in sewers, and Xa-che trembles as sweat pours down his back. The two fugitives were not stupid, and they split into different directions the moment they ran. On the other side, Bai Yang dashes through narrow alleys at a speed she has never reached before. When she glances back, the same blue light slams down ahead like lightning, and she instantly senses something terrible has happened to Xa-che. Only now does she think of the rest of the team, but despair hits hard as Jin Sha and Qing Yao are missing. She is dead, and Xa-che is likely finished too. Standing alone in an empty alley, Bai Yang shakes uncontrollably, with only one thought left: she must survive no matter the cost. Cornered and desperate, her mind races until her eyes suddenly light up with a final idea. She looks toward the human ladder, reaching up to the moon, realizing it must be the work of Heavenly Kingdom descends. Panic turns into resolve as she bites her nail and whispers that she will live even if she has to sell her soul to a demon. Seconds later, she arrives, but the sight before her makes her freeze in horror. Countless naked bodies are stacked together to form a ladder between earth and sky, all wearing peaceful smiles, while their dried corpses look like mummies drained by moonlight. Yi He appears behind her, carrying a broadsword on one shoulder, and Xa-che's severed head in his other hand, casually asking if she wants to go up and take a look. Knowing she is about to die anyway, Bai Yang does not even try to fight, and rushes straight toward the human ladder. Driven purely by survival instinct, she climbs the grotesque ladder like a madwoman. Though it looks endless from below, she ascends at shocking speed and soon reaches the surface of the moon. The moment she steps onto it, her eyes widen in terror as she realizes there is no turning back. A massive white jade gate stands before her like a giant's fortress, and unbelievably it is another door. The gate slowly opens, and brilliant light pours out from within. In her daze, Bai Yang sees her parents waving at her inside, and tears stream down her face as she calls out to them. In the silent city night, her body shines brightly, like the only star in the darkness. As the gate opens wider, Bai Yang steps into the grand hall, walking toward the light that stretches across a sea of piled corpses, a sight chilling to the core. When Yi He sees Bai Yang truly step onto the moon, a strange smile curves on his lips and a soft, eerie laugh escapes him. The next second, the Yi-He under the moonlight dissolves into black smoke and vanishes, revealing it was only an illusion meant to force Baiyang up the ladder, as the moon amplified their fear and wiped out 3 more assassins from Laser Boss. The real Yi-He stands far away, quietly watching the glowing human ladder as he mutters that Heavenly Kingdom Descends is clever for using fear and his own image to corner their enemies. While operating his phone, he calmly states that 2 assassins are truly dead, and the remaining 3 are probably living a fate worse than death. That chilling smile returns as blue atomic light flashes in his eyes, and he calculates that Heavenly Kingdom Descends will arrive tomorrow, while Laser Boss will likely stay quiet after losing both his base and team, meaning the final tragedy is about to begin. As the night fades, the moon slowly disappears, and the human ladder begins to collapse. The sun rises, the giant moon lifts heavily from the ground, and the pillar of light connecting heaven and earth vanishes. The citizens who formed the bridge return home as if nothing happened, some dead, some alive, but though their bodies look restored, what the moon took will never come back, and they walk with peaceful faces like sleepwalking corpses. From afar, Yihe, Sojo, and Liu Qingju watch in silence until Qingju crosses her arms and asks if he truly wants to continue such a twisted mission. He simply smiles with hidden meaning and says not to worry because they are not alone, and a powerful ally is supporting them from the shadows. Meanwhile, Sojo thinks deeply, realizing Yi cannot be an ordinary man, and whether he is the hidden son of a powerhouse or a young master in training, that mysterious ally now makes perfect sense. Suddenly, demonic energy erupts around Yi, black aura swirling as he calmly announces he has an extremely important mission for them today. A stream of demonic energy spreads along the ground and expands outward. Countless demon shadows pour from Yi like a tidal wave and flood the rooftops as he orders them to lead these shadows and destroy every clay statue inside the homes across the city. So Joe does not hesitate for even a second and charges off with the demon shadows, answering with a firm yes as he moves like a raging storm. Liu Qingju hesitates slightly, looking at Yihe as if she wants to say something but holds back. Yi gently calls her name, and she instinctively responds at once. With a trustworthy smile and sincere gaze, Yi nods and tells her to trust him. Hearing that, Qingju falls silent, her face turning red as if time itself paused for a moment. A few seconds later, she smiles brightly and says she trusts him, then softly reminds him to rely on his teammates more and not carry everything alone. After assigning their tasks, Yi acts separately and heads back to the underground palace beneath the Golden Mountain Lord's base. The moment he enters, Mad Doctor steps forward and bows respectfully, but Yi coldly cuts him off and says there is no time left and it is time to prepare for war. Deep inside the underground palace, Yi and Mad Doctor arrive at the pit filled with bioengineered corpses, all creations Yi once discarded, now gathered and ready to rise again. Standing in the vast hall, Yi shouts Super Titan form, and black demonic flames erupt as a massive skull manifests behind him, while he carefully restrains the energy from destroying the bodies below. A 50-meter giant upper body appears, and the Titan tears open its own chest to reveal a violently beating heart. Blood pours down like a waterfall into the pit, and the moment it touches the corpses, their lifeless eyes light up as shattered flesh begins regenerating. This has always been Yihe's plan, to create an immortal Titan army, and the bio-soldiers rise one by one roaring within the Crimson Sea. Their pupils shift as something invades and seizes control from within. Yi watches with satisfaction as they become hybrids of Ma Ka Long virus and Titan power, forming a terrifying force that will resurrect through the virus and gain Titanization to serve him absolutely. Meanwhile, Mad Doctor skillfully operates the system, releasing nano-mosquitoes into every home in Lin Shui County, while reporting that the bioswarm has entered the residential zones. Yi calmly replies that everything is proceeding perfectly. The mosquitoes carry Ma Ka Long blood and will slip into every house to deliver his so-called gift. He then orders the doctor to repair the mechanized giant Buddha statue, saying even if it cannot be fully restored, its weapons can still be salvaged and modified for battle. He casually cleans his ear and looks into the distance with a proud smile, saying his side is ready, and now he will wait to see what tricks Heavenly Kingdom Descends will play next. While Yi prepares for war, another force speeds toward Lin Shui County along the highway, the organization known as Heavenly Kingdom Descends. Led by a mysterious pope empowered by a secret realm relic, their doctrine revolves around the demon fetus that devours life, flesh, and souls to grow into a vessel for a descending god, and 53 white-robed believers ride in the convoy to witness its birth. Among them is 1 Grand Martial Master Bishop, 2 Martial Master Deputies, and 50 martial fighters, and the cold-faced bishop declares this place the hardest land for their faith to conquer. His eyes burn with ambition as he arrogantly proclaims that this beautiful land will soon belong to the heavenly kingdom. Though their martial power is not overwhelming, their methods are sinister, aiming to let a god enter the human world through the demon fetus that feeds on every living soul, and it seems the divine fetus is close to completion. As the convoy continues, one bishop asks if the divine fetus cultivated by the great pope for 4 years lies ahead. A red-cloaked deputy bishop chokes with emotion, lamenting that the devoted great pope died at the hands of Long K. Before witnessing the birth of the divine fetus, he sacrificed everything to nurture. Hearing that, the bishop slowly lifts his head, his voice turning fierce, saying they cannot let the high priest's sacrifice be meaningless, or this world will fall into a second sinful zone. He completely loses it, and the followers in the vehicle get swept up in his madness, eyes burning as they shout that the descent of God is humanity's salvation. The whole scene looks like a pack of controlled lunatics, chanting louder and crazier. God descends, heaven on earth, fight for God, and the bishop smiles in pure satisfaction. By the second night, the moon looks eerie, with 2 deep craters, like hollow eyes and long marks beneath forming a twisted grin that sends chills down your spine. Near the human ladder of Lin Shui County, the bishop stops and looks up, thrilled, because in the entire church history, only 2 divine embryos were ever born. He pulls down his hood, revealing a distorted, insane smile, laughing wildly, and shouting that this time his name will be written into the church's history. The first divine embryo once triggered global climate disasters, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions, killing hundreds of millions, and that was just 1 minute of divine activity. The second one descended over Australia, where fog and strange currents sealed off the continent, and after that, the entire landmass vanished without a trace. The Allied nations paid a massive price, and since that day, the Dark Forest Sea has been labeled as class forbidden zone that no one dares approach. As he finishes speaking, the old man slowly raises his withered hand and slices it open. His blood drips onto a massive magic stone below, and the moment they touch, violent magic power erupts outward. Thick black demonic energy floods out and forms a giant circle as the bishop mutters that today the church will welcome the third god, while the followers chant non-stop, forming a blood-red ritual array that screams bad news. After the ritual is complete, he steps onto the human ladder, staring at the bright moon while chanting blood demon spells and climbing over living bodies. Like he is hypnotized, he keeps climbing until he suddenly finds himself before a massive jade-inlaid gate on the moon, tightly shut, just like what Bai Yang once experienced. He presses his bleeding hand onto a corpse beneath him, letting the blood energy spread as he whispers for the god above to accept his offering. The moment he finishes, the giant gate slowly opens, light pouring out over him as a deep voice echoes from within, telling him to come closer. Without any resistance, the bishop walks straight into the blinding light as if he has lost his mind. Deep inside, he finally sees an altar made of moonstone, holding a platinum coffin marked with the church's symbol, and he mutters that the divine embryo planted by the former high priest has nearly matured after draining Lin Shui County for 4 years. The bishop's subordinates pour all their strength into assisting, chanting faster as he raises his voice and declares it is time to welcome the god they worship. The divine power they can withstand is limited, but for this plan, it is more than enough. Step by step, the bishop climbs the human ladder, carrying the platinum coffin, surprisingly light. Yet he pretends to struggle to show devotion, while the followers below scream like they are witnessing a miracle. The followers immediately split to both sides, clearing a path for him to enter the center of the ritual and place the coffin in position. Standing beside it, he spreads his arms wide and prays to the moon, calling the name of the nightmare god in the dream world, and declaring himself the most loyal believer summoning its descent. At that exact moment, the clock tower of Lin Shui County rings through the night like a signal that the real show has begun, and the power of the moon appears, Yueyan Baros. Across Lin Shui County, every resident's soul begins to tear free from their bodies. Their life force is drained dry, leaving behind nothing but hollow corpses. More and more souls gather into a white torrent, and even those climbing the human ladder cannot escape as hundreds of thousands of spirits rush toward the divine light. But suddenly, a thunderous roar explodes in the sky, carrying the pressure of a true emperor, and you just know something has gone very wrong. Nearly half of the pale souls and their faith power are instantly dyed in a strange blue color. They change direction and charge straight at the bishop, turning from pure white to eerie blue as he screams in confusion. Only now does he realize everything has gone off script, his confidence collapsing as he cannot understand how the divine embryo was corrupted by that mysterious sound. Yet once the ritual starts, it cannot be stopped, and the followers can only watch as the tainted souls pour into the platinum coffin. Their faith is stained along with it, blue soul currents surging like waves, while the bishop grits his teeth as the divine embryo is being eroded. Right then, Yi-hee appears beside him, moving at terrifying speed, a faint smirk on his lips as he says he has waited far too long for this moment. The bishop turns around and freezes, his mind going blank as he stammers out a single question: "Who are you?" Yi-hee's eyes turn icy, killing intent flashing like lightning as he stares back and asks if he still cannot recognize him in this situation. The starfall blade in Yi-hee's hand flickers like invisible lightning, and among its strange patterns, a bright red line appears across the bishop's throat. Locking onto the fatal point, Yi-hee unleashes Shura 3 blades, and slaughtering Moon, the starfall slash blazing like a river of blood dragging countless vengeful spirits behind it. With a single word, slash, time around them shatters, and in the bishop's final vision, the world spins before fresh blood splashes across the sky. The combined strike and forced binding of the time domain create an instant execution, and as Yi-hee steps close with a chilling face, he tells him that he is the devil. The church bell keeps ringing, tearing through the cold night over Lin Shui County. The old pastor collapses, blood pouring from his mouth as he struggles at the edge of death to whisper a few final words. Seeing he is not fully dead, Yi-hee ends it with another massive slash that seems to cover the moon, yet the pastor still uses his last breath to call out Yue Yan Baros. He stands beside the blood-soaked corpse, resting his great blade on his shoulder and sighing that this level of strength is too weak. No life-saving treasure could have changed the outcome, but suddenly a voice interrupts, praising that strike as beyond imagination. Hearing someone call him kid, Yi-hee slowly turns his gaze. But everything shifts when the man in the pool of blood is revealed not to be the mastermind, and the real bishop steps out calmly, even asking Yi-hee if he wants to join the church. He removes his hood to reveal a bald head and introduces himself as Lin Chi, the true leader of the church in Xia country, while the one just killed was only the vice leader. Glancing at the corpse, Lin Chi casually explains that since this job is dangerous, using a subordinate as a stand-in is simply practical. Hearing that, Yi-hee's face darkens, his lips tightening in silence as killing intent rises in his eyes, thinking not this damn body double trick again. Yi-hee has no interest in arguing, so he grips his great blade and shoots forward, ready to bury Lin Chi for good. But Lin Chi reacts instantly, raising his hand as strange translucent crystals float out, calmly saying, "This is sacred ground for welcoming a god, not a place anyone can enter or leave at will." As Yi-hee charges, those crystals turn into massive chains that wrap around his neck and limbs, locking him mid-air and tightening the more he struggles. A sinister force crushes every cell in his body, making Yi-hee frown as if something invisible is squeezing him to death. Still, he has his ultimate laborer in the back, so he shouts for Jaguarudo, and the familiar Rosehead appears, tearing the chains apart as his power explodes free. Seeing this, Lim Kiss' expression finally shifts, letting out a faint sound of surprise. His gaze leaves Yi-hee and fixes on Jaguarudo, staring at the eerie Rosehead as he wonders if Yi-hee has also cultivated divine arts. Blue lightning begins gathering violently in Yi-hee's palm. This time, he truly loses patience, cursing Lin Chi and saying he only wanted to move away because he hates fighting near that cursed coffin, while the blue lightning lights up the entire area. Without wasting another second, Yi-hee slams his attack downward. Terrifying power erupts from his fist, muscles swelling like molten steel as lightning coils together into a savage flesh-hand-blood dragon, and Yi-hee roars with overwhelming momentum. Strangely, Lin Chi shows no panic, staring at the charging dragon and scoffing that such crooked tricks are not enough to hurt him. He reaches out to block, and the dragon's massive fanged jaws crash against him, proving this pastor is far from ordinary. A violent explosion shakes the entire area, and Lin Chi is finally blasted away as thick dust clouds swallow the battlefield. But Yi-hee is still not satisfied, driving the flesh dragon forward and smashing Lin Chi through building after building like a runaway train. Despite looking like a frail spiritual type, Lin Chi slowly crawls back up after that punch, coughing blood with his face covered, yet recovering to normal within moments. While using his ability to fix his shattered arm, he calmly repeats that such attacks are not enough to injure him. In just seconds, his aura returns as if nothing happened, and he even smirks, claiming he is blessed by the gods. Watching this, Yi-hee clicks his tongue and mutters that this level of regeneration is truly troublesome. Lin Chi raises his scepter and begins chanting again, repeating God descends, heaven on earth, while stepping forward over blood-soaked ground. Only then does Yi-hee notice something is wrong, his eyes widening in shock. The giant arm on Yi-hee's body disappears, and the followers begin closing in around him without fear, convinced their god is protecting them, while Yi-hee suddenly laughs and says he almost forgot about them. At that moment, every follower raises a glowing red dagger, eyes crazed as machines, shouting that they themselves are justice. Then one of them slams his own face into the ground, blood splattering everywhere, as he begins brutally harming himself. He looks around, as the followers stab their own throats without hesitation, blood spraying everywhere like a mass sacrifice, and he frowns, saying these cultists are completely insane. One by one they collapse, blood pouring out like a waterfall, while Yi simply waits calmly for whatever comes next. But soon he senses something off, his eyes sharpening as a cold and slimy spiritual energy spreads through the air. Suddenly creaking sounds echo louder and louder, and a bloody red hand tears out from inside a follower's body. At first it looks human, but the shell is quickly discarded, revealing a twisted creature that is neither man nor ghost. Yi finally sees them clearly, red skin, long horns, mouths packed with fangs, like demons crawling straight out of hell, as 50 followers turn into 50 flesh gates spawning endless fiends. Facing this, Yi smirks and calmly says they are nothing more than foreign demonic creatures in the end. Covering half his face with one hand, he laughs with interest as more demons crawl out, admitting these cultists really went all in. He clicks his tongue, saying they wagered their own bodies just to summon demons, and now the fully formed fiends stare at him with hungry eyes. Right then blue lightning explodes across the city, merging and bursting like when Yi became a giant before, as he declares he also has his own trump card, and countless revived giants rise from the earth, roaring back at their king. Seeing him move, the demons go berserk and shoot into the sky, jaws stretched wide as their howls form crushing waves of pressure, all targeting Yi. But the first wave does not even get to perform before turning into piles of shredded red flesh. They arrive with swagger and die miserably, explosions popping non-stop as the first line of giants crush them head-on, while more giants charge forward, their footsteps shaking the ground. On the other side, the remaining redrobed pastor finally panics, trembling as he mutters that the leader was killed in seconds, and now there is even an army of giants, wondering what force they are facing. Failing to spot Yi, he presses 2 fingers to his forehead to activate a tracking ability, desperate to locate the real mastermind. Through that power, he discovers Yi standing near the coffin, and his face turns pale as he realizes the true target is the divine embryo, yet he can only scream silently in despair. At that moment, Liu Qingju and Chu Zhou appear above him in awakened form, rushing in and declaring that his opponent is them, leaving the pastor stunned. His thoughts race as he pieces it together, suspecting these people prepared everything in advance, and wondering if they belong to Long Kui, since every step feels carefully arranged. Meanwhile, Yi stands beside the coffin. The followers risked everything to awaken, and the moment he approaches he feels a terrifying chill that seems to freeze even his soul. Stroking his chin, Yi senses the intense hostility coming from inside the coffin, but he is not surprised since he has been interfering with that god's plan from the very beginning. Right then, the system pops up a notification, granting Yi 5 special divinity points, because during the final stage of Heaven Descends, he accidentally corrupted half of the church's 4 years of accumulated faith, and stole a portion of Yueyan Baros's divine power. Understanding everything, Yi walks straight to the coffin, saying Heaven Descends was never his true target. The real enemy has always been the moon and dream god, and even if it is a premature vessel missing power, it should wake up by now. With one hand, he blasts the coffin lid into the sky and shouts, asking how long it plans to keep hiding inside. But what he sees makes his eyes widen in surprise. Instead of a terrifying being, the coffin is completely empty. No divine embryo, no god, nothing at all, leaving Yi stunned and muttering what the hell is going on. A moment later, he feels almost insulted, gathering energy in his right hand and sneering that a so-called god should not be playing hide and seek. He summons his great blade and slams it into the ground, standing like a lone overlord. Yet the world turns eerily silent as the giants, the demons, Liu Qingju and Chu Zhou all vanish as if only he remains. Suddenly a voice calls Yi's name, and he instantly snaps his gaze toward the source as someone appears. The surroundings twist as the giant moon devours the sky, its hollow eyes and crooked grin turning more sinister, and under that light stands Lin Qi, alive, smiling calmly as he asks if Yi has forgotten him. Yi narrows his eyes, finally sensing something is wrong, realizing the moon and everything around him are illusions. But when did he fall into it? Lin Qi smirks, pupils glowing strangely as he asks Yi to guess when he entered the dream, his laughter echoing coldly. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Liu Qingju and Chu Zhou are fighting the demons, summoned by the vice bishop to stall them. The vice bishop watches with irritation, muttering that the great demon can only buy limited time. He activates his special vision to check on Lin Qi's side of the battle. But the moment he looks, he sees Yi He standing motionless alone, and panic rises because he can no longer sense Lin Chi's spiritual power. His thoughts spiral in chaos before he decides he cannot wait any longer and must rush to the divine embryo. Grabbing a jade-green blade, he casts Mystic Wood Divine Needle, a technique that plants blood thorns inside the enemy to destroy the body from within. While Liu Qingju and Chu Zhou are focused on the demon, he turns and flees toward the coffin, muttering that souls belong to the god, but the body will be his to handle. Even mid-battle, Chu Zhou notices his movement and curses, realizing the target is Yi He. Without hesitation, Chu Zhou unleashes his full aura, cold energy erupting as he shouts for Liu Qingju to save Yi He while he holds the enemy back. As he finished speaking, he unleashed human blood capture art, raising both hands as invisible force spiraled into a massive storm that condensed into a terrifying giant sword, dozens of meters tall, boosted even further by freezing winds. Chu Zhou felt his energy draining at insane speed. Freezing that monster alone nearly emptied him. But he still looked at Liu Qingju and firmly said, "Don't hesitate. Their lives mean nothing compared to Yi He." Hearing that, Liu Qingju shot forward, wings spread wide as she flew past the frozen mountain Chu Zhou created. And before leaving, she told him to survive no matter what. Flames and frost split the battlefield in half as Chu Zhou gritted his teeth and shouted that he couldn't hold this thing any longer. But the muscular demon showed zero fear, its bloodthirsty nature taking over as it raised its hellfire blade and slashed down at anything in its way. That strike shattered the ice mountain Chu Zhou built with nearly all his strength, the space around them shaking violently under pure overwhelming power. The demon lifted its ugly face in fury, while Chu Zhou glared back and growled that this wasn't the end, and his debt was far from paid. The moment he finished, he switched techniques and unleashed a new move, forming countless blade-alike ice shards that shot forward at insane speed, locking onto the demon. The monster had almost no room to dodge, as the ice spears pierced straight through its body, drilling through its tough hide and forcing out a painful roar. In the distance, Chu Zhou's figure was swallowed in thick black energy, his form barely visible as he raised one hand like he was unlocking something far greater. Right then, the bloodline seal he once placed on himself began to break, awakening the power of his powerful imperial capital clan. His body transformed fast as martial energy surged through his dantian to rebuild him. Dragon horns grew longer, torn flesh regenerated, fresh ice armor covered him, his dim dragon eyes flared bright again, and his aura shot past its previous peak, as he calmly warned that using the Bloodburning's secret art with bloodline breakthrough would drain his life twice as fast. Chu Zhou raised both hands again as invisible martial force dragged the surrounding air into a violent vortex between his palms. Seconds later, another storm-forged giant sword dozens of meters tall appeared, shaking space itself as he roared that this time he would send the demon straight to hell. Without hesitation, he brought the colossal ice sword down, the tiny figure wielding a giant's weapon as it crushed straight toward the target. Sensing the killing intent, the monster's expression changed as it opened its mouth in shock and prepared to unleash a sea of fire in counterattack. Chu Zhou shouted bloodline secret art, and the massive sword pressed down with spine-chilling destructive force. Layers of white ice walls rose like a sky fortress as frost and raging flames collided, activating Xuanhuang martial skill Ice Wall Dragon Shadow, and the two forces tore at each other while shockwaves made heaven and earth tremble. But suddenly, Chu Zhou felt something off, his face changing, as he muttered that this power wasn't right. The sky split in half between ice and fire as the monster trembled under the crushing strike, yet its flames fought back wildly, while it roared and poured out all its strength, clearly not ready to be crushed. Even Chu Zhou was stunned, whispering in disbelief that it actually managed to block his storm sword chi. Things got worse as the sword chi was slowly burned away by the demon's flames, the descending ice walls cracking and shattering under intense heat. And only then did Chu Zhou realize the real problem. His martial energy was almost completely drained. Just as Chu Zhou hit a dead end, and the monster was still struggling against the ice, a sharp object suddenly tore through the air at extreme speed. A palm-length bullet blasted in from behind and blew straight through the monster's throat. Focused on resisting Chu Zhao's attack, the monster never sensed the danger as blood exploded out, and more heavy armor-piercing rounds followed, punching into its neck, back, and waist, tearing out horrifying bloody holes. Chu Zhou had also reached his limit, and after pouring everything into that final slash, he slowly dropped back to the ground. Exhaustion covered his face as he looked up at the monster and searched for his savior, wondering if another expert or the ally Yi he once mentioned had arrived. The barrel of the massive rifle still steamed from the shot. The one who saved him was none other than Mad Doctor, calmly aiming through his scope and saying, luckily, the armor-piercing round infused with his master's martial force still worked at a critical moment. Mad Doctor reassessed Chuzhou, thinking the kid was the weakest before, yet he had hidden a huge trump card, already near breakthrough in the system from martial apprentice up to nation guardian level, while Liu Qingju was no ordinary talent either. He then looked toward Chuzhou and Liu Qingju, muttering that he would first use drones to help the kid recover, then dealing with the archdemon shouldn't be too hard, as countless drones filled the sky. On the other side, the vice-bishop tried to flee toward the archbishop, but was stopped, glaring in fury, and demanding who they were, not from Long Kui yet young, and more monstrous than monsters. At that moment, Chuzhou and Liu Qingju appeared before him, Liu Qingju descending like a goddess with wings spread, while Chuzhou stepped forward, holding his sword and the severed monster head, saying they were just normal freshmen from Huadu University. But it seemed the moon had no intention of watching its followers fall, and finally decided to intervene directly. In an instant, 6 heavy alloy coffins crashed down from the sky at terrifying speed, summoned by the moon's god to face Chuzhou and Liu Qingju, each impact shaking the earth. The coffin lids opened one by one, and 6 figures with powerful martial master auras stepped out under the moonlight, their appearances almost identical. Liu Qingju's expression changed at once, recognizing some faces as former Huadu team members who went missing, realizing these were corpses, including one of the 3 who once fought them. In contrast, the vice-bishop burst into manic laughter, shouting that the god was still protecting him. Through his scope, Mad Doctor saw the danger rising as 6 controlled martial masters closed in, cursing that if the girl his master ordered him to protect got surrounded, her survival would be near zero. After reassessing, he made a decision. Earlier, he held back the giant army due to their low intelligence, but now there was no choice, and failing his master's mission was not an option. The ground in the distance suddenly began to tremble with heavy impacts. The giant army created by Yi He charged in and stood behind Chuzhou and Liu Qingju, aiming to hold back the vice-bishop and the controlled warriors, forcing 6 martial master corpses to face dozens of massive titans. Liu Qingju glanced over and quickly understood, realizing the giants were on their side buying time, and right now saving Yi He came first. With that in mind, Liu Qingju flapped her wings and shot toward Yi He, planning to pull him out of danger, as her figure sliced through the sky. The vice-bishop misunderstood at once, thinking she was trying to destroy the divine embryo they sacrificed so much to create, and ordered everyone to stop her at all costs. The 6 warriors moved instantly, one punching upward at her small frame, while another ignored defense completely, and rushed in to block her path. To protect Liu Qingju, Mad Doctor commanded the titans to intercept, but facing martial master corpses, holding them back was brutally difficult. Liu Qingju used the giant titans as stepping points, and launched herself higher, while the martial master corpses chased wildly, crushing Yi He's enhanced bio-army like paper. Amid the chaos below, she finally closed in on Yi He, spotting him beside the coffin, holding the divine embryo, and shouting for him to wait. But just as she was within reach, a sudden sword chi tore through the air and struck her. The hit threw her off balance mid-air as blood sprayed out, one arm nearly crippled, and her strength fading fast. Yet as she fell, she looked at Yi He and whispered it wasn't over. The thought of ending this, and protecting the one she loved, pulled her back, and right before hitting the ground, she twisted her wings and shot upward again, pouring every last bit of strength toward Yi He and the divine embryo. Her wings trembled violently as she reached out to Yi He, forcing herself closer with only a small gap left. The vice-bishop turned pale, knowing if this continued the divine embryo and archbishop would be in danger, and he roared in fury. In the end, her effort paid off as she reached Yi He with her final strength, collapsing into his arms and whispering in relief that she caught him. Without stopping, Liu Qingju held Yi He tight and flew upward to escape pursuit, enduring the pain and focusing only on getting him out. Still carrying Yi He, she glanced at the chaotic battlefield below and used a method to stop the bleeding, gritting her teeth as she burned the wound with purple flame to prevent it from spreading. As she passed overhead, she was shocked to see Yi He's Titan army shattered and covered in blood, crushed by the undead martial masters, almost completely wiped out. From above, she realized the corpses were terrifyingly strong and dominating the field, and worse, they were looking up at her with killing intent, making her understand this place was no longer safe. At that moment, a dark voice whispered beside her ear, telling her to put him down, and she startled, shouting who was there. Strangely, the moon in the sky with that twisted face seemed to draw closer, its eerie voice echoing that she had done enough, and Yi He would not blame her, urging her to hand him over. The moonlight suddenly turned into a strange energy that clouded her mind, pulling her toward unconsciousness as it drained her life force. Yet she fought back and forced out the words that she would not give him up. Liu Qingju then roared in anger and cursed at the massive moon to get lost, unleashing her inner power as her wings expanded and blasted out a counter shockwave. The impact surged through her body, the every cell and vein stretched to the limit, and only then did she realize this was a mental attack. Her head felt like it was about to explode, as eerie laughter echoed non-stop. The cry of the purple nether sparrow tore through the clouds, and the moonlit phantom slowly faded while leaving behind a mocking laugh. The pain nearly broke Liu Qingju, tears falling silently as she still held Yi tight, her only thought being that he must not get hurt, until her strength finally gave out, and her eyes slowly closed. Exhausted to the limit, she fell like an angel without wings, clutching Yi as they dropped straight down, her arms never loosening even at the brink of collapse. The 6 martial master corpses instantly noticed, their heads slowly turning as their eyes locked onto the falling pair. Suddenly, their heads began twitching violently, necks stretching like snakes, as their faces cracked and twisted into terrifying shapes. Sharp spikes started growing from their backs, rising straight into the sky. The plan was obvious: wait for Liu Qingju and Yi to fall into place and impale them in one strike, and the speed of the fall made it even more chilling. But at the last second, a shout rang out, "Zawarudo," as Yi awakened and summoned Hua Hong to activate Time Stop. In that instant, everything froze. Liu Qingju halted mid-air above the spikes, and as her awareness returned, she felt herself leaning against someone familiar. She whispered, "Yi, is that you?" And now fully awake, he held her gently and apologized for waking up late, while she weakly asked if he was truly back. Her heart felt full at that moment, and she smiled brightly, telling him she was fine. But her strength ran out again as she folded her wings and leaned completely on him, and Yi held her close, softly telling her to rest and leave the rest to him. Below, the vice-bishop nearly went insane, screaming how Yi could escape the god's illusion. Time resumed, the spiked martial master corpses and the vice-bishop all charging as he yelled that Yi could not fight 7 martial masters at once. Yi ignored him, teleporting Liu Qingju to safety first, then floating calmly in the sky and saying she was safe now. Zawarudo, release. Seeing this sudden shift, the vice-bishop turned pale, his heart almost stopping within seconds. Because the small Yi was gone, replaced by a colossal titan foot descending from the sky, the corpses frozen in fear before he stomped down. The stomp crushed them like trash, the massive foot grinding back and forth, as if erasing their existence completely. In titan form, Yi stood like a true god, eyes blazing as he coldly asked what they thought they were doing. With his allies wiped out in one stomp, only the archbishop remained in the distance, trapped inside his own illusion in Linshui County, trembling in the cold wind. Tears and snot streamed down his twisted face as his body convulsed, barely begging for it to stop. Lin Qi had lost count of how many times he died in the illusion, blown apart, torn to pieces, burned, pierced by countless blades, every death painfully real, and he screamed in despair, wondering how Yi could torture him inside an illusion he himself created. From afar, Titan Yi stared down at Lin Qi like a predator, watching every twitch, while the archbishop completely collapsed, screaming in despair that even the gods could not suppress this monster, his mental strength shattered and all will to fight gone. Moonlight fell with bone-chilling cold, as if the deity above was disappointed, and Lin Qi trembled in apology to the moon god, only to hear the eerie voice order that he be taken out and thrown into the divine coffin. Tears filled Lin Qis' red eyes as he stared at the massive moon, too weak to resist and barely able to call out to the moon god. The opened coffin released a sinister frost, and the voice declared his lowly body now had value only as a replacement vessel. Meanwhile, Yi in Titan form continued sweeping the battlefield, crushing undead warriors into pulp and turning the ground into a bloody hellscape. Even the vice-bishop, nowhere to be seen under the overwhelming pressure. Yi narrowed his eyes and coldly said, no matter how strong they were just walking corpses, and their followers had been wiped out. At that moment, a thin, pale foot stepped down from the blazing moon above, and it seemed the final big fish had finally shown itself. Yi looked closely and felt something was off, as if this last rat leader was not quite what he expected. A silver-robed figure stood in mid-air before the enormous moon, silver light draping him like a king's cloak, and Yi sensed something deeply abnormal. The man had shoulder-length silver hair and features resembling Lin Qi, but sharper and colder, his silver eyes emotionless yet oddly appreciative toward Yi, radiating pure danger without visible energy. It was clear this was the true source behind everything in Linshui County, and Yi smirked, saying the so-called moon god had finally appeared. Under Yue Li Bai Luosi, invisible steps formed as he slowly descended through the air, the giant moon behind him like a private spotlight. Suddenly, He noticed something wrong and looked down, realizing the ground beneath him had vanished. Linshui City was gone, replaced by endless void, stretching without limit, and he wondered if this place had become the real moon. He quickly calmed himself, knowing it could not be the real moon, since there was no extreme cold or lack of oxygen, concluding it was a conceptual domain like Gongkes Field. His expression shifted as he understood. This was not mere illusion, but a realm layered over reality, where damage was real and his invincible golden body from the system would not work. While Yi analyzed, the demonic embryo presence stepped down the final stair. Floating before Titan Yi, the being spoke like a god passing judgment, saying Yi was the finest human he had ever seen, especially since Yi had taken part of his divinity, with compatibility over 96%, making him the perfect vessel to complete his body in the mortal world. He remained silent in Titan form, letting the being talk while secretly calculating, as his hidden preparations were complete, and he only needed a little more time. After hearing Mo Tai's sweet promises, Yi didn't even move, standing there like he was actually considering it. Mo Tai stretched out his pale hand and calmly invited Yi to go to the moon and stand at the top with him. Yi answered that divine invitation with a straight middle finger, coldly saying he'd pass this time. He even gave Bai Luosi a free lecture, saying these so-called gods were just higher life forms, scared to fight head-on, and playing the same old tricks as humans. Bai Luosi finally looked up, eyes glowing like cold moonlight, saying he would overlook the disrespect for now. Darkness swirled inside his pupils like a tiny universe, and he calmly revealed that the earlier offer was just a formality. Mo Tai raised his twisted hand, power exploding through his body, declaring Yihe's opinion never mattered anyway. In an instant, he grabbed the core entity inside Yihe's giant body, and the Super Titan form was torn apart like a popped balloon. Moonlight pierced through the shredded flesh, as Yi watched in shock, his Super Titan body ripped apart with a single motion. The massive skeleton fell into the storm, while Yi floated helplessly, under the terrifying pressure of the divine embryo. Bai Luosi's hand moved closer to Yihe's forehead, and no matter how he struggled, Yi couldn't even control his own body. Bai Luosi stopped pretending and bluntly said he was nothing more than his next meal. But when he tried to invade deeper, he suddenly froze, furious that he couldn't sense Yihe's consciousness at all. Then Yihe's lifeless face suddenly changed, Super Titan energy flaring again as he opened his eyes and burst into confident laughter. Seeing Bai Luosi stunned, Yi calmly admitted he couldn't win in raw power, but mentally it was a different story thanks to his system panel. That's why he relied on the near-broken regeneration of Mu Mo Jialong, finally revealing his entire plan right in front of the divine embryo. He had already split his body in half at the mad doctor's place, so if this one died, his consciousness would instantly transfer to the other half. For the first time, Bai Luosi's icy face changed, his eyes narrowing as he spat out a furious "you." Right then, something like a giant metal blade suddenly tore through space itself. A massive saber slashed across the endless sky, cracking it open, and even Bai Luosi looked up in shock. The entire moon's secret realm began shattering as a wild figure stepped out, sword light exploding everywhere. With blue hair flying, the man stood on broken space and declared himself Long Quest's first dean, protector of the nation, Grand Master Qing Long. This was all part of Yihe's plan, and seeing the backup arrive, he finally let out a relieved smile. Under Qing Long's overwhelming aura, Bai Luosi admitted this level of human body was beyond his expectations. Qing Long frowned and said the aura was indeed alien demon, but far too impure compared to the true catastrophe he once fought. Bai Luosi instantly realized the issue, blaming Link's inferior body as his face twisted with rage. Yi was still completely restrained, treated like a toy as Bai Luosi coldly claimed that body now belonged to him. Not wanting it damaged in battle, Bai Luosi kicked Yi away at terrifying speed, sending him flying across the sky. With Yi gone, only Qing Long and Bai Luosi remained, and even Qing Long was surprised the divine embryo valued Yi so highly. But there was no time to think, so Qing Long focused and decided to deal with this monster first. Remembering that Jing Wen once mentioned the young man's name was Yi He, Qing Long immediately charged down toward Bai Luosi. Bai Luosi unleashed full moonlight power as Qing Long erupted with a giant azure dragon phantom, and a battle capable of erasing Linshui County began. Meanwhile, Yi had already been kicked far beyond the battlefield, flying over countless mountains until he vanished from sight. Before sending him away, Bai Luosi sealed Yi inside a glowing sphere to preserve his body, turning him into a helpless passenger until the sphere finally stopped. The impact created a massive crater, trees burned to black stumps, and Yi staggered up, dizzy like he just got off the worst ride ever. He scanned the area with his magnetic field, but found no trace of Linshui County, realizing he had been thrown insanely far away. Then the system popped up, warning that under dreams or moonlight, one might encounter the Lord of the Moon and his nightmares. He broke into cold sweat, then forced a laugh, saying maybe this was just the protagonist's special treatment. In front of him appeared a huge number 5, labeled Divine Points, and he finally had time to study what he stole. The system explained that divinity forms when a being surpasses limits in a field or is born from a higher race, becoming the source of unique power. These 5 divine points were tied to the moon, dreams, and illusion, and the best match was the template Lutu Zaguardo. Yi instantly understood. This wasn't a buff, it was a fundamental talent upgrade for the vampire template. Godzilla had its own evolution path, and the Super Titan didn't match this attribute, but Lut 2 with time interference had near limitless potential. Without hesitation, Yi dumped all 5 divine points straight into the system in one go. Under the giant full moon, Lutu Zaguardo evolved into Moon Demon Lutu Zaguardo, gaining Night Banquet Carnival, Blood Demon Arts, Blood Manipulation, and a berserk state that peaks under a full moon. Staring at the new ability panel, Yihe's eyes almost glowed, because once night or moonlight conditions are met, this power is completely broken. His eyes lit up like a kid with a new toy, because the stacked buffs clearly boosted his combat power exponentially. Study points meant little to Yihe now, but for Liu Qingju and Chuzhou, those rewards were priceless. After finishing the upgrade, Yihe leaped onto the tallest tree in the forest. Endless woods stretched in every direction, and the battlefield was nowhere in sight. Moonlight bathed his body, but instead of coldness, he felt pure comfort as power surged through his veins. The rising energy made his eyes widen with excitement. He casually threw a punch, and even without extra skills, the air cracked from the sheer force. A massive shockwave tore downward, leaving behind destructive power that made your scalp tingle just watching. After warming up, he stretched and muttered that he would soon get used to this enhanced body. But his expressions quickly turned serious, knowing he was now the center of the moon descent incident. He needed backing fast, and the best choice was Hua University, so wings spread from his back as he flew under the moonlight. Scene shifts to Hua Capital University, still peaceful as ever. The moment he stepped off the plane, someone was already waiting for him. He looked confused, certain they had never met before. The white-haired old man introduced himself as Principal Shi Jingwen, and Yi politely greeted the idol of Hua University. Shi Jingwen laughed and told him to drop the formalities and just relax. Yi instantly played along, stretching casually, making the principal chuckle at how honest he was. Getting serious, Yi asked if this was about Linshui County, but Shi Jingwen said he came with good news instead. The mission was marked as an outstanding success, and there would be no further investigation. Leaning closer, Shi Jingwen assured him Hua University would handle everything and keep his secrets, announcing only a level 4 mission while rewarding them at level 5 standards. A moment later, the principal returned to his gentle smile and repeated that the rewards would follow level 5 criteria. Yi nodded calmly on the outside, but inside he was already thinking, this old fox definitely knows something. The next day in the principal's lounge, Yi casually checked his phone as the Mad Doctor finally sent footage of the Linshui County battle. The headline reported that Linshui County had been completely erased overnight, leaving behind a bottomless crater with no survivors. Yihe's face stiffened as he realized this was high-level martial power, and with his current strength, his sense of safety was almost zero. He remembered Shi Jingwen saying Qinglong had a way to deal with the Moon Lord's curse mark, which was why he was told to wait here. Just as he thought about it, footsteps echoed outside the door. Yi turned with a bright smile, ready to greet Qinglong. But the words froze in his throat the moment he saw the man's condition. Qinglong was wrapped in white bandages from head to toe, cold mist escaping his breath, looking far worse than Yi imagined. Even injured, the man stood towering before him, nearly 3 times Yihe's size. Qinglong calmly explained that although he was wounded by Yue Yan's power, the final outcome was still his victory. He added that if the Moon Lord hadn't been so skilled at escaping, Yi wouldn't be sitting here, waiting to seal that cursed mark. Yi was stunned that a legend like Qinglong would explain things so plainly, making him feel unexpectedly approachable. Suddenly, Qinglong threw off his massive coat and declared he would now deal with the issue in Yihe's eyes. Beneath the bandages, his overwhelming physique still radiated terrifying pressure. Qinglong grew serious and asked Yi if he had ever considered that demonic beasts might once have been intelligent beings like humans. The question instantly made Yi pale as dark shadows flashed through his mind. Qinglong slowly revealed that when he was a Xuan martial master, he entered an rank ruin and was the only survivor, cursed in the process. He could only stare in shock, whispering a curse. Qinglong said his body began mutating toward a beast form, his sanity crumbling, and even top experts had no cure. So he left the country and wandered into the great Eastern Ocean, planning to end his life, until a massive tsunami carried him to a deserted island. That place hides an incredible secret, but right at the key point, he stopped. It ties to the nation's future strategy, so he can't reveal it. He could only sigh. This old man really knows how to leave people hanging. After a while, the ice around Qinglong slowly melted away. His voice turned low as he said someone on that island pulled him back from becoming a demonic beast. Then he removed the rest of the bandages, so he could see his body clearly. Strange runes covered his skin, and terrifying death aura flooded the air, making it hard to breathe. The moment he saw those symbols, his eyes widened. Before he could finish a word, the runes suddenly shot straight into his body. A brutal pain exploded inside him. Blood streamed from his eyes as he clutched his face and screamed. After barely calming down, he stared at his blood-soaked hands. Black blood kept dripping from his eyes, his voice shaking. His regeneration could heal the damage, but just one glance almost drained his soul. This was on a whole different level. Qinglong watched silently. A normal great martial master would faint just from seeing those runes. Weaker ones might even become brain-dead. Yet he only bled a little. No wonder the principal chose him. Qinglong then pointed at He and said firmly, "Don't resist. I'll carve 2 runes into your sea of consciousness. From now on, you'll sleep peacefully." He was still confused, staring at the finger. In an instant, strange black energy burst from Qinglong's fingertip. A green light flared between his finger and He's forehead, and the runes on his body began flowing toward it. At the contact point, demonic aura spread like ink across He's face. His body lost control, eyes wide open as if someone else was pulling the strings. Right then, the system interface popped up with a notification. Moon point. By focusing on dreams or moonlight, you can see the master of moon in dreams. Just as quickly as it appeared, the notification vanished. Soon everything returned to normal. Qinglong put his clothes back on and said it was done. He thanked him. Qinglong nodded, then suddenly asked, "Your teacher is Gongke, right?" Hearing that name, Yi instantly recalled Gongke's terrifying warning. She once dominated Hua University, crushing countless geniuses. Now those people are famous Xuanwu powerhouses, while she fell behind. She strictly told him, never admit her student outside. Just thinking about it made his face pale. But Qinglong calmly reassured him. He holds no grudge against Gongke. Mentioning her just reminded him of before her mental breakdown. Back then, she was a renowned great grandmaster who walked the path of slaughter. Thinking about it now still feels like a pity. Qinglong's lips curved slightly as cold aura leaked from him. Then he looked at Yi and proposed a spar. He wanted to see how far the student of the former killing rose had come. Yi glanced away and muttered inwardly, "Seems the stronger the martial artist, the more they love to fight." He then lifted his head with confidence and smiled. "Senior Qinglong, can we fight under the moonlight?" The words moonlight hit Qinglong like a sore spot from his battle with that god. He closed his eyes, exhausted, wondering why it had to be this again. Soon they appeared at Arena number 2 of Hua University. Qinglong stated the rules. He won't attack. He can go all out. He'll only use the physical strength of one finger to block. He even added a tempting reward. If he can push him back half a step, he wins. Qinglong will grant one request and waive the entrance exam for Longshi's top department with full privileges. Hearing that, his fighting spirit surged. He bowed respectfully and declared, "Senior Qinglong, please enlighten me." The full moon broke through the clouds and bathed the battlefield in silver light. Standing before Qinglong, he stopped holding back. He drew his great blade, absorbed the moonlight, and poured it all into the weapon. The glow alone felt crushing. Qinglong sensed the aura and narrowed his eyes. It felt similar to the alien demon, yet different. Not corrosive, but perfectly aligned with the moon itself. In the next second, Yi shot into the sky. A 30-meter blade formed in his grip as he condensed all the lunar power into one strike. He roared, "Senior Qinglong, take this." Moon Slaughter Chronicle. The blade came crashing down. Qinglong clenched his fist and unleashed massive inner force head-on. The clash shook the earth. Feeling that power, even he was slightly startled. This is strong. The scene shifted. In her private room, Gongke was lazily lying on the sofa, legs swinging as she hummed softly. Suddenly, she felt a terrifying killing intent from Yi. She sprang up instantly, her face turning pale. "That killing intent is Yi's?" Panic flashed in her eyes. "Has been gone 3 days and already this explosive? Did that brat lose control and start slaughtering a city?" The view moved to a hotel inside Hua University. On the bed sat a blue-haired male martial artist, with a girl hugging him from behind. She asked if anything was more important than this moment. Jianzhuang calmly replied he had just sensed an overwhelming killing intent. He looked into the distance and muttered, "It spread this far. Half of Hua University must feel it. What a show of force." The scene shifted again to scenic road number 4 of Hua University. Qinglong tightened his fist, icy aura surging around his arm. Just one look from him carried immense pressure. The 30-meter slash looked devastating from above, yet Qinglong erased it with a single punch. His spot remained intact, while the ground around him was crushed into 2 massive trenches. He could not help but admire it. His blade was already fierce, but Qinglong's fist was even more tyrannical. He lowered his stance, battle intent blazing in his eyes. This is a true pillar of the nation. Unlike Gong Ke, who seeks weaknesses, Qinglong simply crushes everything with pure force. One strength to break 10,000 techniques. Qinglong focused completely on the fight. Light swirled around his fist like a storm. His deep voice echoed through the killing aura. Military body fist. The moment He sensed that terrifying force rushing toward him, his pupils shrank. He locked onto Qinglong. It's coming. In a blink, Qinglong's fist was right in front of him. The pressure warped the air. A shockwave exploded where He stood, blinding light swallowing everything. He had no time to react and took it head-on. The punch exceeded He's limit. His body was blasted into the air and fell uncontrollably. Seeing this, Qinglong's expression changed. Damn it, did this brat use a forbidden technique just to win? A single thought filled his mind. If a future pillar of the nation damages his martial foundation, the consequences will be severe. Without hesitation, Qinglong stomped the ground and shot into the sky. He caught He midair with arms as steady as steel, stopping him from crashing down. But the moment he held He, Qinglong realized he had fallen into a perfect trap. This was a classic lure away scheme. He's face was flushed as he grinned innocently. "Mr. Qinglong, you stepped more than half a step away from your spot. That means I win." Qinglong's heart churned with shock and anger. This brat tricked even me. He used Blood Nightmare art to drain his own vitality and fake weakness, then combined it with Moon Nightmare to lower his state. Once he realized he had been tricked, there was nothing left to say. Qinglong closed his eyes, emotions tangled. This kid has talent and a dangerous brain. He landed and set He down properly. Calmly, he said, "You win. Tell me what you want." He answered instantly, "I'll save that promise for later." Qinglong nodded in approval. Knowing how to wait is not bad. After a light cough, Qinglong adjusted his breathing. "Your killing intent is solid, and your martial level is decent. Gong Ke taught you well, but you lack a key link. Killing intent alone is not enough. Your physical foundation cannot fully support it." He nodded repeatedly with a flattering grin. "So you mean I should focus on body training, right?" But inside he thought, "Senior Qinglong, I haven't even used the Godzilla form yet." Qinglong crossed his arms and nodded. Training is not the only thing. The guide matters more. To build a solid body foundation, you need someone truly powerful in physique to lead you. He squeezed his arm and replied cheerfully, "Got it. Tomorrow I'll ask the dean of the Body Cultivation Academy for special training." Hearing that, Qinglong almost exploded inside. I hinted so clearly and he still doesn't get it? Seeing He still clueless, Qinglong sighed inwardly. He had never taken a disciple before, but a seed like he was too rare. After calming down, Qinglong took out a badge and handed it over. Inside is a top-tier body cultivation technique. I killed a Western powerhouse to obtain it. They say it's a national treasure martial art of some country. I'm giving it to you. Train hard. The moment He held the badge, his eyes lit up like a child with a new toy. Qinglong silently calculated. This technique is extremely hard to cultivate. The Western martial fate rejects Easterners. Even I had to reach Grandmaster and forcibly seize it. He will face endless obstacles. Sooner or later, hell come back to me. Consider it an indirect apprenticeship. Meanwhile, He knew nothing, only bowing non-stop in thanks. The scene shifted to dorm room 42 FA3, Yehe's residence. After returning, he showered and changed. While drying his hair, he took out the badge again. Strange. I've been at Imperial University for over half a year, yet most of the time I stayed underground with Gong Ke. Hardly used this dorm. Is this technique meant to be cultivated while sleeping? Suddenly the doorbell rang. He turned, puzzled. Who would visit this late? Still half naked, he walked to open the door and casually asked, "Who is it? What are you doing here at night?" Outside stood a familiar face. Ouyangze, pink hair, cold expression, thick gold chain on his neck. He nodded slightly. "May I come in?" He stared a few seconds before recognizing him. "Oh, it's Ouyangze, come in." On the surface, he stayed calm, but inside he was wary. Did this guy come to drag me into the guild again? Suddenly, Ouyangze's expression turned strange. His body trembled slightly, his eyes filled with something complicated. The moment he turned his back, Ouyangze dropped to his knees, tears pouring down. "Brother Yi, there were too many people earlier, so I didn't dare say it. Now no one's here. I beg you, please become the president of the Dragon Blood Society." So it's still about the Dragon Blood Society. Yi He had already refused clearly before, yet this guy would not give up. He frowned. Long time no see and you've changed this much? Where's that ambition to split Hua capital student world in half? And how did you even know I was back in the dorm? Ouyang-ze cried while clutching the only towel covering Yi He, speaking in broken words. He explained that a Dragon Blood Society member accidentally discovered Yi He had returned. Yi He's eyes instantly turned cold. So you even installed cameras to monitor me? He grabbed Ouyang-ze by the head and dragged him into the next room. Let's do some exercise. Ouyang-ze panicked. Brother Yi, listen first. Not in your room, only in the hallway. We had no choice. Less than a minute later, Ouyang-ze lay flat on the ground like dried fish. Yi He stretched calmly. Now talk. What happened to the Dragon Blood Society? Ouyang-ze's face was swollen and bruised. Blood smeared around his eyes and mouth. He could barely speak clearly. Yi He sighed and tossed him a pill. My bad, went a bit heavy. Take this blood-dissolving pill first. After taking it, Ouyang-ze recovered quickly and sat upright. Brother Yi, the Dragon Blood Society is about to collapse. The university allows student organizations, but without achievements, there's no funding. When we were founded, the summer training for top male reserves hadn't even ended. Back then, we grew insanely fast. No real competition. Martial groups outside invested in us. Under Ouyang-ze's management, we offered all kinds of benefits. More members meant higher value, which brought more resources. It was a perfect growth cycle. But as we expanded, we started getting suppressed by the local Hua capital student faction. Led by Xiang Jianzhuang, they struck again and again. We kept losing. Our commercial value crashed. Sponsors pulled out. Benefits shut down. Members quietly left. No one wants to board a sinking ship. After hearing everything, Yi He rubbed his chin and looked at him helplessly. So in simple terms, Xiang Jianzhuang beat you into a dead end? Ouyang-ze knelt and explained their dilemma. We could ask seniors for help, but there's an unwritten rule. Each grade handles its own matters. If we bring seniors today, tomorrow Xiang Jianzhuang will bring his and wipe us out. Throwing away his last bit of pride, Ouyang-ze kowtowed repeatedly. In our grade, only you can stand against him. Brother Yi, please save the Dragon Blood Society. Hearing it all, Yi He actually felt like helping, but he kept a calm face, thought for a moment, then said, fine. That single word made Ouyang-ze ecstatic. He jumped up to grab Yi He's hand. You really agree? On behalf of all members, Yi He cut him off coldly. I'm not finished. His gaze turned serious. Saying I become president isn't accurate. You want me to act as the protector of the Dragon Blood Society. So stop circling around. What exactly do you want me to do? Faced with that direct question, Ouyang-ze dropped all pretense. He revealed his plan, the Great Xia Reclamation Plan. A teacher had leaked the news, though it wasn't truly secret. Yi, he interrupted impatiently. Get to the point. Ouyang-ze explained. The plan will gather martial artists nationwide to retake 12 cities fully occupied by demonic beasts. All universities will participate. Senior students of Imperial University will enter the front lines. Freshmen won't face the worst tie zones, but must handle surrounding areas. Even the final exams and the chief seat competition will take place during this campaign. Ouyang-ze looked at Yi He with hope. Brother Yi, in this operation, the Dragon Blood Society will follow all your commands. You must secure the highest achievement. Coldly, we can discuss that later. First, there's something you need to handle. Ouyang-ze tensed up instantly, sweat forming on his forehead. What else? Yi He pointed at the camera on the hallway ceiling. Take that thing down now. After dealing with it, Ouyang-ze left in high spirits, even waving happily. But Yi He called him back. You just helped me confirm something. As long as I achieve enough merit, I can draw samples. And the bigger the achievement, the higher the chance for top-tier samples. Once Ouyang-ze was gone, Yi He's calculating smile returned. That guy really has business talent. If I clear the obstacles for him, the Dragon Blood Society might grow even stronger. And if we climb to number 1 in Hua University, the sample reward will be far better. This time, I'll grab both martial achievements and samples. The scene shifted to the Dragon Blood Society headquarters. Many members had gathered, including the lion-haired guy. Everyone was waiting for Ouyang-ze. After waiting too long, a student grew impatient. Yan Zhengzheng, where's Ouyang-ze? Why is he taking so long? Yan Zhengzheng sneered inwardly. When the society was strong, Xin Chen kept calling him president with respect. Now that things changed, even the tone shifted. Clearly not here with good intentions. He turned to Xin Chen and deliberately raised his voice. The vice president went to welcome the true president of the Dragon Blood Society. He should be here soon. The crowd froze. The true president? Xin Chen's face turned pale. He had clashed with Yi He before. Just hearing the name made his heart shake. Even Lan Yuxi behind him turned white, remembering that day. Don't tell me it's that guy. Xin Chen immediately stood up and questioned Yan Zhengzheng. Are you still betting on Yi He? Everyone saw how strong Jianzhuangge is. In this grade, no one can face him. It's time to stop. Ouyang-ze has no way to turn this around. You've gained plenty from this society already. Knowing when to leave is smart. Lan Yusi added coldly, relying on others solves nothing. A wise bird chooses its tree. The Dragonblood Society only shined briefly. Going against the trend will only get crushed. One glance was enough for Yan Zhengxiong to see their plan. They were shaking the core members' morale. His face darkened. What exactly are you trying to pull? Xin Chen continued smoothly. Everyone knows the Zhu family in the imperial capital, right? Zhu Kaiga, a direct heir, has prepared a better place for us. Following young Master Zhu is better than staying on this sinking ship, waiting for Jian Zhuangge to crush it. The crowd began to waver. Whispers spread everywhere. Yi He vanished for half a year. Even when the imperial capital provoked them, he never appeared. Maybe the Dragon Blood Society truly can't be saved. Everyone has already contributed enough. Finding a new path isn't wrong. Meanwhile, Xin Chen secretly smiled. The staged performance worked. Those wavering officers had already been bought. Yan Zhengxiang felt suffocated with anger, but didn't know how to respond. In the end, he gritted his teeth. You people are shameless. Just as tension peaked, the door was kicked open. A messy-haired young man swaggered in and shouted, Xin Chen, why are you so slow? I've been waiting downstairs forever. The moment he appeared, Xin Chen and Lan Yusi instantly changed expressions. They rushed forward with flattering smiles. Brother Kaij, it's all done. We were just about to head out. Yan Zhengxiang's face turns red as he roars. This is Dragon Blood Society territory. Who gave you permission to step in? That Kaij doesn't even hide his arrogance. He sneers, how did I get in? I fought my way in. Don't worry, I'll pay compensation and cover their cultivation resources. Those guards out there got beaten once but earned more than they would in years. The guy is insanely cocky. Yan Zhengxiang finally snaps. He clenches his fists and charges forward, rage exploding. You bastard. Just as his punch flies out, someone flashes in and blocks him. Meanwhile, Kaija still looks fearless, like he has never heard the word fear. The woman beside him raises her hand and coldly warns, take one more step and you die. Her gaze is sharp and deadly. The moment Yan Zhengxiang faces her, he senses the danger. That aura is far from ordinary. From behind, Kaij mocks again. So useless. It takes this long to handle one idiot. Then he points at the crowd and shouts, Tun Chen, Lan Siyusi, and anyone who wants to follow me. Get up here. Beat him into the hospital as my welcome gift. But the Dragon Blood Society members do not move. They stand there, exchanging uneasy looks. This only fuels Kaij's fury. He yells at full force. What? Don't want to? Then none of you are walking out of here today. Do you think Chukai keeps trash around? He keeps cursing. What's the point of keeping dogs that don't bite? The moment he finishes, the air turns heavy. A cold aura sweeps in, making the two of them tremble. Yi He finally appears. He stands behind and grabs Cage by the head. His voice drops like a beast about to snap. Ouyangze, you left this mess for me? I heard the noise all the way from the second floor. Ouyangze quickly replies, sorry, Brother Yi, but Dragon Blood Society really needs a cleanup. Yet Cage still shouts, let go. You dare grab my hair? Do you even know who I am? The moment he says that, he doesn't reply. He kicks out brutally. Kaij and his lackey turn into two flying bodies, crashing through the glass and out of the building. Inside the room, Yi calmly picks his ear and lets out a small breath. His expression relaxes, much quieter now. Outside, Chu Kai and his man are screaming as they plummet. They were dealt with so fast, like two rats swept away. Yi dusts off his hands like he just tossed out some trash. Then he looks at the group who thought about betraying and asks, what about you? His earlier display terrifies them. One quickly bows his head. Sorry, President. I was confused and got instigated by Tan Chen, so I thought about leaving. But inside, he knows offending Chu Kai already closed the Huadu circle to him. If Dragon Blood Society abandons him too, he is finished. Ouyangze reads the room and steps forward seriously. This time you won't be expelled, but your officer positions go under review. Fail the evaluation and you're dismissed. Also, you're banned from all activities this week. Can you accept this? The man hesitates. Well, before he finishes, Yi shoots him a cold glance. Stop thinking. I'm asking yes or no. They are terrified. No one wants to fly out a window like Chu Kai. They immediately shout together, we accept. Yi tells them to leave and keeps only the core members. He looks at Ouyangze. I get it now. Dragon Blood Society lacks money and backing, right? Ouyangze nods. Yi says calmly, waiting for the conference next month is too slow. I have a faster way. As he says this, a spark lights up in his eyes. Ever since returning to Dida, he keeps hearing the name Xiang Jianzhuang. If the Dragon Blood Society's trouble starts with him, then beating him once should solve everything. The room falls silent. No one knows how to respond. After a while, Ouyangze speaks carefully. But this morning, Xiang Jianzhuang announced Hez entering seclusion to break through to Martial Master. Yi pauses. So dragging him out to fight is not an option. Then he thinks again. If the goal is fame and investment, why limit the target to first-year students? Maybe it is time to aim higher. After thinking it through, he says, if we want attention, we need something huge. Il challenged the top experts of the entire school. Then he suddenly asks, "How much do you know about Long K First Division?" Yan Zhengzhong immediately explains, "Long K is the strongest martial organization in Great Xia. First Division is the strongest team within it. Other divisions are called specialists, but First Division members are titled Ace." Yi He asks one thing, "Do you want to join?" Yan Zhengzhong answers without hesitation, "Of course." That's where the real monsters gather. The leader is Qing Long, ranked second nationwide. Fewer than 3 DDA students enter each year. It's every martial artist's dream. Yi He smiles slightly. He has found the solution. "Good. Tell the intelligence team to move. Spread the news." He suddenly stands up and points upward, full of excitement. "I, Yi He, president of Dragon Blood Society and ace of Long K First Division, officially challenge all Hua Da martial artists below Great Martial Master." Tell me, is that shocking enough? Investors will flood in. But unlike Yi He's excitement, the core members just stare at him in shock. Yan Zhengzhong finally asks, "Brother Yi, are you really an ace of First Division? You haven't even graduated. How could you join Long K selection?" Yi He calmly replies, "Selection? I didn't take it. I was directly recruited. Details are confidential." The answer freezes Yan Zhengzhong on the spot. Even Ouyangze confirms nervously, "Brother Yi, this isn't something to joke about." Yi He stays calm. "I just took the position last night. The paperwork will arrive in a few days." Yan Zhengzhong swallows hard. "So you're really challenging everyone below Great Martial Master?" Yi He begins calculating in his head. Normal martial masters are manageable. Stronger geniuses might take more time. But if he faces an overwhelming great martial master, he may have to use his trump card, time freeze. That is his secret edge. Revealing it just for investment would be a loss. Otherwise, he would challenge all of DDA. After thinking it over, Ouyangze decides to trust Yi He. It sounds unbelievable, but this is Yi He. For Dragon Blood Society, I'll call the intelligence team now. Soon the entire campus explodes with the news. Yi He, the former top freshman who disappeared for half a year, returns as an ace of First Division and challenges all of Hua Da. The forums go wild. Some ask, "Who is Yi He?" Others recall, "Isn't he the top scorer after the entrance exam reform?" Even the deans noticed him. Some still doubt it. Really? Then why was he gone for 6 months? And how did he enter First Division? This year's selection was insanely brutal. Another adds, "I heard he skipped the exam and got directly recruited." Someone fires back, "Direct recruitment with official status?" My innocent smile can't save this world anymore. I have no idea what's going on. While the whole campus is in chaos, at Hua Da Hospital, Chu Zhou and Liu Qingju read the news and the flood of comments. Knowing Yi He well, Chu Zhou smirks. "Figures. That guy never stays quiet." Liu Qingju sighs. "Looks like someone's about to get unlucky again." Right then, Long K officially posts on the school board. Yi He is a specially recruited talent, exempt from the entrance exam. Even so, people still doubt him. Some whisper he used connections and question if he truly deserves the ace title. Ouyangze watches everything unfold and knows the effect has kicked in. The debate is exploding. He tells the intel team, "Guide the public opinion." The two members thump their chests confidently. On the forum, arguments rage on. Some call Yi He a show-off. Others say, "Wait for the live stream." A few defend him. If he dares to stream it all, he must be serious. Ouyangze is thrilled. Supporters, haters, and neutrals all form factions. But no matter the side, they are all talking about one thing: watching Yi He live. The hype skyrockets. Major streaming platforms fight for broadcast rights. Advertisers rush in with money. In just one day, Dragon Blood Society goes from dying to overflowing with cash. VIP Ward 17 Wada Hospital. Chu Kai is wrapped like a mummy after Yi He's beating. Yet he scrolls through the news, laughing like a madman. "I didn't even need to deal with you. You dug your own grave by challenging the whole school." The more he reads, the crazier he laughs. On the arena, fists have no eyes. If someone dies by accident, that's normal, right? Meanwhile, at the battle arena, the place is already packed. Nearly all Hua Da martial students are here. The cheers shake the air. Suddenly, the roar of a helicopter echoes from the sky. Everyone lifts their phones to record. The door swings open. Yi He appears, holding the frame and looking down from mid-air. The announcer booms, "Ladies and gentlemen, the most anticipated match of tonight begins now." Presenting Yi He. In the next second, Yi He jumps. He drops like a streak of light tearing through the sky. Boom. The ground trembles as if something exploded. Blue aura surges, dust covering the arena. As the smoke clears, Yi He stands at the center, firm as a mountain. His aura alone makes people feel pressure. The forum explodes. Insane. Damn, that entrance is too cool. Others mock, not sure about his strength, but his style is top tier. Yi He spreads his arms under the moonlight. It feels like the main character has arrived. He said he challenged the whole school, but now it looks like the whole school is lining up to fight him. The stands erupt. Everyone waits to see him clash with Hua Da's strongest geniuses. Yi He stands calmly, almost enjoying it. Cheers and sarcasm mix together, but he simply waits for the first challenger. Someone in the crowd laughs. This kid really knows how to create hype. I give him that. The person beside him sneers. What's wrong, Long Sao? Want to try? Long Sao is a known online figure. He plans to use this event to boost his followers. Arms crossed, he studies Yi He with calculating eyes. After thinking it over, Long Sao makes up his mind. With this much traffic, it would be a waste not to join. If he loses, he can claim he exhausted Yi He first. If he wins, he becomes famous overnight. Either way, he profits. Yi He waits calmly when someone charges in like a madman. Aura surging, he shouts, Long Sao, second stage martial master, requesting the stage. Yi He replies flatly, Dragon Blood Society. Yi He, 8th stage. The first challenger appears, and the arena erupts again. Cheers shake the ground as the announcer roars. Fight begins. But before the fame-hungry guy can even touch Yi He's sleeve, a brutal kick slams into his face. His body folds like a shrimp, bones cracking loud enough to make people wince. Long Cao's face turns blood red. Blood pours from his nose and mouth. He staggers, barely conscious. My traffic. Yi He glances at the stands and says calmly, next. Just as Long Sao falls, another figure rushes in. A girl with a long spear leaps into the air, aura blazing. Yi He, let me test you. The forum instantly identifies her. Yao Ling from 2nd year, 5th stage martial master, but once defeated 3 7th stage opponents alone. No ordinary fighter. Yi He only needs one glance, not enough to pressure him. As the spear slashes down, he gathers force into his palm and says coldly, your power lacks purity. The spear descends. Yi He's energy explodes. One clash and the long spear splits in half. The shockwave lifts Yao Ling's skirt, forcing her to scramble in embarrassment. Yi He scans the arena. Clearly bored of wasting time, he says, sorry, I'm busy. If you want to fight, come together. That line ignites the crowd's anger. Dozens rush forward, all known names with solid records. They shout, don't be arrogant, freshman. So what if you joined Long K? Teach him some manners. Reality is cruel. Charging at Yi He is like slamming into a wall. The moment they get close, they are crushed. Some are badly injured. Others are sent flying back. A few desperate ones try to close the distance. Useless. Step into range and they eat a kick instantly. Even their weapons cannot withstand Yi He's core energy. Everything shatters on contact. A pillar of energy shoots from Yi He straight into the sky, as if piercing the night. The audience forgets to blink. Cheers roll like thunder. In the hospital, Chu Kai watches the live stream, face turning pale. His hands tremble. Damn it, how is he this strong? At this rate, who can avenge me? Anyone who steps up just ends up hospitalized. Then he remembers a true monster of Hua Du's martial world. Maybe only that person can stop Yi He. His older brother, Chu Yanting, eldest son of the Chu family. But that man lives by strict principles. Getting him to take revenge is not easy. Suddenly, Chu Kai's eyes light up. A dangerous smile curls on his lips, unless ha. Back at the arena, Yi He has wiped out every challenger. Fighters lie scattered across the cracked stage, bleeding and groaning. He raises his smoking hand and shouts, anyone else? The defeated grit their teeth. This guy leaves no room for others. 2nd and 3rd years are completely humiliated. From now on, whenever Yi He is mentioned, well be his background props. Right then, slow footsteps echo across the arena. The moment the newcomer appears, the forum explodes. Brother Yanting is here. Now it's getting serious. Chu Yanting, 9th stage martial master. Not an ordinary one. He once rebuilt his realm from scratch to perfect it. He can even defeat great martial masters. He carries the Chu family's sun flame true blood, terrifyingly pure. A top-tier talent among generations. But the bloodline is so fierce he often lost control as a child, even burned himself. The Chu family made nano battlesuits to suppress the heat and forced him to study arts to steady his mind. This time, everyone believes Yi He will finally pay for his arrogance. The cheers erupt again. In many eyes, Chu Yanting is Hua Du University's strongest card, the hope to end Yi He's unbeaten streak. Facing Yi He, Chu Yanting does not rush, he stays calm. First, he mentions Chu Kai, saying his brother caused trouble and the damages will be repaid double. Yi He raises a brow, you're that hothead's brother? Chu Yanting nods. Yi He rolls his neck and studies him. This man does not look like someone who picks fights. If not revenge, then why step up today? Chu Yanting lowers his head slightly, voice steady. He does not care about that disgraceful brother. What matters is the Chu family's honor. Then his eyes turn cold. Pressure fills the air. My brother was wrong, but you have no right to stain the Chu name. Yi He stays relaxed. Clearly, Chu Kai twisted the story. He shrugs. So he added some spice to it? Figures. Troublemakers love fuel on fire. Forget it. Chu Yanting steps closer, tone hard. He demands Yi He kneel and apologize to the Chu family before the entire school. Yi He steps forward too. You want me to bow? That depends if you have the strength. Their gazes collide. The air turns heavy. This is no longer a campus match. It is a battle for family pride. They strike at the same time. Fists crash head-on. The impact explodes across the arena, light bursting outward as the stage shakes. After the first clash, they trade punches non-stop. Chu Yanting's fists are solid and steady, but Yi He looks almost relaxed, matching him blow for blow. Seconds later, they both pull back. Chu Yanting stomps the ground and charges again, determined to finish it. Yi He remains calm. After countless life and death fights, this is nothing. He steadies himself and prepares a heavy counterpunch. Their powers collide again like two storms. The floor cracks further, yet Chu Yanting shows no sign of fatigue. He is tough. Suddenly, something changes. The nano suit on Chu Yanting's arm starts to break apart. Yi He notices at once. The armor is destabilizing. The temperature around them spikes rapidly. The arm clashing with Yi He is badly injured. Veins glow red. The armor almost melts away, smoke rising. Yet Chu Yanting shows no pain, ready to strike again. Someone on the forum shouts, "Sun Flame True Blood." Yi He still has no clue what that means. The audience stares without blinking. The tension is suffocating. These two are monsters. Compared to Long Sao or Yao Ling, this is another level. On the shattered arena, nuclear energy clashes with a sea of blazing red flames. The forum goes wild. The Chu family truly lives up to its name. Chu Yanting is stronger than expected, but others say anyone who can last several exchanges with Yi He is already impressive. Right now, Yi He is Huada's Demon King. At this moment, Zhu Yanting unleashes his killing move. His arm is wrapped in dark crimson flames, crushing the air around him. Staring at Yi He, he can't help but think, is this guy even human? On the other side, Yi He is still wearing the Godzilla armor, barely showing any fatigue. He grins and calmly says, "Don't lose focus, young Master Zhu." The next second, Yi He's fist slams straight into Zhu Yanting's face. The impact sends him flying. Yi He adds coldly, "1 second of distraction, and you lose." In the stands, a brown-haired boy hugs a superhero toy and shouts, "Fire-breathing big bro beat the Demon King Yi He." His innocent cheer draws everyone's attention. After that punch, Zhu Yanting is clearly reaching his limit. He touches his wound and frowns, wondering why his family values such a brutal fighter. Zhu Yanting starts to feel something is wrong. He keeps blinking, questioning if his eyes are failing him. The more he looks, the more shocked he becomes. Yi He's body is slowly expanding. Zhu Yanting steps back and mutters, "Why does he keep getting bigger?" Yi He stays calm and taunts him, "Come on, Senior Zhu. Im's still growing." This time, he doesn't summon a giant outside. He releases the Titan power from within. In an instant, Yi He's giant form is complete. The Godzilla armor covers him in sharp spikes. He swings his massive fist and roars, "I keep my speed and reflexes, and my strength multiplies. Now beating you is like an adult crushing a child." Zhu Yanting can't block the descending giant fist. The pressure smashes him into the arena, shattering the floor. In his mind, only one thought remains. No wonder he dares to challenge the whole school alone. Gritting his teeth, Zhu Yanting struggles not to be flattened. He once thought his bloodline was extraordinary. Compared to Yi He, it means nothing. That guy is a beast in human skin. His bones begin to crack under the pressure. His martial body is reaching its limit. If this continues, he may have to start cultivation all over again. But first, he must deal with this monster. Knowing he can't clash head-on, Zhu Yanting dodges sideways to escape the crushing force. Rising into the air, he switches tactics. If strength won't win, speed might. But Yi He has no intention of letting him go. The giant Godzilla mouth gathers nuclear energy. He says, "Looks like you never studied my battle records before challenging me." Yi He roars, "The truly arrogant one is you." Instantly, multiple nuclear beams blast into the sky, yet Zhu Yanting dodges them all with precise movements. Zhu Yanting's face turns darker. He stares down at Yi He and thinks, "If this continues, you might die, Yi He." Mid-air, Zhu Yanting's body begins to transform again. Flames surge from deep within his cells. The heat around him rises like a living furnace. His palm radiates terrifying power. The temperature distorts the air as he slowly raises his arm to gather more energy. Blazing sparks converge, forming a massive energy sphere in the sky. The audience erupts in shock. Everyone knows Zhu Yanting is about to use his final trump card. The heat alone is warping the environment. The Zhu family truly masters fire martial arts. The energy in his hand fully takes shape. It looks like a miniature sun hanging in the sky. The heat spreads wildly, as if the space itself is about to ignite. For his family's honor and his own pride, Zhu Yanting goes all out. He roars like a madman and unleashes his ultimate move, Earth Fiend martial art, Blazing Sun Demon Hand. He throws the massive sun sphere straight at Yi He. Compared to it, even Yi He's giant body looks small. The terrifying heat forces Yi He to focus. Yi He narrows his eyes. Facing such a devastating attack, he shows no fear. Instead, he smirks. Finally, this is getting interesting. He channels his energy and turns his hand into a giant Godzilla mouth. Nuclear power swirls inside like a raging storm. Watching the incoming sun, he laughs. "You think you're the only one with a big move? Perfect. I'll test my new skill on you." He can't hide his excitement anymore. He throws his head back and roars, sky-shaking dragon cannon. That grin says he's been waiting for this moment all along. As the blazing sun crashes down, Yi-hee raises his Godzilla arm. The massive mouth opens wide. A surge of nuclear energy blasts out and wraps around the fireball like an invisible hand crushing it. Zhu Yanting's eyes widen in disbelief. The ultimate move he poured everything into is being torn apart by Yi-hee's nuclear power. Only now does Zhu Yanting realize how bad this is. His eyes lose focus. His lips tremble as he mutters, "I'm done." The nuclear beam shoots higher into the sky. It slices past the moon, as if drawing strength from its light. Destroying the fireball wasn't just Yi-hee's power alone. Something else was boosting him. Just as things spiral out of control, a figure appears mid-air. The Grand Martial Master arrives and says sternly, "Yi-hee, you've gone too far." The moment Yi-hee sees who it is, he cancels his battle form. Scratching his head, he laughs awkwardly. "Haha, since the principal showed up, I just went all out for fun." The principal arrives at the perfect time, saving Zhu Yanting from disaster. In front of him, Yi-hee instantly behaves like a student before his homeroom teacher. He stands still while the principal stares at him in silence. After a while, the principal sighs. "I only came to see what this commotion around the arena was about. Didn't expect you to drag me into the spotlight." Standing before him, Yi-hee feels the pressure. The principal looks at him knowingly. "This feels like you planned it all along." Exposed, Yi-hee forces a smile. "I had no choice, principal. Without you, this arena wouldn't have any credibility. Please help the students this time." On the other side, Zhu Yanting is lowered to the ground, completely drained. The principal glances at him. "Your master Gongke calls you foolish every day. Seems she just likes teasing you." Then he turns to Yi-hee. "Fine. I'll personally back this arena." With that, the principal uses a sun transmission artifact to speak across the entire campus. "Anyone else want to challenge Yi-hee? If not, I'll declare him the defending champion." Many still want revenge and to wipe that smug look off Yi-hee's face. But after witnessing that power, no one dares move. They push each other forward. "You go first. Are you crazy? One atomic breath and I'm done. Not just in pieces. It'd be erased." In the end, no one steps out. After waiting in silence, the arena remains still. The principal finally announces, in that case, Yi-hee is the victor. The entire Huada arena explodes with excitement. One martial artist challenged the whole school and won. A legend is born. Yi-hee stands proudly at the center, raising his fist high, claiming his place at the top. After the principal confirms the victory, Yi-hee's fame explodes overnight. People call him the rising star of Huada, even of humanity. The trending charts are dominated by his name. Number 1, Yi-hee solos all Huada martial artists. Number 2, freshman Yi-hee. Number 3, Principal Dixon declares Yi-hee a Huada legend. Some even claim to be related to him. One says, "I knew since childhood he was extraordinary." Another shouts, "I'm Yi-hee's uncle, follow me for inside info." But behind the hype lies real hope. With Grandmaster Du Jingming missing and 12 cities fallen, Yi-hee feels like a new light in dark times. Back at Nober 1 High School in Ansheng, his homeroom teacher sets up a giant screen for the whole school to watch. The campus erupts in cheers. "Yi-hee is amazing. He didn't disgrace our school." The teacher beams with pride, then switches to lecture mode. "Study hard and become the next Yi-hee." In a corner, Wang Tong, who once bullied him, looks bitter. Online, rumors begin to spread. Why did Principal Shi Jingwen personally back Yi-hee? For a private duel, that's unusual. Questions flood in. What's Yi-hee's relationship with Shi Jingwen? Who stands behind him? Forces and organizations start digging. His file says orphan, but clearly it's not that simple. The long side quickly releases an official statement. Yi-hee's identity is classified at the highest level. Any baseless speculation must stop immediately, or face consequences. That one notice silences countless voices. At the Dragon Blood Society, it's the opposite. The place feels like a festival. Yi-hee just brought them massive glory. Cheers echo everywhere. The most excited are Yan Zhengxiong and Ouyang Zhe. In the middle of celebrating, they suddenly realize something. Yan Zhengxiong looks around. Wait, where's the president? Then he remembers. Oh right, he said he had something urgent and disappeared. At the same time, in Dorm 42 FA3 Yi-hee's room, while the world goes crazy over his name, Yi-hee stays calm. He connects to Dr. Mad through a 3D screen. The doctor reports, "Master, I retrieved the golden gene you hid in Ansheng." Yi-hee asks directly, "Can you open it?" Dr. Mad turns serious. "Yes, I was one of the lead engineers in the golden gene project. But there's a problem. The container has a hidden electronic tracker. Once opened, it will send a signal. The Thunder Raven organization will track it and hunt us down." Yi-hee asks calmly, "Can you block the signal?" Dr. Mad nods. "I'm gathering materials to build a signal isolation chamber. It'll take about half a month. Decoding the mathematical encryption will take another half month." Yi-hee gives the order. "Speed it up, but your safety comes first." After the call ends, Yi-hee leans back and thinks. From Dr. Mad's memories, he learned something shocking. Prometheus once had deep cooperation with the Divine Descent Kingdom. Back then, Prometheus used massive resources to secretly nurture a demon embryo for them. But near completion, they betrayed their partner. During its growth, they secretly implanted countless hidden modifications. When the alien fiend was finally born, it was far weaker than expected. Prometheus seized the first living alien fiend in human history. Then they dissected it piece by piece. To them, it was a treasure beyond imagination. From that point on, Prometheus advanced in biology at terrifying speed, like an F1 car flooring the gas. Breakthrough after breakthrough appeared, and the most famous one was the Eden Project. The goal was insane: to create an artificial god. This being would not only defend Blue Star from alien fiends and other forces, but also erase all nations. Humanity would unite under one supreme brain, using absolute power to distribute resources and create so-called perfect fairness. In short, they wanted to reshape the world into their version of paradise. There were other plans too, like the Fire Seed Project. It aimed to modify the genes of all humanity for a new evolutionary leap. Even the Thunder Raven organization's current Golden Gene Project came from that research line. Sitting on the sofa, Yi-He's eyes grow serious. The deeper he digs, the more terrifying Prometheus becomes. Just mentioning a few related clues almost got him mistaken as one of them. He has a bad feeling. Sooner or later, he'll be dragged into the Prometheus vortex. Then he remembers something. The badge given by Senior Qinglong. He was too busy helping Ouyangze and forgot about it. Now that He's free, he decides to enter sleep cultivation. Yi-He places the badge under his pillow and activates the special technique. His consciousness sinks and enters the martial fate space. The moment he opens his eyes, icy rain slams into his face. Each drop shatters in front of him. Yi-He sits up in shock. He's wearing cracked knight armor stained with dried blood. Corpses are piled everywhere. Looks like a brutal battle just ended. Not only that, strange burn marks cover the ground. Even under freezing rain, the flames refuse to go out. He checks a nearby soldier's body and quickly notices something. These wounds were not caused by humans. The muddy ground is filled with massive craters. Look closer, and they resemble footprints of a giant creature. Blackened scorch marks still smoke in the rain. After a while, the rain slows. Yi-He chuckles and throws off the heavy armor. How do these Western guys even fight in something this bulky? He picks up the most intact greatsword among the corpses and starts walking across the battlefield. In martial fate space, he can't use his full power, so he makes do with what's available. Judging by the timing, the quest NPC should appear soon. Sure enough, horse neighs echo in the distance. Two massive warhorses pull an elegant carriage toward him. The masked coachman stops right in front of Yi-He. The curtain lifts slightly. Inside sits a stern old man with one eye covered by a black cloth. He glances at Yi-He, snorts coldly, and drops the curtain. Without a word, the coachman turns the horses and tries to leave. Yi-He immediately shouts, "Hey, why are you running?" Strangely, the carriage struggles to move. The horses tremble but can't advance an inch. Because Yi-He is holding the back of the carriage with one hand. No matter how hard the horses pull, it's useless. He smiles playfully. "Old sir, why run when you see me? Aren't you supposed to give me a quest?" The old man pulls the curtain open again, this time horrified. Where does this brat get such strength? Dragging a whole carriage. I have nothing to say to a bandit like you. The word catches Yi-He's attention. Bandit? Did you just call me a bandit? Since both are in spiritual form, they understand each other perfectly despite the language difference. Seeing Yi-He's innocent face, the old man almost has a heart attack. He grits his teeth and snaps. "Stop pretending. That blue-haired martial artist came here before to steal my family's inheritance. My useless descendants failed, so I hid in the martial fate space to guard the last bit of honor. But after he broke through, he forced his way in and took everything by brute force. How are you any different?" Yi-He freezes for a moment, then replies calmly, "I don't care about your grudges, but as a quest NPC, you can't just skip work." When the old man ignores him, Yi-He's brain starts spinning. Suddenly he comes up with a shameless idea. He swings the greatsword twice. Clang, clang. Both carriage wheels are cut clean off. The old man screams from inside, "Hey, what are you doing, you brat?" Yi-He smiles like a true villain. "Sorry, old sir. To prevent an unqualified NPC from running away, I'll just have to keep you with me and explore the map together." And just like that, Yi-He forcibly drags the old man along. One walks ahead happily, the other curses behind him. "You little bastard, you ruined my carriage." Yi-He laughs. "Sorry, but since you're the master of martial fate, you'll have to be my tour guide." They pass countless ruins and monster traces. Noticing Yi-He is at least more polite than the blue-haired guy, the old man softens a bit. "Fine, follow those traces, and you'll reach the trial site." After a while, snowy mountains appear ahead, wrapped in thick fog. The ground is suddenly spotless. Yi-He frowns. The tracks just vanish here. That's suspicious. Meanwhile, the bald old man secretly smirks. He never planned to lead Yi-He to the real trial. He wants to trap this brat in martial fate forever. Yi senses something off. He looks up and mutters, "Wait, if there are no footprints on the ground." In the sky, a massive bird circles overhead, its shadow blocking the light. Yi's eyes flash. So it flew upward? The old man is shocked. He thought he misled him. Yet this kid caught the key instantly. With this talent and observation, if only he were from my family. Yi pieces it together. Flying creatures build nests in high places. This area is just flat plains, so the destination must be the highest point nearby. After figuring it out, he turns and grins. "I'll borrow your horse again." The old man stiffens and trembles instinctively. After who knows how long, Yi finally crosses the plains and reaches a towering snow mountain. He spurs the warhorse forward at full speed, dragging the NPC old man behind. The whip cracks as the horse pushes its limits. Suddenly, the horse's eyes change. It stops abruptly, rearing up with a piercing neigh. Both Yi and the old man are thrown backward, crashing onto the frozen ground. The unlucky NPC lands face first. Yi rolls and quickly realizes something is wrong. The horse sensed danger. That means they've arrived. A roar echoes from deep within the snowy mountain. A gigantic creature spreads wings spanning dozens of meters. 3 long serpent-like necks rise, each crowned with a white dragon head. Yi stares in shock. What the hell is that? Some lost cousin of Godzilla? One dragon head lowers right in front of him. Scorching breath blasts toward his face. Before those golden pupils, Yi and the old NPC look tiny. The pressure feels like a tidal wave crushing everything. In an instant, blazing flames pour down like a fiery waterfall. The terrifying inferno swallows both figures whole. When the aftershock fades, only the old NPC remains. His body is charred black. Leaning on his cane, he mutters, "Even if you found the right place, it's useless. Under that monster's wrath, you're nothing but dust. As for me, I'm the master here. I won't die so easily." The old man lifted his black hat and smirked, thinking the kid was still way too green. The real test was never killing the multi-handed white dragon, but finding the sacred spirit deep in the snow mountains and earning the white dragon's recognition through sacrifice. He remembered the blue-haired exception who crushed the dragon by force, but Yi was nowhere near that level. Yet the next second, Yi stood there alive, clothes burned off, sword reduced to scrap, shocking the old man to the core. Black and teal scales spread across Yi's body as blue light flowed between them, and he calmly said his model power was finally merging with his soul. As compatibility rose, the power fused completely, and Yi clenched his fist, declaring this was his true strength. The old man froze in place, voice trembling, realizing the kid was a monster too. A nuclear-like heat burst out as Yi transformed into a massive blue-black beast, rivaling the 3-headed white dragon, a full Godzilla form at 71% sync. But this form could only last about 2.5 minutes before the energy ran dry, and Yi muttered, that was more than enough. The long-necked monster sensed the shift and let out a piercing scream. Yi grabbed all 3 necks at once and roared, kicking off a Godzilla-level battle against a galaxy-devouring disaster. The 3-headed white dragon trembled in fear, while the old man could only chatter his teeth and whisper in shock. With every step, Yi grew larger, shaking the mountain apart and sending the old man flying like a ragdoll. The dragon's body was dragged along helplessly, reduced to pitiful cries. Yi swung it straight into the snowy mountainside, triggering explosions of rock and ice as his battle frenzy fully ignited. The dragon's 3 necks twisted limp like broken ropes while Yi began charging up for a devastating blast. Realizing close combat meant certain death, the dragon tried to take flight, but Yi roared that he could fight at range too. Atomic blue light surged from his tail, up his spine to his head, barely contained by the vast martial fortune space. He inhaled deeply, gathering every ounce of explosive energy for a full-power attack he had never unleashed before. The blue energy condensed, visibly at his mouth, ready to tear the world apart. The 3 dragon heads fired back with a spiraling lightning beam, and when the blue atomic breath collided with it, a crimson sphere formed and exploded across the sky. The clash dragged on, but the fully transformed Godzilla form burned energy at a terrifying rate after that atomic blast. The massive energy drain made Yi's timer drop fast, but he wasn't stupid enough to just trade beams. He had more than one model, and suddenly giant bone spikes burst out from Godzilla's abdomen as he roared. Try this. Dense nuclear energy exploded outward like a raging storm. All the spikes pierced straight through the 3-headed white dragon, catching it off guard mid-beam clash, as dragon blood and white scales sprayed everywhere. The dragon was left hanging in the air like hooked prey, and Yi smirked, saying 3 heads sure reminded him of something. He shut his mouth to stop wasting energy, and charged forward like a falling meteor. With one brutal stomp, he smashed the dragon down, bit the middle head, and growled that this time it might not keep all 3. He unleashed atomic breath straight into its mouth, the energy blasting through eyes, nose, and throat, shredding flesh from the inside. It was like a plasma bomb detonating within its body, as blue lightning erupted, and the middle head was completely burned away. When the smoke cleared, Yi held the still-burning red dragon heart high and roared like the true ruler of this realm. The battlefield fell silent, dust hanging thick in the air, while Godzilla's glowing dorsal spikes still lit the ruins. The old man stood there, stunned, unable to process how someone just manhandled the multi-handed white dragon in monster form. Then his face changed as he stared at Yi in disbelief. The massive dragon heart was tossed down in front of him, the impact alone shaking him off balance. Yi shrank back into a naked young man, laughing in satisfaction and saying he already knew where the inheritance was. Ignoring the old man's protest, he clenched his fists and prepared to take it himself. He plunged both arms deep into the dragon heart as molten hot blood splashed all over him. Feeling the terrifying heat spread, Yi hissed that it was seriously hot. Even so, he kept digging inside like stirring molten iron, nearly melting his own arms. After enduring a bit longer, he suddenly shouted in excitement that he found it. Whatever was inside was insanely heavy, forcing even someone with his physique to dive half his body into the heart to pull it out. Veins bulging, he finally dragged out the strange object with both hands. The old man watched in horror, heart burning with anxiety. Suddenly the object unfolded, countless tendrils wrapping around Yi as he realized this was the dragon armor, the true inheritance of the realm. The tendrils latched onto Yi's skin and fused directly with his bloodline. Once in his hands, the armor instantly melted into a flexible liquid form. It crawled over his arms and covered his entire body, syncing with his heartbeat as his blood began flowing through it. The old man was completely petrified, face pale and speechless in shock. Even the blue-haired genius only got 90% of the inheritance, but Yi became the first in 1,000 years to gain full recognition from the dragon armor. Standing on the giant heart, Yi looked down and mocked him, saying he just put it on, and that was it. The old man was so furious he almost picked up a rock, fists shaking as he cursed the brat. In the end, he let out a long sigh and relaxed. If even the ancestors approved, then letting the inheritance fall into the right hands might not be a bad thing. Yi pushed further, asking if there was still a second half of the inheritance, nearly making the old man explode in rage. He calmly explained that the genuine dragon armor focused purely on external power and needed a matching internal technique to form a complete heavenly gang martial system. 7 days later, Yi was still sprawled across his bed in the least dignified sleeping pose possible. Suddenly, his phone started vibrating with an incoming call. Still half asleep, he answered lazily after days of sleeping and digesting the dragon armor's knowledge inside the martial fortune space. Chuzhou informed him that the mission rewards were ready, but he had to collect his directly from the principal. With messy hair and drool barely wiped, Yi stared at his phone, wondering why the principal wanted to see him personally. In the city center of Hua University stood the towering Tianfang Tower. Yi arrived quickly and was greeted by someone who had clearly been waiting. The girl in red introduced herself as Nuwa and said the principal was waiting upstairs. Yi sensed no martial aura from her, yet she didn't feel human either, which made him suspicious. Inside the elevator, the atmosphere turned awkward as he kept sneaking glances at her. Noticing it, Nuwa bluntly asked if he was curious about her body, making him panic and deny it. Without hesitation, she unbuttoned her collar, causing Yi's heart to nearly jump out in shock. But inside was pure machinery, and she calmly explained she was a mass-produced service android, leaving Yi both stunned and impressed by Hua University's technology. The elevator finally stopped at floor 667. Nuwa bowed politely and said the principal was waiting inside, and Yi stepped out thanking her. But the moment he crossed the door, his body suddenly froze. A wave of discomfort hit him as distorted images flickered through his mind like static. He instantly realized his power was being suppressed, and just as he fell backward, a sofa slid over to catch him. When he opened his eyes again, he was already seated before the principal, who calmly sipped tea and asked how far he had learned Qinglong's manual. The principal offered him a special tea from a secret realm and casually admitted he could perform limited spatial teleportation. Yi silently confirmed his guess, knowing only space-type power could explain what just happened. The principal informed him that his credits were transferred, and as the main contributor to a level 5 mission, he could choose 2 earthly fiend martial arts and 1 high-grade weapon forging chance. Yi thought to himself that he wasn't lacking in martial arts or weapons right now, so he directly requested access to files about Suogen and higher clearance to investigate Prometheus. The principal agreed instantly, making Yi wonder if the man could really see the future. After finishing his tea, the principal stood up and said they would head to the archive room immediately. He opened a massive door and calmly told Yi he could drink the tea later. But the moment Yi looked inside, he froze in shock. A giant cylindrical tank stood in the room, containing half a strange brain with countless tentacles preserved inside. The principal explained this was Nua's central processor, and that half-brain once belonged to Prometheus. Yihe's mind exploded as he realized this was part of the first alien demon humanity ever captured alive. The principal activated the console and called out to Nua, and the AI responded instantly. He ordered the system to export data, and Nua confirmed the command. After a series of clicks, the principal pulled out a USB drive. He handed it to Yi, saying a portion of Nua was copied inside for him to consult anytime. Sweat formed on Yihe's forehead as he realized this device held countless strategic secrets of Hua University, and even Daxia. The principal shoved the USB into his hand and urged him to leave, joking that even bringing a student here already broke the rules. After days of closed-door training, Xiang Jianzhuang's body radiated scorching heat like blazing fire. At the final breakthrough moment, he opened his eyes, and his pupils burned with light. He felt overwhelming power surging inside him, far stronger and more domineering than before. Stepping out proudly, he laughed that in just one semester he had surpassed what others at Hua University needed over a year to reach. He was about to declare himself top-tier genius, but froze when he saw Yi standing right there, asking calmly if he was done. Recognizing him, Xiang Jianzhuang smirked, eager to test his new strength and mocking Yi for delivering himself. Yi simply replied that if he was from the Dragonblood Society, he should find Ouyang because he needed the training room. That only fueled Xiang Jianzhuang's arrogance as he introduced himself and bragged about crushing Ouyang. Before he could finish, Yi slapped him across the face so hard his words twisted mid-air. Xiang Jianzhuang smashed to the ground unconscious while Yi walked in, saying he already said he needed the room, and the guy didn't wake up until a week later. The scene shifted to the exclusive high-level training chamber. Yi rubbed his hands excitedly, eyes shining like a kid about to feast. Suddenly, countless colorful beast cores poured down like rain, and he ordered them all to be devoured to raise the mother core compatibility, despite the risk of forced hibernation and nuclear radiation release. Thankfully, he had Nua activate the strongest isolation system, and with her access, Hua University felt like his own backyard. Nua's system responded instantly, acknowledging his command. But soon, the system kept repeating that it was not enough. He realized the higher the compatibility, the more terrifying the resource demand, growing exponentially like a bottomless pit. An emergency warning flashed about high-level energy detection, but the shielding system blocked the leak just in time. The wall clock showed exactly 3:35 and 44 seconds. Yi was now wrapped inside a massive glowing green cocoon, covered in spikes, floating in darkness within. From inside, his burning gaze shone as he roared that when the crystal coffin opened, the Monster King would rise. Meanwhile, above Hua City, tension filled the sky as massive warships gathered for a campaign to reclaim territory from the monsters. The principal was already waiting in mid-air, and he announced that today marks the official start of the Great Xia Reclamation Plan, with 70% of the nation's martial artists marching out. His voice turned serious as he declared the clear objective. Great Xia must reclaim the 12 fallen cities, and every martial artist below listened in total focus. Beneath him, all students stood in perfect formation because they knew their purpose was to fight and break the monster chains crushing their homeland. The principal poured his aura into his roar and shouted, "All Huada students, ignite your chi and blood smoke." Thunderous responses exploded as blood energy surged and shook the air, and without any amplifier, his voice carried across the sky as he declared their chi and blood would rise and merge through the clash of martial power. He kept going, pushing the fighting spirit of every young martial artist even higher. He proclaimed this was their battle will, their resolve to reclaim lost lands even at the cost of their lives. And the moment he finished, a pillar of red light shot straight into the sky. Spreading his arms, he reviewed the missions and plans already assigned, admitting he knew many had prepared to sacrifice themselves. Then he paused. After that silence, his voice dropped but turned firm as he said, "You must come back alive, because as long as you live, there is hope." Everyone listened closely as he called the warriors, who survived the future of the next generation, and promised that Huada will always be their home, waiting for their return. His words fused their spirits into one shared will to reclaim their territory. Then he raised his hand and ordered, "All Huada martial artists, swear with me." He clenched his fist and roared, "Before me, none can stand undefeated." Countless voices echoed the same vow again and again, shaking the very space like rising tidal waves. In total contrast to the fiery scene outside, Yi He was still inside his cocoon, and cracks were finally starting to spread across its surface. Inside, Yi He's face looked calm and unreadable as he waited to complete his transformation into a far stronger version of himself, and it was clear something huge was about to happen. The scene shifted to a long corridor where a woman's sharp footsteps echoed with authority. The woman was Yu Yan, former Level 2 researcher of Prometheus, and now a senior executive of Lei Shitiao, and the guards on both sides bowed the moment they saw her. Her face was filled with frustration as disaster after disaster struck, from the stolen golden gene to a raided key base and the loss of an elite squad, while the board even suspected someone was sabotaging them. And though He Shi cleaned up Jinshan Temple, Long Ke still targeted Lei Shitiao. Luckily, Great Xiao was too busy reclaiming cities to interfere. But her expression softened as she muttered that with the nation's focus on the fallen cities, Lei Shitiao finally had the chance to secretly release that monster. It was the failed product of the first Golden Gene experiment, a true Pandora's box that could drag humanity into the abyss. And though unstable, it still carried Golden Gene blood and could sense the lost source, making it their only tracking tool. Yu Yan stopped in front of a massive secret chamber packed with cutting-edge technology. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a heavy ring of keys. With practiced ease, she slid each key into its matching lock one by one. Within seconds, the massive reinforced door slowly creaked open. Inside stood a giant bronze face, and under the dim light, the reflections made it look like it was wearing a twisted smile. When the lights fully came on, the strange bronze structure was revealed, sealed in layers as if imprisoning something inside, with countless red cables drilled into its head, while Yu Yan walked calmly to the center. She hurriedly stuffed pills into her mouth and chewed frantically, some falling to the floor, her eyes turning distorted and manic, as she laughed and said, "It is time for the world to witness your terror." Her eerie laughter echoed through the air as a stealth fighter jet tore across the sky at incredible speed, like a silent ghost. In the central cabin, Yin Yi was locked under multiple layers of restraint, from an Iron Maiden cage to a sealed metal coffin, guarded by one man and one woman assigned to watch him. His gag had been removed, revealing a horrifying lower face with no lips, torn cheeks, shriveled gums, and sharp black-yellow triangular teeth as he rasped, "Keep flying forward." Behind the captain stood two members with alloy prosthetic arms, and one reported that the hound's direction pointed toward West City. The captain narrowed his eyes at Yin Yi and said slowly, "Isn't West City the one Long Ke is preparing to reclaim?" The team answered confidently that as long as the Golden Gene thief was not a Grand Master, even a Xuan Wu-level martial artist could be handled, and under his leadership they had never failed, as long as they did not face Long Ke. But then the captain suddenly spoke in a foreign language to his wristwatch, ordering Master Eva to hide the jet's signal, hack the control system, and activate autopilot, and the AI instantly confirmed the command. In the next second, the aircraft began malfunctioning, as speed dropped sharply, and alarms blared through the shaking cabin. The pilot turned pale and shouted that the plane was out of control, while the others stared in shock at the captain's strange behavior. Before they could react, the pilot's neck exploded into a bloody hole as his windpipe was ripped out by the captain, whose face turned icy and deadly. He wiped the blood from his alloy arm and looked at his immobilized teammates, whose battlesuits were locked by Eva, and one trembling member asked when he had betrayed them. The captain gave a cold smile and replied that he was never part of Lei Shitiao to begin with, so there was no betrayal, then calmly told them to blame him in hell as he sent them on their way. No one expected their superior to turn on them before the mission even began, and like fish on a cutting board, they could only watch in despair as his alloy hand crushed their throats like empty cans. Amid the bloody scene, Yin Yi burst into laughter and mocked. "Ha ha ha, all dead already?" The captain turned to the prisoner as Yin Yi licked his own skin, with a dark red tongue, drool hanging from his mouth, while he begged for some blood, looking like a monster straight out of a horror film. The captain bent down, tore out a still-beating heart from a corpse, and said they were all great martial masters, so he should enjoy it. He shoved the heart straight into Yin Yi's mouth, and Yin Yi roared excitedly that the hound was finally free. The heart was crushed like juicy fruit between his teeth, and after swallowing it, Yin Yi smacked his lips in satisfaction before demanding more, saying it was not enough, and he wanted it all. The captain laughed and mocked that a top agent of North Bai Dun was now feeding a dog, hardly the image of loyalty. Staring at the pile of corpses, Yin Yi rasped with hunger in his voice and asked what he wanted him to do. As he unlocked the cockpit, the captain said there was no need to do anything special, just unleash his madness on Great Xia, because North Bai Dun did not want to see their revival succeed. the cabin door burst open and violent wind rushed in. Yet the man stood firm as a mountain, saying he had to leave now, or even he might be torn apart, and told Yin Yi to treat those great martial masters as his first meal after prison. He flicked away his finished cigar and jumped without hesitation toward another stealth jet waiting below. By laser bird rules, Yin Yi was never allowed to feed, because once fully energized the steel coffin could no longer contain him, and now color returned to his pale face as the long-sealed coffin began to tremble, while he laughed that he was no chained hound, but a mad dog ready to bite and devour everything. The steel spikes embedded in the cage suddenly began to shake violently. In the next second they blasted out like shells, some stained with brain matter, and shot wildly into the coffin's locking points. Under destruction from both inside and outside, the once airtight coffin finally started to crack. A twisted, dried creature stepped out of the steel tomb as the aircraft carrying him continued flying toward West City. His true form was revealed, a massive body with shriveled limbs and an exposed pink-red brain with no skull, as he declared he would find the golden gene, complete his true evolution, and become a god so no one would ever call him a dog again. The scene shifted to West City, where aircraft from many regions carried martial teams toward the fallen land, with Huada's massive carrier-class warships standing out, as orders came to retreat from the bombing zone and prepare wide-range fire to flush the monsters out. The plan was simple: clear the outskirts first, then a vanguard led by Martial Dao Grandmasters would strike the core and eliminate the leader. As missiles rained down like meteors, yet unnoticed, a stealth jet slipped deep into West City, while above the clouds a giant shadow reflected down. A colossal six-eyed monster bird tore through the clouds and grabbed the jet like fresh prey. Its claws ripped off the aircraft roof, but inside there was no human, only a pool of blood. Before it could react, it sensed an even more terrifying aura appearing right beside it. As the bird froze in confusion, Yin Yi appeared above it, no longer skeletal but far more filled out, grinning like a descending demon. His torn lips parted to reveal yellow-black triangular teeth as he chuckled that it was time to change the menu and drew his arm back like a living spear. In the next instant, his left arm pierced straight into the back of the monster bird's neck, and black blood splattered across his face. The arm suddenly split into countless red-black tendrils that burrowed into the creature, like roots drilling deep into soil. The bird did not even get to scream before its life was drained completely, leaving behind only an empty shell of skin. In the sky remained only the dark corpse wrapped in writhing tendrils, like a hanging mummy. From Yin Yi's back grew a pair of massive black wings of a bird-type monster as he stepped out from the hollow carcass, crackling electricity spreading from the tendrils across the sky. With the sun at his back, Yin Yi spread his arms to welcome the new world, now fully transformed with a protected brain, giant wings, a human-like agile body, and something writhing beneath his skin. 6 new eyes spun on his face as he looked down at West City and laughed greedily, calling it a massive living gene vault that would fully repair his broken body like a super buffet. Inside West City, only explosions and gunfire echoed non-stop, and the tension was suffocating. A stealth jet was hit mid-air, its belly bursting into flames before crashing down like a falling meteor. The impact triggered a terrifying explosion that collapsed nearby buildings and sent shockwaves and dust across the area. The tremor caught a ground squad's attention as a young man drew his blade and urged Liu Jie to rescue survivors. But the pink-haired martial artist warned him to stay calm because the monster that downed the jet might still be nearby. Xiao Zhang insisted that Liu Jie was a great martial master, and they were only in the outer zone, so nothing here should rival her. And though others agreed, she finally nodded but told them to stay extremely cautious. They rushed over a kilometer in no time, only to freeze at the sight of shredded monster corpses everywhere, their cores intact and twitching, while a man sat with his back to them, calmly chewing, as if enjoying a meal. Xiao Zhang turned pale and whispered that one man could not have done this alone, but Liu Jie immediately sensed something was wrong and suspected a deranged martial artist had slipped into the battlefield. The monsters were torn apart in brutal fashion and deliberately kept barely alive, showing he was not fighting to kill but torturing them for fun. The man slowly turned his head, twisting it a full 180 while his body stayed still, revealing a huge deformed figure with 6 symmetrical eyes and a blood-soaked grin as he laughed that new prey had arrived. One glance made even battle-hardened Liu Jie shiver as she realized he was beyond her level. But it was too late as red-black tendrils burst from the ground and wove into a giant half-dome cage. Xiao Zhang shouted Win Chi slash and swung his blade at the tendril wall. Instead of hitting something solid, it felt like striking thick mud, and the blade was sucked deep into the red-black mass. Panic hit him as he realized it was soft like sludge and impossible to pull free. Suddenly, a giant human face bulged from the tendril wall, and before he could react, a bloody mouth lunged at him with foul breath and drool hanging in strands. In a blink, the mouth swallowed him whole like a snake devouring prey, and the sound of crunching bones echoed as no one could react in time. The remaining members inside the cage turned deathly pale, as one stammered that Xiao Zhang had been eaten, while Liu Jie stood frozen in shock. "Damn it," Liu Ji roared as her aura exploded. Knowing if she could not kill this monster, none of them would survive, so she prepared to risk everything, while Yin Yi sat calmly waiting for his food to rush in. He licked his nose with a twisted tongue as his left arm morphed into a red-black long blade, then coldly said "Wind Chi slash" while all 6 eyes locked onto Liu Jie. In that instant, she sensed the terrifying cut coming and barely caught the trajectory as her pupils shrank. Yin Yi swung the blade and unleashed Wind Chi slash, but Liu Jie twisted her body and lowered her center of gravity to dodge by a hair, the foul wind grazing her face as shock filled her eyes. She flipped back to create distance and stared in disbelief, because that move was identical to Xiao Zhang's, not just the skill but even the attack habit, and she knew his style better than anyone. Suddenly, Xiao Zhang's voice echoed from all directions, as if he were still alive, and when Liu Jie looked up, her face froze at the sight before her. The call of Liu Jie grew clearer as she turned, and saw the entire inner cage covered in red-black tendrils. Even worse, the tendrils twisted into countless distorted faces of Xiao Zhang, red eyes glaring at her, while their mouths screamed for help. Cold sweat poured down Liu Jie's face as she stammered in horror, wondering if they had all already been devoured. Yin Yi could swallow opponents and stitch their martial skills onto himself, and in one brief lapse he slipped behind Liu Jie, tore open her arm, bit down with his triangular teeth, then burrowed into her body and seized control of her completely. Licking his fingers with satisfaction, he said the meat was decent enough, and sensed a golden aura elsewhere in West City. His face and body twisted until he perfectly mimicked Liu Jie. Then he laughed that he would blend into other squads first, and suddenly start eating once they trusted him. Thinking about stronger prey like grandmasters or overlord beasts, he stepped toward the ruined city as his shadow split into writhing tendrils, and declared he was finally free before vanishing at high speed. On another battlefield, a horned frost sorrow old horse suddenly appeared behind the lines, and the army immediately sounded an emergency alarm. As tension spiked, a calm voice ordered everyone to hold steady, and a white warhorse flashed across the field like lightning. An 8-legged white frost sorrow old horse neighed to the sky and smashed through the missile blockade into the tank formation, carrying a martial artist who raised a great spear with overwhelming presence. With a thunderous boom, the golden spear split the sky as a beam like divine judgment descended, and under that light the earth martial artist's imposing face appeared before the massive beast collapsed like a falling mountain. A golden energy blast pierced straight through the frost sorrow old horse, and the man stood proudly on his white mount, yet against the endless monster-tide human firepower still looked like a tiny flame in a vast ocean. Leading the charge was Chen Tianyu, wearing Snow Radiance dragon armor and wielding a dragon-scale spear atop a snow-white Qilin, the Huada Grandmaster Academy Dean and Vanguard Captain, declaring that only by slaying the high-tier beasts within the tide could they break its formation, and Huada's 5-man vanguard would take on that task. After moving for a while, Chen Tianyu suddenly frowned. The air was way too quiet. Kai Ming quickly said the route was correct. The Dragon Sparrow scouts had confirmed this was the best path to the Overlord's lair. Chen Tianyu calmly replied that the stronger a martial artist is, the sharper their instincts. Some can even see their own death in dreams. So Kai Ming, never underestimate a warrior's intuition. He immediately ordered the whole team to halt and switch to combat alert. The squad moving at high speed stopped instantly. No one questioned him. Chen Tianyu stepped off the white Qilin. Holding his spear, he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. 2 fingers pressed to his forehead as he focused fully on sensing the surroundings. After about 3 incense sticks of time, he suddenly opened his eyes. His expression changed. He had felt something approaching. Almost at the same second, the others sensed it too. A terrifying aura was rushing toward them at insane speed. From the sky, a massive golden light was falling down. It crashed right in front of the formation like a meteor. The ground shook violently. Dust and flames shot dozens of meters into the air. When it finally stood up, everyone saw the enemy clearly. A 5-meter monster shaped like a one-horned beetle, but built like pure muss. Thick golden armor covered its body. 4 massive limbs stood like stone pillars. Dark blue eyes and a sharp ivory horn made it terrifying. It crossed its arms and laughed. "I even prepared a big gift ahead for you. Why stop here?" Its voice boomed like a giant bell, a demon beast that could speak human language. But Chen Tianyu didn't waste a word. To him, defeating the Overlord 1 second sooner meant countless lives saved outside the battlefield. he shouted. Target confirmed. West City Overlord, Golden Horn Insect Sovereign. All units, prepare to fight. The entire West City war zone was already in ruins. Buildings collapsed everywhere. Black smoke rolled into the sky. The ground was cracked and filled with battle craters. Chen Tianyu directly unleashed an Earth Fiend martial skill, Thunder Steel Dragon Spear. An explosion roared behind him. His body shot forward like a fired bullet. The spear dragged white lightning through the air as he charged straight at the target. Golden Horn Insect Sovereign sneered. Humans are weak and stupid. You think tricks like this can hurt me? It stood there with arms crossed, not even taking the charge seriously. Its massive fist tightened. No technique, just raw power. The body leaned slightly forward, and pressure burst out like a collapsing mountain. Watch closely. This is true suppression by strength. The punch shot forward, tearing the air apart. The shockwave spread like a tsunami. Space in front of it trembled violently, as if anything caught inside would be crushed to dust. But suddenly, Golden Horn Insect Sovereign froze. Its face showed confusion. What is this? Just as the lightning spear was about to collide with the golden fist, a lean but muscular old man appeared like he teleported. He shouted, Earth Fiend Secret Art Water Drop Piercing Stone Hand. His hands flowed like water, leaving countless afterimages. Every strike hit precise points on the Sovereign's arm. Numbness spread instantly through its arm. The explosive force dropped sharply. In the next second, lightning flashed, and the golden armor around its fist was pierced through. Golden Horn Insect Sovereign roared in fury. The sound exploded in the air like clashing metal. So you humans prepared tactics to deal with me. Rage made the golden armor across its body rise like blades. Wings burst open from its back. Its speed skyrocketed in an instant. It knocked the spear aside and smashed its other fist toward the old man. At that moment, a nearly 3-meter giant in heavy armor appeared with a massive shield. He charged forward like a moving steel wall. Seeing this, Mulao immediately retreated and widened the distance, leaving the most dangerous part to his teammate. A heaven-shaking boom rang out. The heavy armored warrior was slammed straight into the ground. His huge body nearly sank into the stone. Blood flowed from the gaps in his armor, staining the metal red. Even the great shield trembled violently. That punch was terrifying. As Golden Horn Insect Sovereign tried to press the attack, 2 more figures appeared before it. Dai Kai Ming and his girlfriend Bai Tiantian stepped forward to block the path. One was half-step Grandmaster. The other was at 9th stage Xuan Wu. They cultivated a coordinated martial art and together could temporarily reach Grandmaster level. Kai Ming shouted, Tiantian, start now. The girl answered without hesitation, leave it to me. Bai Tiantian spread her arms and pushed yin-yang resonance to the absolute limit. Hot and cold energy spun in her palms, opposites, yet perfectly balanced. Dai Kai Ming instantly dashed forward. The tiger head gauntlet on his fist let out deep rumbling sounds. One hard, one soft. Like true yin and yang, black and white forces twisted together, clashed, then resonated. The combined power exploded far beyond their limits. The joint strike locked Golden Horn, Insect Sovereign, in place. But the monster barely seemed tired. It raised its head and laughed. What kind of skill is this? You think it can restrain me? At that exact moment, a domain unfolded. Golden Horn Insect Sovereign sensed something strange, and immediately turned its head. In the chaotic battlefield, it looked around. Corpses were piled beneath its feet. The monster paused and muttered, Is this the so-called human battle magnetic field? Suddenly, fresh blood shot into the sky. In the distance, Chen Tianyu urged the white Qilin to accelerate. The mount charged like a race car with no brakes. White lightning covered his spear as rider and beast merged into one and rushed straight ahead. Behind Chen Tianyu, it was as if a thunder general led an army of lightning soldiers. The domain fully expanded. Heavenly Thousand Thunder Force. Golden Horn Insect Sovereign looked up in shock. So the human cultivation system really has something worth studying. It roared. Its body swelled to twice the size. Golden armor cracked open, revealing lava-like red patterns beneath. Wings beat violently, sending sharp air blades across the battlefield like thunder. It launched into the sky, laughing wildly. The Emperor was right. Learning more is always useful. Its body turned into a golden beam, breaking the sound barrier as it shot toward the Thunder Army. 2 overwhelming forces were about to collide head-on. Boom. The instant they clashed, the entire domain exploded. Thunder echoed across West City. A bolt even tore from the center, straight beyond the city walls, erasing everything in its path. When the last shockwave faded, cold winds swept the field. No one dared breathe. Was the Overlord dead? Some shook their heads. If it was heavily injured, that was already a win. On the half-destroyed body of Golden Horn Insect Sovereign, flesh began regenerating at visible speed. New armor formed instantly. It laughed again. Impressive. A normal Overlord would not survive that. From the shattered torso, a new arm grew out. It smiled coldly. But Overlords also have ranks, and I stand at a higher tier. The entire team turned pale. Mu Lao narrowed his eyes and gasped. A rare molting form? Even Chen Tianyu looked stunned. The 5-meter body cracked apart and peeled away. Inside was a smaller dark gold figure, but its aura multiplied. Golden Horn Insect Sovereign entered its second molting state. Smaller body, but far more compact and deadly. Limbs almost human, still wrapped in terrifying armor. In the next second, it displayed its new ability. Its figure vanished so fast no one could see it. Only a lingering, dangerous smile remained. A violent gust appeared before Mu Lao, too fast to react. Golden Horn Insect Sovereign grinned. I will deal with this troublesome old man first. Dai Kai Ming and Bai Tiantian rushed to shield Mu Lao, while he instinctively used a force-dispelling technique. Boom! Shockwaves exploded mid-air. The aftermath swept 1,000 meters ahead. Every window along the street shattered at once. 3 blood-covered figures were blasted away. Only Dai Kai Ming and Mu Lao still had strength to fight. Even Mu Lao was shaken. This speed is terrifying. Bai Tiantian's arm bones were completely shattered. She was gravely injured. Seeing their teammate crushed in an instant, the 2 remaining fighters charged in rage. The air crackled with violent lightning. One threw a steel punch. The other thrust his spear from behind. But in less than a second, the dark gold hand grabbed the spear firmly. Even Chen Tianyu's Thunder Steel Dragon Spear, boosted by the Kilin, could not be pulled back. At the same time, the heavy armored warrior's full-force strike was stopped by the other hand. The 5 fingers tightened. The massive shield shattered like paper. The recoil blasted him flying. Seeing that scene, Chen Tianyu's face changed instantly. He urgently shouted Wu Huang's name. Golden Horn Insect Sovereign was now completely overwhelming them. It kicked Chen Tianyu's war mount and roared, "Get lost!" The beast was blasted away like a bullet and crashed into a distant skyscraper, causing a thunderous explosion. The dark gold arm gripping the spear suddenly lifted upward, dragging Chen Tianyu with it. The crushing pressure made even breathing painfully difficult. It laughed strangely. You've given it your all, and still can't hurt a single overlord like me. Then it tightened its grip and roared. So what will you use against the other overlords in West City? Chen Tianyu's face turned pale. His throat was nearly crushed as he forced out the words. What? There are other overlords in West City? In the eastern war zone of West City, human casualties were rising every minute. But no matter the cost, this battle had to be won. Not just for the hundreds of thousands killed by demon beasts, but for the future of Great Xia. This was ancestral land. Even if the last warrior bled dry, West City had to be reclaimed. Inside the command battleship, alarms suddenly screamed. A technician shouted, "Level 1 alert. A massive biological energy reaction detected 1,000 meters underground. It is rising rapidly." The system quickly concluded the creature had reached overlord level. Meanwhile, the ground forces had no grandmaster guarding them. The system immediately suggested retreat. Everyone was stunned. Wasn't the West City overlord already intercepted by President Chen's vanguard? But the Supreme Commander did not hesitate. He slammed the table and shouted, "No delay. Order full retreat for ground forces. Air battleships ascend immediately. Prepare nuclear bombs." As the orders went out, the warriors below also felt something wrong. The ground suddenly trembled like a dragon turning beneath the earth. The shaking grew more violent. Veteran fighters instantly realized something enormous was about to break through. On the battleship, someone screamed, "Captain, a tentacle is heading toward us." The electromagnetic cannon fired at once. The beam blasted the massive tentacle and sliced it clean in half midair. With a deafening crash, the skyscraper-sized tentacle segment slammed into the ground, sending out a shockwave like a meteor strike. But what happened next froze everyone in fear. The fallen tentacle rooted itself like a plant and began regenerating at terrifying speed. The destroyed section rapidly formed new flesh. Someone shouted in panic, "It's regenerating." The tissue split open and a new tentacle grew out fully formed. In just seconds, the outer layer hardened completely. The massive energy blast had done almost no damage. The Supreme Commander roared, "There's no time left. Launch the bunker buster nuclear bombs now." The order was executed instantly. 3 nuclear torpedoes with acceleration engines shot from the bottom of the battleship toward the ground. More mood yellow tentacles burst wildly from underground. The land across hundreds of miles began cracking apart. The drill heads on the torpedoes activated at full power and bored straight into the earth. Moments later, blinding light and terrifying heat erupted from below, like a waking volcano. A massive red mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The shockwave was so strong the battleship shook violently like a small boat in a storm. The Supreme Commander clenched his fists, pain and fury clear on his face. 3 nuclear bombs had been used. He only hoped the warriors below had enough time to retreat. But then a pale female technician screamed, "Captain, the Overlord's life signal has not disappeared." Everyone looked down. In the raging sea of fire, gigantic tentacles were still writhing. A crack thousands of meters long split the ground, and within the smoke a colossal shadow moved. The Supreme Commander shouted in disbelief. It survived 3 nuclear bombs? He slammed his fist onto the command console, fury erupting. Damn it! A terrifying thought filled his mind. Was the West City reclamation operation about to fail? The air inside the battleship grew suffocatingly heavy. No one dared to speak another word. But at that moment, the central system suddenly changed. A higher authority forcibly took over. The supercomputer Nua's electronic voice echoed. Notice, central control has been seized. The Supreme Commander looked up in shock. Taken over by Nua? The calm voice continued. Thank you to all warriors of West City for fighting with blood and life. From this moment on, please hand the battlefield to him. The commander frowned. Him? Who is he? A technician suddenly shouted. An intercontinental ballistic missile is approaching this area. The commander immediately demanded details. Everyone looked up. A blazing streak tore through the clouds. A hypersonic missile was rushing in at terrifying speed. Then the commander noticed something strange. His expression shifted. Wait, there's a life signal on the missile? His eyes widened. His voice trembled. There's even someone standing on it. A green military missile streaked across the vast sky. Flames trailed behind like a glowing scar over the capital. At several Mach speed, the air hit like steel walls, yet the figure on top stood unmoving like a mountain. That person was Yi He. After breaking out of his cocoon, his aura had completely changed. Sharper, more domineering. Standing on the missile, he even felt like a sword-riding cultivator, just that his sword was a bit more high-tech. Minutes earlier at Hua University, a blue beam shot into the sky, dyeing the capital's clouds bright azure. Citizens everywhere opened their windows and stared in shock. This was the secret trump card Imperial University prepared to reclaim Great Xia, and at the center of it all was Yi He, absorbing that massive power. A service robot shaped like Nua stepped forward, holding a watch. Student Yi He, congratulations on your breakthrough. She carefully put the watch on his wrist. This is a custom nano-combat armor prepared by Dragon Sparrow for you. The moment it locked in place, black-blue liquid nanoparticles flowed out and covered Yi He's body, forming a full battlesuit. His gaze sharpened. Nua, how long ago did the West City forces and Hua University depart? Nua answered instantly. 5 hours ago. Yi He was stunned. What? That long ago? Damn. He spoke quickly. Prepare a hypersonic fighter. No, still too slow. Use an intercontinental ballistic missile. It's faster. Nua replied calmly. Understood. This trip to West City had 2 goals. First, find the Mad Doctor and reclaim the Golden Gene. Second, hunt an Overlord and obtain its core to complete his final evolution. His compatibility with the Emperor Prime template had reached 99%. Lower cores were useless. Even Lord-level cores barely helped. He had drained massive resources, nearly emptying Hua University's market, yet was stuck at the final 1%. At the launch site, Yi He stood ready. Nua's voice echoed again. Student Yi He, the intercontinental ballistic missile is ready for launch. May your martial fortune rise. The green missile shot straight into the sky. Back to the present. As the missile locked onto the tentacle monster below, Yi He smirked. Finally found you. 3 nuclear bombs couldn't kill you. Looks like my last 1% depends on you. He mocked lightly. According to the data, you're called Earth Demon, right? Not a very cool name. Maybe it was angered by the insult. But at that moment, the missile was already about to hit the writhing nest of tentacles. Just before the intercontinental missile exploded, Yi He casually leapt off. He even muttered that this Emperor Prime seemed quite hot-tempered. Yi He activated the Godzilla secret art. Nuclear light sword slash ignited. Blue tidal waves of light gathered between his hands. Layers of blue crystal-like structures formed around his fists, wrapping them completely. Without hesitation, he shot into the sky. As his arms swung down, the blue light extended into 2 massive energy blades. With a roaring hum, the 100-meter sword slashed downward. From below, Yi He looked like a tiger with wings, overwhelmingly oppressive. Inside the massive crater carved by nuclear blasts, dark red mist began to spread. Yet within that crimson haze, 2 gigantic blue sword lights kept flashing. Any tentacle that tried to wrap in was shredded instantly. Their regeneration couldn't keep up with the slashes. A single sweep of the 1,000-meter blade cleared an entire zone. In the command center, the staff almost exploded with emotion. Someone shouted, "Has a great Grandmaster arrived?" The news spread fast. Warriors retreating outside were so moved their eyes turned red. Some even hugged each other and cried. The Supreme Commander clenched his fist, eyes burning with resolve. This battle, humanity will win. Yi He pushed further, activating the Godzilla secret art, super nuclear light battle form. The outer Godzilla armor cracked apart, revealing even brighter blue light beneath. He crushed every tentacle in his path. After diving thousands of meters underground, Yi He finally saw the true body of Earth Demon. a dark brown fleshy mass 300 meters wide. Every tentacle grew from it. Yi He smirked. You hid pretty well. Sensing unprecedented danger, Earth Demon compressed its body frantically to boost defense. Even nuclear bombs struggled to threaten it in this state, but Yi He didn't hesitate. To him, this was just a slightly tougher prey. His grin stretched wide with excitement. This time, I finish you in one move. The air shattered from his speed. He became a blazing blue meteor and slammed into the 100-meter condensed Earth Demon. Godzilla's secret art, nuclear sky-crushing kick. Blue atomic energy erupted like a tidal flood, instantly swallowing the massive crater. In that moment, all colors vanished. The world turned into pure, blinding blue. Anyone who saw it would never forget it. As the Overlord-level beast vanished from existence, Yi He officially stepped into the top combat ranks of Blue Star. Even people far away saw the terrifying glow and were stunned. What happened in West City? It's blinding. Intelligence just reported an overlord there. Could it be stop guessing? Great Xia will win. The once busted city center was now a wasteland, flattened for kilometers. On the battlefield, Wu Huang lay motionless with only half his body remaining. His life force was long gone. In the distance, Chen Tianyu leaned on his spear and forced himself up. His body was covered in heavy wounds. Blood kept spilling from his mouth. He called Wu Huang's name in pain. Meanwhile, Golden Horn Insect Sovereign stepped past the corpse proudly. The strongest defense expert among you? One punch was enough. Half an hour earlier, Chen Tianyu had burned his life force, teaming with Dai Kai Ming and Mu Lao to force Golden Horn Insect Sovereign into its second dark gold molting form. But just as the spear was about to pierce its heart, the monster evolved again. The dark gold armor peeled away, revealing eerie red beneath. 4 extra arms grew from its torso. The tide reversed instantly. It looked at Chen Tianyu. You're strong. To push me this far. Chen Tianyu felt despair. Theres still another form? He knew the battle had reached its limit. The life-burning secret art couldn't last much longer. Even if he won, he would have little lifespan left. But Chen Tianyu didn't care about that. As a Grand Master of Great Xia, he had only one thought. This monster must die here. Golden Horn Insect Sovereign nodded slightly and expanded its battlefield seal. It admitted that human will-based techniques were indeed unpredictable. But in its eyes, that still couldn't bridge the overwhelming gap in strength. Its crimson eyes released terrifying pressure. Chen Tianyu did not hesitate. He activated Earth Fiend martial skill, Thousand Blade Thunder Spear. His body turned into white lightning, tearing through space. Alone he charged, yet his momentum felt like 10,000 troops advancing. Even Golden Horn Insect Sovereign was dragged into the suppression field. The monster spoke calmly. It seems the Emperor has recently completed research on the old civilization. Then it gathered power into one arm and punched directly at the incoming Thunder Spear. It roared while acknowledging him. As a human, you are worthy of my recognition. If you die, I will recommend you for rebirth in a stronger form. Chen Tianyu ignores his body breaking apart and pours every last drop into this thrust. Even if he dies, he will cripple the enemy so it can never touch West City again. Boom, fist and spear collide. A half-moon shockwave wipes everything to dust. Thunder explodes, and even Jin Jiao Changzun gets blasted backward. The explosions keep rolling. As blue lightning flashes so bright, even viewers outside the screen can barely keep their eyes open. Seeing the armor on his 4 arms crack, Jin Jiao Changzun just sneers. These humans are seriously annoying. He thought that last move was enough to finish them all. Turns out they burned their lifespan with a forbidden technique to force this final stand. While Mu Lao rushes in, catches Chen Tianyu, and spins mid-air to absorb the impact. Jin Jiao Changzun arrogantly says he held back only to preserve the corpses of these human elites. The rest do not deserve that mercy. Right as he talks, something chilling happens. Wu Huang, who was confirmed dead, suddenly reappears completely unharmed and smiling like nothing happened. Mu Lao's eyes widen as he points with a trembling finger. Wu Huang, weren't you just dead? Wu Huang covers his face and laughs like a madman, repeating yes over and over, yet his feet keep moving toward Chen Tianyu's fallen warhorse. Then he slowly turns around. His eyes glow with something inhuman, and everyone realizes this is no longer Wu Huang as that twisted smile stretches wider. His body begins to mutate, skin splits open, sharp spikes grow along his spine, and he convulses like something is forcefully rebuilding him. Watching their teammate turn into this nightmare, Mu Lao and the others can only stand frozen, faces drained of all color. But the real horror comes next. His stomach rips open into a giant mouth and swallows Yu Qilin's corpse in one bite. His head twists backward as new human faces crawl out of his skin. He laughs wildly and says the taste is amazing. Eating a Grand Master would be even better. The next second, a dark red punch crashes in like a meteor and blows his head apart. Jin Jiao Changzun curses in disgust. What the hell is this thing? He senses the aura of Yimo on Wei Xing on that body. It seems humanity has created a mad product and even dared to meddle with the Yimo. After blasting the head off, Jin Jiao Changzun looks down in contempt at the headless corpse, but black-red tentacles start pouring out of the severed neck. The tentacles twist together and form a new head. Black-red biorings with sharp spikes circle its eyes, and a torn grin stretches to its ears. The monster chuckles and introduces itself as an alien named Yin Yi, here to eat him, but Jinjiao Changzun folds his arms and coldly calls it delusional trash. Meanwhile, West City has turned into a massive battlefield. Smoke rolls between buildings and the gray sky reeks of war. Jinjiao Changzun throws another punch at Yin Yi, but the creature does not even dodge, just stands there, and he snorts that this is all it has. Then his eyes suddenly shrink in shock. He sees something even more twisted than himself, and his whole body stiffens in disbelief. A sharp blast explodes Yin Yi's head again, yet the flesh does not scatter. Black-red threads pull it back together in a heartbeat and wrap around Jinjiao Changzun's fist as he finally realizes he is being infected. Even his third molt armor starts corroding at a terrifying speed, so he decisively cuts off his own hand and pulls away with his beetle wings. But Yin Yi laughs and says the distance means nothing. That body was only bait. Then he suddenly asks a weird question. Do you know anglerfish? And the ground instantly explodes as a giant mouth hundreds of meters wide bursts out. Jin Jiao Changzun realizes he was tricked, but it is too late. The razor teeth snap shut and swallow him whole, as the earth is torn apart like an earthquake. After devouring him, the massive mouth twists in the air, shrinks into a veiny stomach-like mass, and merges back into Yin Yi's body. No one knows how that body can contain a monster that huge, but a sovereign is no joke, and Yin Yi looks thrilled because he cannot digest it yet. It is still strugglings inside him. Seeing this, Mulao knows this is their only chance and whispers almost soundlessly, "Now is the time to retreat." He hands the unconscious Chen Tianyu to Dai Kaming and orders him to take President Chen and leave immediately. But the hope dies instantly as Yin Yi already notices. He smiles in disdain, walks closer, enjoys their fear, and says he has not forgotten about dessert. Suddenly, his expression freezes. The scream in his throat gets choked off as if something is strangling him from inside. From the eastern side of West City, a massive blue light erupts. The energy is so overwhelming it makes your scalp tingle, and it is heading straight for him. Dai Kaming and Mulao both sense it while fleeing. Mulao turns pale. This energy is too strong. Could another sovereign have appeared? The explosion sound rushes closer as Dai Kaming, with his half-step Grandmaster vision, barely catches a faint blue streak diving from the sky into Yin Yi. Only at the moment of impact does the storm hit them, and even Yin Yi shows discomfort under that terrifying pressure. A heaven-shaking blast follows, as the ground trembles like space itself is being crushed before their eyes. Mulao spreads his arms in front of Dai Kaming and sternly tells him that no matter what happens, he must protect President Chen. Dai Kaming has no idea what just arrived. He only feels his heart being squeezed like prey facing an apex predator, and he knows this is not a sovereign. Its target is that monster. The ruins left by Chen Tianyu and Jinjiao Changzun are now completely flattened. Buildings collapse across West City as endless shockwaves roar. Yi He closes in on Yin Yi and slams him through skyscrapers for over 3 kilometers, coldly saying he first thought the one who swallowed a sovereign was an ally. But since Yin Yi targets President Chen and the others, this cannot slide. Before Yin Yi understands anything, he feels like being hit by a missile as Yi He unleashes a storm of punches, blue eyes locked on the black-red matter that keeps shattering. The moment Yi He senses that familiar aura, his rage explodes and he activates the Godzilla secret art, killing core nuclear fist, as atomic energy ignites in blinding light. He raises his right arm like dragging a tidal wave of power, then smashes it into Yin Yi's face, as destructive energy detonates and nearly erases his head in an instant. After the mid-air explosion, Yin Yi can only let out broken, weak sounds. Most of his body is gone, and the remains are blasted far away. But Yi He is not the type to stop and watch. Once he gains the upper hand, he hunts, like death itself, until the enemy is completely finished. From the shattered ground, Yi He stomps upward, grabs Yin Yi's ruined body with one hand, and lifts him like a piece of trash. He accelerates again, energy exploding as both of them shoot straight into the clouds. Yi He looks like a giant rocket tearing open the sky. At a height even he cannot judge, Yi He roars through the clouds, earth throw. Boom, boom, boom. The moment Yin Yi is hurled down, 3 massive air shockwaves burst in midair as he plummets like a crashing jet. When he hits the ground, all that kinetic force detonates like a heavy bomb. Hundreds of meters cave in, and Yin Yi shatters into a pool of crushed flesh. Only then does Yi He slowly descend back to the ground. A system notice pops up. Infinite monster template. Host Yi-He. Compatibility 100%. Flame sovereign form unlocked. Use with caution. And he now stands in brand new nano armor, radiating pure pressure. Before anyone can relax, the black-red matter gathers again at insane speed, and within a second weaves back into a human shape with writhing tentacles. After all that, he is still alive. This thing is absurdly persistent and even starts digesting Jinjiao Changzun inside. Yin Yi reforms completely and laughs in mockery. That attack was strong. It stunned me. First time in my life I have been pushed that far. Even Yi-He pauses for a split second at the sight. What stands before him looks like a demon from a blood ritual, drenched in gore, yet fully conscious, laughing that the last blow sped up digestion, and he has now absorbed a sovereign beast gene, promising to let Yi-He watch himself get eaten piece by piece. The impact site has turned into a massive crater like an artificial lake, yet Yin Yi rises almost intact, feeling impossible to kill. The moment Yi-He lands, he cuts off the rant with a loud smack as he appears right in front of Yin Yi. A brutal roundhouse kick slams into Yin Yi's face, spinning him like a broken top in midair, and Yi-He casually adds, "Not bad flexibility." Before he can land, another heavy kick sends him flying hundreds of meters into a skyscraper as black-red tentacles burst from the rubble, tossing steel and concrete everywhere. Yin Yi crawls out laughing even crazier. "Hit me again, harder." This time his body no longer explodes, only bones shatter, as if adapting to Yi-He's blows, and he sneers that Yi-He can never kill him. As soon as he says it, his body melts and bursts into endless black-red liquid, flooding the area like a bloody tide and swallowing an entire building. Yi-He only grows more excited. Atomic energy condenses wildly in his palm and swells to the size of a small house as he grins. "First time meeting someone crazier than me, but making yourself that big is just asking to be blasted." Godzilla secret art, emperor-shattering energy cannon. A massive sphere forms behind him and fires out like artillery as Yi-He slams the gigantic atomic orb straight into the black-red tide. Boom! A colossal blue explosion erupts over West City, and the light floods the sky. Dai Kaming stares in shock as Yi-He's speed and power go beyond imagination. What kind of grandmaster is this? The monster that just toyed with their lives now looks like a leaf in a storm. Mu Lao stands speechless at the sight of that blue energy and feels lucky this man is on their side. The blue atomic force sweeps the entire zone, erasing everything it touches as beasts and warriors devoured by Yin Yi burn away like moths in a nuclear inferno. But Yin Yi does not back down. He laughs in extreme frenzy and claims no attack matters because he can split infinitely, his regeneration fully activated and dividing faster than atomic energy can spread. Yi-He smirks at the grotesque thing before him, thinking only one thing: this is truly disgusting. Yet with extreme compatibility in Emperor form, he senses blood flow sharply and realizes Yin Yi is constantly adapting to his atomic energy. Yin Yi's face rises from the black-red sea, eyeballs growing around it staring at Yi-He as he laughs greedily. "This is my invincible ability. No matter how strong you are, you will become food." He even senses an incredibly powerful gene inside Yi-He, far superior to what he took from Jinjiao Chongzun, and Yi-He nearly gets goosebumps at that hideous sight. Jealousy drives Yin Yi insane, trembling as he laughs. After devouring countless lives to perfect his bloodline, he still cannot match the man before him. The black-red cells split and multiply at terrifying speed, waves compressing into a massive energy mass as Yin Yi howls in madness, determined to swallow Yi-He. The power turns into a doomsday flood sweeping the streets, and at the crest, a giant grotesque mouth appears filled with structures that grind everything like a blender. A building touched by the wave instantly disintegrates and gets dragged into that mouth, turning to dust right near Dai Kaming and Mu Lao. Dai Kaming feels dread watching this devastation. Just a fraction of its power chills him. If this monster is this terrifying, can that mysterious expert really win? In contrast, Yi-He faces the destructive tide without changing expression, and even mocks him. "In the end, you are just a glutton." The dragon armor trembles as one arm is fully released. Yi-He clenches his fist and his bones crack while his aura surges. Blue arcs flash like awakened lightning. The air quakes as killing intent gathers into his right arm, forming a blood-red gauntlet phantom, and he roars. One punch to split the sea. A colossal crimson fist manifests in the sky, its pressure suffocating, matching the black-red tide in size and feeling ready to devour everything. With a world-shaking blast, the giant fist slams down and space twists as the tide is split apart and detonates from the center while Yi-He's blue light pierces into its core. Layer after layer of black-red matter is crushed, countless cells erased as Yin Yi screams in agony and chaotic energy storms everywhere. Yin Yi's eyes widen and his throat tightens in disbelief. How is this possible? The remaining fragments wriggle like living creatures and slowly piece themselves back together under everyone's gaze. Yin Yi restores his form, glaring unwillingly as he realizes that was not Yi He's full power and screams, "How can your strength still rise?" In a blink he appears behind him, voice cold like a demon's whisper. "My power will always be one step above yours," and the pressure makes Yin Yi sweat. With no choice, Yin Yi activates a gene ability taken from a devoured beast, and within 100 meters the air boils. Violent shocks erupt in all directions as rocks are thrown skyward and explode into dust, the ground trembling as if torn apart by invisible force. It does not stop there as everything detonates at once, like countless vacuum bombs going off together. Explosions chain across the region, shockwaves spreading for hundreds of miles and shaking the land like a massive quake. Yet inside that nightmare, a golden energy sphere surrounds Yi He, and the blast cannot even leave a speck of dust on him. He casually brushes his shoulder, as if bored, calm to the point of being terrifying. Then he looks at Yin Yi with open disdain and asks, "Who told you this is my strongest form?" West City is still buried in smoke and ruins as Yin Yi, furious, activates another gene ability. He rushes forward and throws a punch at Yi He's face, while deadly acid shoots from his elbow. Yi He tilts aside with ease as Yin Yi keeps pressing with attacks like erupting volcanoes. Lightning and thunder strikes follow non-stop, but to Yi He it looks like a mild itch. Yin Yi starts doubting himself and screams in madness. "What kind of monster did I absorb?" insisting he is the perfect being as all his cells switch to amplified sonic mode. A supersonic roar tears through space, sweeping everything like a storm as the ground is shaved down by several meters. He does not even move, standing there like he is enjoying wind from a giant hairdryer, then coldly replies, "This mess is what you call an attack. No matter what you try, you cannot kill me. After my physique evolved, Zawarudo evolved with it." He even throws in a mocking grin and adds, "Honestly, you could punch all day and probably not scratch my defense." Faced with that infuriating calm, Yin Yi finally feels real confusion. Is it possible I truly cannot win? Though his power keeps rising and genes keep optimizing, the once fearless Yin Yi begins to think about running as his body trembles. Yi walks closer step by step, the pressure crushing down as he says coldly, "The gap between us is far too big." In an instant he expands into his Titan form, towering like a living mountain, while Yin Yi looks no bigger than a toenail in comparison. Yin Yi grits his teeth unwillingly. "If I had more time to evolve and devour more elites, I would surpass you, but there is no time left." He recalls that golden gene source with deep regret. If that signal had not vanished, he could have perfected himself before facing Yi. Realizing further fighting means despair, Yin Yi takes a deep breath and suddenly says, "Fine, I admit defeat." He tries to negotiate. "You are equal to a perfect being like me. I cannot kill you and you cannot kill me. So I will leave this city, and even this country. I can go to the Northern White Federation instead. Would that not fit your goal of restraining other nations?" The more he talked, the more excited he got, even drawing a plan to split Blue Star in half. "I take North Baton, you rule the East and West continents." And he didn't stop there. He promised that with just a bit of blood from the world's top powerhouses, he'd create a special toxin to wipe out anyone in our way. Yin Yi kept rambling like the future was already set, but the more he listened, the colder his eyes became. After that whole speech, Yi simply raised one finger. Yin Yi froze, completely confused. What was that supposed to mean? Then Yi slowly raised a second finger. Yin Yi stared at the gesture, puzzled. 10 minutes? Before he could figure it out, Yi cut him off with a chilling line. "If you're still alive in 10 minutes, I'll change my surname to yours." The moment he said that, Yin Yi's ticket to hell was basically booked. Enraged by the mockery, Yin Yi roared, "Fine, let's fight then." Yi didn't care and replied coldly, "Last as long as you can." Yin Yi leaned back with his arms wide open like he owned the stage, his twisted smile stretched wide, sharp teeth flashing as he mocked Yi. "Kill me? You must be dreaming. Even I can't kill myself. Every cell in my body screams one word, evolve. So how could I ever die?" But before he could brag any longer, Yi vanished and reappeared right beside him, locking him in a tight embrace. Yin Yi froze. It almost looked like a farewell hug. Leaning close to his ear, Yi calmly whispered, "Why not test it and see?" His other arm slipped under Yin Yi's shoulder. He tightened his grip and said one word, "Take off." With a sharp snap, the shockwave from his insane speed hit a split second later. Blue light blasted from Yi's back like a jet engine, launching them skyward like a meteor. On the way up, Yin Yi was dragged straight across the surface of a building. Atomic energy exploded beneath Yi's feet. He pinned Yin Yi down and dragged him along the building's face, carving a massive scar into it. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Even in agony, Yin Yi laughed madly. "You can't kill me. This is nothing but a scratch." But soon, he would regret those words. He kept flying higher into the clouds. The energy under his feet roared non-stop. They were already faster than a supersonic jet, yet he had no intention of stopping. Yin Yi felt the air thinning and the temperature plummeting. His face changed instantly. Are you trying to throw me off, Blue Star? They had already passed 50,000 meters, piercing through the ozone layer. Yet he still sneered. The vacuum of space can't kill me. It'll absorb the radiation and keep evolving out there. When that happens, every human on Blue Star will die by my hand. At that terrifying altitude, Yi grabbed Yin Yi by the head with one hand. Their shadows floated against the vast universe. Yi spoke slowly. This is high enough. No one will see what I'm about to do, and West City won't be affected. He leaned closer and whispered like sharing a secret. At this distance, you've probably lost connection to your derivative creatures, haven't you? Cold sweat instantly poured down Yin Yi's back. The moment those creatures were mentioned, his confidence shattered. Panic filled his eyes. How do you know about that? The truth was, Yin Yi's main body was never truly immortal. If he were, he wouldn't have been captured before. He was hard to kill, but every regeneration burned life energy. The more he revived, the weaker he became. In just the fight with Yi, he had already used nearly 30% of his life energy. His reserves equaled 3 ordinary overlords combined. But his real trump card wasn't endless revivals. It was the derivative creatures he had secretly split from his body. From the head once blasted off by Jinjiao Changzun to the body parts shattered by Yi, every piece that separated didn't die. They entered a dormant state instead. When his main body finally ran out of life energy, he would activate the backup consciousness inside those fragments and achieve a different kind of resurrection. Sadly, his ability to split consciousness was still incomplete. It had a strict distance limit. A blue flash sparked in Yi's eyes. His calm voice sent chills down Yin Yi's spine. Because I'm stronger than you. Deep down, he admitted it was the life magnetic field that exposed the link between the main body and the fragments. By tracking the battlefield shifts and measuring the strength of that connection, he calculated the range limit. Not bad. I'm actually a genius. Yi then delivered the verdict. In other words, you only have one life left. Yin Yi almost screamed in panic. If he died now, it would be over forever. The two were still tearing through the upper atmosphere, one dragging the other across the sky. Yin Yi's face turned pale green. One thought filled his mind. If I die now, I'll never see sunlight again. His bones swelled and muscles bulged like a monster breaking out of a cage. He roared in midair. Self-destructive fission is my final trump card. You can't catch every fragment. As long as a drop of my flesh falls back to Blue Star, I'll live on. Yi stared at him, flames blazing in his eyes. Are you scared now? Is your survival instinct finally kicking in? Yin Yi was about to respond when he froze. Yi's body began expanding at a terrifying speed. In a blink, he became a dark blue giant over 10 meters tall, and he was still growing. Yin Yi now looked like a chick in his grasp. An invisible force sealed him in place. Yin Yi cursed in shock. You can grow even bigger? Yi ignored the screams. The giant hands closed together. Yin Yi was trapped between them like a tiny mosquito. Yi said coldly, why chase every fragment when I can just hold them all at once? Yin Yi's escape route was completely sealed. The larger Yi became, the smaller Yin Yi felt. Yi tightened his grip. Then his palms pressed and rubbed together, crushing what was inside. Every cell in Yin Yi's body trembled in agony. He screamed in despair. What are you trying to do to me? Soon he was twisted into a lump of mangled flesh, yet his mouth kept shouting. What exactly are you doing? He even yelled wildly. Are you going to eat me? Are you some kind of beast? Who eats their opponent? Yi ignored the nonsense and swallowed him whole. Even inside the mouth, Yin Yi still laughed arrogantly. Aren't you afraid I'll devour you from the inside? But inside Yi's titan body, he was nothing more than a speck of dust. Still, he grinned. Fool, this is my chance to survive. Before he could finish, he was swallowed deep inside. Yi spoke calmly. Swallowing you is only the first step. Floating in the vast sky, Yi turned himself into a massive furnace. With a loud burst, he activated Hong Lian Flame Lord. His blue pupils turned crimson, and the light around him shifted red. The red glow grew so intense, it looked like a second sun in the sky. The entire area was dyed scarlet. His surface temperature reached 4,000 to 5,000 degrees, while the core soared to tens of thousands and kept rising. Even the surface of the sun is only around that level. Burning in that hellish heat, Yin Yi went insane. He screamed in terror. What kind of place is this? How can a life form reach stellar temperatures? In all my gene database, nothing can adapt to a forbidden zone like the sun. If Yi had used Honglian in West City, the entire district might have vanished from the map. That heat could erase a city and warp the climate. Inside Yi's body, Yin Yi screamed until his voice cracked. Stop it! Damn it! Are you really refining me into a pill? His desperate cries echoed non-stop. His body began to melt, ignite, and disintegrate inside Yi's stomach. He desperately tried to generate new cells to adapt to the heat, but it was useless. Unwilling to accept defeat, he shouted, I am the most perfect life form. Give me more time and I would have become a god. His voice slowly faded into silence. From start to finish, Yin Yi never imagined he'd be thrown into a living sun. A massive red lotus shockwave exploded from Yi He's body, spreading hundreds of kilometers. Stellar-level nuclear light lit up even outer space. Then everything went silent. 10 minutes earlier, Dai Kaming and Old Mu watched Yi He shoot upward like a rocket, dragging Yin Yi out of sight. Right then, a signal came from the battleship. West City headquarters calling Vanguard Squad respond. Dai Kaming answered immediately. HQ reported the beast tide had fully collapsed and all overlords were confirmed dead. Then they asked, "What's your current situation?" Dai Kaming gave a full report. After hearing it, HQ quickly understood. They said without that mysterious powerhouse, the West City recovery would not have gone so smoothly. Dai Kaming asked if the identity was classified. HQ replied calmly, "He's from your He University." Dai Kaming froze. He University? The dean? A special professor? Why haven't I heard of him? The more he thought about it, the stranger it felt. As student council president, he knew almost every teacher there. No one fought with world-ending blue light like that. HQ continued, "He's not a teacher. He's still a student." Dai Kaming almost stopped breathing. A student? Maybe a senior martial artist? But no one in his generation had surpassed Grandmaster before him. HQ confirmed again, "Has 3 grades below you. You're junior." Dai Kaming turned to stone. Up in the sky, only terrifying residual heat remained, reminding everyone that a city-level force had just erupted there. In outer space, Yi He was diving back down like a falling meteor. His massive 10-meter body began peeling like burned armor. As he fell, he shouted in disgust. "Not only does it look ugly, it smells terrible too." The Flame Lord's heat had burned away his nano battlesuit. He muttered, "Let's see what value you still have, Yin Yi." He opened his mouth wide. The charred shell cracked off, revealing his true body inside. Normally, he would activate the Nuwa Nano Watch to avoid falling naked. Rustling sounds echoed as clusters of tentacles crawled out from his mouth and rapidly expanded. A writhing layer of blackered biological matter covered his body. Yi He sighed in satisfaction. The high-tier Maka dragon bloodline combined with the Mother Empress insect evolution is insane. I refined Yin Yi and absorbed his genetic abilities. With a thought, the biological matter reshaped into tight-fitting clothes. Its structure refined and reinforced itself. In seconds, a sleek black-gray outfit formed around him. Yi He glanced down. This stuff isn't just clothing. It also repairs the damage from Flame Lord mode. No, not repair. Optimization. It feels like opening a character creation screen in a game. After absorbing Yin Yi's biomass, Yi He's body was fully upgraded. Heat resistance, energy storage, and energy output all surged. Neural response improved as well. On the outside, he looked the same, but on a microscopic level, he was completely different. Keeping his appearance unchanged was intentional. In this state, even body shape or gender could be adjusted at will. Yi He was extremely satisfied. The sensation was indescribable. This ability rivaled top-tier high-level bloodlines. The scene shifted to the North Baton Federation. Inside a military base, officers stared pale-faced at the anomaly in the sky. Satellite images showed a massive red shock sphere in the atmosphere. The commander, General Diaola, glared at the main screen. "What the hell is that?" At that moment, the Federation's supercomputer EVA spoke. An extreme energy reaction was detected above West City of Xi'an Nation, between the stratosphere and thermosphere. Impact radius approximately 600 kilometers. Estimated destructive power equivalent to tens of millions of tons of TNT. The general cursed. "Damn it, isn't Xi'an Nation running a recovery operation? Then what is this catastrophic explosion?" A technician quickly reported, "General, EVA just detected a life sign at the center of the explosion." He immediately turned around. A life sign? Even a special Grandmaster should have been reduced to ashes by that blast. Zoom in on the satellite feed to see what kind of monster Xi'an Nation is hiding. The central screen instantly magnified the image. A young man dressed in black appeared on the display. He looked up at the sky as if his gaze had pierced through endless distance and locked onto the satellite. The general's face twitched. No way a teenager? But then the young man's lips moved slightly as if saying something. Eva quickly analyzed the lip movements and translated them. "Admiral, he appears to be saying, 'Are you spying on your father?'" Inside the North Baton Federation's military command center, the atmosphere instantly became tense. Yi He's image suddenly filled the main screen, and he even flashed a mocking gesture. The admiral stared with wide eyes. The satellite was in orbit, so how did this guy notice it? Everyone panicked and demanded an identity check. A terrifying thought surfaced. Has Great Xia produced a 4th Great Grandmaster? Everyone froze when they saw the strange glow in Yi He's eyes. It was obvious something was about to happen. Sweat poured down the Federation officers' faces as reports came in one after another. Sensors had detected an energy source rising at an absurd rate. From the satellite's perspective, a blue shockwave sphere suddenly appeared in the atmosphere. The scene lasted less than a second before the satellite exploded on the spot. After casually destroying the North Baton satellite, Yi He muttered, "Still trying to spy on me? Too late. The Mother Empress core had now reached its limit. His life magnetic field expanded to a global scale. Not only living carbon-based creatures, but even machine signals and countless special frequencies could no longer escape his perception. West City had been reclaimed. A new thought suddenly crossed Yi He's mind. With his current lifeform level, could he enter the 11S class forbidden zones? As soon as he thought of it, he acted. He released his magnetic field and looked into the sky as if staring beyond infinite distance. An invisible sensing field spread outward from his position. In an instant, it covered the surrounding region and continued expanding at a terrifying speed. A massive flood of information rushed into his mind, but the Blackred biological matter automatically filtered the data, keeping only what mattered. A complete 3D model gradually formed before him. This was truly overpowered. The combination of yin-yis Blackred matter and the life magnetic field created an almost perfect world map. Every city in Great Xia appeared with incredible clarity, down to the smallest details. Suddenly, Yi He's eyes narrowed. When the Blackred matter reached Guangshan City, now in class secret realm, the entire reconstruction process became unstable. The model kept collapsing and reforming without ever completing itself. The reason was simple. In Yi He's perception, that place felt like a black hole swallowing everything. He shook his head with a helpless smile. So it still failed. Then again, even humanity's strongest experts were powerless against its class secret realm. Yi He wasn't surprised. Instead, he became even more curious. If Guangshan was impossible, what about the others? Yi He was already unbelievably powerful. Even so, he couldn't yet be called the absolute peak of Blue Star's high martial world. It was more accurate to say that after merging with legendary Godzilla's power, he had entered humanity's top combat tier. He ignored Guangshan and continued expanding his perception across Great Xia, then the entire eastern continent, crossing the Great Eastern Ocean to North Baton, sweeping through the northern cold ocean, and even the eternal ice continent of Antarctica. Every location was scanned and reconstructed. At that moment, the whole planet seemed to rest before his eyes. It was like unlocking the entire world map at once. Then the scene shifted. In Dongri, inside the imperial palace atop Mount Fuji, stood a luxurious chamber built from gold and crystal. Yet despite its splendor, a foul aura of death lingered in the air. The stench of decay overpowered even the incense. Behind a thin curtains sat a dragon bed over 20 meters wide, so enormous it was hard to imagine who could even sleep on it. Heavy coughing echoed from behind the curtain. A gaunt but gigantic figure slowly emerged, and the three attendants below immediately dropped to their knees. A gigantic arm stretched out from behind the curtain, larger than the maid herself. The flesh looked like rotting wood, covered in horrifying necrosis. A hoarse voice demanded medicine. After the maid left, the dying voice muttered to itself. That sensing ability just now even reached Dongri. Which powerhouse was it? The old monster Shi Jingwen from Great Xia, or Xia Li from the western continent? Has someone's noticed something after I stayed hidden for nearly a century? It seems I must speed up refining the divine relic. Once I step into the legendary realm, Dongri ruling Blue Star will no longer be a dream. On the western continent, the divine capital of the theocracy still stood tall. The 1,000-meter-tall god statue in the holy city seemed to watch over everything. Suddenly, the kneeling believers sensed something unusual and erupted in frenzy. Some shouted that the god had truly manifested. Others screamed that the prophecy was real. In their eyes, all non-believers would eventually fall into despair. Just as the atmosphere peaked, a man appeared before the statue out of nowhere and spoke calmly. "So that gaze finally woke you up?" A visible change appeared on the statue's forehead. A strange fragrance spread as fresh blood began flowing from a crack. Then the statue's mouth slowly stretched into a distorted grin that chilled the spine. The young man calmly took out a sheepskin scroll covered in scripture and pressed it onto the gray-gold vertical eye. The statue trembled slightly, then returned to stillness. The young man, dressed in the highest-ranking golden robe of the theocracy, his eyes covered with white silk, turned and bowed respectfully. "This was my oversight. Please continue your rest." The scene shifted to the sea outside continent A0. A massive cruise ship sailed slowly across the ocean. Any ship enthusiast would be stunned. It was Titanus, the vessel that sank 30 years ago after hitting an iceberg. Yet after all that time, it showed no decay. Instead, it looked unbelievably new, coated in a mysterious silver glow. Behind the stern, the reflection of a full moon shimmered constantly on the water. Inside the control room, the young helmsman suddenly looked into the distance and froze. "That aura, is that Yi He?" It was Barros, the silver-haired man who once made a pact with Yi He. He opened his eyes and behind him appeared a cold crescent moon. Slowly removing his hat, he observed for a while and sighed. "It's only been a short time and he's already grown this much. That's honestly outrageous." Barros looked at his pale hand, now covered in cracks like fragile porcelain. He muttered irritably, "It's all because of that blue-haired monster. If he hadn't damaged my mortal vessel so badly, I wouldn't have needed to recover for this long. But once I leave this place, I'll settle the score with Yi-He." The moonlit ship quietly sailed deeper into the massive gray fog covering Oceania. Internationally, this place was called the Chaos Mist. Beyond that fog lay the continent occupied by the second demon, silent ever since its descent. Meanwhile, Yi-He sensed that his life magnetic field had scanned the entire planet, but he discovered at least 12 other regions like Guangshan, all like black holes swallowing perception. Even worse, some hidden existences tried tracing his network back to him. Yi-He's lips curved slightly, yet a strange feeling rose in his heart. The waters of Blue Star are far deeper than expected. Hidden dragons and crouching tigers are everywhere. Just as Yi-He was about to withdraw his sensing network, a mental signal suddenly forced its way in. It came from the peak of Kunlun in Great Xia. Though extremely weak, he recognized the familiar voice. It was Principal Shi Jingwen. The voice on the other end was broken and urgent. "Be careful of Fu Hongsheng. For now, Great Xia is entrusted to you." Yi-He's expression instantly changed. He maintained the magnetic field and focused with everything he had on the remaining faint signal. The source of the transmission was indeed from Kunlun Peak. Unease began to rise within Yi-He. The principal warned him to beware of Fu Hongsheng. But wasn't that man in seclusion recovering from injuries? Had something already happened at Kunlun? Without wasting a second, Yi-He shouted, "Nuwa." The AI system responded instantly. He asked if it could track Principal Shi's signal. After a few seconds, Nuwa reported no location found. Yi-He pressed on and asked about Qinglong of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow. Nuwa scanned again but found nothing. However, his last signal appeared in the Death Valley at the peak of Kunlun, with no further details left behind. Yi-He's face turned unusually grim. A terrifying thought formed in his mind. Were the two of them really in the same place? Just as the Great Xia reclamation plan launched at full scale, everything took a sharp turn for the worse. Great Xia had 3 Grand Masters guarding the nation. One vanished at Guangshan, the other 2 lost contact in Kunlun, and all 3 were tied to the National Guardian treasure. Yi-He's expression shifted again. A chilling guess surfaced. Could Fu Hongsheng have truly betrayed them? Blue atomic light burst around Yi-He's as he accelerated, tearing through sound waves and vanishing in an instant. His thoughts were in chaos. If Shi Jingwen and Senior Qinglong were both missing, and Fu Hongsheng stood on the opposite side, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Great Xia was reclaiming cities non-stop, burning through national energy. If the top forces disappeared, the giant of Great Xia would collapse. And once it fell, suppressed nations would bare their fangs and swarm in like hungry wolves. Without peak combat power holding the line, Great Xia would enter its most dangerous phase. One wrong move, and enemies would crush in from all sides. And the Death Valley atop Kunlun was no normal place. It was a notorious forbidden zone. It suppressed martial artists, weakened magical beasts, and constantly spawned secret realms filled with both opportunity and deadly threats. But the more Yi-He thought about it, the stranger it felt. He sensed no signs of battle. A clash between grandmasters could split mountains and seas. If Shi Jingwen and Qinglong had fought Fu Hongsheng, Kunlun should already be in ruins. Yi-He's face darkened further. The only lead left was Fu Hongsheng. But if that man was truly an enemy, searching for him would be walking into a trap. Yi-He cursed under his breath. Damn it. All this thinking and guessing was not his style. Fighting was much simpler. As he sped past strange secret realm gates below, Yi-He kept calculating. No matter what, increasing his strength was the safest move. His 3 power samples had hit their limit. With his title as the strongest top scorer and the West City Recovery Achievement, he could still claim 2 new samples. There was also the golden gene decoded by Dr. Madman. Extremely rare, with terrifying mutation potential and amplification far beyond normal limits. If Great Xia truly no longer had Guardian-level power, Yi-He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, forcing down the weight in his chest. When he opened them again, his gaze sharpened. His speed surged as his voice roared across the sky. If it really comes to that, then I'll hold up this sky myself. In a commercial district of West City, one battered building still stood among the ruins. 2 massive holes pierced through it, cracks spreading everywhere. One more impact and it would collapse. Yi-He landed and calmly walked inside. The re-black tentacles covering his body slowly retracted back into him. As he stepped forward, he said coldly, "Come out." Scanning the area, Yi-He relied on his bloodline sense to lock onto the target nearby. This bloodfolk was good at hiding. Looks like he was avoiding something. Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed above. Fractures spread like spiderwebs. Then a blinding beam pierced through the concrete and crashed down with terrifying pressure. It fell like a meteor tearing through the sky. It was Yi-He, who had shifted direction mid-air and slammed into the ground. The sheer force of his descent made the surrounding space tremble. The moment he steadied himself, a massive shadow appeared. It looked like a giant worm with a wide mouth packed with dense gray teeth. Even worse, fat little hands grew all around that mouth. Just one look, and you knew this thing was bad news. But to the current Yi-He, it was nothing more than a disposable tissue. Blue light gathered in his palm as he calmly stared at the monster. Killing intent exploded. A violent spiral of energy tore through the air, carrying an icy aura straight toward the target. With a single strike, the monster split in half. One half collapsed into a mountain of flesh. The other exploded into green blood spraying everywhere. The sheer size of it made the scene scalp-numbing. As things settled, something suddenly wriggled inside the sticky mess. Yi-He walked over and understood instantly. No wonder he couldn't find him. The guy had hidden inside the monster's stomach. It was none other than Dr. Madman. Covered in green slime and trembling from exhaustion, he still stretched out his hand in overwhelming joy. "My lord, you finally came." But then Dr. Madman panicked and shouted for Yi-He to stop. He kept backing away, saying he was too filthy to let his lord come closer. Yi-He glanced at the sticky mess and instinctively stepped back half a step. Yeah, this was way too much for his nose. Disgust was written all over Yi-He's face. He covered his nose and looked at Dr. Madman coldly. Then he asked straight to the point, "What happened?" When asked who he was hiding from, Dr. Madman turned pale. He hid inside the worm to conceal his aura and the golden gene. According to him, Shi Diao had sent a terrifying monster to seize it, an extreme-level creature. If left alone, even West City would become its food. Yi-He found the description oddly familiar. He casually raised a chunk of red-black matter and shaped it like yin-yi. Then he calmly asked, "You mean this one?" The moment Dr. Madman saw it, his face went ghost white, like a nightmare revived. He trembled and confirmed it was the same creature. Before he could finish, Yi-He nodded calmly. "Yeah, I already dealt with it." After thinking, he figured refines it sounded better than ate it. Hearing that, Dr. Madman dropped to his knees in excitement, praising him like a descending god. Yi-He froze at the sight and quickly stopped the strange futile act. He told him to cut it out and hand over the golden gene first. Honestly, he was not that interested in it before. Dr. Madman immediately took out a silver safe box. Yi-He opened it remotely with Jiaorudo. Inside looked like water appearing before a dying man in the desert, but up close it was thick and sticky, so he used his power to lift it out carefully. Just one glance triggered a fierce reaction in Yi-He's body. A deep hunger surged from within, making him swallow unconsciously. This had to be the extracted golden gene. In the end, Yi-He closed the box. Now was not the time to absorb it. Dr. Madman looked confused. Yi-He explained that every time he absorbed massive energy, he entered a molting state and fell into deep sleep. And West City was still a battlefield. Nowhere was safe enough to evolve. Suddenly, Yi-He's tone changed. He looked at Dr. Madman and gave him rare praise. "You did well this time." Without warning, Yi-He thrust his hand into Dr. Madman's chest. Not to kill him, but to preserve this SSR-level talent. He began injecting red-black matter into his body. With that genius brain, maybe a miracle could be born. Dr. Madman had no idea what was happening, yet still responded respectfully. A scream echoed as the red-black matter spread through his body. Only then did Yi-He explain calmly, "Your current strength is too weak. When danger comes, all you can do is run. This is yin-yis red-black biological matter. It can enhance brain capacity and holds power far beyond ordinary imagination." He finished and pulled his hand back. But it wasn't over yet. Yi-He unleashed his aura as energy surged wildly around him. Behind him, a massive dark blue fin appeared, glowing with blue patterns and radiating an eerie pressure. His gaze did not waver even once as he placed his hand on the glowing spine. In the next instant, Yi-He snapped the fin connected to his spine. Lightning and energy exploded everywhere, yet his face stayed cold as if he felt no pain at all. He casually handed the severed piece to Dr. Madman. The old man stared at it, completely stunned. Yi-He explained it was his spinal crystal. "Take it. Absorb as much as you can." Sweat poured down Dr. Madman's forehead. His pale face trembled with tension and emotion. Unable to hold back, he burst into tears, snot and tears mixing together. Yi-He was caught off guard. Dr. Madman swore solemnly, "A drop of blood today, an empire in return tomorrow." Yi-He muttered to himself, starting to regret it. Damn, since when was this guy this delusional? Yi-He turned and walked away, calmly telling him to get back to work. Dr. Madman quickly wiped his tears and returned to his serious expression. A familiar sly smile appeared on Yi-He's face before the next big battle. He looked down at West City and said, "Still too many magical beasts. Time for a full city purge." On the eastern battlefield of West City, martial artists realized something shocking. The Overlord was dead. Once the leader fell, the frenzied beast horde instantly collapsed. Their formation broke. Their will vanished. With two tyrants dead, the high-level magical beasts fell into chaos. They began tearing each other apart, turning the battlefield into a sea of blood. Humans seized the chance and pushed in from four sides, shouting as they aimed to wipe them out in one sweep. Some beasts fled into the city's dark corners. Just as close combat was about to begin, Nuwa's cold voice announced that the inner city would be taken over. Everyone froze. A female martial artist gasped, "Was that Nuwa? Is that the one who killed the West City overlord?" The young commander wasted no time and ordered a full retreat. Under the dim moonlight, countless blue streaks tore through the night sky and plunged toward the ground. The magical beasts looked up at the deadly lights and roared across the city. The power in the sky shifted and condensed into violent red-black energy. It crashed down like a nuclear bomb, shockwaves flattening everything in its path. Yi-He expanded his life magnetic field. An invisible yet terrifying pressure blanketed West City, locking every magical beast in place with no chance to escape. Red-black matter spread from his body. Lightning-fast tentacles shot down and wrapped around countless scattered guns. Within seconds, they were pulled together and fused into one massive whole. From the giant sphere grew countless long gun barrels, twisting like living creatures. The scene was grotesque and chilling. Even more terrifying, its power source was the nuclear reaction controlled inside Yi-He's body. Veins and vessels across the sphere lit up like an energy network in overdrive. Atomic power surged into every barrel, pushing them all into firing mode. In the ruined battlefield stood a colossal sphere of flesh, like a living nightmare. Hundreds of heavy cannons aimed outward, ready to erase every remaining magical beast. Yi-He lifted his head, eyes cold as ice. His voice echoed across the battlefield. "Let me show you my new weapon, World Divine Gun." The next moment, countless hardened flesh bullets fired out. Each carried overwhelming atomic momentum, leaving blue trails through the night. Guided by the life magnetic field, every shot auto-corrected mid-air and pierced straight through each beast's magic core. Just the first volley alone cut down tens of thousands of magical beasts like wheat before a harvester. Meanwhile, Yi-He stood still, calm as ever, like he had done nothing major. He still had enough power to unleash many more waves of destruction. The magical beasts screamed across the battlefield before dying in despair. Yi-He alone matched an entire artillery division, and his bullets were auto-guided with terrifying precision. The kill efficiency crushed standard military firepower. This was basically cheat mode. Watching everything unfold, the campaign's supreme commander completely froze. Only one thought remained in his mind. That guy was not human. Even if Yi-He claimed to be an alien, he would believe it. Standing in the observation tower, he no longer cared how a freshman could hang overlord heads like trophies. Yi-He's combat power equaled a full heavy firepower legion. His accuracy and efficiency even surpassed the regular army. The commander could not help but wonder where Shi Jingwen found such a monster. Just then, a subordinate rushed in and reported that Yi-He's assault had temporarily stopped. In the sky, after the opening volley, the giant biological cannon began venting thick white smoke. It was a cooling system built from red-black matter, using countless tiny pores. The observers murmured. The system had hit overload. The atomic energy inside Yi-He had erupted too violently. Even the most adaptive biological form needed dozens of seconds to stabilize. The Supreme Commander immediately gave orders. Not a single second wasted. Fill the firepower gap while Yi-He cools down. All energy cannons rotate 360 degrees and lock targets. The moment the fire command was issued, the fighter jets opened their weapon bays. Barrages rained down, dust and flames covering the ground. The bombardment showed no sign of stopping. Wave after wave crashed down. The remaining Lord-level beasts grew restless. Normally, they ignored human firepower, but not now. They ground their teeth in frustration. Had humans upgraded again? A sky fortress above and a death sphere below. If they did not destroy it, forget returning to their nest. They would not even survive the next minute. One winged lord tried pushing responsibility onto others. "You charge first, we follow." Silence answered him. Everyone knew the fortress had to fall, but no one wanted to die leading the charge. While they hesitated, Yi-He finished preparing the second volley. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder roared. The western sky filled with long blue streaks. It looked like the sword of Damocles hanging over the beasts. They howled in panic. That damn thing was firing again. Low-level beasts did not even understand resistance anymore. Yi-He did not care about post-war reconstruction. As a warrior, his logic was simple. Without this firepower, countless martial artists would die in brutal street battles. The Lord's strongholds were already under special care. The beasts panicked. If Yi-He was not stopped now, their entire race would be wiped out. Even underground nests would not survive. No matter how deep they hid, his earth-penetrating missiles would dig them out. It stopped again. The cannon sphere went silent once more. After two sweeps, West City was covered in shredded flesh that quickly turned to ash once the magic cores were destroyed. White smoke still poured from the sphere. Finally, the Lord snapped. They roared that they had to destroy that monster now, right after it fired. News of West City's fall had already spread. Delay any longer, and none of them would live to return. At that moment, a technician suddenly sounded an emergency alert. Massive high-level energy fluctuations were detected in West City. On the screen, over 20 Lord-level beasts were clearly gathering, launching a suicidal charge toward the Sky Fortress. The martial artists on the ground all turned pale at the sight. The commander shouted at once, "This is bad. Move to support the cannon sphere. No matter what, do not let those lords succeed. Hold the line until the fortress enters its next firing cycle. Don't even think about getting past us." The captain charged first. Even knowing they were outmatched, no one stepped back. They rushed head-on toward the incoming lords. But at that exact moment, a sharp tearing sound exploded as Yi He's flesh fortress suddenly split open. No one had time to react. All they saw was a blue streak ripping straight through the leading beast. From the top of the fortress, a massive atomic light sword hundreds of meters long slammed down. The frontline lords did not even understand what happened before turning to dust. The martial artists who were ready to risk their lives froze in place. The captain blinked and muttered, "That's it? We're done? Disperse." The lords were gone. Damn, my fighting spirit just rose for nothing. Feels like we were just background actors. Yi He stood high above, eyes cold as he scanned below, so they really thought he was just a stationary cannon. West City was now firmly in human hands. His arms merged with red-black matter and stretched into massive wings. Rare seriousness filled Yi He's face as he looked toward the final beast nest. He spoke one sentence. "From tonight on, West City will be free of magical beasts." The first ray of dawn pierced the night and shone over West City. The Sky Fortress dissolved into red-black matter and flowed back into Yi He's body. After confirming every beast was eliminated, West City officially announced to all Great Xia that it had been reclaimed. At that moment, Yi He's lips curved slightly. One look and you knew he was in a good mood. A sly chuckle escaped him. The silent system panel finally appeared. Notification. Achievement unlocked. Savior of West City. Reward. 1 template draw. Additional notice. Contribution exceeded 50% in a large-scale mission. Eligible to merge rewards into 1 advanced draw. Minimum a rank. Yi He looked at the message with satisfaction. This felt way too familiar, just like those gacha mechanics from his past life, except now he was pulling monster templates. Anything below rank barely tempted him anymore. Merging rewards for 1 big pull was the smart move. At least in a rank on par with Godzilla would be worth the hype. News of victory in West City swept across Great Xia. The territorial counter-offensive had just begun and already claimed its first win. In one single day, 3 cities were reclaimed. The first was Lion's City, led by the #1 Department of Dragon Sparrow. The second was Land City, handled by the martial artists of Zuo Capital. The last was West City, officially credited to Dean Chen Tianyu of Hua University. Great Xia declared the campaign would continue expanding. However, Yi He's identity remained completely sealed. Only Chen Tianyu's name was released. A freshman peak grand martial artist crushing even grandmasters would cause a global earthquake. Elsewhere, Liu Qingju stared at the news with suspicion. Dean Chen reclaimed West City? That doesn't sound right. The military required strict confidentiality agreements, but 2 people still guessed the truth. Liu Qingju and Chu Zhou. That blue light was too iconic. Who else could it be but Yi He? The scene shifted to the Great Xia Reclamation Command headquarters. High Command immediately tightened all matters regarding Yi He. Orders were issued. Every piece of information about him was to be classified at the highest level. This was too shocking. It would attract countless eyes. After returning to headquarters, Yi He went straight to the Supreme Commander with rare seriousness. The moment he called him Sir, the man nearly jumped, goosebumps rising. The once imposing commander now bowed politely to a student. He stammered, "Please don't. You're my superior." Yi He casually replied, "Then let me ask directly. When do I get my Hua University freshman top scorer certificate?" The commander broke into cold sweat. In his mind, nothing made sense. A monster stronger than the dean himself still cared about a freshman title. He hurriedly explained that the normal confirmation process required Hua University's student council approval. It usually took about a month. But when he saw Yi He's face darken, he instantly changed his tone. "Your case is special, sir. No freshman would dare question this position. And the student council president is here. We can confirm it right now." By the time he finished, sweat was pouring down like he had just sprinted 10 kilometers. Yi He casually asked, "The student council president, where is he?" Right then, the door swung open and someone familiar walked in. It was Dai Kaming. The moment he saw how unbelievably young Yi He looked, he sucked in a sharp breath. Yi He turned and asked, "You're the student council president?" No one expected this guy to rush straight at Yi He at insane speed. They were suddenly so close that even Yi He froze. He wanted to say something, but didn't even know where to start. Then Dai Kaming showed the face of a die-hard fan meeting his idol. He looked more excited than when killing monsters. He said emotionally, "Senior, thank you for saving all of us. On behalf of my teacher, I offer my deepest gratitude." Seeing him so passionate, Yi felt awkward. "It was just my duty, no need to be so polite. And you're older than me. Calling me senior feels strange." But Dai Kaming immediately shook his head. In martial arts, strength decides everything. "You are the senior." Yi could only give an awkward smile and nod helplessly. At that moment, the system panel popped up. "Congratulations, host. You've earned the achievement Hua University's top freshman. Reward, 1 template draw." After handling everything at headquarters, Yi finally focused on the system. The moment had come. The crucial moment began. He took a deep breath and pressed the draw button with anticipation. The instant he pressed it, a massive black vortex appeared before him. A sharp screech filled the air. Then a mysterious purple light burst out, freezing him in place. Purple-black energy streams swirled around it non-stop. The glow was so intense that the entire room turned into a strange color. Yi had to shield his eyes from the glare. Excitement rose in his chest. This had to be something big. A gigantic form slowly appeared. In the center of the room floated a massive eyeball. Around the dark flesh grew countless writhing tentacles. The system displayed, Hellstar template, B rank. A crack split open across the flesh, slowly parting like eyelids. Inside glowed a faint pink-white light, with tiny tentacles trembling along the edge like lashes. The eye fully opened, its red pupil slowly locking onto Yi. Data followed. Bloodline solar devouring star. Senses cosmic radiation and light energy. Freely adjusts particle density. Light energy guidance. Controls energy flow and redirects output. Grand dark heaven. Devours all things. Current compatibility. 1. Yi's eyes nearly lit up. Finally, no more useless D or C rank muscle boosters. What caught his attention was whether Hellstar's control over light and energy could sync with the nuclear power of the Emperor Ancestor. If perfectly fused, the potential would be terrifying. Just thinking about it made him want to max it out immediately. The scene shifted to Qin City, still occupied by demonic beasts. Multiple top martial guilds had launched a joint campaign. After a full day of brutal fighting, heavy casualties, and nearly depleted weapons, helplessness spread through the camp. They weren't afraid of dying. What terrified them was dying without even knowing where the enemy was. The core issue was the mission to hunt the Overlord. Even after gathering the strongest guild leaders, they still couldn't locate the Qin City Overlord. One man leaned against the wall and cursed, "Damn it, we fought all day and only took back 2 outer districts." Another sighed, "The hunting squad is full of elite guild leaders, and we still can't even find the target." Everything traced back to those rat beasts. Most of the demonic forces in Qin City were rat-type creatures. They weren't individually overwhelming, but they made the battlefield a nightmare. The rats had dug a massive underground tunnel network and dragged the humans into full-on tunnel warfare. The Alliance first tried the same tactic as West City, using heavy firepower to clear the outskirts and lure them out before sending in assassination teams. But these rats were insanely organized. Almost none took the bait. The entire city felt eerily silent, and every entrance stood completely unguarded. A tall guild leader frowned. "This looks like they're inviting us in." The young man beside him nodded. "They want close combat in tight tunnels, our biggest weakness. Otherwise, we wouldn't have paid so much just for 2 districts. Just then, a female guild leader checked her phone and announced, "Latest update. Leon City, Lan City, and West City have all been reclaimed." Guild leader Silver Wolf slammed his fist into the wall, cracks spreading from the impact. He gritted his teeth. That Overlord never showed itself once. That beast is hiding deep underground in Qin City. To reach it, we'd have to cross billions of rats in that tunnel maze. It's almost impossible. We have power, but nowhere to strike. In another corner of Qin City, inside a dark and freezing alley, the air felt eerily oppressive. In the suffocating silence, slow footsteps echoed. The one who appeared was Yi. This time he came in a completely different look. A tight dark purple suit covered his body, and a crystal purple mask with strange swirling patterns hid his face. He muttered, "This mission cannot expose my real identity." He expanded his life magnetic field to scan the area. A heavy thought crossed his mind. Right now, no one on Blue Star knows the 3 Guardian Grand Masters of Great Xia have completely vanished, and the one behind it is likely Fu Hongsheng, the strongest martial artist in Great Xia. Yi couldn't understand why someone already at the peak would target the nation's top pillars. Yi analyzed calmly. With Fu Hongsheng's status and power, he should have been carved into Great Xia's history. But if he attacked the nation's strongest, then one thing was clear. He wants to weaken Great Xia, and at Yi's current growth rate, he would sooner or later become a target. The conclusion was simple. A battle between him and Fu Hongsheng was inevitable. The future clash already felt set in stone. Despite his terrifying strength, Yi stayed cautious. His opponent was Martial Saint Fu Hongsheng. To face that level, he needed more power. More importantly, he had to stay hidden and strike before the enemy noticed. His biggest advantage right now was information. Fu Hongsheng knew nothing about Principal Shi's message, nor about the insane growth from the infinite monster template. As his life magnetic field kept expanding, Yi He continued thinking. Given enough time, no enemy would matter, and this Qin City campaign was the perfect opportunity. Only then did he realize he had been scanning the entire city non-stop since entering. Standing in the city, Yi He sensed countless biological signals packed densely beneath the ground. He frowned. The number had likely reached the billions. The sheer density distorted his perception, making it impossible to pinpoint the overlord. He lowered his head, as if his gaze could pierce through layers of earth. No wonder the allied guilds were stalled. Even he couldn't lock onto the target. The situation reminded him of the blood pupil black ape in City. That battle was still vivid. Same high-level beast, same cunning nature, and the harder it was, the stronger his urge to hunt. A cold smile curved on Yi He's lips. With a sharp sound, Yi He stomped the ground and vanished instantly. A faint laugh echoed. Too bad for you. I have too many abilities. One of them will counter you. Beneath his feet, blackered biological matter surged out like a flood. In seconds, it swallowed an entire block and seeped deep into the cracks underground. It spread through the endless tunnels below. No matter how small the gap, the blackered matter poured in, filling every hidden darkness. The sudden invasion instantly alarmed the rat swarm. Like their nest was disturbed, they rushed out from the deep, dark tunnels. It didn't take long for them to notice the strange presence inside their territory. Curious, the rats quickly gathered around the intruder. Their steel-crushing teeth were ready to tear the blackered matter apart. But before they could act, the substance shot out countless web-like threads, covering the entire area. The threads tightened instantly. The rats didn't even have time to scream before being crushed and devoured. Only broken, chaotic sounds remained. Mad screeches echoed through the tunnels. The more they struggled, the tighter the tendrils squeezed. There was no escape. The rats' greatest strength was their numbers and stealth. Sadly, both were perfectly countered by the blackered matter. In less than a second, a single rat was digested without a trace. The absorbed energy made the blackered matter grow at a terrifying rate. To others, the swarm was endless disaster. To this thing, it was an endless buffet. From start to finish, He sat calmly with his legs crossed. He looked like he was casually watching a show. But deep underground, an unprecedented purge was happening. The rats didn't even get the chance to surface. The entire city was already sealed. In simple terms, He alone had surrounded every beast in Qin City. It felt like he built his own massive alliance and forced them out. The rats that once gave countless martial artists nightmares were now ridiculously easy for Yi He. It was like tossing everything into a washing machine and pressing start. After a while, Yi He strolled through the ruins and said calmly, "The rats in the city are almost cleared. The blackered matter has reached over 100 meters underground. At this point, you should show yourself." When the substance pushed past the 100-meter mark, the true king of the underground could no longer hide. On a shattered street corner, the blackered layer suddenly trembled violently, rolling like magma about to erupt. A second later, a terrifying force exploded from below, blasting the substance away. The shockwave spread over 100 meters. With a thunderous boom, a gigantic rat-like foot slammed onto the ground, cracking the earth into deep fractures. From underground emerged a massive white rat, as big as a heavy truck. But the horrifying part was its body, covered in countless rat heads packed together. All of them shrieked at once, their sonic waves destroying nearby buildings. Behind the monster, Yi He appeared quietly in his purple cloak and swirling mask. The Rat King turned and said in a deep voice, "Just you alone? I thought humans prepared a large ambush." All the rat heads spoke at once, voices mixed with men, women, old and young. The chaotic sound formed a powerful mental attack. It laughed strangely. "Your blackered trick is impressive, but useless before my howl. Coming here alone is suicide." Facing the killing intent, Yi He simply yawned lazily. "Who told you I only have one move?" He slowly raised his arm, then suddenly pushed it toward the sky, as if commanding a greater force. Solar devouring star. Instantly, the clouds above turned an eerie purple. They expanded wildly, covering the entire city, and plunging the sky into crushing pressure. The Rat King's expression changed. An unprecedented sense of danger pressed down on it. What kind of power is this?" He looked up and roared, "Heavenly punishment." The purple clouds gathered at insane speed, forming a vortex far larger than the city itself. Compared to it, the moon looked like a grain of sand. This time, the entire rat nest of Qin City was about to be erased. Deep in the atmosphere, invisible solar radiation was forcibly dragged together, stacking into a brilliant yet eerie spectrum. The light turned from familiar gold to a mysterious purple, as if carrying a will beyond comprehension. And the moment the call was made, it answered. The thick clouds were torn apart like paper. In the chaotic sky, a gigantic purple pillar connected heaven and earth, crashing down with destructive force and shaking the space itself. The white rat overlord instantly sensed fatal danger. This is bad. Pure instinct kicked in. It exploded with full power and tried to flee without hesitation. But Yi He's cold laugh echoed, his gaze locked on like a blade. Run? A beast like you thinks it can outrun light? The cosmic purple beam crossed the distance in a blink. The white rat overlord had no time to react before it slammed straight into its back. A piercing scream rang across Chin City, sending chills through every living creature nearby. Its lower body was sliced clean in half. Flesh and blood exploded everywhere. Even in madness and agony, it twisted back and roared. You want to kill me? Yi He stayed calm. He raised his hand and pointed at the purple sky. One short sentence came out like divine judgment. Fall. The air screamed. From above, countless purple streaks rained down like meteors, so fast that dodging was impossible. This time, the pain shattered the white rat overlord's limits. Its howl turned into pure despair. The storm had just begun, and its massive body was already crushed apart. Blood and flesh disintegrated, vanishing in blinding light. When the dust settled, a glowing crater remained. At its center floated a lava-like red core. Yi He glanced at it. As expected, a lord rank isn't ordinary. The body can die, but the beast core survives. Tough indeed. He was about to take the core and end it when a thought flashed through his mind. I'll handle this myself. The core was clearly abnormal. Sharp squeaks echoed from within, rapid and frantic. Its surface flickered wildly, like a bomb reaching its limit. Yi He's hand paused, a sense of danger surged. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he let out a low snort. Boom! The remaining corpse suddenly exploded. In that instant, countless tiny white rats burst out like a living flood, scattering everywhere in chaotic squeals. Yi He only raised an eyebrow. Watching them flee, he said coldly, "So you learned some dirty tricks." But the ground beneath him suddenly trembled. From the darkness below, black-red tendrils surged up like awakened monsters. The tendrils swept across violently, crushing waves of fleeing rats. Yet something strange happened. They didn't die completely. Instead, the shattered bodies transformed again, as if this mechanism had been prepared in advance. The fragments split into even smaller rats, using their tiny size to escape the hunt. The smaller they became, the faster they moved. Soon even the black-red tendrils struggled to keep up. Yi He clicked his tongue in disdain, a lord relying only on survival tricks. In the end, a rat is still a rat. Zawarudo. Yi He calmly called the name without hesitation. A figure appeared behind him, as if it had always been waiting. Zawarudo slowly spread its arms. A strange aura expanded into an invisible domain that covered everything. In that instant, time was locked. Yi He nodded in satisfaction. Zawarudo had evolved. It could now identify biological cores, crush every nucleus, and the splitting becomes useless. But if that was only a decoy, then where was the true body of the Chin City overlord? Yi He let out a cold laugh. This rat really played dirty to the end, even hiding a lifelock trick. It might be the weakest lord he had met, but its survivability was impressive. Too bad, the ending wouldn't change. Light gathered violently in his palm. Yi He said calmly, "You slaughtered an entire city. You're not worthy of my progenitor blood. Try being human in your next life." The scene shifted deep underground to the rat palace. Millions of rats packed together like a moving ocean. They swarmed tightly, as if carrying out something extremely important. Surrounding them was a massive transparent cocoon. At the center, a beast core shrank inward, shaped like a sleeping rat curled up. The creature inside suddenly reacted. After absorbing enough energy, its closed eyes snapped open. The beast core trembled violently. The cocoon expanded and swallowed all the surrounding rats, turning them into nourishment. Deep underground, the cocoon became a giant embryo. When the last rat was absorbed, a new creature finally formed inside. The shell cracked apart. A giant hairless rat with purple skin crawled out. It screamed, "I almost went to meet my ancestors." In an instant, white fur regrew across its body. It muttered urgently, "New city is done. I have to retreat to Sin Domain now." It dashed off at full speed, cursing in its mind. If not for the Emperor's order, why would beasts with brains invade human territory to die? I thought we could hold at least another month. As long as the human Grand Masters stayed away, hiding in the trial palace would be enough. But it never expected a monster like Yi He to appear. That masked human controlled strange, devouring matter, and even stellar beast power. Worst of all, it still had no idea how all its clones were erased instantly. Then it sneered. "Luckily, I left myself a way out. Golden cicada shall escape. He definitely thinks he killed the real one." Kakaka. When it neared the secret realm crack, it suddenly stopped before the glowing vortex ahead. Excitement filled its ugly face. "Kakaka, once I cross this, I'll be back in Sin Domain." Without hesitation, it leaped upward with all its strength. This place was too dangerous. But the moment it rose, purple light from the sky dyed its white fur. Its face twisted in shock. "What? Impossible. Did he find me?" The first strike ended, then a second and third followed. Purple light flashed repeatedly over the ruined city, tearing through the night. In the outskirts, the guild leaders were stunned. One looked up in disbelief. It's firing again. What is that? Silver Wolf widened his eyes. Orbital energy weapon? Can someone really call that down? This is insane. Another frowned. If it's a strategic weapon, why didn't the Alliance get notified? They immediately rushed into the city. Inside, only eerie silence remained. No trace of rat life. After searching, all they found was a massive crater covered in cooling magma and crystallized glass. Silver Wolf frowned deeply. I can't sense them. They're all gone. The oldest among them said, not even a trace left. Did they escape into the secret realm? Or were they completely erased by those purple beams? Silver Wolf looked at the distant sky, eyes full of doubt. Just who could command such terrifying power? Across Chin City, cheers erupted. After Lian City, Lan City, and West City, Chin City became the fourth liberated city. Shouts echoed everywhere. Long live Great Xia! Long live Great Xia! 4 fallen cities reclaimed in 1 week. Even the news anchor was swept up in the excitement. We will continue updating the Great Xia recovery plan. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a group of people was silently watching everything unfold. These were all top commanders of the Great Xia Alliance. But while the outside was celebrating, everyone here looked grim, because no one knew who was backing Qin Cheng. A senior official finally spoke, his voice uneasy. Just who did this? The room exploded instantly. Someone said it felt just like West City. We were cornered. Then a mysterious figure showed up and cleaned everything. Now New City is the same, only the light turned purple. Another added that at least this person seemed to stand with Great Xia. Someone shot back. What stand with us? You think they are the Calabash brothers? Reports came in that Long Quo had been contacted, but they refused to say anything. Logically, a powerhouse strong enough to flip a battlefield should be investigated first. Yet even Long K kept silent. In the end, they agreed on one thing. No matter who that person was, the remaining cities had to be reclaimed faster, or the Alliance would look useless. After wiping out every last rat in New City with the Blackguard matter, Yi He vanished without leaving a trace. On the move, Yi He calculated quietly. Aside from Guanshan and the Srank Life Forbidden Zone, only 3 cities were still occupied. 2 were already handled by Long K and Huada. With recent frontline victories, liberation was only a matter of time. Yi He made his decision fast. The next target was Ba City. It was oddly low profile. Daily reports came in steady. No big wins, no crushing losses. Barely anyone paid attention. With that thought, he shot forward, leaving a streak across the sky. While flying, Yi He glanced at his phone and muttered, I have been using Mother Hellstar's power too much lately. That purple light is way too flashy. A faint smile curved his lips. Time for a new look. Blackguard tendrils poured from his neck, wrapping around his body and reshaping him. His hair grew down to his back and slowly turned silver white, flowing in the wind. His face twisted and shifted as the Blackguard matter rebuilt his features from scratch. In seconds, a new figure appeared. A ferocious red iron mask covered his face, white hair streaming behind him. From afar, he looked like a demon king crossing the sky. Then Yi He pulled the Xingyun slash blade from a space rift. He glanced at it and said, It has been a while. Might as well change your look too. He raised the blade to the sky. Instantly, the Blackguard matter crawled over it and fused with the weapon. With one slash, the blade began to restructure. It turned into a long curved saber so sharp it sent chills just by looking at it. Even Yi He's voice changed, turning hoarse and deep. His aura felt like a dark abyss, heavy and suffocating, hiding killing intent like countless blades ready to strike. He chuckled. This identity will focus on pure martial killing intent. Right now, only Gong Ke and Senior Qing Long know about it. That is safe enough. With that, he sped up again. Casually, he ordered his AI assistant, Nu Hua, play some music. A notification chimed. Night is falling. Time to disappear quietly. The scene shifted to Ba City. Thick fog covered everything, so dense even sunlight struggled to break through. Yi He used Dark Sun Star's light refraction to hide himself and slipped into the Ba City Alliance camp. He passed through areas where martial artists were eating and chatting. Old Lu, hurry up. We are heading to the battlefield. The man replied, Wait, let me finish eating. This army ration tastes awful. Strangely, his chewing continued, but there was no food in his hand. He even complained it was worse than his own cooking. The person beside him laughed. You think the battlefield is your home? Then someone urged again. Gather up. The president is calling. Old Lu replied calmly. Let me use the bathroom first. The other guy cursed. Damn it, are you scared? But the strange part was, Old Lu never moved. He took out something, lit it, and muttered. I wonder if I will make it back this time. My son was just born, yet there was no cigarette at all. He squatted there, pretending to smoke, talking to himself non-stop. After finishing, he even crushed the non-existent cigarette and scolded himself. I am a martial artist. Why am I such a coward? Right at that moment, Yi He appeared exactly where Old Lu had been standing. His eyes turned icy. Watching the scene, Yi muttered, "Impressive. Acting without props." He finally understood why something felt wrong. The Ba City Overlord was playing a huge game in the dark. The entire Ba City Alliance was living inside a fake script. Old Lu was not eating at all. He was chewing air. The cigarette was just a dry twig. Yi frowned. Is everyone under an illusion? But a second later, he realized it was far worse. The more Yi observed, the clearer it became. This was no simple trick. He released a thin strand of killing intent and brushed it across the neck of a nearby female martial artist. The result made even him pause. Her body was completely rotten inside. Yi said coldly, completely decayed. Only then did he understand. The Ba City Alliance had likely been wiped out long ago. The terrifying part was they were dead, yet they did not know it. Their outer bodies still looked alive, but inside they were corpses. Every day they repeated the final moment before death, staging a play to deceive themselves and Great Xia. Behind the Asura mask, Yi's gaze turned terrifyingly cold, mixed with regret and fury. Using human lives as entertainment was something he would never allow. A black-red tendril shot out instantly. Yi dragged a martial artist in front of him. As she tried to scream, a tendril sealed her mouth. Another slid into her throat. Her eyes widened in panic. "Who are you?" With just brief contact, Yi saw through the method behind it all. Blood nightmare art combined with psychological hypnosis. His hoarse voice echoed, "You are already dead." The tendril withdrew, and she collapsed, convulsing violently. At first she looked at him like he was insane, but when a surge of blood aura flooded her senses, sealed memories shattered. She trembled. "I am dead?" The truth rushed back. "Yes, I died on the battlefield. The Ba City Overlord was too terrifying. It killed the president and turned us into living corpses." She clutched her head and screamed. Her body began to rot and weather at visible speed. Through broken cries she gasped, only a grandmaster can fight that monster." The moment she fully accepted her own death, a strand of killing intent pierced her head and ended her pain. Her body fell to the ground. He stood in silence. It seemed once someone realized they were dead, the force sustaining the corpse would vanish as well. He closed his eyes briefly and said softly, "Rest well, comrade. I will collect your debt for you." His anger reached its peak. Treating lives like toys was unforgivable. He looked into the distance, killing intent surging. Time to settle this. Ba City remained drowned in dark fog. Human traces were almost gone, replaced by demonic beasts and the stench of decay. Yi expanded his life magnetic field across the entire city. Strangely, he found no strong life signal at the Overlord level. That made him frown. Instead, every demonic beast signal felt almost identical, just like the Alliance members before, as if they were mass-produced copies. A thought flashed through Yi's mind. The corner of his lips lifted. "Oh, now this is getting interesting." His black robe stretched and spread outward like a rising tide. From above, it looked like ink spilling into clear water. He said coldly, "If you hide that well, I will force you out." At this moment, Yi looked more evil than a true demon king. In a blink, darkness swallowed the entire city. Ba City was almost drowned by a single move. Low roars echoed everywhere. Yi absorbed the remaining demonic beasts, but his expression darkened. No energy entered his body. They were empty shells, worthless corpses. Even after waiting, his target did not appear. As he quietly expanded the life magnetic field further, Yi thought coldly, "Still not coming out?" Then he nodded slightly, a smile forming behind the mask. "Fine." Suddenly his eyes swept sideways like a blade cutting the wind. In that instant, he caught a tiny ripple sliding through space. Killing intent exploded in Yi's eyes like a flame finally unleashed. He spun around and looked up, locking onto every fluctuation. It did not take long. The ripple came from the Ba City Alliance gathering zone. Yi smiled with interest. "Found you." The scene shifted to the outer ring of Ba City. The Alliance army stood in perfect formation. At the center was a mountain of a man, Li Zhongshen, sect master of Hongwu sect and the strongest grandmaster here. His body ranked second in all Great Xia, only below Qinglong, and he stood among the top of the 36 grandmasters. Li Zhongshen's voice boomed like thunder. Veins bulged across his face. His aura surged like an ancient beast awakening. "All martial artists, listen to my command." Tens of thousands roared in response. The sound stacked into violent shockwaves. Even the ground trembled with their will. Li Zhongshen's eyes slowly turned blood red. He roared with killing intent. "The Ba City Overlord is right ahead, and he is alone. Kill him, and Ba City will be liberated." The order had barely ended when tens of thousands charged forward like madmen. "Liberate Ba City," echoed across the sky in endless waves. Watching this, Li Zhongshen's lips slowly curled, but the smile stretched unnaturally wide. A low, eerie laugh escaped him. At that moment, the sky above Ba City changed. Calm clouds were dyed purple and began to swirl violently, forming a massive vortex that covered the heavens like a hanging mountain. The sudden phenomenon stunned everyone. Countless eyes looked up in confusion. "What is that? Are reinforcements here?" At the center of the purple storm, a figure slowly appeared. Yi stood in midair in a flowing purple robe, his face hidden behind a twisted vortex mask. From above, his icy gaze looked down at the sea of people without emotion. Behind the ferocious asura mask, his eyes lowered slightly. A trace of cold flashed through them, like a final verdict delivered. Yi slowly lowered one finger. The motion seemed light, yet it carried crushing pressure. In an instant, countless purple beams tore through the sky and rained down like destruction itself. The crowd had no time to react before disaster struck. Screams erupted everywhere. Is that the guy in the sky? Why is he attacking us? Is he colluding with the beasts? Ground forces retreat. Standing there is suicide. Air Force move now. In the chaos, someone rushed over in panic. Commander, our fighter jets and the entire missile stockpile have vanished. The commander spun around in shock. Impossible. We have not even deployed yet. Logistics checked everything. A desperate question echoed. When did we fire all those weapons? Amid the ground chaos, Li Zhongshen hid behind a massive rock. His eyes locked onto the purple figure in the sky. His expression turned dark. A grinding sound came from his teeth like an enraged beast. I did not expect this. His voice turned cold. This human saw through my layout? What a pity. I planned to blend into the human world. At that exact moment, a massive purple beam as thick as a barrel crashed straight toward his position. Recognizing the familiar attack, he looked up sharply. His face changed. Secret art of Hongwu sect. Earth fiend martial skill. Facing power that could drive others to despair, he showed no panic. He clenched his fist. Muscles tightened like forged steel as he charged upward. He stomped lightly. The ground beneath him exploded with a heavy blast. His massive body shot hundreds of meters into the air, carrying terrifying pressure toward Yi. He threw a punch like a raging cyclone. The collision force was so horrifying that purple beams were swept away and detonated mid-air, turning into blazing sparks. The two forces collided, and space itself seemed to crack. Shockwaves swept across the sky. Li Zhongshen used the rebound to shift direction and move away from the chaos below. Looking up, he saw Yi still standing firm in front of him. The sight irritated him instantly. Madness burst out as he let out a piercing roar. His eyes lit up with excitement. To him, facing an opponent like this was pure stimulation. He laughed loudly. The human body is impressive, and these so-called martial skills are worth noticing. Yi did not reply. He simply stared at the killing intent rushing toward him. Behind his back, clusters of light formed and expanded, illuminating the sky of Ba City. Beams shot out like a meteor shower, all aimed at one target. A massive explosion tore through the air. But Li Zhongshen's body was absurdly overbearing. He stomped mid-air and burst out of the explosion without a scratch. He roared arrogantly that such attacks could not even graze him. Without slowing down, he charged again like a beast locking onto prey. A twisted grin spread across his face. Let us see if you can take my punch. Even Yi was slightly startled. A thought flashed through his mind. This strong? The giant fist was already inches from the asura mask, carrying bone-chilling force. Yi was pushed back again and again while Li Zhongshen pursued relentlessly, that savage smile never fading. Another mountain-heavy punch slammed forward, shaking the air itself. He sneered. Since you saw through my plan, you are not a weakling among humans. The blow shattered Yi's mask, but the face behind it was not his real one. Blood streamed from his nose. He bent over coughing, his breathing rough. The assault did not stop. Yi endured a storm of punches. Li Zhongshen attacked like a madman, shouting that this opponent would become his puppet and learn despair before absolute power. Suddenly, all his strength gathered into his palm. Blinding light erupted. With killing intent, he rushed forward and roared, "Disappear with regret." The blazing punch pierced straight through Yi's body. From start to finish, he had been completely suppressed. A cold streak of light seemed to split his figure in two. Yi's face turned pale. His eyes widened. His lips trembled without sound. Thick black blood spilled from his mouth as his life force seemed to fade. Then something strange happened. That figure lasted only a moment before dissolving like smoke. It had never been his real body. Li Zhongshen stared ahead. The longer he looked, the worse his expression became. His throat trembled. No, this is not right. When he glanced around, he froze. The world had changed. A blood-red moon rose in the sky, and under its pressure he looked pitifully small. This was the killing domain, Slaughter Moon Wheel. The red light eroded his sanity bit by bit. His pupils slowly turned crimson like the moon. His face twisted blankly. He muttered in confusion. I was tricked? Behind the massive blood moon, a point of light flared. It tore through the sky at terrifying speed. Even the clouds split apart. Anyone could tell it was no simple attack. A gigantic flaming blade slashed across the heavens, splitting the blood moon in half. It moved so fast only a flash remained. Boom. After cutting through the moon, it struck Li Zhongshen directly. The impact unleashed a shocking blast. A sea of red flames swallowed the area, and the aftermath collapsed nearby structures. Yi He appeared with his great saber resting on his shoulder. His voice was calm. A copy is still just a copy. The perception of a true martial powerhouse cannot be imitated. You could not even see through my fake body, and you ended up wiping out your own puppet army. But the monster still would not fall. From the rubble, an arm suddenly shot out and clawed into the ground. Li Zhongren was clearly heavily injured. He staggered out, body torn and covered in blood. His hoarse voice echoed. Even this human shell, stronger than most overlords, was scarred by your slash. That only proves your body has reached the peak as well. Then he burst into excited laughter. The stronger the opponent, the crazier he became. Good, I want that body. This time there was no more contempt. He grew serious. Muscles swelled, energy gathered wildly, erupting from his back like a massive jet engine. With one heavy stomp, he shot into the sky. From below, it looked like a giant pillar of light piercing upward like a spear. Facing that pressure, Yi He adjusted his stance mid-air. An overlord adapting to a human body this well. That is rare. Yi He dove down as Li Zhongren charged up. Neither yielded. The collision exploded with terrifying force. Even more shocking, Li Zhongren used his bare hands against the enhanced great saber. His defense was like forged metal. Even under the blade's pressure, he laughed. You cannot break my diamond body. Hand over that flesh. Then he used brute muscle strength to fling Yi He away. Beneath the Asura mask, that familiar blue light flashed in Yi He's eyes. He laughed. A peak martial body handed to you would be a waste. Power from Zawarudo poured into the weapon. The aura of the blade surged violently. Midair, Yi He roared. Slash, 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 slash. A storm of attacks rained down, smashing into Li Zhongren non-stop. The Asura face looked overwhelming. Yi He's voice was ice cold. Your right hand is weak. Your left lacks force. Your reactions are slow. Your moves are sloppy. And you want to compare martial skill with me? Under the relentless damage, Li Zhongren felt unease for the first time. Damn it. His attacks are too sharp. Even with Grandmaster reflexes, I cannot read the trajectories. For the first time, fear flickered in his eyes. Then he realized the worst truth. He was not reading his opponent. He was the one being read. Yi, he said calmly. You can alter your life magnetic field to hide, but your true essence cannot be concealed. Standing in surging killing intent like a demon king from hell, Yi He remained calm. Finally found you. Zawarudo appeared behind Li Zhongren and formed a sphere, sealing his entire body. Completely locked down, he felt real fear. Impossible. Even with a Grandmaster physique I am suppressed. Retreat. I must retreat and find a stronger puppet. His arrogance vanished. In his eyes now was only approaching death. What is happening? My body is completely locked. He roared in despair. Before him was a force far beyond his vessel. The worst part was he knew one thing clearly. This time, there was no escape. Li Zhongren had lost all his former savagery. Facing death, he was just a trapped beast screaming to survive. At that moment, the system voice sounded. Congratulations, host. You have contributed over 50% to territory recovery. You qualify for a reward draw with minimum a rank. Yi He tapped the interface and began the draw. A strange vortex appeared before him like an illusory eye. Darkness filled its depths, yet brilliant light moved within. Seeing it, Yi He was stunned. That light, could it be? Ding. An S-rank template appeared, glowing with a premium aura. Information followed. S2 rank 10 Tails Divine Tree template. Bloodline abilities include Star Sphere Condensation, absorbing natural energy to create 7 attribute, Holy Wood bloodlines that can receive the Divine Tree essence. It also grants Eye of Karma, awakening eyes that wield karmic power. Current compatibility, 1%. Yi He almost jumped on the spot, eyes wide in shock. Damn, this is a massive hit. His luck just exploded. Looks like his power is about to level up again. Staring at the info panel, Yi, he muttered. The 10 Tails Divine Tree is actually in Shrank template. Just reaching this tier means a complete power system unlocked. His mind raced instantly. At max completion, it might not outdamage Stellar Pillar Godzilla, but in terms of skill depth, it could easily surpass it. It's basically a giant skill vault. The system continued. Compatible template detected, fusion available. The 10 Tails Divine Tree qualifies for the plant mutation branch of Rampage Godzilla. Warning. Due to its high-level attributes, fusion may cause unpredictable changes to the final form Stellar Pillar Godzilla. Yi He paused. So both share plant attributes. He stared at the interface and suddenly understood. Templates can support and merge based on their traits. It felt like a card upgrade mechanic in a game, but way more complex. If 2 infinite potential templates fuse successfully, they become one. That saves resources and creates an even stronger super template. Yi He analyzed calmly. If it fails, it might not be disastrous. Both foundations are insanely strong. Even with issues, they wouldn't drop to weak tier, but the cost could be reduced growth potential and a lower evaluation rank. The system sent another alert. Host possesses high-grade item Golden Gene. This item optimizes bloodline and maximizes positive development during fusion. Yi He clicked his tongue. Golden Gene. What perfect timing. It's like this item existed just for this moment. He chuckled to himself. Is someone out there actually writing my story? The thought vanished quickly. He grinned in excitement and shouted, if we're here, there's no reason to hesitate. To face Fu Hongsheng, I need to be 10 times stronger. No, 100 times. Begin fusion. The gene template instantly began to shift. Streams of internal matter started moving and transforming non-stop. The system activated processing. Stellar Pillar Godzilla cannot fully absorb the Ten Tails Divine Tree gene, initiating deep-level mutation. Golden gene injected. Optimization and fusion in progress. Meanwhile in Ba City, Li Zhonggren no longer looked fierce. His body had shriveled like all vitality was drained, leaving skin clinging to bone. Using his last strength, he forced out the words, "Did you kill him?" He slipped his hands into his pockets and walked over slowly. Yes. Li Zhonggren shifted his eyes toward Yi Hei. What about the martial artists from the Ba City Alliance? This time Yi didn't hide who he was, almost wiped out. Li Zhonggren nodded faintly. Good. At least our bodies won't be desecrated. Yi lifted a tiny red snake-like parasite with the tip of his blade. That monster alone couldn't have killed all of you head-on. So who really wiped out the Ba City Alliance? Li Zhonggren's eyes froze. He gathered the last of his breath. You must be careful. He continued with difficulty. That Lord-level beast claimed to be one of the 4 envoys, under the Emperor. Its strength surpasses even Transformation, Realm Grandmaster. Worst of all, it uses martial arts like a human. It has already stepped into the Grandmaster domain. He coughed violently before finishing. Before attacking me, it said its next target is Flower Capital. Yi's pupils shrank. Flower Capital? Great Xia has 36 Grandmasters. Usually over 20 are stationed in Flower Capital, but now most top forces are deployed for the Territory Reclamation Plan. The Dragon Sparrow must guard against foreign powerhouses sneaking in, so they've sent many elites to the borders. As for the Guardian Great Grandmasters, all of them are absent. In simple terms, Flower Capital's defense is severely weakened. The scene shifts to Flower Capital, inside the Nine Rivers secret realm base. This rare rift lies deep underwater. Dragon Sparrow built a base here, but for 5 years the beasts almost vanished. The threat level dropped from B all the way to D. Inside the camp, a loud barbecue party was in full swing. The smell of grilled meat filled the air. The martial artists laughed while eating. Life in Flower Capital is different. Other regions are fighting non-stop, and we're chilling here with steady pay. Being born in the right place is a talent. Even a branch member of the 9 great families lives like this. As the chatter continued, someone walked over. Come on, keep drinking. A martial artist turned around. Old Zhao, aren't you on radar duty? The man shrugged. Why should I stand guard while you guys feast? A beer can popped open. The group burst into cheers. Relax, this trash realm isn't dangerous. Come drink first. Shame there's no pretty girls. About 1,000 meters away from the camp, a gray bare foot slowly stepped onto the decayed ground. Wherever it passed, life was drained completely. A gray-black trail stretched behind it. The lush forest withered and rotted at visible speed. From above, a streak of death cut through the sea of green. A 3-meter figure stood like a mountain, muscles like cold-forged steel, and on its back, a vicious demon face. One distorted head stuck out its tongue and hissed, "Big brother, the human soldiers ahead are still partying. They have no idea death is coming." Another head sneered with killing intent, "Crush them all. Let humans feel the Emperor's wrath." The third head carried the strongest presence. Eyes closed like stone, it spoke calmly. Silence. This was one of the 4 envoys under the Emperor. Sin Domain Atula, 3 meters tall, body like forged steel, 3 white-haired, red-eyed heads, each with a different expression. The left head looked sly, narrow eyes, and a snake-like tongue licking around. The right head burned with rage. After the center head spoke, both fell silent. The deep voice echoed. Our mission is to hunt human powerhouses and wipe out their core forces. The strongest human, Fu Hongsheng, gave us a list with their locations. The center head added coldly, if it's a massacre, make it efficient. Don't waste time on low-level creatures ahead. The other 2 heads answered in unison. Understood, big brother. Atula took another step. When he appeared again, he was already at the 9 Rivers Rift. Behind him was hell. The entire camp was erased. Every martial artist turned to ash. He said coldly, let this planet bow to the Emperor. What remained was a dead land where humans once stood guard. Standing on the corpses of the defeated, Atula sneered. These weak humans couldn't even endure the aura from us passing by. Pathetic. He slowly approached the rift and stepped inside. The once stable rift trembled violently on contact. Lightning burst around his gray foot. His near-indestructible body was rapidly eroded by spatial rejection. Flesh peeled away, revealing black bones beneath. The center head spoke, as expected. The stronger the being, the harsher the spatial backlash. Without this limit, the Emperor would have crushed the other world long ago. Then Atula took out a strange cube. Inside were countless bubble-like chunks of flesh fused together, reflecting eerie colors. For the first time, the center head showed disgust. We still have to use the leftovers of the alien demon. How revolting. Even unwilling, he gripped the object tightly and raised it. The bizarre cube touched the spatial rift. The flesh bubbles inside swelled rapidly and latched onto the unstable space. Atula pulled his foot back. Red-black light particles gathered in the air. They swirled around his leg. In an instant, the damaged part regenerated completely. His massive arms grabbed the flesh cube and pushed with force. His face tightened slightly. Then the giant body forced its way through the rift, dragging a huge surge of water into this side. The moment he crossed over, Atula sensed water everywhere. Before him was the world called Blue Star. At the same time in Flower Capital, Dragon Sparrow headquarters received an emergency alert from Manhwa. A high-speed encrypted order spread across Great Xia, recalling all Grand Masters to the capital. The 9 great families gathered in full for the first time in centuries. Their patriarchs, all over 200 years old, burned massive resources to extend their lives. No incense could hide the decay on them. The meeting room heated up. If it wasn't urgent, we old men wouldn't gather like this. The Jew patriarch spoke impatiently. Enough nonsense. Hasn't Fu Hongsheng come out yet? Flower Capital is in danger. Will he stay in seclusion? And where are Shi Jingwen and Qinglong? Why can't we reach them? The Sima patriarch folded his hands. Shi Jingwen and Qinglong are missing for unknown reasons. As for Fu Hongsheng, I sent people but... The Li patriarch leaned forward. And the answer came. No response. Fu Hongsheng gave nothing. Faces changed instantly. Someone muttered. Only 2 possibilities. Hez at a critical breakthrough and can't respond. Or Hez ignoring everything on purpose. The Zhao patriarch slammed the table. Damn it, Fu Hongsheng is just a brute. Does he want control of Great Xia? I said long ago we should limit martial artists' fame and power. Otherwise ambition will grow. The Jew patriarch spoke heavily. What now? Should our 9 families face the enemy alone? Wouldn't that play into Fu Hongsheng's hands? The powerhouses we raised were meant to secure our status. If we risk them all here, even victory will shatter our foundation. Someone cautiously suggested. Maybe we retreat strategically for now and wait for national forces to return. The room fell silent. Everyone knew what that meant. No one wanted to say it first. Outside Flower Capital, the 9 Dragons River looked strangely calm, beautiful, almost like the final piece. Then everything shattered. A massive water column exploded from the river's center, as if something detonated below. Chaos erupted along the shore. The river turned pitch black. Dead fish floated everywhere. 2 pedestrians froze in fear. What was that explosion? Did the secret realm rupture? Before the noise settled, a massive gray-black figure plunged from the sky. A thunderous blast shook the area. A thin wave of death-filled air swept across hundreds of meters. Anyone touched turned to ash instantly. And just like that, Atula descended upon Flower Capital. The left head smiled in contempt, staring at weak creatures. The other 2 heads sneered proudly. They couldn't even take 1 hit. Back to dust. Death aura kept spreading. Under the sunset, Atula's body radiated crushing pressure. This was true horror. At Dragon Sparrow headquarters, a red dot began flashing violently on the central screen. Surveillance locked onto the target. In the chaotic streets stood a 3-headed, 6-armed Atula stretching his body. Blinding energy gathered in his palm, aimed at the camera. Everyone in the room froze. A lord-level beast had appeared in the heart of the imperial capital. The right head suddenly turned toward the camera. Its blood-red eyes began gathering terrifying energy. The screen went black instantly. Wang Xiaoding, director of Dragon Sparrow, turned pale. This was critical. The trump cards of Division 1 were still at the border. Qinglong and the principal were absent. The order went out at once. All Dragon Sparrow members in the imperial capital assemble. Hold the line until the guardian warrior exits seclusion. By the 9 Dragons River, the 4 strongest dojo masters of Flower Capital stood before Atula. They burned their blood essence together. Their auras shot up like smoke pillars into the sky, blocking the spread of death energy. The first to step forward was Li Tingjiang, master of Rising Sun Dojo. Next was Lin Hong, master of Jinghong Dojo. Then Yu Ma-kun of Hingdu Dojo. Finally, Chu Shunrong of Jingtai Dojo stepped up, declaring he would test the enemy's power. Facing the 4 of them, Atula's center head only let out a cold snort. The left head laughed mockingly. Big brother, look at these ants trying to show off. The right head went mad, repeating kill them all. Only the center head stayed calm. We came for true powerhouses. These ones are weak and have no future. Their lives mean nothing to the Emperor's grand plan. It wasn't mockery, it was fact. But the 4 masters did not retreat. They charged. If they could hold for 3 minutes, Dragon Sparrow reinforcements would arrive. Sadly, the combined strength of all 4 couldn't even touch Atula. The gap was pure despair, like adults watching children chase an impossible dream. Seeing them rush forward after being spared, the right head laughed in contempt. Fine, we respect your choice. In the blink of an eye, Atula moved beyond sight. With one casual sweep, 3 masters exploded into blood mist. The center head smiled faintly. Courage is good, but without strength the end is tragedy. Lin Hong, the last one standing, didn't even understand what happened. It was too fast. A burst of blood, a single impact, and the dojo masters were erased. Those were her final moments. Dragon Sparrow launched a counterattack. Anti-air cannons and bomber squads entered combat mode, locking onto the target. Low-flying jets closed in, ready to fire. Once target confirmation was complete, the order to fire rang out. Fighter jets tore through the sky at extreme speed, shaking the air itself. All battlefield firepower focused on Attila, who stood with arms crossed. He showed no reaction. Instead, he lifted his head and roared proudly, expanding the death decay domain. Then the terrifying truth appeared. The moment shells entered his domain, the metal corroded instantly. Rust spread at insane speed, erasing all damage potential. The command center issued an emergency alert. The situation exceeded expectations. Long-range firepower was useless. Modern technology had failed. Only martial artists remained. In seconds, all ammunition exploded mid-air like meaningless fireworks. Below, Attila stood unmoved. The stench of decay thickened. Under that pressure, the martial artists shifted formation. Division 2 and 3 engaged directly. Division 4 and 5 provide suppression and support. The head on his right shoulder stared forward, eyes glowing with excitement like spotting prey. The left head narrowed its eyes and grinned wildly, whispering crush them over and over. Two martial artists charged without hesitation, ready to trade their lives for time. They pushed their blood essence and martial power to the absolute limit. Even a few extra seconds would be worth it. 10 suffocating minutes passed. Reports from the battlefield kept flooding into Dragon Sparrow headquarters. Each report hit Wang Xiaoding like a hammer. Division 2 and 3 chiefs were dead, over 50 specialists down. Division 4 and 5 forced into retreat, their chiefs also killed. Even with Blue Wind, Cloud Sea, and Lai Mountain Guild leaders reinforcing, the situation worsened as Attila advanced toward downtown. Wang Xiaoding could barely stand. His legs trembled, his throat felt crushed. 4 cocoon-breaking grandmasters had fallen in such a short time. He collapsed into his chair. For the first time in his life, he felt true helplessness and despair. His mind went blank. At the breaking point, he roared hoarsely, asking if they had reached Fu Hongsheng, Qing Long, or Principal Shi. The answer was still no contact. Worse, the 9 great families had only sent a few great martial masters, and some Xuan Wu-level fighters. Their stationed grandmasters were nowhere to be found. Suddenly, a piercing scream blasted through the surveillance speakers. The giant screen showed Attila's massive hand before the lens. Beside it, the crushed corpse of a martial artist. Blood splashed across the display. The scene was horrifying. Watching this, Wang Xiaoding reached the edge of despair. If this continued, not just Flower Capital, even Great Xia could fall. With no path left, he clenched his teeth and roared like a cornered beast. Activate the special strategic protocol. His subordinates turned pale, warning it might spiral out of control. Wang Xiaoding did not hesitate. Flower Capital was at life and death. He would bear the consequences. Near the Nine Dragons River, Attila walked unhindered through the streets. Death energy spread around him, sending civilians into panic. A furious martial artist suddenly charged from afar, shouting for him to stop. To Attila, it was meaningless. The attacker was like an insect in his vision. A casual wave erased the man into dust mid-air. No one on the battlefield was worth his attention. He kicked aside a roadside relief water tank and shook his head. So this is Dragon Sparrow. All reputation, no substance. He looked disgusted, as if killing these people dirtied him. The third head did not even open its eyes, crushing a water tank with a lazy squeeze. Then a mocking voice echoed from afar. Even beasts know how to hate filth? Attila paused and turned toward the sound. From the ruins, 3 abnormal figures stepped out. A bandage-wrapped man with twin blades smirked at the destruction. A scar-covered man laughed wildly in excitement. A heavy sword wielder calmly confirmed the target. They were the strongest death row inmates once imprisoned by Dragon Sparrow. The right head of Attila burst into laughter, feeling insulted. The left head joined in, voice turning violent, eager to slaughter everything. But the center head released a low, warning growl. He observed carefully, yet his gaze did not linger on the 3 men. Instead, he looked up. Above the clouds, a floating city slowly revealed itself. His icy voice echoed. The 3 below are worth hunting, but they are nothing compared to the one above. For the first time since arriving, the center head opened its distorted eyes wide. The eyeballs bulged, flesh twitching violently. Crimson pupils contracted and expanded, as if devouring souls. He whispered that he would finish these quickly and save the real anticipation for the opponent in the sky. The 2 side heads freeze in shock as the middle head suddenly opens its eyes, and they keep asking what kind of monster could make their boss pay attention. The bandaged death row inmate just laughs arrogantly, still clueless about what he's facing, bragging about killing many lords and even threatening to smash Attila's ugly face. The moment he finishes talking, the two side heads shut their eyes at the same time. Their hands press together as they begin chanting eerie syllables that send chills down the spine. From both sides of Attula's body, two new arms quickly grow out on each side. The new arms glow dark blue with thick evil aura, while the other side sprouts blood-red twisted arms filled with pure brutality, as the front hands form seals and the four behind take stance, chanting non-stop while a giant halo rises behind Attula, and toxic energy floods the entire space. The middle head opens its blood-red eyes, looks down at the three inmates, and coldly says one line with crushing pressure: "Expand the domain." The bandaged inmate's face instantly turns pale, unable to believe a demon beast can actually use a martial domain. Before the three special strategists can react, a massive black sphere erupts from Attula and swallows them whole, and with a single move called Great Dark Heaven, he effortlessly erases the three criminals who once shook Huadu. In the heart of Huadu, a giant black sphere now floats in the air, clearly visible even from far away, trapping the three special strategists inside. But right after that, cracks spread across the sphere's surface, and while Attula keeps the domain active, the three special strategists have completely vanished without blood or battle marks, making him sneer in disdain as the right head laughs madly and mocks humanity's fragility, saying only the one in the sky might be worth their time. Hearing that, the left head cuts in with wild excitement, repeating "too weak" over and over, and demanding a real strong opponent, while Attula stands there confidently with one side grinning sinisterly and the other nearly insane. The middle head finally speaks in a deep commanding voice that silences the other two at once. "Let's go." Attula lowers his body slightly and slams his foot into the ground as every muscle and bone begins channeling power. In the next instant, he rockets into the sky with a leap so terrifying it shakes the entire imperial capital, shattering the ground beneath him and blasting debris high into the air. The moment the airborne Imperial University city detects him approaching, it pushes its magnetic defense field to maximum. But against a monster who crushed countless grandmasters alone, that shield is nothing but paper. He plans to punch straight through as alarms scream inside the system, warning of an extreme high-speed energy source and forcing the magnetic barrier to full emergency output. The middle head drives the body forward like a runaway meteor, its twisted eyes wide with madness as it screams that everything is useless. In his mind, breaking this shield is as easy as a bullet piercing glass, and even as missiles and anti-air fire rain down, he doesn't slow down at all. The entire anti-air missile system activates at once. All firepower locks onto the target, ready to launch. The right head laughs so hard it almost drools, mocking that human hot weapons can never harm them. Both the right and left heads glow with red light as the left snarls in frustration, calling everything boring and screaming to kill them all, while energy gathers in their eyes. In the next second, the two side heads fire massive red beams like destructive lasers, wiping out all incoming fire, while the central head keeps charging forward and smashing everything in its path. But as he charges forward, he suddenly narrows his eyes and looks down, sensing something strange as the human expert's aura has completely vanished. Did he run away? While he is still searching, Gongke has already appeared right behind him in a black combat suit with silver hair flowing, fangs slightly showing, and when Attula meets those rubered eyes, all sound fades as she grips her blade and coldly says, "The one who should run is you, monster." As expected of Gongke, even Attula never noticed her arrival, and with a sharp slash, before he can react, her blade has already cut across his neck, blood spraying as she glides through the air with a playful smile. Attula instantly presses all six arms together. A gray-black storm of death energy explodes outward to force her back, even as his neck is nearly severed with only thin skin holding it. But he chants and activates the corrosive death wind, and the gray dust gathers to heal the wound in an instant. When the smoke clears, Gongke frowns slightly in surprise and clicks her tongue, muttering that this regeneration is really annoying, and simply says, "How dirty." The right head sways and sticks out a snake-like tongue, staring at Gongke with madness as it grins, and admits that if that slash had fully taken the head off, even the demon core would not save them. Finally, a worthy opponent. How exciting. The left head starts its hoarse rant again, almost screaming in rage, "Are we injured? Furious, furious." The central head's neck is almost fully restored now, and he has to admit Gongke's strength. No sound, no warning, yet such perfect sharpness, not bad at all. He stares at her with bulging vicious eyes and declares that among all humans so far, she is the most valuable prey, just as his neck completely regenerates. Gongke only curls her lips and replies, "Is that so? Then I guess I should show a bit more performance." The moment she finishes, she leaps into the air and activates Killing World Rising, and two giant eyes appear behind her as the world turns blood red with overwhelming pressure. The illusion spreads across the area, and when Atula looks down, he finds himself standing in thick pools of sticky blood that squelch with every step. He quickly realizes he has been dragged into Gongke's domain, a space existing only between them, and as the middle head analyzes that this is not a separate world but a domain layered over reality, he bends down to scoop the slime and says, "Fine, let's see what this does." Gongke appears right in front of him, and laughs mockingly, saying compared to his filthy corrosive aura, her stuff is much cleaner, proving she is not just strong but also sharp-tongued. Atula finally loses patience. His face darkens as he shouts enough, then unleashes Earth Fiend Falling Sun Shock Hammer, suddenly appearing behind her as 6 massive fists slam down together. Boom, boom, boom. The punches fall like a storm too fast for the eye to follow, each one targeting Gongke with such force that even the floating Imperial University city tilts, yet she is nowhere to be seen. Instead, a golden streak tears through the blood-red world. Atula freezes in confusion, scanning around but finding no target, only chaotic space twisting before his eyes. Right then, Gongke's voice echoes from behind. A demon beast that can use martial skills. If Xiaohe heard this, she would be shocked. Even she sounds slightly surprised. Atula thought those punches would crush her, yet he could not even touch her sleeve, and as he turns in disbelief muttering teleportation or illusion, Gongke stands right beneath him as if saying, "I'm right here, what can you do?" Gongke's eyes turn blood-red as she slowly raises her hand, battle intent surging, and calmly says, "Now it really begins," before launching Blood Slaughter Orchid Finger. With a single point of her finger, countless drops of blood rise beneath Atula like floating red bubbles, tens of thousands, millions, filling the entire sky. The right head curls its lips strangely and warns, "Don't underestimate those blood drops." In his vision, thin red threads begin linking each drop together. He suddenly bursts into laughter as thousands of blood threads weave into a massive net so dense not even a mosquito could pass, and he sneers that this time she has nowhere to run. Gongke builds a giant blood prison around Atula, threads tightening like a spider web, while she watches calmly from above, using the simplest method to restrain the monster. What makes it stranger is her cute animal-like tone as she softly says, "All right, time to process you." Hearing that, the central head's eyes widen in shock, looking completely stunned. In the next second, countless slashes erupt inside the blood barrier, shredding Atula from every direction, and he realizes he is now a fish trapped in a net as endless small cuts stack onto the same spot. Even his eyeballs are sliced open, blood pouring down, and though the black dust heals him, it cannot keep up with the relentless cuts. Atula finally confirms one thing: this opponent is no ordinary human, yet instead of panic, he grows even more excited. Covered in black blood and wounds, he still roars in thrill. If this is all you have, it's not enough. But before he finishes, his expression changes as his eyes widen. "Why do my legs feel so heavy?" Looking down, he sees countless blood-red figures crawling up, clinging to his body, and screaming, like something out of an apocalypse zombie film. Even someone as terrifying as Atula feels uneasy as dark red streams pass through him, and his fierce face turns strangely blank at the sight ahead. Below him lies a sea of corpses piled into mountains, with 3 giant skulls planted on top, death aura so thick that even Atula feels uncomfortable. His legs feel nailed to the ground, unable to move, surrounded by chilling ghostly illusions. Once his body recovers, he comments that a human with such horrifying killing power is rare, and if her mind were not unstable and limiting her realm, she would become a massive obstacle on Di Huang's path. But Gongke has zero interest in his speech, covering her ears and mumbling, not listening like a stubborn child. Seeing that, Atula stops talking and, though still unable to move, expands a massive domain like the one that erased the 3 before, clearly planning to end this quickly. Gongke licks her lips with interest and says, "Oh, twisted space aura," as she casually reaches into the small pouch on her chest. Mid-sentence she pauses and pulls out a phone with a yellow bear case, eyes lighting up as she decides to record everything to show Xiaohe how strong his master really is. Then Gongke raises her tiny hand high, releasing killing intent like a sea of blood, and shouts, "Domain open." Boundless execution. A giant guillotine filled with killing intent appears, while Atula's black sphere expands wildly as if to swallow reality itself. From Gongke's domain, countless dark red chains shoot out like rain, piercing Atula's limbs and shoulders and forcing him to kneel before the blade. Gongke suddenly looks down and sees her body turning transparent, as Atula's domain starts erasing her existence, and her only thought is that these parts must never be shown to Yi He. Atula hangs in the air bound by chains, his neck tightened, breathing hard, yet he still threatens that Da Tian will destroy her, admitting this fight was worthwhile before bidding farewell. By now his domain has almost erased Gongke entirely, leaving only her head visible, and she shouts angrily that he talks too much. Let's see who cuts who first. The command falls, the guillotine activates, the restraint snaps, and the heavy blade crashes down unstoppable. At that exact moment, the chain locks perfectly around Attila's neck, the slash drops, his body collapses, and shockwaves sweep across the illusion. The entire space begins to crack and shatter, revealing the real world beyond. Gongke falls to the ground, gasping in exhaustion, saying her slim waist and long legs were almost gone, as the two martial domains collided at their limit and collapsed together. Attila is no better, his body charred and smoking like broken machinery, admitting Gongke is even more terrifying than Li Zhongshen, and that he must use his true power, since human martial arts are not their strength. The moment he finishes speaking, his aura shifts as 6 bone spikes burst from his back, tearing through flesh in a grotesque mess. All 6 arms stretch outward. Each hand grabs the protruding bones and yanks hard. 6 twisted flesh blades emerge, wrapped in black smoke and dense evil aura, as Attila abandons human martial skills and prepares to fight with pure primal instinct. The playful smile on Gongke's face disappears for the first time, as she senses her own death signal spiking to the extreme. Before her illness, she could judge victory through killing intent, and when Attila's domain was unrefined, his danger level was only around 6. Normally, she would not fear him, but now his killing aura completely locks onto her, and she even sees herself being overwhelmed without resistance. The vision grows colder as her body is crushed by that terrifying force, shattered into pieces until nothing remains. Her heart sinks and her face turns pale, wondering if this is the destined death, a glimpse of the future only butterfly transformation, grandmasters with immense spiritual power can see. Having seen her own ending, she feels little regret, murmuring that if fate says so, at least dying here means protecting Huadu, and maybe Xiao Shi will build her a statue at Hua University. Yet the first face in her mind is Yi He, her favorite disciple, surely the one who would cry the hardest beneath that statue. But even at 105 years old, Gongke finds it hard to accept, with so many games unreleased, anime unfinished, novels unread, and Xiao He still needing her, quietly wishing he will take care of himself if she is gone. Like final words at the edge of life and death, she suddenly shouts, ready to risk everything in one last stand. At that moment, the entire sky turns a blinding purple. Gongke, mid-charge toward Attila, abruptly stops. She senses an overwhelming energy behind her, turns around in shock and mutters, "There's someone else?" Within the purple light, a long robe flutters in the wind, its color strangely familiar. A figure in a long robe appears, face hidden behind a stitched mask. But it is obviously Yi He, floating in the air as he coldly says he is here to rewrite her fate. Inside Long Que, everyone turns pale, panic spreading as they fear something unexpected has happened at Hua University. Wang Zhiding stares at the surging energy readings, frustrated as the chaotic magnetic field wipes out all battle visuals. Across Huadu, citizens look toward Hua University in tension, whispers everywhere, and a child clings to his mother asking if demon beasts have really taken over the world. From between skyscrapers, the floating Hua University island is wrapped in a massive vortex, violent purple light pouring down and unsettling everyone who sees it. On the battlefield, Yi He appears directly before Attila, facing the towering 6-armed monster gripping 6 blades. Attila raises one blade and roars, "Human, state your name." Beneath the mask, Yi He calmly looks at him and answers, "Monster." Just 2 words, yet both Gongke and Attila freeze monster. Yi He continues acting cool, hands in pockets as he floats and says he is from the monster organization, and they can call him Demon Child. Of course he just made that up, but Attila has no clue, thinking through Fu Hongsheng's data with no such name listed, yet decides it is pointless and killing comes first. The moment killing intent rises, he charges. One stomp launches him skyward as 6 black blade waves tear through the clouds, and he unleashes his self-created move, Black Slaughter Annihilation Slash. Facing the massive monster rushing in, Yi pauses slightly, eyes widening behind the mask. Yet the charging giant suddenly freezes mid-air as the target vanishes, leaving only drifting purple-black smoke. Atula's face changes, mouth opening as he senses something wrong. Did that slash miss completely? Before he can think further, a dark purple energy sphere breaks through the dust and crashes down from above. Before that enormous mass, Attila looks like a speck of dust, and he stares up in shock. "How is this thing so huge?" he blurts, as the tailed beast bomb explodes, clearing clouds for dozens of miles and shaking Hua University like a ship in a storm. Yi stands in the void and calmly says the 10 Tails genome template is still at an early stage, so he has not even used full power yet. Behind the mask, his eyes transform as purple rings spin under the Sun Core ability, and he adds that he has already evolved. Looking at the thick smoke below, Yi urges him to get up, saying a beast of his level will not die that easily. Called out directly, Atula rises from the ground, charred and smoking, then laughs excitedly, saying the fight is getting interesting. Death energy surges around him, a beam shooting into the sky and blasting away the surrounding dust. Laughing wildly, Atula leaps again, moving so fast he nearly disappears, leaving behind a trail of foul, polluted aura. Yi activates his perception, eyes flashing, and with the Ten Tails passive effect, everything in his vision slows down. Atula charges at supersonic speed with twisted excitement, but under Demon Child's gaze, every movement crawls as slow as a snail. Yi instantly gets a new idea. This is his first fight after unlocking the strength template, so he might as well use this guy as a test subject. He immediately activates Cell Refinement. What happens next almost makes the enemy's eyes pop out, because right in front of him, demon children start appearing one after another, like endless copies. Clone after clone keeps forming without pause. In just a blink, Yi creates a tight encirclement. From fighting one demon child, Atula now faces dozens of identical figures. Yi uses the Hollywood Star cells to create clones, then reinforces them with read black matter. By his estimate, each clone is nearly as strong as the original. Then time is locked for 15 seconds. Dozens of Yi begin charging atomic energy at the same time. The clones are weaker and might even collapse from the overload, but the power is still terrifying. When time resumes, every clone opens its mouth. Each one looks like a cannon aimed straight at Atula. The real Yi also layers Hellstar sensory guidance onto the attack to push the damage to the limit. At this point, Atula finally senses something is wrong. His eyes dart around and his face changes. For the first time since arriving, he shows fear. Yi roars. Before Atula can react, he realizes the charge was already complete. He can only curl into a massive muscle mass to defend. In front of him, countless Yi spin at insane speed, turning his vision into chaos. For the first time, Atula truly trembles. He shrinks like a drenched rat. As his fear peaks, Yi's voice echoes beside his ear like a death sentence. "This is the gift I prepared for you. This one is made just for you." The moment he finishes speaking, the immortal-slaying nuclear grand array activates. Dozens of atomic pillars thicker than trucks crash down and merge into one point. Multicolored light overlaps and multiplies the power. A blazing artificial sun rises above the imperial capital. The light is even brighter than the real sun. At the Dragon Sparrow headquarters, Wang Zhiding's legs go weak. Reports from the barrier staff flood in non-stop. "This is bad, Director. Look at the sky above Hua University. Radiation levels in that area are spiking abnormally. The city's temperature is rising at a shocking rate. From afar, it looks like a second sun has appeared. A blinding white light swallows everything. Window glass starts cracking from the heat. River water turns into white steam. And this is only the aftershock of the immortal-slaying nuclear grand array. As for Atula at the center, no need to guess. It feels like being thrown straight into the core of the sun. Nearly 40 seconds later, the artificial sun finally fades. Not because Yi is exhausted, but because the imperial capital is reaching its limit. Explosions have already started breaking out. Right then, the monitors report that temperature is dropping and radiation is slowly decreasing. Wang Zhiting is still trembling, his teeth clattering. Only one thought fills his mind. What the hell is happening at Hua University? Gong Ke, are you trying to blow up the city? Back to Yi. He floats in midair, calmly looking down. The surroundings slowly stabilize, and a faint purple glow still lingers in the sky. Beneath the swirling mask, Yi speaks softly. As expected of a heightier powerhouse from the secret realm, the Emperor-class level is no joke. Amid the distorted heat waves, a pitch-black skeleton with 3 heads and 6 arms slowly appears. An eerie, cold aura keeps spreading from the bones, as if completely immune to the heat. Even Yi is impressed. Surviving inside the immortal-slaying nuclear grand array is insane. Even extreme adaptive abilities would not last dozens of seconds in the core. This thing is truly top-tier. The 6 eyes on the 3 heads light up at the same time, like 6 laser beams mounted on its face. Tiny particles of dust start flying in from all directions, attaching to the skeleton and rebuilding its body. Atula roars like a mad beast, forcing his power to regenerate his flesh. But Yi gives him no chance. He leans in, stares at the skeleton, and says coldly, "You think you can heal in front of me? Not happening." The moment he finishes, he blasts forward like a heavy rocket, leaving its launch pad. Atula is visibly startled. With a loud boom, Yi grabs his skull and drags him straight into the sky, flying beyond the imperial capital. He knows the city cannot survive another sun. Now the Emperor-class form is fully stabilized. Atula suddenly softens his tone. "Since our birth, this is the first time we have been so badly injured. You have earned the right to be proud." He says he truly values talent. The old civilization's transformation ritual is complete, and he asks if Yi wants to abandon humanity and join their superior race. There is rare respect in his voice. With your talent, give it a few decades, and you could become the 5th envoy under the Emperor. Yi shoots him a sharp glare. 5th place? And I have to wait decades? Is this how you train your people? Then he suddenly lets go of Atula's skull, making him flinch. The air falls silent for a brief second. Yi turns around, eyes blazing. I stopped being human a long time ago. A blazing blue beam slams straight into Atula's face, blasting him through countless mountains. His skeleton crashes into a cliff, triggering a massive shockwave as huge chunks of rock explode. In that blinding light, Yi's speed and power surge, completely overwhelming him. Atula staggers out of the rubble, coughing, yet still forces a few words out. So you have made your choice, then we respect it. Next. Before he can finish, Yi looks annoyed. Now that they are far from Hua City, there is no need to hold back. Time to go all out. His aura erupts violently. The Godzilla secret art activates. The nuclear radiance battle form enters super mode. The terrifying pressure spreads out, even making Atula flinch. He realizes this human was still holding back at Hua University. Knowing he will not get time to recover, Atula pours all remaining gray dust into his 6 arms. But his mind is in chaos. What exactly is this monster organization? If every member is this terrifying, the Emperor's plan is in serious trouble. His 6 arms morph into 6 massive warblades wrapped in thick black smoke. Atula roars with killing intent. The monster organization must be wiped out. Yi's new form is fully revealed. His head is engulfed in raging blue flames, sharp armor radiating crushing pressure. Then he declares coldly, "In that case, I will send you off on behalf of Monster." The two forces collide in an instant. Crimson killing intent crashes against dense black death aura, and the shockwave wipes out a vast stretch of mountains. Atula swings his 6 blades like a giant meat grinder, but under the supernuclear radiance battle form, even 6 combined cannot suppress a single strike from Yi. The price of arrogance is a devastating slash that blows apart the entire mountain behind him. Yi roars across the battlefield. At the same time, Atula roars back in fury. Their direct clash shakes the heavens and the earth, dust storms rising everywhere like a raging sandstorm. Yi unleashes even more power. Blue nuclear energy surges around him like a burning ocean. He charges forward and shouts, "Come on, let me see how strong the top fighters of the secret realm really are." Atula was nearly reduced to bones earlier, yet he still charges head-on. He knows begging again would mean nothing now. Atula bellows, "Human, do not be arrogant." In the sky, blue and red lights collide, and violent shockwaves sweep everything away. As one of the strongest under the Emperor, he is being forced into humiliation by Yi. Atula grits his teeth and roars, "Even if my body is gone and my strength reduced, you humans have no right to look down on me." The moment he finishes, he pushes all his remaining power forward to crush the opposing nuclear energy. Even as nothing but jagged bones, his strength is still unbelievably terrifying. Burning with rage, Atula declares that the monster organization is the greatest threat to the Emperor, and every single member will be wiped out. Yi fires back without backing down. Even against Atula's explosive power, he stands firm and smirks. "You are even more arrogant than me." After a brutal clash, both are blown back to widen the distance. Atula swings his 6 great blades non-stop to cancel out the incoming force. But in a brief lapse, his foot steps on a small blue chunk of flesh on the ground. He looks down, instantly alert. In the next second, it explodes and releases countless spores that cover his skeleton. It all happens too fast for him to react. Yi looks down and sneers. He explains this is a fusion of Godzilla cells and 10-armed Janna cells, and he calls them IHOT cells. Then he narrows his eyes, his tone turning mysterious. He slowly explains its function, sending chills down Atula's spine. The spores expand like sponges in water at terrifying speed. In moments, they fill his entire skeleton. Atula panics. "What did you do? Why can't our body move?" For the first time, Atula is completely helpless. The viscous fluid keeps spreading. The red lights in his eye sockets flicker wildly. He realizes his body no longer obeys his will. This cannot be. Our mission is not complete. Just after facing the Emperor, his last chance to struggle drops to 0. His entire body is swallowed by the corrupted fluid from the earlier trap. The liquid turns pitch black. Through core cells, the Godzilla pillar can erode an entire planet, devouring ecosystems, atmosphere, continents, oceans, even the underground, assimilating every life form into itself. Yi calmly explains that anyone infected by high-level cells has only one ending. The cells begin rebuilding a body. Organs, blood vessels, and layers of muscle rapidly cover the skeleton. In an instant, a gray-black 6-armed giant with Godzilla traits stands before him. Satisfied, Yi declares, "From now on, you are my external avatar." Notably, the giant's face even carries traces of Yi. Upon hearing the command, he bows obediently. "Master." Yi is amused by the perfect response and decides to test a simple command: "Sit." The 6-armed giant obeys instantly. After sitting, he springs up at insane speed, shaking the entire forest. Yi nods, not bad. The Atula clone lands near them, cracking the ground into huge fractures and sending debris everywhere. A stone rolls to Yihe's feet. He casually picks it up and continues evaluating. Very good. The moment Atula sees the stone, his eyes light up like a dog spotting its favorite toy. Yi grins. Let us tweak this a bit. The tamed Atula has no clue what is going on but obediently lets out a few barking sounds. Yi throws the stone into the air and orders, "Go fetch." Viewers are left stunned. The terrifying Atula they expected is now turned into a pet. And not just any pet, but one of the Emperor's 4 envoys turned into Yihe's external avatar. Yi even reveals the YH cells were inspired by the parasite overlord of Boss City. The result clearly exceeds expectations. The scene shifts to Dragon Sparrow headquarters. A technician rushes in to report that the anomaly over Hua University has been identified. Wang Jiting turns sharply and demands details. The culprit is a masked figure who recently appeared, active in fallen Great Xia cities. He changes masks every time and rarely contacts the Martial Alliance, focusing only on hunting overlords and demonic beasts. Notably, whenever he appears, the clouds turn purple, as if he commands cosmic light. Wang Jiting stares at the purple figure who created the second sun, her fist tightening. A masked man with such power, truly mysterious. She begins to wonder if he intends to help Great Xia reclaim its territory. But the staff member immediately rejects that guess. According to newest analysis, this man is not trying to liberate territory. He is simply hunting regional overlords. Wang Jiting is stunned. Hunting overlords? Right then, an emergency signal pops up. Professor Gong Ke requests an immediate connection. The feed shows Gong Ke curled up in ruins. Once the strongest Earth Grandmaster of Hua City, she now looks completely shaken. Wang Jiting asks what happened, and she trembles. The masked man was not acting alone. Wang Jiting freezes. Gong Ke nearly breaks down as she says he claimed to be from an organization called Monster, with the title Demon Child. She had barely injured Attila, and now there is someone even more terrifying. After hearing this, Wang Jiting and the female officer exchange confused looks. On the other end, Gong Ke repeats with teary eyes. He said he belongs to Monster. The name leaves everyone speechless. No one has ever heard of this force. What kind of mysterious group are Monster and Demon Child? In truth, Yi made up the name on the spot, but the listeners scare themselves over a power that never existed. Even Wang Jiting, head of special intelligence, has zero data on them. If Demon Child is only a regular member, how terrifying is the whole organization? And they appear right when Great Xia plans a counterattack. That cannot be a coincidence. As he is deep in thought, the female officer suddenly gasps, "Director, look over there." Wang Jiting turns and sees a beam of light shooting into the sky, leaving Hua City. Everyone freezes. Is that Attula? The same body, but now reinforced with a titan-like frame. The energy has turned familiar blue, solid and overwhelmingly oppressive. The surrounding staff are stunned. The appearance changed, but the size and aura are unmistakable. A thought flashes in Wang Jiting's mind. Did he evolve again? But soon he notices something else. On the giant's shoulder stands a small figure wearing a mask, relaxed as if in his own backyard. It is Demon Child. Wang Jiting's mind goes blank. He just saw them fighting. Now they stand together with no hostility at all. None of this makes sense. Beneath the mask, that familiar eerie laughter echoes again. It seems he knows he is being watched. In an instant, all video signals cut off. The surveillance system is blocked by a strange shielding method. Luckily, life sensors confirm Demon Child is carrying Attula away from Hua City. The female officer thinks for a moment. Maybe he is preparing to leave. Wang Jiting clenches his teeth, helpless. Once the strongest nation, Great Xia is now reduced to this. They cannot even resist properly. Worse, their last hope rests on a member of a mysterious organization. In one day, 4 department heads died, and over half the elites were lost. He feels he cannot face the people. For the first time, he blames himself deeply. His anger also turns toward those who protected their own interests, especially the 9 great families of Hua City who fled during wartime. This will not end easily. After the incident, Great Xia social media explodes. News of Hua City being attacked spreads at insane speed. Many think it must be a dream. That is the capital, filled with countless powerhouses. The topic shoots to #1 in searches. Some call it fake news. Others suspect enemy forces are spreading rumors. The debate becomes chaotic. The scene shifts to Dai Kaming. A female student, pale with worry, asks him if the attack on Hua City is just a rumor. He answers with complete seriousness. It is real. He lowers his voice and reveals insider news. 3 Martial Association presidents and 4 Dragon Sparrow department heads stayed in Hua City. All 7 Grand Masters were wiped out. Dragon Sparrow even activated a special strategy, yet only 1 enemy survived. The girl is shocked and quickly asks about the nation's top Grandmasters. Dai Kaiming explains that Principal Shi, Azure Dragon's chief, and even Guardian-level warrior Wei Fu Hongsheng all have the speed to return from the border in a very short time. She stares blankly. So not a single high-level powerhouse showed up? Dai Kaiming sighs heavily. That's right. None of them appeared. All have lost contact. This situation is far worse than anyone imagined. The confusion in his eyes fades, replaced by determination. He says slowly, a new era is about to begin. The scene shifts across Great Sia's territory. On Liuli Island, the powerful Tai family secretly welcomes a special guest from the Northern White Federation to discuss a deal that could shape the island's future. The silver-haired man with a weathered face is the Tai Patriarch, the most powerful figure on Liuli Island. A plane lands, and he steps forward with a polite greeting. The guest appears. A long scar stretches across his face, a hat shadows his eyes, and a cold aura surrounds him. He does not even return the greeting. They still shake hands formally. Relations between the two nations were never good, but interests come first. The Tai Patriarch smiles. Seems like this is a big deal. The scarred man cuts him off. Time is short. If intelligence is correct, the last two Guardian Grandmasters and the nation-level warrior of Great Xia have all lost contact. Once confirmed, Northern White will not be the only one to act. Back to Yi He. He stands before Attila and officially declares that from today on, he is a member of Monster codename Shu. Just like that, he forms his own organization. Attila bows respectfully. Then he becomes Yi He's mount, carrying him through the sky. Standing on his head, Yi He says proudly, "You should feel honored to be Monster's first member." As he rides, Yi He plans ahead. In this extraordinary world, personal strength matters, but having a force behind you handles troubles you cannot show up for. With chaos rising, he decides to build his own power. First stop, bring Attila to Mad Doctor and check his secret base. But when he recalls rumors spreading that Monster colluded with overlords to attack Hua City, he senses something is wrong. He mutters to himself and uses Hellstar's light control ability to hide for safety. Everything proceeds as planned as Yi He approaches Mad Doctor's residence. Yet the sight before him leaves him stunned. It looks like a massive tropical rainforest. Wind howls through thick leaves. In front of him stands a giant tree so tall he must look up to see the top, and on its trunk is a strange crimson eye. The eye suddenly opens wide. Blood vessels and sclera are clear. The red pupil scans around before locking onto him. The moment their eyes meet, Yi He jumps and shouts, "Hey!" The tree is no ordinary plant but a living creature. The trunk trembles like breathing, and the eye stares down coldly. Yi He instantly flares his aura, fist clenched, ready to punch. He even yells, "Demon, take this punch!" The eye trembles as if frightened and suddenly speaks in a familiar voice. "Master, it is me." Yi He's fist freezes midair. Mad Doctor's voice sounds awkward and Yi He stands there stunned. He stares for a long moment before slowly processing the situation. The tree continues explaining that the entire forest is a biological surveillance system built with synthetic technology. At that moment, countless eyes and mouths appear everywhere, moving non-stop. The scene was straight out of a nightmare, but Mad Doctor's ability was insane. Yi He was shocked. The man said he studied plants, and now he turned the whole forest into living, talking creatures. Right then, a drone flew over and scanned them. In a mechanical voice, it invited the master inside and apologized, saying the base was only half a month old and still a bit rough. He looked at the advanced tech everywhere and couldn't hide his surprise. He stared at the drone and asked Mad Doctor, "Did you really build all this in such a short time?" Before He could process it, Mad Doctor's communicator responded. He said building a base and making money were nothing. As they walked deeper inside, he explained that many ultra-rich people were dying from illness, so he extracted a self-healing factor from his own blood, and they rushed to pour money into him. Mad Doctor also revealed he was secretly selecting the best targets to undergo Dragon Mecha transformation for Yi He. Their networks and influence would become massive resources in the future, helping the Master's power grow faster. If Yi He nodded, the process could start immediately. Yi He's face turned serious. He said the decision was his to make, but there was one absolute rule: no cruel experiments like the laser birds before. "You know my temper," Mad Doctor replied calmly. "Understood, Master." Soon the drone led them to a new area. Standing before a glowing door, Mad Doctor began his report. He said the reed-black biological matter Yi He provided was the most perfect material he had ever seen, with almost limitless growth. He even tracked down former experts from Prometheus and Team Laser, turned them into dependents, and formed his own research team. Yi He nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, the elevator activated and headed down to floor F. The elevator doors slowly opened. The moment they stepped out, the base felt both ultra-modern and heavily fortified. Inside, countless researchers worked non-stop. Even with Yi He standing there, no one looked up. Every single one was fully focused. Looking closer, something felt off. Their heads were connected to devices like central processors, surrounded by dense wiring. Their eyes were completely covered. He immediately thought these looked more like brain-modified biohumans than normal people. Walking into this room sent chills down his spine. Turning to the side, he saw rows of massive containment pods lined up endlessly. The sight was so bizarre he had to ask what exactly these things were. Just then, a figure stepped forward from behind and respectfully greeted the master. He turned around and froze. It was Mad Doctor, but in a completely different form. He asked if he had changed bodies. Mad Doctor explained this was only a biocontainer. He nodded, half understanding, but his curiosity wasn't satisfied yet. He asked where the real body was. Mad Doctor calmly said that to maximize research output, he used the read black matter to turn his true body into a complete brain, removing all unnecessary organs to avoid wasting processing power. Normally, he only implanted part of his consciousness into different containers, like inserting a control chip to operate outside. He stood there for a few seconds, staring at him strangely. He even wondered if this old man planned to start online dating with the Manhwa system. In the end, he just sighed. As long as you're fine with it. If the research brings useful results, then it's acceptable. He then returned to the main topic. He said Shu outside was actually his external incarnation. His consciousness could transfer there any time, so for now he would leave Shu under Mad Doctor's care, but absolutely no weird experiments. Mad Doctor's eyes lit up instantly. He replied that in that case, he wouldn't hold back. He would treat Shu like the master himself, and even arrange daily full-body maintenance by biohumans. The moment He heard that, he closed his eyes in pure helplessness and flat-out refused. After a while, Mad Doctor led him deeper into the base to a massive aquarium chamber. He glanced around and asked, "You're hiding something here too, aren't you?" Mad Doctor's eyes lit up. He placed his hand on a rectangular device and confidently declared that the next project would truly shock the master. He excitedly announced this was his most important research project. At that moment, the water in the aquarium began to churn violently, bubbles rising as the glass chamber glowed from within. Slowly, a creature appeared inside the giant cylinder. It was clearly alive, yet completely still, like a display specimen. Mad Doctor almost shouted in excitement. The artificial Emperor Maka project. He had waited a long time for this moment, just to present his masterpiece to Yi. Yi, on the other hand, froze for a few seconds. Mad Doctor explained that he extracted the primordial genes from the sacred dorsal fin He provided, combined them with the computational power of the read black matter, and after countless bioexperiments, created this being. It inherited controlled nuclear fusion from the fins and gained environmental adaptation and evolution from the read black matter. His eyes were practically shining. To him, this was the greatest masterpiece ever created, the ultimate gift for his master. He stared at it with one thought in mind. Isn't this basically the real Emperor Maka? He just hoped this giant monster wouldn't one day wander to Xiaodong Island, because it looked like a natural counter to that place. After calming down, Yi looked at Mad Doctor with clear approval. You did well. I'm truly satisfied with what you've created. He didn't hide his recognition. As a reward, Yi decided to grant Mad Doctor the newly developed YH cells, hoping for even more surprises in the future. The moment he heard that, Mad Doctor dropped to his knees, overwhelmed with gratitude, repeatedly thanking the master. He was startled and felt this kind of grand gesture was really unnecessary. After settling everything, He looked toward Huadu with a thoughtful gaze. It was time to head back. After days of brutal fighting, Great Xia finally reclaimed its territory with the secret help of a mysterious figure. The entire nation celebrated, but the joy didn't last long. From that day on, Great Xia suddenly imposed nationwide martial law. The country entered full wartime status, and all aircraft and ships were cut off from external contact. Special forces began constant street patrols. Drones filled the skies. Essential goods were rationed. It felt like the old lockdown days again, only heavier. Conspiracies flooded social media but were quickly erased. Great Xia was like a string pulled to its absolute limit. As for Yi, he now stood among towering skyscrapers, looking around in confusion. He muttered, "Where did they even send me? Is this really still Huadu?" But looking closer, the recovery speed was insane. Roads and districts destroyed in battle were almost fully restored, as if that war had never happened. After observing the city, Yi got to business. He spoke to the AI in his phones. "Xiaonu, navigate me to Longqi headquarters." Nuwa immediately responded that the optimal route had been set. Just minutes later, he stood before Longqi headquarters. Staring at the building, he felt something was off. First day of internship, and the place was way too quiet. The atmosphere was unnaturally empty. He walked straight inside, took the elevator, and headed to the 1st Division's office area, home to the legendary Ace Kinglevel martial artists. The elevator doors slowly opened. Yi. He stepped out calmly, only to find an empty office. The entire floor was silent, except for faint keyboard typing from a distant corner. The only person there was a petite girl working busily. Hearing his greeting, she turned and instantly recognized Yi He as the specially recommended student by Division Chief Qing Long. Yi. He stepped forward and introduced himself. Lin Zhou politely replied that she was just an ordinary staff member and didn't dare call herself senior to a specially admitted Huada student. She pointed to the desk beside hers and said that would be his seat, with all necessary files already prepared. After saying that, Lin Zhou spun back to her desk and buried herself in work again, complaining she was about to explode from overload and didn't want to be disturbed. Seeing that, Yi He carefully asked if the first division really had only her left. She launched into a long explanation. When Huadu fell into crisis, the main forces of Longqi 1st Division were guarding the border, so almost none of their top fighters were lost. But Divisions 2 to 5 suffered heavy casualties, and with threats rising everywhere, all the pressure fell onto the 1st Division. She added that she shouldn't be ranting, but she had been awake for over 30 hours straight, reviewing files until her brain nearly shut down. As soon as she finished, she resumed typing rapidly. Watching this exhausted senior, Yi He couldn't help but feel a little sympathy. This was honestly brutal. Right after that, he took out a small item and placed it on his palm. It was created from the reed black matter inside his body. Harmless to humans, it could enhance brain efficiency and ease mental strain. Clearly, he planned to help her. This so-called kind god secretly slipped it into her coffee and smiled as he offered it. Lin Zhou desperately needed something to stay awake, so she gladly accepted, even thinking this specially admitted junior was surprisingly polite and not arrogant at all. Without overthinking, she picked it up and finished it in one gulp. At that moment, the campus broadcast suddenly issued an emergency alert. Several cities near the southeast 3 Evils region had fallen into chaos. 4 ace specialists were already dispatched, but at least one more was urgently needed. Hearing this, Lin Zhou instantly pushed her chair back and stood up, complaining that an emergency had to come right now when she was about to grab food. Then she directly tossed the office work to Yi He. But Yi He gently placed a hand on her shoulder and spoke softly. He wanted to go in her place. Lin Zhou immediately frowned. Being specially recommended by Qing Long only meant huge future potential, not current strength. Missions like this were extremely dangerous. He was still a freshman. Push too hard, and it could cost his life. He didn't bother giving a long explanation. He simply asked, "Don't you trust me, senior?" Lin Zhou froze for a few seconds, completely confused. Then she suddenly smelled a very familiar scent. A strange sound slipped from her lips, and even her gaze began to change. In the next second, her surroundings completely shifted. A food tray appeared before her, and she seemed to be standing inside a cafeteria. Before she could process it, all her favorite dishes were laid out right in front of her. The happiness on her face was almost visible. With food delivered like this, how could she refuse? Lin Zhou happily accepted and even giggled, saying she wouldn't stand on ceremony. While eating, she kept praising him, saying this junior was incredible. She even suspected he was some kind of master magician. Only then did he step closer and smile lightly, saying he didn't deserve that. She was just too tired and he seized the opportunity. Even so, Lin Zhou kept shaking her head. She felt this wasn't that simple. She explained that ace specialists undergo anti-illusion training. No matter how weak their spirit gets, they aren't easily hypnotized. To reach this level, the ability must be powerful enough to pierce their consciousness. And he even made her reveal her favorite foods. That was even more terrifying. Thinking about it, her eyes turned serious. This ability alone could overwhelm an ordinary Xuanwu-ranked martial artist. He calmly took a sip of water and said that in that case, he would be on his way. But Lin Zhou still objected. A rare genius like him should grow safely. If anything happened, she couldn't bear the responsibility. While she kept talking, she didn't even notice when the can was placed back on the desk. When she turned around again, He was already gone. She could only grumble helplessly that this specially admitted student ran off before even hearing her finish. But soon, she noticed something left behind on the desk. It was a bottle of supplements and a note that read, "Senior, you're seriously overworking yourself. This will help you recover." Lin Zhou held the bottle, her eyes turning red. She wiped the moisture at the corners and muttered emotionally that this handsome junior was totally her type. At the border between Great Xia and the Southeast Triangle, a dirt road was packed with traffic. Horns blared non-stop, motorbikes weaved everywhere, and right in the middle of it all, an old bus rolled forward. Inside the bus, He had completely changed his appearance. Now he looked like an ordinary middle-aged man. Sitting quietly, he headed toward the Southeast Triangle border, planning to trace the chaos from the shadows and dig out whoever was truly behind it. After sitting for a while, Yi sensed something disturbing. The air inside was way too clean in a terrifying way. Luckily, he could shut down his breathing and form a protective layer around himself, or he might logged out of life already. According to Manhwa, the other ace specialists rushed to the border cities and swiftly eliminated the leading terrorists, but those were only outer pawns. The real force behind them remained hidden. One fell, another replaced him. They were cutting branches, not the root. Since the others had shown themselves, Yi decided to move differently. This time, he would dig straight to the source. The bus was moving normally when a three-wheeled vehicle suddenly swerved out and blocked the road aggressively. The bus driver stuck his head out, face red, and shouted, "How are you driving?" The other vehicle's door was shoved open. A blonde-haired man stepped down, dressed in flashy clothes, covered in heavy accessories and tattoos. One look and it was obvious he wasn't here for anything good. He scanned the driver like a predator locking onto prey. In a low, threatening voice, he said, "Open the door." The driver's face turned pale, his body trembling as he stuttered. The bus had no choice but to stop. Two men boarded as if they owned the place. The passengers froze. The driver didn't even dare react. One wrong move and he'd get beaten. Yi silently observed. Great Xia used to be the safest place on Blue Star. Even the border wasn't this lawless. Now these scum dared to act openly. Someone powerful was backing them. A black-haired man stepped in first, pretending to be relaxed. He shouted, "Everyone calm down. We're not bad guys. I mean, we're all good people here." The smaller man immediately stepped aside, presenting the blonde like a main character. He flattered him, saying their boss wasn't here to rob money or people today. They just needed a little cooperation. The moment he finished, the passengers in front panicked and rushed toward the back. Everyone tried to stay as far from the thugs as possible, squeezing right toward Yi. Poor Yi, he was crushed so hard he could barely stand. People pressed against him from every side until he disappeared in the crowd. He could only sigh inwardly. Even breath-locking had its limits. The black-haired man got furious seeing this. Veins bulged on his forehead as he yelled, "I told you we're good people. Why are you backing up?" Then he added coldly, "Anyone moves again, I'll start chopping." Right then, more people boarded the shabby bus. Two bulky men appeared, almost identical except for their hairstyles. They looked like human bulldozers, radiating aggression. The black-haired man proudly introduced them as professional tattoo artists. His expression suddenly turned serious. He lifted his shirt smugly, revealing a strange red symbol tattooed on his thin chest. It looked like an arrow piercing through some emblem. Then he declared excitedly that from the elderly to babies in arms, everyone had to get this tattoo. The mark looked like some kind of organization symbol, but no one understood why they were forcing ordinary civilians to join. From the back, Yi watched carefully. After a moment, he realized it looked familiar. Manhwa had shown him this symbol before. He immediately understood these lunatics were forcibly recruiting civilians into their faction. At that moment, an old man stood up in protest. He pointed at them and shouted that committing treason like this brought shame to their ancestors. Weren't they afraid of retribution? The instant he finished speaking, the black-haired man didn't hesitate. He dashed forward at high speed, drew a hidden blade, and roared, "Old man, are you tired of living?" In his twisted logic, anyone who refused their organization deserved to be dealt with. He rushed forward like a madman, screaming that he would chop the stubborn old man down. But something strange happened. The blade that should have hit the old man suddenly shifted and slashed straight into the blonde boss' arm. The black-haired thug froze, staring at the blood pouring out, stuttering in shock. The blonde instantly exploded. He glared at his subordinate like a beast ready to devour him. "What the hell are you doing? Trying to betray me?" The black-haired man trembled like he'd seen a ghost. Sweat soaked his back as he frantically insisted he didn't mean it. His arm just moved on its own. But for the boss, even a small wound was enough. He didn't bother listening. He glanced at his injured arm and coldly ordered the two muscular men behind him to deal with the traitor. They moved immediately. The two giants pinned the black-haired man down while he cried and swore he was innocent. What answered him were kicks raining down non-stop, the bus filled with screams and thuds. Then the situation flipped completely. The skinny black-haired man somehow knocked both tattooed brutes to the ground. Even he looked confused, as if he had no idea how he just beat two monsters. The blonde boss face changed instantly. He cursed and stared at him differently now. "Didn't expect you to be hiding your strength." He called for the rest of his men to charge. They rushed forward with weapons in hand, clearly ready for a full-on fight to eliminate this so-called traitor. The passengers were utterly confused. The thugs hadn't even touched civilians yet, and now they were beating each other. Screams echoed non-stop, but the ones being thrown off the bus were all the blonde's men. The vehicle shook violently, almost flipping over. This was a bus ride straight out of hell. The black-haired man cried while insisting it wasn't him. But when he looked around, all the muscular men were already down. Even though he won, his arms were swollen and bruised from overexertion. Blood covered the floor. The passengers huddled in terror, while he kept muttering that his hands hurt and his fingers were about to break. The blonde boss couldn't believe what he was seeing. He stammered like he'd witnessed something supernatural. "Who the hell are you?" The black-haired man replied that he was still himself, but his body felt controlled by someone else. His hand suddenly grabbed the boss' face while his mouth panicked in confusion. Then he seized the blonde by the hair and dragged him off the bus. The boss struggled and shouted, "You dare grab my head?" The subordinate could only scream that his body wasn't obeying him. It didn't stop there. He shoved the boss into a smaller vehicle and climbed into the driver's seat. The gang that came to force tattoos somehow ended up fighting themselves and fleeing. The passengers poked their heads out, baffled. Some said it was internal conflict. Others insisted the black-haired guy beat them all alone. Strangely, no one rushed to leave. They all waited to see what would happen next. But if you looked carefully, He, who had been sitting at the back, had already vanished. He had left the bus long ago. On the rough dirt road, a small vehicle carrying the two troublemakers rattled forward in miserable shape. The black-haired driver now looked like something from a horror film. Red-black tentacles wriggled from his mouth. His face was pale as a corpse, and he kept groaning in pain. Sitting in the back, the blonde finally realized something was very wrong. He stared at his trembling subordinate and concluded someone must be controlling him. There was no way that weakling had such terrifying strength. Thinking this through, he immediately softened his tone toward the figure sitting beside him. This was too much for him. Whatever the other party wanted, he would cooperate fully. He sat cross-legged like a meditating monk, hands forming a calm gesture, but his words were anything but gentle. "Who is your superior? Where does the funding come from? And where do you usually gather?" He's strange attitude makes the blonde guy even more uneasy. He starts overthinking, wondering if this is some hidden figure from the long key of Great Xia. If he tells the truth, his organization might silence him. If he survives, he'll face lifelong reform, and that's even worse. After struggling for a while, he comes up with a stupid plan. If he wants to live, he has to kill the man in front of him. In his mind, He is already labeled as a Great Xia agent. But right then, the old car slowly heads straight toward a bottomless cliff. It's not fast, but it never changes direction. The black-haired driver can't even control his own body. He finally speaks in a calm voice, saying it's time to send him on his way. Black-red tentacles begin appearing around the blonde man, wriggling right in front of his face. He turns pale and screams that he already confessed everything. He coldly replies that his words aren't worth trusting. He calmly adds that he was carsick earlier and barely heard anything. But it doesn't matter. He can just dive into his mind and check the real memories himself. The black-red tentacles instantly stab into the blonde man's face. He loses all resistance, crying and trembling. He panics and asks if He is a Longqui agent. He shouts that criminals should be arrested, not executed like this. He just sneers and says he guessed completely wrong. He's not from Long. He is the unbound Ghost King. At that moment, the car begins falling into the abyss. From afar, it looks like a twisted monster with black-red tentacles bursting out of its body. After finishing everything, He gently lands on the ground and takes a deep breath. The fresh air feels amazing, finally free from that carsick torture. Then his back starts bulging. More black-red tentacles burst out, clearly showing his power is being unleashed at a much higher level. The tentacles quickly wrap around the entire car. He slowly walks forward, looking more like a giant humanoid octopus than a human. Within seconds, the car is completely sealed. The headlights suddenly turn on, but this time it's different. The design looks modern, like it just upgraded to a new generation. The wrecked car instantly transforms into a stunning black-red supercar. Its surface shines, like it came straight out of a futuristic factory. He slowly turns around, opens the door, and calmly steps inside. One look is enough to make anyone stare. This is the kind of car you can't look away from. Inside, it's integrated with the manhua system. The moment he sits down, the startup sound echoes, confirming activation. He smiles. He's found the next nest of trash to clean up. This time, he's heading straight to their headquarters. Unfortunately, Bald Jaguar Rudo's current rank is still too low, so tracking his higher contact isn't possible yet. After confirming Jaguar Rudo can't be traced further, has smirks and orders Nuwa to set a course for Chen City. He also asks to create a fake identity, a spoiled young master from a powerful merchant guild. The system responds instantly. The engine roars as the wheels spin. Nuwa simply replies that it's understood. He turns and drives off without hesitation. Ahead lies a wide road with a sheer cliff beside it. Just looking at it feels dangerous. But this madman floors the gas. The car drives straight up along the cliff wall like it's flat ground. The scene looks completely insane. This is Yehe's tech backing it up. Try that in real life and it's a one-way ticket to the underworld. The scene shifts to another location, in the southeast Triple Kill region. Inside a room, 2 men and 1 woman are discussing plans. The man in the center raises his glass and says Hua Capital just faced a crisis, and this is a rare opportunity. If used well, Bloodthorn will leave a mark in history. Leaders from the Southeast Triangle have already reached out to cooperate. Seems they've been eyeing Great Xia for a long time. He lifts his head arrogantly and continues. They can exploit the border chaos to create more trouble. But unlike Great Xia, this region is full of messy political factions. Relying only on common thugs won't be enough. The man sitting nearby immediately continues, saying he needs contact with key figures inside Great Xia, but Longku has already put the nation in a wartime state. The defense network is sealed tight, and even Bloodthorn can barely penetrate it. The blonde woman cuts in. She mentions a man named Xiao Ji, an ultra-rich young master from the mainland who spends money like paper ash in luxury hotspots. His sheer extravagance has drawn countless elites trying to get close to him. Hez also the youngest son of a global finance tycoon, someone who could practically buy entire cities with a wave of his hand. But the real point is different. They say Xiao Ji isn't just rich, Hez infamous for being rotten to the core. He barely cares about anything like morals or other people. Some even claim his pleasures go far beyond normal limits. The man opposite also agrees. He says this figure appears too perfectly timed, like someone deliberately placed him there. The blonde woman agrees, but insists even if it's a trap, they still have to step into it. She already sent top-tier personnel to investigate Xiao Ji. She believes people who live in the shadows can see through each other best. The leader stands up, walks out decisively, and declares they will personally go to Chen City to meet this young master. The target has been confirmed. In Chen City, a border area of Great Xia, Yi He is reviewing information on the 3 targets. Jeb was once a high-level agent of the North Bottom Investigation Bureau before betraying them and joining Bloodthorn early on. Kenny once assassinated a major faction leader in the Dark Continent before fleeing and joining Bloodthorn. Santana slaughtered the family of a powerful tycoon in Viet Han, Korea, and rose through the ranks with pure strength. Yi He sits on top of a statue, reading the files while nodding. He suddenly mocks the name Bloodthorn, saying it sounds terrible, and thinks Liangshan Swamp would sound better instead. At the base of the statue, a group of monks sits motionless. All of them are controlled by blackered matter. One of them joins his hands and respectfully reports that the 3 targets will arrive in Chen City today. Hearing this, Yi He's mood instantly lifts. His eyes light up with interest. According to the plan, luring them into Bloodthorn will be enough. It seems Great Xia has truly weakened, to the point where just hearing its name makes people afraid to approach. He is now fully prepared, wearing a concealed mask. On the streets of Chen City, a taxi moves through traffic with constant honking around it. Inside the car are 2 men. The driver, smoking while watching the road, is Kenny and Jeff. Jeff confirms again that the meeting point is the church in the outskirts of Chen City. Kenny calmly replies that it is the organization's base here. In the back seat is Suntana. After hearing them, she asks what they think of Chen City. Kenny glances back with contempt. In his eyes, this place is just a small city with nothing special. No strong fighters in sight, clearly too ordinary. That's likely why Long didn't station many forces here. The car continues, but Kenny suddenly senses something off. The speed drops slightly, and his expression turns serious. Ever since entering the city, he feels like something has been watching them. Not only that, he notices the pedestrians are strange. Their heartbeats are too stable, unnaturally so, unlike normal humans. Hearing this, Jeff and Kenny exchange a look. No words are needed. They both understand the same thing. Something extremely dangerous is targeting them. Jeff reacts instantly, slamming the accelerator. The car shoots forward like a bullet. He urgently shouts for them to pull out. The taxi speeds away from the area. Behind them, 2 figures stand still watching the disappearing car, their presence deeply unsettling. As their faces become clear, a chill runs down the spine. Their expressions are stiff like puppets, with twisted, unnatural smiles. Their glowing red eyes make the scene even more horrifying, followed by a raspy laugh like a ghostly call. Jeff is now certain of one thing. This place is absolutely not safe anymore. A heavy sense of unease fills his mind. Sunset is coming, and that is when things of the dark truly awaken. After leaving that area far behind, the car finally slows down. Jeff speaks up, saying caution is fine, but maybe they overreacted. They're already more than 30 miles out of Chen City. He turns back and continues analyzing. If something really happened at the Chen City base, the organization should have received some kind of report by now. In the back seat, Santana looks exhausted, her face tense, as if under immense pressure. She frowns slightly and says maybe she's just too stressed. A year ago, when she tried to break through to the master level, She failed. But at the moment of that breakthrough, she saw a strange vision herself dead, with the two of them beside her body. That made her believe all three of them would die on the same mission. Hearing this, Jeff almost explodes on the spot. He yells that something this serious should have been said earlier. Kenny also curses loudly in anger, saying if he had known, he would never have taken the job. Santana can only explain helplessly. She says fate is hard to change, but at least the timing wasn't today. In her vision, the place of death was a dark forest filled with tree branches like sharp claws. Her expression darkens further as she continues. But right now, none of that matches. The surroundings are just empty land, not even a single tree in sight. Their conversation continues inside the moving taxi. Jeff coldly says that even if it is fate, he will fight it to the end. His life will be decided by himself. But none of them notice a black-red tentacle clinging to the taxi, silently recording everything they say. In the next moment, he suddenly appears on the roof of the car like a ghost. The scene turns extremely dangerous as he slowly lowers his hand toward the front of the vehicle. A red energy sphere condenses in the mark on Yihe's palm. He thinks to himself that the YH cells can now evolve into autonomous humanoid consciousness. Combined with holy wood power and plant cells from the Godzilla divine core, it can recreate his abilities. He names it Absolute Hand Y. In the sky, the moon suddenly swells to an abnormal size, silver light covering the entire area where the taxi is speeding. From the massive moon, dark blood-red energy pours down, heavy and suffocating, warping the entire space. The pressure spreads everywhere, as if reality itself is being twisted. The ground below loses its original form, turning into twisted root-like structures. Space shakes violently as if the laws of physics are being torn apart. The car is flipped and distorted by repeated impacts from the anomaly. Ahead, a grotesque creature appears with glowing cold eyes locking onto the road. Its body is a fusion of multiple monsters, distorted, oppressive, and unnatural. Yihe manifests, his voice still calm. A thought crosses his mind, so even fate can be rewritten. He stands on the back of the massive creature as if he completely controls it. Its body stretches like a mutated dragon, yet carries the breath of twisted nature. Its scales are red leaves, its body a mix of wood and giant vines. He stands firm above it, eyes cold and absolute. Everything must remain under his control. Santana is thrown out of the car, crashing to the ground in panic. Seeing the scene before her, she freezes, realizing it perfectly matches the vision of death she once saw. Then her gaze slowly shifts. On the other side, the car is tightly wrapped by roots, completely immobilized. Kenny is slammed hard inside, half his body stuck through the shattered window. Kenny, exhausted and covered in blood, weakly calls out for his teammates, his voice broken and desperate, begging to be pulled out. But then he realizes Jeff is already gone. Only a crushed body remains, mangled by sharp roots, blood flooding the car as his death ends in agony. The scene breaks Santana completely. Her heartbeat races in panic, yet she still helplessly believes no one can escape what is called fate. Driven to the edge, Kenny loses control completely, screaming and cursing in madness, half terror, half rage, abandoned in the middle of the nightmare. Right after the final scream, the entire car is crushed by the tightening roots. Only flashes of light and sparks burst through the chaotic space. Santana collapses to her knees, eyes hollow, almost accepting her fate. One thought remains in her mind: fate cannot be resisted. Yihe commands the dragon to move closer. Its massive head stops right in front of her, making her tremble and stagger back in panic. In despair, she closes her eyes, mentally preparing for death. But then she freezes. A strange sensation floods her senses, like an overwhelming living force wrapping around her. On Yihe's hand, a drop of pitch-black blood falls, carrying an unnatural aura. He slowly lifts his finger towards Santana under the cold moonlight, speaking calmly. Her fate is not decided by heaven or earth, but by him. He gives her a final choice: die as a human, or abandon everything and become his subordinate existence. Without time to think, Santana reacts on pure survival instinct, lunging forward to touch his finger in desperate hope of living on. The action is purely instinctive, with no hesitation, as if she is clinging to her last chance. Yihe glances at her coldly, his eyes dimming slightly, then turns away in disappointment. This result is beyond expectations. Immediately, Santana's eyes flare crimson. Her body begins an abnormal transformation as something invades and takes control from within. She convulses violently, loses all control, then jerks upright in chaos before collapsing backward. Her screams distort beyond human sound. The transformation continues like a nightmare. Her mind warps, her body loses control, and beast-like roars echo from her throat. Yihe observes coldly and comments. He originally intended to turn her into a simple bloodthorn lineage branch, but her greed pushed her beyond limits. If she can't withstand it, she will collapse. If she survives, she will become a completely new existence created by him. As he finishes speaking, black scales begin rising across her arm, burning heat surging beneath her skin. Dark energy spreads across her chest as well, rapidly coating her body in Godzilla-like bioarmor layer by layer. In an instant, a new form emerges. Santana is now clad in biological armor resembling Godzilla, her limbs reinforced with steel-hard scales. Black-red aura swirls violently around her as she roars like a wild beast. Yi raises an eyebrow slightly, mildly surprised. Her adaptability exceeds expectations. Without another word, he presses his finger to her forehead, directly activating memory extraction. The goal is Bloodthorn's full intelligence. A flood of memories rushes into Yi-He's mind. He murmurs that the organization's core is hidden inside a submarine at the bottom of the sea. After piecing everything together, he concludes this involves the Southeast Triangle region. As well, this is not just a small rebel group. At this moment, Santana speaks again, her voice now cold and hollow. She kneels instantly, fully submitting. From now on, Yi is her only master. Seeing the newly created subject, he gives a slight nod acceptable. Yi rotates his hands slightly, and black-red spherical masses begin falling out like separated biofragments. The spheres hit the ground and rapidly spread, rolling across the area with an unpredictable aura. In just a few breaths, they split and evolve into multiple identical copies of Yi. The entire area is soon filled with his replicas. He orders Santana to lead 15 elite units to wipe out all Bloodthorn bases in Great Xia, including the rebel leadership. No reports needed, only results. Santana accepts with a rigid expression. She only replies softly with yes, not daring to say more, her face tense under pressure. As she lifts her gaze, she suddenly freezes. Ahead, a gigantic moon hangs in the sky, so bright it makes everything feel unreal, as if she is truly seeing it for the first time. Over the next 2 weeks, border riots in southern Great Xia nearly disappear completely, and social order gradually returns to rare stability. However, the police already understand that a mysterious force is quietly wiping out all rioters and foreign spies. Every day, they receive anonymous reports with coordinates to collect bodies. In the open sea, a lone figure silently hovers in the air, observing the entire area below. Yi expands his life field search to locate targets, but finds no trace of the submarine. This isn't surprising. Their concealment ability is strong enough to bypass coastal defense systems, proving they are anything but ordinary. But ever since his arrival, his experimental units have been wiped out in large numbers, leaving almost none behind. Yi-He's eyes gradually turn sharp and cold. He doesn't care who it is anymore this time. He will handle it personally. A massive surge of energy erupts. He dives into the sea like a giant arrow, splitting the surface and carving 2 massive water trails apart. Deep underwater, he moves like a living submarine, using his tail and body to steer through currents while emitting light to scan everything around him. His entire body has now transformed into a true biological warship of the deep-sea colossal, adaptive and perfectly suited for abyssal darkness. Black-red matter begins flowing across his hardened scales, signaling that the internal energy is fully activating. Yi immediately releases the YH cells. In an instant, he locks onto the target, a hidden submarine ahead. The swirling energy acts like a compass. He smirks coldly. Found it. In the silent deep sea, Yi says coldly, found you. Ahead, a massive metallic structure drifts like a blade, its sharp bow slicing through the water as if trying to cleave the ocean itself. This is Butcher S9, once belonging to the Snow Country Alliance before its collapse, now seized by Bloodthorn as a mobile base. Its sleek exterior and advanced structure make it a floating fortress in the deep sea, feared by all life around it. At this moment, it is entering the waters of an underground nation, but its speed suddenly begins to drop. Inside the command chamber, the system immediately displays data. A 120-meter-long object is approaching, distance only 8,000 meters, and closing rapidly. The Admiral frowns, initially assuming it is a whale. Technicians immediately reject this. It is not a migration route. After a brief hesitation, he orders sonar deployment to drive it away. But reports quickly can confirm the tactic is useless. The target continues forward at unchanged speed, now only 5,000 meters away, and closing within a minute. Tension rises. Some even suspect an unknown sea monster. With no hesitation left, the Admiral orders Trident torpedoes to fire. 2 are launched instantly, systems confirming full lock-on. Ahead, Yi continues charging at terrifying speed, showing no intention of dodging the incoming torpedoes. Only at the last moment does he slightly pause. Then a massive explosion erupts beneath the sea, shockwaves tearing through the water like reality itself is being ripped apart. As the smoke and bubbles clear, the crew is stunned. The target is still intact, a colossal monster, with razor teeth, cold glowing eyes, and nuclear-like electrical arcs crackling around its body. The command room shakes violently under the aftershock. Alarm systems scream non-stop. One crew member panics and shouts uncontrollably amid the chaos. He reports in terror that trident has no effect. The admiral's face has already turned pale, his earlier composure completely gone. New data arrives. The target hasn't slowed, it has accelerated. It will collide with the bow in 30 seconds. The pressure inside the chamber feels like it is about to collapse. As the distance reaches critical range, the entire crew falls into total panic. At that moment, Yihei's colossal biological warship form appears directly in front of the submarine. He rams forward, slamming his head into the hull. The massive metal structure is thrown off course, seawater splitting into long white torrents as the entire vessel shakes as if it is about to break apart. The impact triggers total system failure alarms. The command deck is thrown into chaos. The admiral and officers struggle to stay standing amid the violent shaking. With no other option, the admiral orders all remaining Trident torpedoes to fire. 2 more missiles shoot out instantly, racing straight toward the approaching monster. When the attacks collided, the explosions were like striking a massive biological armor. Most of the nuclear energy was neutralized, unable to break through Yihei's defensive layer. Immediately after, a massive blue beam erupted like a giant blade, slicing across the ocean, cutting straight into the submarine. The light dragged electric waves and shock waves that wiped out everything in its path. Inside the submarine, everything was crushed in an instant. Fire, smoke, and pressure flooded the entire compartment, leaving many bodies barely recognizable. Amid the chaos, a red figure burst out of the explosion zone. Even though the submarine was heavily destroyed, this person somehow survived. He was Greet, leader of Bloodthorn and Shrank Powerhouse. His muscular frame and tattooed back marked by the organization burned with rage as he saw his base suddenly destroyed. Greet immediately charged out of the burning wreckage, his aura erupting wildly as he headed straight for the front of the vessel to find the culprit. Only one thought filled his mind in fury. He had prepared for every scenario, but never expected his base to be wiped out by a monster-like existence from the deep sea. Killing intent surged as he accelerated forward. Driven by rage and survival instinct, Greet pulled out a nuclear energy tube device. In his mind, everything was caused by that damned sea monster. The submarine was already in critical condition, and the nuclear core was becoming unstable, ready to detonate at any moment. Despite the pain and rage, he only wanted to crush the enemy at any cost. Losing all reason, Greet hurled the nuclear container straight at Yihei, convinced the explosion would erase him instantly. But Yihei simply turned around and faced it calmly. Unlike expectations, he showed no fear at all, even opening his mouth as if waiting for it. In that instant, he swallowed the incoming object whole, closing his jaws like it was nothing. A cold smile appeared, freezing Greet in disbelief. Greet immediately assumed the opponent was just a foolish creature that didn't understand what it had swallowed. In his mind, a nuclear detonation from inside would be unavoidable death. A terrifying explosion erupted inside Yihei's body, releasing nuclear shockwaves outward. Greet was certain this time the enemy would be completely erased. But when the smoke cleared, Yihei still stood there completely unharmed, not even showing a change in expression. That sight left Greet completely frozen, his confidence shattered, and he could only stand in stunned silence. Fear began to spread through his entire body. He realized he was facing something beyond the concept of a monster. His mind kept repeating one question: what is this thing? Suddenly, a cold voice echoed directly inside Greta's mind. He panicked as he realized it was telepathic communication, even using the Great Xia language, throwing him further into confusion. While he was still shaken, Yihei opened his mouth, gathering a blinding energy inside. Greet forced himself to stay calm, reminding himself he was still a Shrank fighter and could fight underwater. He roared and released his full power, black tentacles erupting from his back as his eyes turned vicious, preparing to engage in a direct fight. But just as he moved, a dense layer of purple-black matter suddenly surged in at terrifying speed. Great panicked as he realized his body was being restrained. His power was being drained completely, leaving him unable to move. Pain spread violently through his body, as if it was being eroded from within. His senses collapsed as he screamed in despair at the bottom of the ocean. He could feel every cell being destroyed, and his life force drained away. With no help in sight, he could only suffer in the freezing darkness. The pain reached its peak, and his consciousness began to break apart. In his final moment, only pure despair remained along with the question of what this being truly was. The scene then shifted to the ocean surface, where the once calm sea was now disturbed by violent waves. A massive figure surged across the surface, sharp scales tearing through the wind and raising towering white wakes. Yihei moved like a true ruler of the ocean, at terrifying speed. He had already locked onto his next target. The Southeast Triangle region was now in his sights. Scene shifts to the Southeast Triangle, Philippines. A guard was scanning the sea through binoculars when he suddenly froze. Strange anomalies appeared on the ocean surface, completely unpredicted, as if something was rising from the deep. Standing at the calm-looking shoreline, one soldier grew confused as his comrade kept staring into the distance. Tension escalated when news arrived of a large shipment of equipment from the U.S. Talk quickly shifted toward a reckless plan to move against the Xia kingdom. The other soldier panicked, knowing the gap in power was overwhelming, and even the entire Southeast Triangle combined could not match Xia's top fighters. Just as tension peaked, Mr. Lin appeared with a calm and slightly mocking attitude. He mentioned backing from the Northern Biden Alliance and forces in Leto East Iceland. He also claimed Xia's allies were tied up in conflicts on the Western continent and unable to intervene. In his analysis, the Federation's green light meant Xia's elite forces were likely already gone, which is why they dared to start such a gamble now. The armed soldier nodded, eyes lighting up, as if he had just found a rare opportunity. Everything seemed to be tilting in their favor, fueling his excitement. But before they could continue planning, a massive sound tore through the air. Both soldiers froze instantly, faces turning pale as instinctive fear kicked in. Looking ahead, they saw a gigantic shape rising from the sea. It looked like a mountain yet moved like a living creature. Strange roars followed, raising goosebumps across their skin. One soldier muttered in disbelief, unable to accept that something like this was moving toward them. At first they doubted their eyes, but once confirmed, panic erupted. They immediately assumed a sea monster invasion, feeling death rushing straight toward them. However, before despair fully set in, massive warships appeared from the distance, cutting through the waves. Both soldiers cheered in relief, thinking reinforcements had arrived in time. Not just one, but 3 warships emerged at once, making the situation seem far more secure. The sight alone gave a false sense of safety to the observers. Beneath the surface, Yi slowly rose. Observing the situation, he muttered as if confirming his destination. Without hesitation, he entered combat mode, preparing to erase everything in his path. A special energy sphere activated, releasing a surge of nuclear-like power across the ocean. The sea twisted violently, forming a massive vortex that threatened to swallow everything nearby. In an instant, the giant warships were completely crushed, unable to react at all. The overwhelming destructive force erased them from the battlefield. After the devastating strike, violent waves began spreading across the sea. The residual energy quickly turned into a massive tsunami, tens of meters high, towering over coastal structures. It rushed toward land at terrifying speed, as if ready to wipe everything out. The 2 soldiers watching were completely broken by fear, their bodies trembling uncontrollably as they stared at the raging sea. At the Philippine naval base, emergency reports came in. All 3 deployed warships had been destroyed without clear cause. The duty officer reported in panic that a high-level giant organism had entered the waters, sinking warships and advancing toward land. In response, the commander immediately ordered full activation of newly acquired U.S. weapon systems, determined to eliminate the monster before landfall. Emergency forces were mobilized, and distress signals were sent across the Southeast Triangle, believing advanced weapons could stop the threat. In the commander's mind, this was even an opportunity to elevate national standing. A victory here would bring global attention and boost both personal and national ambition. But just as tension peaked, the operator reported something chilling. The monster's signal had suddenly vanished completely. Confusion spread across his face as if he had just lost track of something that should not disappear. Hearing this, the commander's expression changed instantly. His confidence collapsed in an instant, replaced by unease. One question echoed in his mind: what just happened? The scene quickly shifts back down into the calm, deep sea below. Yi continues moving silently along the ocean floor, calculating how fast he can clear the entire Southeast Asian region, filled with scattered nations and military forces. He realizes that dragging things out would waste too much time, so everything must be finished as quickly as possible without unnecessary delays. Above the surface, a fleet seen as the symbol of Philippine power drifts overhead, while Yi passes silently beneath it without leaving a trace. In a decisive moment, he concludes that all forces here will be completely wiped out, with nothing left behind. The underwater battlefield distorts as if shaped by an invisible hand. The entity known as Demura begins to rise, the sea swelling violently as the fleet above is lifted and shaken like toys. From the ocean depths, Yi opens his mouth and fires a massive nuclear energy pillar straight up into the sky. The shockwave hurls warships in every direction, shredding them like paper in a whirlpool. After the strike, multiple warships explode at once, turning the entire sea into chaos. Mainland observers go into panic, unable to explain how a King-class entity appeared with no radar warning, as defenses collapse instantly. Meanwhile, the command vessel is still barely operational, struggling to stay afloat. Inside, the commander is already breaking down, muttering in confusion and fear at the name of the monster. On the main screen, The massive creature is clearly visible, moving beneath and above the sea, tearing everything apart in its path without any restriction. Yi-He is now in full rampage mode, sweeping his body and tail across the battlefield. Each movement crushes entire clusters of warships with no chance of resistance. The remaining fleet falls into total panic. Communications overload as commanders realize this is a fight for survival, and all ships are ordered to open fire simultaneously in a final stand. Dozens of warships unleash their full firepower, lighting up the sea with beams and explosions. Yi-He is completely engulfed in flames and smoke. When the bombardment ends, a pair of glowing cold eyes emerges through the smoke. The monster is still standing, even more oppressive than before, triggering mass panic and desperate retreat orders. Less than half a second later, a cold blue beam sweeps across the ocean at impossible speed. At 08:35 a.m. on January 24th, the entity known as Demura officially begins its assault on the Philippine fleet. Within 3 minutes, the entire naval force is erased from the region. At 08:50 a.m., another entity known as Demon Emperor Lala appears and moves toward the Philippine coast, while fighters across the country rush out in hopes of stopping it. By 09:15 a.m., Demura pushes into the capital, wiping out remaining defenses. As it leaves the area, it turns toward neighboring Southeast Triangle nations. With the military and leadership nearly erased, the country spirals into uncontrollable collapse. Demura continues advancing along coordinates from reconnaissance aircraft, predicted to reach Indonesia in 40 minutes. A top Eastern expert declares he will stop the creature at the border. But reality moves faster than expected. Within 30 minutes, the entire Nidonia region is paralyzed under devastating destruction before Godzilla leaves as if it had never been there. Meanwhile, Yi-He continues his journey, shifting his target toward Myanmar and South Korea without any sign of stopping. Myanmar is already in internal chaos between factions and smuggling networks. A high-ranking official tries to flee by private jet, desperately urging takeoff as reports confirm Demura has entered the southern region. He panics as others also begin fleeing, realizing that within minutes the entire territory will be wiped out once Demura fully advances inside. The plane had just lifted off the ground, shooting straight into the sky, while the official finally sighed in relief as if he had narrowly escaped death. Inside the cabin, he quickly regained his composure, even thinking about finding a safer place to hide and returning later. But just as that thought ended, he suddenly felt something extremely close outside the aircraft. A bizarre creature clung to the window, its body a viscous, sticky mass with eyes, nose, and mouth formings on its surface. It looked inside and greeted him in a twisted voice, sending the official into panic as he nearly collapsed screaming. The aircraft continued flying at high altitude, completely unaware that something terrifying had already latched onto its exterior. The moment he saw the slimy red mass outside the glass, the official recoiled in shock, unable to think clearly. Curses and panic filled his mind, while his two bodyguards rushed forward to shield him. The red sludge-like entity suddenly spoke in a human voice, introducing itself as Juesho Yi, acting calmly as if stepping onto a stage. A man's face slowly emerged from the shifting mass, as though forced out from within the liquid flesh. Without stopping, the red liquid creature seeped through the aircraft's sealed gaps, sliding directly into the cabin, as if no barrier existed. The entire cabin erupted into chaos. No one expected something so horrifying to bypass a completely sealed structure. It felt like an invisible invasion from all directions. Inside, the red slime began to swell and vibrate, letting out a strange mocking laugh. The official immediately ordered his guards to eliminate it, desperate to erase the threat as fast as possible. One bodyguard charged forward, gathering glowing blue energy in his fist. Confident the enemy was nothing more than harmless sludge, he even mocked it, believing one strike would be enough to crush it. But when the punch landed, the slime did not break. It only dented slightly, like soft jelly, reacting in a bizarre way. From that dent, a red tentacle began to form, twisting like a living vine with extreme flexibility. Before anyone could react, the tentacle shot into the bodyguard, piercing his defenses and drilling deep inside at terrifying speed. The bodyguard convulsed violently, his body twisting as his life force was drained. The other two panicked completely, stumbling back in fear. The cabin had turned into a miniature hell. Fully infected, the bodyguard suddenly stood upright with a twisted smile, as if his consciousness had been replaced. He formed hand seals and muttered a dangerous incantation. Instantly, his body exploded into countless red tentacles, flooding the cabin like a living plague, spreading too fast for anyone to escape. The tentacles didn't just attack, they pierced every victim, draining blood and life energy in seconds. The cabin filled with a suffocating stench and horrifying chaos. The slime revealed itself as a special parasitic organism, capable of absorbing life force and martial power upon contact, leaving almost no chance for resistance. It laughed while destroying everything, saying its master was busy clearing a larger battlefield elsewhere, and only sent it to handle minor leftovers. In its view, the entire southeast triangle was already nearly under their control. In the middle of the massacre, it grew bored, treating the fight like stepping on ants. It muttered that witnessing its master's true war would be far more interesting. Scene shifts to another region in South Asia, where cries for help echo among the ruins. Bodies are scattered everywhere, and the air is thick with the stench of death. A massive foot slams into the ground, crushing everything left behind, and sending shockwaves like an earthquake. Yi-He roars amid the chaos, nuclear energy erupting from his chest and shaking the sky. Shockwaves collapse buildings and shatter glass like rain. In that moment, he laughs with wild excitement, declaring himself the symbol of destruction and death wherever he goes. He continues, saying this land will become nothing more than a legend of a black monster, a nightmare etched permanently into the survivors' memories. At that moment, a figure suddenly descends from above, speaking in an irritated tone while looking at the devastation below. The newly arrived figure had a striking appearance, pink hair, sharp facial features, and a powerful aura. Just by glancing at the battlefield, he frowned, realizing 3 countries had been flattened in such a short time. In front of him, a strange flying device emitted warning sounds, confirming the presence of an extremely high-level entity known across the continent as the Ice Demon King. Even an existence like the sorcerer Paful, said to be capable of freezing entire mountain ranges with a single gesture, began to feel uneasy after witnessing the scene. As the unknown figure assessed the situation, he stated that the monster in front of them would not be as easy to handle as expected. A probing tension formed between both sides. The opponent then suggested that if Godzilla could be captured and turned into an ice statue, it would become a symbolic trophy worthy of a top-tier mage. The man immediately reconfirmed the request from Northern Biden, emphasizing that the mission to deliver the giant beast to Daifu must be completed as agreed. He also warned that he was not someone easily exploited or cheated out of a deal. The flying device quickly confirmed that all terms had been previously agreed upon, with no intention of breaking or changing them. It then explained the witches of the Western continent, beings who carry terrifying natural energy and can manipulate elements as extensions of their bodies. They are seen as living disasters, appearing only a few per era, but always bringing catastrophic consequences when fully grown. It recalled an ancient disaster where Atlantis was erased by a witch controlling sea and storms, sinking an entire continent into the ocean. Another historical event was mentioned, where volcanic eruptions buried a prosperous kingdom in lava, also attributed to a witch controlling earthfire. In the 14th century, the Black Death wiped out half of the continent's population, and was likewise blamed on a dark witch considered the most dangerous in history. Due to these repeated catastrophes, churches and kingdoms of the Western continent launched massive purges, sacrificing hundreds of thousands just to eliminate witch threats. After that era of terror, for hundreds of years any sign of witches was eradicated before they could mature, with almost no exceptions. However, the modern generation of witches has never been detected or eliminated, creating a dangerous unknown variable. The flying device continues explaining that the true origin of their existence is tied to an undisclosed secret, directly connected to the man on the battlefield. Suddenly, another presence begins to emerge beneath the man's form, as if something was being concealed inside his very body. The truth begins to surface, and the sky shifts dramatically. Darkness spreads, snow begins to fall heavily, and a massive energy storm forms at the center of the area, signaling the awakening of a high-level entity. Yi-He in his Godzilla form immediately senses the anomaly, locking his gaze onto the forming phenomenon. Above, a colossal water vortex rises like a wall dividing the sky, while Godzilla's nuclear energy also erupts violently, creating a direct confrontation. The Modernera witch known as Pathline finally reveals herself, carrying the intent to devour everything within her domain through endless ice. He does not hesitate, immediately compressing nuclear energy into a glowing sphere in his mouth, roaring as he prepares a direct annihilation strike. On the other side, Pathline shows clear annoyance, viewing the attack as crude and lacking refinement. The nuclear energy blast is fired with overwhelming force, tearing through the air toward its target. Pathline does not dodge. She raises her hand head-on, confident in her defensive power. She activates super magic, divine mirror of frost reflection, forming a massive ice mirror in the sky like a reflecting fortress. The danger lies in the fact that the mirror does not just block it, reflects the incoming nuclear energy. The energy beam is bent and redirected back along its original trajectory. The two forces collide mid-air in a violent clash. A massive explosion of light erupts, like a second sun falling to the earth. Even standing behind the mirror, Pathline is barely affected, forcing Yi-He to reassess his opponent and recognize her as a true Western mage. Yi-He narrows his eyes, treating this as the first time encountering a foreign opponent of real caliber, and becomes curious about the combat styles of powers beyond his own territory. He kept watching with a challenging look, trying to see what tricks the opponent still had beyond copying and basic counterattacks. Pathline kept moving in the air, dropping massive ice blocks like trucks to lure Yi-He deeper into the border zone. At the same time, he stayed cold and expressionless, treating everything like a game with low-level creatures. But then Pathline suddenly turned and retreated, avoiding direct confrontation. Yi-He instantly sensed something off, suspecting it was either a clone or a baiting plan to pull him into enemy territory, and he coldly scoffed at the idea. In the next moment, Godzilla suddenly stopped all movement. Pathline used detection magic and, seeing no reaction, thought he had gained control and landed right in front, but Yi-He only exhaled slowly, disappointed, seeing the attacks as too weak to test his real strength. Before the conversation could continue, Godzilla let out a shocking roar, while Pathline prepared an ice sphere counterattack. At that moment, two blinding blue beams suddenly swept across the entire area, triggering a new clash. A blue shockwave exploded instantly, blasting Pathline away, and before he could stabilize, a massive wind-tearing slap came from the opposite side. Yi-He calmly assessed the situation, treating the enemy's retreat as meaningless evasion. He began to suspect something deeper, realizing his true goal was not just fighting, but exposing the entire plan in front of all watching forces. From the shadows between buildings, Yi-He scanned the area and concluded the opponent was clearly trying to lure him toward North Baidun. He even wondered why he had previously flattened several countries. Countless energy clones of Puffly appeared everywhere, but Yi-He ignored them all, as if he had already caught the rhythm of the battle. Pathline grew suspicious, thinking his opponent had exhausted too much power and was now reacting slower. He stopped right in front of the beast, eyes narrowing as if confirming something abnormal. A strange feeling rose in him, making him blurt out a question unconsciously. But what shocked him was Godzilla standing completely still, while Yi-He's body felt like a lifeless stone giant. Pathfly immediately concluded it was just a fake act, raised his hand to form a sharp ice blade, and shouted in contempt. From above, an ice spear slammed straight into Godzilla's hardened scales. Without stopping, he unleashed more massive ice arrows, trying to force out any weakness. He laughed while attacking, believing it was just an act of depleted energy, continuing to rain ice strikes onto the motionless body below. Yet all attacks were nearly useless, as Yi-He's body remained still like an ancient boulder with no reaction. Pathfly sneered, believing North Baden's plan had completely failed and lost all value. He concluded the monster was in a standby state from energy depletion, wearing a predator's smile. In the ruined battlefield, Godzilla stood like an ancient statue sealed by time, the surrounding air so heavy it felt suffocating, and all movement unnaturally slowed. Pathfly walked closer, stopping right in front with a mocking gaze, insulting the creature as nothing but an empty showpiece. He suddenly shot into the air, rushing toward Yi-He's head at extreme speed, still laughing coldly as if declaring victory. In mid-air, he condensed an ultimate ice energy mass, announcing a sealing technique to turn the opponent into a trophy. A massive explosion of light erupted, swallowing everything, and completely obscuring the giant figure below. But immediately after, Pathfly felt something wrong in the aftermath, his confidence quickly wavering. His expression changed as he suspected a counter-ambush, activating high-speed teleportation to escape the position. His figure vanished in an instant, leaving only a trail of cold magic residue, while his arrogant voice echoed that no one could touch him. But the moment he reappeared, he was still mocking before he could finish. The situation suddenly flipped. A nuclear energy pillar suddenly blasted into him, sending his body flying out of control and breaking his momentum completely. At that moment, Yi-He finally spoke, revealing he had been acting all along, and that his life system had tracked every move in real time, leaving no escape no matter where the enemy teleported. He concluded the battle had officially entered the finishing phase, with nuclear energy violently gathering in his throat, ready to unleash the decisive strike. His arm swung down with overwhelming pressure, locking onto the target, falling freely in midair. In that instant, Puffly was trapped under Yi-Huo's attack, looking like a helpless prey pushed into a dead end. The aftermath of the previous energy blast still hadn't faded from his body, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Just as he regained focus, a giant hand came crashing down in front of him, and his mind spiraled in confusion. What the hell is this thing? A roar erupted from the beast carrying Yi-Huo's aura, followed by a devastating slam. Puff Fly was blasted away like a struck ball, the impact so strong it seemed to ignite sparks in the air. His body was sent flying through rows of trees, carving a destruction path like an invisible blade, slicing through the forest. Trees collapsed in waves, split clean apart before he was flung even farther. Finally, he crashed hard into the ground, dragging out a long trench, curling up in pain like a shrimp. Yet he still gritted his teeth and spat a furious taunt. You dare disrespect me like this?" His earlier arrogance had completely vanished, replaced by boiling killing intent. He growled through his teeth, "If I die, I'll take you with me." Without anyone noticing, he had already appeared silently behind Puff Fly, casually sitting on a tree branch nearby. His cold voice cut through the air, exposing a secret that made the opponent flinch. "You're trying to kill Iker, monster." The moment those words landed, Puff Fly's mind shook violently, as if crushed by an invisible pressure. He tensed up, overwhelmed by a terrifying sense of danger, wondering if this man was from the east or the great Xia. He remained fully masked, pointing at Puff Fly with contempt. He mocked him further, referring to a girl tied to the opponent, his tone dripping with ridicule. "Just looking at you, she must be miserable, no wonder no one wants to stand by you." Puff Fly was knocked backward, barely stabilizing his body, as unease flooded him like a tidal wave. A strange, unexplained warning instinct rose in his mind. The moment his sister was mentioned, his eyes trembled violently. Killing intent exploded instantly, hitting his weak point as he roared in fury. "You want to die?" He only looked back coldly, his gaze sharp enough to pierce through him. He replied briefly, full of provocation, "You guess." Then he raised a hand to his forehead, forming a seal pointing to the sky. Energy around him erupted violently as beastly power surged in his eyes, and he declared calmly, "I came here to kill." The ground shook as a massive earth dragon, over 100 meters long, rose from below, covered in red scales and radiating a chilling aura. It coiled around a giant wooden golem before shooting into the sky, opening its jaws toward Puff Fly like it intended to devour him whole. Puff Fly frowned, instantly recognizing it as a form of plant control magic, but he dismissed it as weak, believing such tricks were beneath him as the Ice Demon King. A massive magic circle exploded beneath his feet, ancient runes spinning as freezing energy spread across the battlefield, locking space into a frozen state under overwhelming pressure. He began chanting, pouring all his mana into his strongest finishing move, preparing to unleash his ultimate technique. Frozen Mountain of Annihilation activated. A colossal ice dragon rose from the formation, covered in sharp crystalline spikes. Puff Fly believed his raw mana alone was enough to crush everything without any artifacts. From the ground, massive ice blocks rose like fortress walls, forming barriers that sealed the battlefield. He sneered, completely dismissing the plant-based opponent. The cold spread like it had a will of its own, crawling across the ground and space, draining all heat from the surroundings, until the air turned solid and lifeless. In an instant, Yihuo's entire dragon form was sealed under layers of ice, bound like it had been shackled by countless frozen chains. The battlefield froze into a giant ice prison. Puff Fly laughed in satisfaction, claiming that neither fire nor magma could ever escape his absolute frost domain. In his eyes, the battle was already decided. But then, cracks began spreading across the ice surface. Sharp breaking sounds echoed repeatedly as the frozen layers started collapsing, signaling the defense was being shattered. The ice chunks broke apart and fell in pieces to the ground. Puff Fly froze, disbelief flickering in his eyes as he narrowed his gaze and muttered cautiously, "Those plants are evolving inside the ice?" As soon as he finished speaking, the ice block exploded violently, as if crushed by an immense internal force. From the center of the blast, blazing golden light erupted, burning and suffocating everything around. What emerged from the shattered ice was a dragon-like entity glowing in brilliant gold, but its presence was anything but divine. Instead, it felt savage and demonic, with bone spikes erupting across its body like a living devil statue awakened on the battlefield. Puff Fly couldn't help but shiver, a cold sense of danger crawling down his spine. In that instant, his confidence started to crack, and a terrifying thought surfaced. Was he actually being pushed into a disadvantage in this magic battle? Above them, the sky twisted into dense, spiraling dark clouds, heavy as if ready to collapse onto the earth. Below, a massive forest of ice spears rose upward like crystal lances piercing the heavens, making the air unbearably suffocating. Before he could stabilize the situation, the entire ice structure began shaking violently. From the frozen spikes, a massive dragon over 100 meters burst through the formation, crushing everything in its path as shattered ice rained down like a storm. Seeing his defenses torn apart before his eyes, Puff Fly's rage erupted. He roared in fury, unable to accept being treated with such contempt. His hands clenched tightly, trembling, eyes burning red with killing intent. Rage surged as he recalled every insult from his opponent, leaving only one thought in his mind: kill him immediately. Old memories resurfaced in his mind, a past filled with mockery and disdain over his abnormal body. That pain had corroded his spirit for years, turning insecurity into deep hatred. But when his witch bloodline awakened, he gained power beyond imagination, originating from the very body part he inherited from his sister. From then on, he believed it was no longer misfortune, but a fated trial. In his distorted mind, this unique body was the key to reaching a higher level of power. He believed that by surpassing everything, he would ascend to divinity and dominate all life. He roared in madness, declaring that after all these trials, he would stand above everything, making all mortals tremble before his power. His fury peaked as he realized he wasn't just insulted but also overpowered. To him, this humiliation was beyond forgiveness. Standing in the dark sky, he raised both hands high, body straining as if forcing all his magic to erupt. His cloak whipped violently as killing intent flooded the air, and he roared. Only death could wash away this shame. His mana exploded into massive vortexes, forming raging ice tornadoes sweeping across the battlefield. They spun wildly through the sky, uprooting everything within dozens of kilometers, as trees were torn out like paper. He stood atop a massive entity, looking down at the raging magical storm surrounding Puff Fly. His expression remained cold and calm as he smirked lightly. Too weak. He immediately formed complex hand seals, shifting rapidly through dozens of patterns. His entire aura flared as he gathered surrounding energy into a single point, preparing a counterattack. The Pangu technique activated. The ground shook violently as a giant black wooden statue rose from beneath the earth, its aura twisted and demonic rather than divine. What fully emerged was even more terrifying. A Lashuralike figure covered in spikes, radiating brutal killing intent across the battlefield. The dragon binding technique followed. A massive black dragon over 100 meters burst from the ground, coiling tightly around the statue, locking it in place as red and black energy exploded, tearing space itself. Yi stood firmly atop the giant statue, facing 3 roaring tornado pillars ahead. Even in the midst of the magical storm, his expression remained cold and unmoved. He understood his opponent's ability clearly, the power to sense and assimilate natural energy, meaning ordinary attacks would hardly create surprise. That was why he remained completely calm. He silently concluded that his opponent's power was nothing more than borrowing and resonating with nature itself. In essence, what he could do was not inferior to her to himself. He placed his hand on the black wooden dragon and began channeling massive fire element energy into it, pure elemental chakra of flame. Tiny sparks of fire quickly latched onto the black dragon's scales, spreading into a raging sea of flames that engulfed its entire body. He let out a cold laugh. If the enemy used freezing wind, he would burn everything down with fire. The flames were not suppressed at all. Instead, they were amplified by the wooden structure itself, as if the material was born to feed fire. The temperature kept rising, turning the black dragon into a mobile furnace. Bloodflower abyss bloom. He ordered in a cold voice. Without hesitation, he activated the entire summoned plant force, causing them to erupt like a fury of nature. From underground, countless dark red giant flowers burst forth, spreading across the battlefield like a sea of death blossoms. Each bloom released a strange aura, both alluring and deadly, covering the entire forest. Red pollen was swept into the air, floating like glowing embers in a fiery rain. It reflected the burning light of the black dragon, making the scene both breathtaking and suffocatingly oppressive. From the burning black dragon, chunks of fire fell like meteor rain, exploding upon impact and spreading long trails of flame. In an instant, the battlefield expanded for kilometers. Everything swallowed into chaotic energy, with no place to escape. Sea tree hell. The entire forest erupted into a deep crimson inferno, heat waves surging violently and breaking through the freezing aura. Puff Fly gritted his teeth, realizing his full freeze plan had already been shattered before completion, causing his confidence to waver. He knew that to cast his forbidden spell, he needed massive wind and water elements to form a complete ice domain. It was an extremely complex ritual that drained nearly all his power, but now the fire had destroyed all preparation, leaving him stuck. While still shaken by the overwhelming masked opponent, Puffly suddenly sensed a chilling presence behind him. Yi and the giant statue had appeared without him noticing, and a voice whispered right beside his ear. Standing there frozen? He turned in shock, his mind filled with suspicion and caution. With such a massive body, the fact that they moved without a trace was incomprehensible to him. Before he could react, a devastating blow slammed into him and sent him flying like a bullet. His body spun uncontrollably through the air. Mid-flight, Puffly still forced out a mocking voice. So fast, but you still can't keep up with my teleport speed. As two extreme forces collided, the atmosphere changed violently, triggering heavy rain across the battlefield. Yet the hellfire was not extinguished. Instead, it burned straight through the rain. Puff Fly recalculated his strategy, his face darkening. His forbidden ice spell required precise conditions, but all of them had been destroyed, leaving him completely on the defensive. A massive hand carrying crushing pressure slammed toward the center of the battlefield, where Puff Fly was trapped in the energy storm. Even with witch blood, preparing this forbidden spell had already drained him heavily. His eyes widened, pupils shrinking as his mind went blank for a split second. What is that? Before he could react, Yi He struck first. The giant wooden statue bent down and launched itself into the air, carrying overwhelming force into the storm. It was now clear that close combat against such a being was nearly impossible for Puff Fly. He forced himself upward, trying to escape the pull of the storm and avoid the incoming strike. But at that exact moment, a massive fire dragon pierced through the storm, exploiting the opening to launch a direct attack. Through the gap in the tempest, Puff Fly saw the fire dragon rushing in and immediately changed tactics, roaring as he summoned 3 ice dragons, annoying 3-headed frost serpents. The 3 ice dragons rushed forward to block it, but against the black dragon's heat and impact, they were like thin ice sheets. Each collision ended with one being crushed or burned away instantly. Puff Fly gritted his teeth, thinking quickly, these fools aren't here to win, just to buy me time to escape. And exactly as planned, he used that opening to slip away. His face burned with rage, eyes filled with killing intent. He convinced himself this was only due to underestimating the enemy and lacking stronger artifacts. Otherwise, he would have already crushed them completely. He admitted defeat in this situation, but still refused to yield, gritting his teeth and swearing that given time to prepare, he would definitely take the opponent's life to wash away his humiliation. Below, Yi He stood still watching, eyes tracking his figure rising into the sky, a faint mocking smile on his lips as if he had already seen through every plan. In his eyes, a next time was nothing but an illusion. At that moment, faint sparks of lightning began crackling in the air. At first scattered, they quickly converged into Yi He's palm. They twisted and intertwined like serpents of light, making the surrounding space tremble under pressure. Without hesitation, he clenched his hand and released all the gathered energy. A blazing bolt of lightning was fired straight into the sky, tearing through space at terrifying speed. Puff Fly reacted instantly, twisting his body and narrowly dodging the lethal strike, his movement clean and precise, proving his combat instincts. Having barely escaped death, he sneered mockingly. Wrong again. Missed. Wait until I'm ready, then I'll take your life. But the moment he finished speaking, his skin crawled. Above him, the dark clouds churned violently, lightning flickering in unnatural patterns. The collision between the sea of fire below and the magical storm above created a chaotic environment, but also the perfect conditions for Yi He's ultimate technique. Yi He's voice echoed through the shaking space. All conditions are met, he shouted. Thunder Beast. Within the dark clouds, countless lightning bolts spiraled inward, converging into the shape of a massive entity slowly taking form. Puff Fly was right inside its formation zone, his pupils shrinking as he realized he had been locked into the kill range. He cursed in panic, understanding he could no longer escape its speed. The Thunder Beast in the form of a Quilin roared, tearing through the clouds and diving down with its jaws wide open, ready to swallow everything. Puff Fly panicked completely, realizing his body had been electrified, disabling his teleportation ability. He stared helplessly as the lightning beast descended at unimaginable speed, his body frozen, unable to react at all. In the final moment, the Thunder Beast bit down on him and swallowed him whole without hesitation. His scream was instantly swallowed by lightning, his body crushed within the violent storm of electricity. The lightning Quilin slammed into the ground, dragging a trail of destruction. Upon impact, a massive explosion erased everything in its radius, flattening the entire area into nothingness. Mid-air, Yi He stood atop the massive entity, silently looking down at the scorched land below. The world was eerily quiet, leaving only residual energy behind. He paused slightly, eyes narrowing with suspicion. That attack should have erased nearly any living being, yet something felt wrong, preventing him from believing it was truly over. And at that moment, at the center of the scorched ground, a translucent ice coffin suddenly emerged, radiating a chilling presence that seemed to refreeze the air itself. Yi He immediately sensed the atmosphere around the coffin shifting into an abnormal state. A danger beyond prediction surfaced, making him click his tongue and grow serious, realizing the Ice Demon King might have truly awakened and the situation was no longer simple. At the same time, another change sent chills down his spine. The dormant demon woman-like entity on his back suddenly reacted, her tightly closed eyes slowly opening, revealing a deep abyss-like gaze filled with sinister energy, signaling something even more terrifying had awakened. Scene shift to the North Baydun Federation. Inside the command center, the giant screen displayed global atmospheric disturbances. An officer urgently reported that in the southeast triangle region, a massive white vortex was rapidly forming and expanding. Director Adler of the North Baidun Federal Investigation Bureau furrowed his brows so hard it looked like he could crush steel. He growled, unable to understand why a Western continent mage had abandoned the front lines to fight an unknown masked figure. The operator confirmed the situation. Bassfly had entered a magical rampage state, his energy powerful enough to directly affect the climate of 2 continents. All contact had been lost. The director gritted his teeth in frustration, torn between military crises and the unacceptable behavior of a top-tier combatant losing control. When asked about satellite footage, the response was that the entire area was covered by dense magical clouds, completely blocking all observation. The next report made things worse. Multiple military bases in the Bangji nation had been destroyed, pushing the command structure into further chaos and anger. At that moment, a massive lightning field suddenly appeared on the main screen, signaling a drastic shift in energy flow. Technicians confirmed the original energy storm had completely vanished. Director Mark immediately concluded the battle likely ended in their favor and ordered forces prepared for deployment. He also cursed under his breath, frustrated at relying on an uncontrollable witch. Satellite imaging zoomed in, and the command room fell silent. A scorched wasteland appeared, and in the center stood a giant dragon pressing against an ancient ice coffin. Director Adler froze in disbelief and stammered, demanding confirmation of the situation. The technician reported in a trembling voice that the one being suppressed seemed to be the witch Puffline, not the masked man they expected. On the battlefield, the wooden golem stood before the ice coffin, radiating intense heat. He calmly observed, waiting to see what would emerge. Sensing rising danger, he immediately ordered an attack. The golem roared and launched forward like a meteor of destruction. The chaos meteor fall tore through the air, leaving burning trails and crushing pressure across the battlefield. The strike crashed into the ice coffin, but the surface remained eerily still, showing no reaction as if waiting to break. At the moment of impact, a thin, distorted hand slowly pushed open the coffin lid from inside, shattering the ice as if it were paper. A pale finger pointed directly at the incoming meteor. A witch emerged, naked, wrapped in vein-like tendrils, her aura twisted and terrifying. The meteor was instantly halted mid-air, frozen from within, then shattered into countless fragments, like a burst crystal sphere. He finally showed clear shock, acknowledging for the first time the overwhelming threat of this opponent. The witch fully revealed herself, her face resembling distorted twins, beautiful yet hollow and lifeless. Her empty gaze slowly turned toward Dai-He. In an instant, a wave of pure white snow erupted like a broken dam, swallowing the entire space and freezing the golem instantly, without any chance to react. Completely sealed in dense cold energy, the massive construct stood frozen in place, all control stripped away as it endured the crushing frost. Dai-He, standing on top of the golem, narrowly dodged upward after being forced back by the cold surge. He realized this frost far surpassed anything he had seen before and admitted he had misjudged the situation. Cracks rapidly spread across the colossal machine, with violent breaking sounds signaling a full internal collapse as the frozen system failed. The massive body then exploded into countless shards of stone and metal, like a burst of fireworks in midair that the witch silently watched. Outside, the Mester Federation headquarters remained eerily calm, its surface hiding the catastrophic events unfolding inside. Inside, however, chaos erupted everywhere. Adler was stunned by Puffline's defeat, and the sudden appearance of the witch triggered a full red alert as panic spread through the command center. Mark began forming a clear conclusion. Puffline's male body was suppressing the witch's full potential, with 2 conflicting consciousnesses preventing complete fusion. Only the sister-like entity behind her could unlock her true power. That accompanying entity was the true origin of the witch, the root of the power they still could not fully grasp. Even an incomplete fragment of her power had already altered the climate of the Southeast Triangle, proving how catastrophic her full release would be. If she reached full completion, the entire planet could be dragged into a frozen age, collapsing civilization itself. The only option was to strike now, before she recovered, and the situation spiraled beyond control. At this point, Senza is forced to activate an ultimate weapon sealed since the ancient war with the Tet Nation, a forbidden trump card only allowed in a no-retreat situation. While he is still calculating, a technician urgently reports that the masked figure has moved and is suppressing the witch, shocking Director Adler, who demands confirmation in panic. The scene shifts to Dai-He, standing face-to-face with the witch. He observes her and mutters an analysis, comparing her to a chakra-style tailed beast made of pure energy. Looking closer, he senses she is almost naive, a being formed purely from energy. Dee stays cautious while she stands motionless with an empty gaze. Her intelligence seems incomplete, driven purely by instinct. That instinct only leads to destruction, as seen in her earlier frost attack that shook space, while her expression remained blank. Suddenly, a massive ice mass forms overhead and crashes down like a collapsing mountain, compressing everything toward Dai-He at overwhelming speed. Countless ice spikes pierce the ground, triggering violent shockwaves as snow and cold mist explode outward, burying the entire area in crushing frost. When the dust settles, Dai-He seems completely swallowed underground. The witch tilts her head slightly, still confused about what just happened. What was in front of her a moment ago disappears without a trace. Before she can react, black-red tendrils appear behind her. Dai-Hei's voice echoes coldly, mocking her instinct-driven behavior. From underground, more tendrils erupt like living creatures, binding her limbs and dragging her downward to lock her in place. But her body shatters into countless ice crystals, then instantly reforms at another location, as if nothing happened. Dehe's eyes narrow. He coldly concludes in his mind, questioning if this is some kind of teleporting clone technique. At Daihe's original position, the witch's body dissolves into frost mist, transforming into sentient cold energy that glides away like a deadly wind. Reappearing elsewhere, Dehe realizes it is not cloning, but direct disassembly and reassembly of her physical form. Observing closely, he confirms she is pure energy-based life. He brushes off the frost on his hand, his smile turning intrigued. He laughs with ambition, even thinking of devouring her power. If combined with beings like the Ten-Tails or Godzilla, the result would surpass all limits. From all directions, black plant-like pillars rise to form a sealing battlefield, causing the witch to waver as fragmented fear flickers in her instincts. Daha's tendrils expand endlessly, interweaving into a dense net that tightens around the entire area. The net compresses into a massive cage, fully sealing the battlefield and cutting off all escape routes. Dai-He raises his thumb with a teasing expression and declares coldly that this time there is no escape. The massive cage fully closes. Inside, everything falls silent with no signal or sound escaping. Moments later, the witch inside begins screaming chaotically, her mind collapsing into pure disorder. In her distorted vision, the giant wooden golem reappears, standing like a towering shadow, staring directly at her. Frost energy erupts violently, forming a massive ice structure hundreds of meters tall that crushes against the cage from inside. Watching from outside, Dehe comments coldly that even without intelligence, this primal power is far more dangerous than any thinking being. Suddenly, his eyes narrow as he senses an ancient form awakening, a presence resembling a primordial entity. In front of him, the ice mass expands to a monstrous scale, even dwarfing Godzilla. Dehe laughs in excitement as the battle escalates like a natural disaster. He mutters in disbelief, realizing even this primordial ice form can be reconstructed in such a way. Immediately after, he shifts the energy inside his body. His aura flips completely as dark energy and intense heat erupt, preparing to enter a fully opposite state. A skill activates. A massive fire giant form rises, towering like a war god descending, far larger than the ice mass in front of him. The flaming skull head shakes violently as a deep rumbling voice echoes, challenging everything. This fight will end only in total destruction. The ice giant across from him pauses. It clearly senses the emergence of this colossal fire opponent, its gaze wavering slightly. At the Mester Federation headquarters, the entire observation room falls into absolute silence as the clash of two titans defies all belief. The commander stands frozen, repeatedly questioning Dehe's identity, unable to understand how one man can summon such a being on the battlefield. The AI system responds after a few seconds, confirming no direct profile exists, but related data is available. Old records appear on screen from the three-headed beast Atula invasion, showing the masked figure once appeared from the skies over Hua City and single-handedly repelled the attack. Intelligence sources confirm the masked man belongs to an organization called Monster. His alias is Demon Child, and reports suggest he may be a top-tier combat asset, possibly equal to or beyond the Federation itself. The elderly commander frowns while rereading the report, his thoughts heavy as the name Monster forces him to reconsider everything he believed. Watching surveillance footage, he curses under his breath, unable to understand how an unknown organization could produce such a monster-level existence beyond Northern Federation control. On the battlefield, the thousand-hand asura unleashes hundreds of arms like a storm of cannon fire, continuously crushing the massive ice structure. The giant ice mass begins to fracture at multiple points, with half of its face and shoulder collapsing as its defensive structure starts to fall apart. Through the shattered ice, part of the witch's body is exposed, as if forced upward from within the sealed prison. The witch panics as her protection breaks. She instinctively tries to rebuild the ice around her, but only creates more chaos and instability. He evaluates the situation and concludes she has almost no combat experience. She relies purely on instinct and raw elemental regeneration, behaving more like a runaway entity than a fighter. After understanding her nature, He moves for the kill and summons Zulong, a black wooden dragon wrapped in raging flames, rising beside the thousand-hand asura. The fire dragon coils through the air before launching forward like a massive arrow toward the witch. The witch raises both hands and releases all her ice energy, screaming chaotically in pure survival instinct. Countless ice spikes form a defensive wall, piercing the fire dragon and slowing its advance as it takes repeated damage. He leaps from the dragon's head, analyzing mid-air. He confirms Zulong alone cannot break through the ice, but it is enough to expose an opening before landing on top of the massive ice structure. He reaches his hand toward the witch, eyes calculating, treating this as the finishing moment, and speaking as if victory is already secured. At that instant, a massive cold surge suddenly descends, covering the entire sealed battlefield as if preparing to crush everything inside. He halts mid-charge for a moment, eyes widening as the overwhelming burst of power exceeds expectations, reflecting a deadly cold light. In extreme panic, the witch triggers a massive ice explosion, a final instinctive defense mechanism. A wave of freezing energy sweeps across like a tidal flood of light, crushing space itself and violently distorting the surrounding structure. Under extreme pressure, the thousand-hand asura is instantly frozen. The surrounding space freezes for a split second before being torn apart by the collision of opposing forces. Ice energy fragments scatter like a miniature nuclear blast, both freezing and destructive, sending shockwaves that bend space like invisible blades across the battlefield. After the explosion, the thousand-hand asura collapses. Hundreds of arms freeze solid and shatter into massive chunks, falling like icy meteors as cold currents spiral through the area. Amid the dissolving white frost field, a humanoid figure slowly reassembles from scattered elemental fragments. After reforming her body, the witch shows instinctive excitement, even attempting to fly upward to spread a global ice domain. In the next instant, a black dragon head appears before her, like it cuts through time itself. He steps out and directly seizes her, dragging her into the dragon's mouth to begin refinement. The witch falls into extreme agony, her body twisting under suppression as chaotic screams tear through space non-stop. The dragon head transforms into a massive furnace, continuously burning and compressing her with a spiraling energy vortex. He senses the pressure building inside and raises his hand to stabilize it, activating an opposing force to control the refinement process. Flames erupt around the dragon's mouth. Molten fire spirals inward like magma, while its eyes glow cold and emotionless, completely overwhelming. The explosion of fire shakes the entire structure. He realizes her power is based on elemental manipulation, meaning without her environment she weakens drastically. Inside Zulong's mouth, the refinement tightens further. The witch is slowly eroded by suppression, unable to resist, like prey locked on a cutting board waiting for the end. At that moment, He detects surveillance from orbit. His gaze turns cold as he looks up, annoyed by satellite monitoring over the battlefield. Without hesitation, he fires a beam of energy into space. It pierces the atmosphere and destroys the surveillance satellite in orbit before he calms his expression. He brushes his hand lightly, briefly thinking about a final stage Godzilla form, and whether the southeast Great Xia region has been fully cleared, also considering warning other hidden forces. Raising both hands, He activates the cloud soaring technique. A massive energy storm forms overhead, swirling red like blood, mixed with dragon-scale patterns emerging within. He smirks and concludes the refinement still needs time, deciding to conceal all aura to avoid detection from other factions. Meanwhile, at the Longqi Central Headquarters, a female officer reports the full situation. The commander reviews the data on the main screen and nods, confirming he understands. He mentions the Southeast Triangle region, recognizing it as a strategic hotspot, but believes local insurgents alone cannot overturn Great Xia's balance. The real threat lies in the backing forces. He further analyzes that overseas nations may exploit Great Xia's weakening state, using the excuse of freedom to justify military intervention. If that happens, multiple forces will tear into the region, pushing everything into an uncontrollable spiral of chaos. In this situation, Godzilla's appearance is treated as an unexpected variable. Though unclear why, the colossal beast rising from the sea and sweeping the Southeast Triangle has unintentionally eliminated a major threat for Great Xia. At the same time, the monster organization and the masked figure have officially entered the battlefield. In particular, the entity capable of summoning a black tree even defeated a modern ice witch, shifting the entire power balance. Now, too many unknown powerhouses are emerging, making the future situation increasingly unpredictable. Meanwhile, Godzilla has wiped out multiple military bases on the Kimchi Peninsula, leaving the southwest region in eerie silence as aftershocks continue across the battlefield. Dihee opens his mouth as thick mist rises. A wave of white frostlight energy spreads across the battlefield. An ice cocoon gradually forms. Under extreme compression, it cracks open, revealing a pure white crystal emitting intense elemental pressure that makes space tremble. The result is the ice-tailed beast crystal. Dihee studies it like a high-grade trophy, clearly satisfied with the outcome. Rising into the sky, he looks down at the devastated land with no remaining signs of life. He shows no regret, knowing an even greater disaster would have occurred in Great Xia without intervention, then turns to leave. He casts one final glance, silently confirming that without action, true hell would have descended upon Han Nation. In an era of widespread martial warriors, any hostile force can become a hidden threat, forcing him to eliminate problems at their root before they spread. Dihee sees himself as both the protector of Great Xia and a cold tyrant, knowing his actions leave no room for justification or resentment. He declares that all responsibility and consequences will be borne by himself alone, with no retreat allowed. After a supersonic explosion, his figure vanishes from the sky, leaving behind a devastated battlefield. The external threat has been eliminated, and now he turns inward to deal with internal conflict. While moving through the air, he recalls the Hua City battle that forced him to temporarily withdraw. According to Nua's latest report, Longque Great Xia suffered heavy losses, and international martial forces are exploiting the chaos to seize control, deepening internal disorder. In his heart, he decides to purge all elite manipulators attempting to control the situation, not allowing them to return and wreak havoc on the world. After the major campaign ends, martial academies across Great Xia gradually resume operations. Students and instructors return to normal life after the brutal battlefield, and order slowly stabilizes. Having experienced real war, the students finally understand how thin the line between life and death is. Even breathing in that environment was a privilege of the strong. This experience pushes them to break their limits and form the next generation of Great Xia's backbone. Though war brings bloodshed and loss, it becomes a harsh forge that tempers willpower and awakens human potential in this era of chaos. A group of second-year students gathers, excitedly discussing recent events from the masked Atelier-related figure to the mysterious presence in the Southeast Triangle, and even Godzilla. Rumors spread that certain forces disguise themselves as military drills while hiding deeper intentions. One student keeps speaking, claiming the southern anomalies were not natural, but possibly human-controlled, citing a blogger who analyzes classified information leaks. He even presents data and images of the Southeast Triangle weather anomalies, along with a picture of a strange fused humanoid entity believed to be an ice mage from the western continent who caused the regional frost disaster. Hearing this, another student grows uneasy, realizing the danger far exceeds their imagination. But then the speaker casually says, the entity has already been eliminated, leaving the group stunned at how quickly such a catastrophic threat ended. To convince them, he opens his phone again, emphasizing the enemy's terror before showing the masked figure responsible for resolving the entire situation. The screen displays Dihee in his thousand-hand asura state, his violent aura engulfing everything, instantly capturing everyone's attention. After watching, the group erupts in shock and excitement, overwhelmed by the sheer power they just witnessed. News of the masked man spreads rapidly online. People begin speculating that these figures may belong to the same mysterious organization that once appeared in Hua City. One student remains skeptical, questioning whether these beings truly belong to Great Xia. The most talkative one argues back, saying whether in Hua City or the Southeast Triangle, they have already protected Great Xia, and such beings may be living unnoticed among ordinary society. Mid-sentence, he suddenly freezes, sensing something nearby. All three immediately notice Dihee walking past. Instinctively, they bow respectfully and call him President. Dai, he initially walks by without reacting, but still casually raises his hand in acknowledgement. The group instantly becomes excited like fans meeting an idol, even discussing rumors about the president and his habit of throwing people out of windows. Dihe's expression turns cold again, faint killing intent leaking out. He mutters that dealing with the key family in the capital will require someone capable of coordination. He quickly identifies the best candidate in his mind and softly says the name, So Cho. Scene shifts to the training room of the Long Blood Guild. So Cho is meditating, his body wrapped in both scorching heat and freezing cold energy, as if two forces are violently conflicting within him. Suddenly, rapid knocking sounds come from outside. He opens his eyes, guessing it might be Ouyang Ze. He stands up, adjusts his clothes, opens the door, and asks what is happening, only to be informed that a guest has arrived to see him. Chuju's eyes lit up, briefly hoping Yi had returned. But Yangji immediately denied it, warning that the visitor was a special figure, not to be provoked lightly. At the Longshui Hui headquarters, Chuzhou stepped into the reception room and saw someone already waiting, who immediately complained, with impatience, as if he had been kept waiting too long. Chu Fengqi, eldest son of the Chu family from Huayu, walked in with a playboy noble aura, covered in flashy gold and jewelry, staring at Chuzhou like he was already in control. Chuzhou smirked coldly, not caring at all, even mocking his long journey like it was meaningless bragging. When questioned about provoking Mandu, Chuzhou answered bluntly without backing down, even earning a brief nod and smile from Chu Fengqi. But Chu Fengqi quickly changed tone, saying things couldn't be judged on the surface and needed deeper understanding. He began laying out the bigger picture, from the war weakening Da Xiaolonke, heavy losses everywhere, to Huadu seizing a chance to rise again like a massive chessboard. Chuzhou cut him off, visibly annoyed, demanding to know what he actually wanted, instead of the endless talk. Chu Fengqi didn't respond immediately, standing up and shifting into a more serious posture. He spread his arms in fake friendliness, calling Chuzhou younger brother, and inviting him home as if they were one harmonious family. Chuzhou immediately snapped and slapped away that flashy hand, clearly refusing any connection. He shouted in anger, saying not to call him brother because he didn't belong to the Chu family of Huayu, only taking his mother's surname. Chu Fengqi withdrew his hand, then calmly praised the Longshui Hui and said it was starting to outgrow other student factions. Chuzhou grew more irritated and demanded him to speak clearly. Chu Fengqi finally got to the point, asking if he wanted to become the chairman of Longshui Hui and represent Huayu students. That question immediately made Chuzhou think of Yi He, the current chairman, and comparisons flashed in his mind. Without hesitation, Chuzhou turned and walked away, completely uninterested, even tossing out a dismissive remark. Chu Fengqi called after him, confused why he was leaving mid-conversation, insisting that with family backing everything should be easy to control. Chuzhou turned back and said he didn't want to waste time with someone ignorant, hinting that anyone who understood Yi, he would never speak like this. He paused slightly, then made it clear again that Yi He was the current chairman of Longshui Hui. But the moment he finished speaking, a strange burning pressure suddenly rose behind him as something drew close. Chu Fengqi finally revealed his true nature, his aura exploding as he said he was only following family orders, aiming to use Longshui Hui and Chuzhou's talent for Huayu, his words filled with killing intent and contempt. His restraint vanished completely, unleashing full malice as he mocked Chuzhou, as someone looked down on since childhood, claiming he just needed to be taught his place. Chuzhou held his face, feeling the crushing gap in power, instantly realizing the opponent was far beyond him. Chu Fengqi sneered with absolute superiority, saying the weak should obediently accept suppression to understand order. The overwhelming pressure pinned Chuzhou down, forcing him to brace himself on the ground, and he couldn't help thinking of Yi He as an unreachable gap. Just as everything seemed hopeless, a strange voice suddenly echoed, asking if the boy wanted power, freezing Chuzhou in shock. That voice didn't come from outside, but directly inside his mind, as if speaking straight into his consciousness. When he came to his senses, Chuzhou found himself in a strange crimson space, standing above a blood-colored reflective lake, panicking as he questioned whether this was illusion or reality. From the red lake surface, the massive skeleton of a colossal beast slowly rose, distorting the entire space, leaving Chuzhou frozen in disbelief at what he was seeing. Chuzhou's body froze completely, cold sweat running down his temples as his pupils shrank in shock, fear choking his voice so he couldn't even force out a sound. The creature's head slowly lowered, its pale flesh cracked like long-dead dried skin mixed with fresh blood-red torn tissue, its mouth opening into a grotesque maw lined with layers of overlapping teeth that sent chills down the spine. From the dense sea of blood aura, a figure stepped out, his presence unnaturally perfect, a sculpted body wrapped in eerie black and red energy, standing arrogantly as Chuzhou immediately demanded who the masked man was. Unable to suppress his vigilance, Chuzhou shouted again, asking who he was, how he infiltrated Huada University, and what his purpose was in coming for him. The whirlwind masked man looked down calmly and asked directly if Chuzhou wanted to join an organization called Monster. Chuzhou frowned in irritation and asked why he was chosen, only to receive a single cold answer: fate. The crimson space seemed to shatter under pressure as waves of light spread like broken stars, while the masked man explained only those destined to become monsters were selected, and Chuzhou was one of them. He continued tempting him, saying joining would grant the power Chuzhou had always desired, though Chuzhou only felt it was a dangerous and bizarre ritual. Chuzhou let out a faint laugh, eyes filled with doubt and caution, spitting out one word, monster. Then he suddenly turned serious and asked if Yi He was also part of this organization. The masked man chuckled with interest and confirmed it without hesitation. At that moment, Chuzhou didn't hesitate at all and shouted his agreement to join, his sudden change freezing the atmosphere for a split second. On the other side, Yi He seemed to have already expected it, a faint satisfied laugh echoing behind the mask. He raised his hand, condensing a glowing energy sphere at his fingertip, saying he would return at night and would first deal with the obstacle in front of Chuzhou. The energy sphere shot out instantly, tearing through the air like a blazing red comet. A pure surge of energy extracted from the recently refined ice witch surged straight into Chuzhou's body like a freezing tidal wave. Chuzhou's body reacted violently, his pupils trembling as he felt an overwhelming power flooding inside him for the first time. In reality, his aura erupted, his beast-like true form awakening as a wave of cold energy swept out and directly shattered Chu Fengqi's pressure, forcing him to pause in disbelief. Chu Fengqi's expression changed drastically as he growled in frustration, unable to understand why Chuzhou's bloodline evolved so suddenly when he had clearly been insignificant before. He immediately prepared to strike for real, claiming that even a breakthrough was not enough to stand on equal ground, gathering violent fire energy aimed at Chuzhou's weak point. Chuzhou felt the killing intent clearly, his gaze turning ice-cold as green-blue frostlight erupted from his forehead and spread through his body as he prepared to counterattack. The two clashed like opposing arrows, fist and force colliding in a violent explosion that looked like a miniature sun erupting mid-air. Chu Fengqi gritted his teeth, still maintaining dominance while attacking, mocking this as Chuzhou's last chance to return under his control. Forced into a bent stance, Chuzhou still resisted fiercely, declaring coldly that he would never stand with those who used power and schemes to control everything. At that exact tense moment, the reception door was kicked open, and Yi He appeared with overwhelming pressure, his cold gaze instantly showing he would not tolerate his friend being touched. He stepped directly into Chuzhou's line of sight, killing intent freezing the air, making Chuzhou pause in disbelief that it was really Yi He who had appeared. Chu Fengqi glanced at them both and laughed in contempt, saying he had already studied Long Shuihui and asked if Yi He was the chairman, mocking that even if he called everyone here, it wouldn't change anything. Before he could finish, a hand had already grabbed his face, silencing him instantly as his vision went dark and only choking sounds remained. He lifted the entire body of a profound martial warrior effortlessly, his expression calm yet cold as he looked down at the struggling opponent. Even while holding him up, his grip tightened further, bones in the wrist beginning to creak with faint, dangerous cracking sounds. Chu Fengqi struggled in rage, flames erupting across his arms as he tried to fight back, but Yi He remained completely unmoved, tightening the pressure as the more his opponent resisted, the more he was crushed, his killing intent rising yet utterly useless. Yi He tilted his head, his expression casually indifferent, as if mocking him, and asked coldly if he was done playing, treating the entire attack like child's play. Chu Fengqi began to panic for real, unable to understand how a profound martial warrior could suppress him so easily, his entire confidence collapsing piece by piece. Without dragging it out, Yi He turned his body and gathered force into a throwing motion, a faint smile flashing across his face as he declared it was his turn to end the game. Ao Yangji shouted from outside in panic, desperately trying to stop him, reminding him that the opponent was a VIP and couldn't just be thrown out like that. A massive explosion rang out as reinforced glass shattered from the impact shockwave, and Chu Fengqi was hurled away like a cannonball, vanishing into the distance with only a fading scream left behind. Ao Yangji froze in panic, unable to watch any further, covering his eyes and muttering that he had tried to stop it but was too late. Yi He dusted off his hands as if he had just thrown away something worthless, completely unconcerned, while Chuzhou could only think that this level of monster was beyond measurement. At that moment, Chuzhou suddenly recalled his earlier agreement to join, realizing in shock that he might have stepped into an entirely different world. Yi He turned back with a casual smile, calling Chuzhou's name as if nothing had happened, his tone familiar like old times. Chuzhou felt a bit emotional seeing his old friend again, his voice softening as he responded more seriously. Yi He immediately wrapped an arm around his neck, laughing loudly and mocking his formal attitude, saying there was no need for politeness between them, then casually led him away while Ouyangji stood behind, convincing himself he was just a tool in this organization. As they walked, Yi He kept dragging Chuzhou along while talking non-stop, leaving Ouyangji behind in a mix of despair and self-acceptance, deciding he would become the strongest tool possible in a scene both tragic and absurd. Inside the Longshuo Hui chairman's office, Yi He brought Chuzhou in, spun his chair comfortably, and began speaking about the demonic eye and the whirlwind masked man. While talking, he pointed at himself, acting like he was waiting for Chu Zhao's questions, his attitude both lazy and deliberately in control. Chu Zhou immediately asked when Yi He had joined the monster organization. He answered briefly that after returning from Linshui County, the demonic eye had personally come to recruit him into the organization. He neither fully confirmed nor denied everything, choosing a half-truth approach while calmly steering the conversation, subtly hinting that, with Chu Zhao's observation skills, he had likely already guessed he was the mysterious savior from West City. Though speaking seriously, Yi He looked shamelessly self-amused, half boasting and half joking about how he had already surpassed Grandmaster level at that time, casually inflating his achievements as if it were nothing. Chuzhou was not easily misled, piecing together fragments in his mind, while questioning the true purpose and scale of monster, including figures like the demonic eye and the whirlwind masked man, concluding the organization didn't seem hostile to Da Xia, but still held many unknowns. Seeing through too much of his intent, Yi He became slightly awkward, waving it off before casually saying there were about 5 others at his level, speaking lightly but shocking enough to make anyone pause. The information hit Chuzhou hard, forming a dangerous image in his mind. A handful of top-tier powerhouses, already capable of shifting balance, and with 5 of them, the pressure was comparable to an entire national force. Yi He quickly tried to calm things down, telling him not to overthink it, and reminding him that the demonic eye would arrive tonight, asking him to simply cooperate with the plan, insisting Monster currently stood on Da Xia's side, despite sounding uncertain. After hearing this, Chuzhou said nothing more, stood up, said a brief goodbye, and left straight away. The door closed firmly, leaving the room in complete silence. Once alone, Yi Hei's lazy and joking demeanor disappeared, replaced by a deep, calculating gaze as he admitted inwardly he would not let Chuzhou get dragged into danger, even though the current plan still required his involvement. In deeper thought, he analyzed Da Xia's historical structure. From ancient times to the present, it had gone through 9 dynasties, and each time a dynasty fell, the old royal family never truly disappeared, instead continuing to exist like a system spanning multiple eras. This made him question the absurdity of it. Why no dynasty could ever fully erase the previous royal bloodline, when normal logic of power would never allow a defeated force to remain so intact. The internal AI system quickly responded, citing classified documents related to the ancient history of Manhwa. The answer revealed a key concept, the power of belief, also known as wish power. He immediately connected it to the Linshui County incident, where an entity like Barros had absorbed that kind of energy to sustain its existence, realizing he had previously misunderstood its true nature. According to ancient records, from the founding era, the First Dynasty's mystics developed a special technique to extract and utilize wish power, but instead of naming it correctly, they disguised it as dragon chi or fate energy. Going deeper, this system was not only meant to protect the royal family, but also acted as a binding mechanism between them and all of Da Xia, like a bomb planted long ago. If the royal family ever faced extinction, the fate energy mechanism could trigger nationwide disasters, plunging the entire land into chaos in a short time, which was why royal authority remained unnaturally stable across generations. From this, he concluded the real issue in opposing the 9 great families was not individual strength, but the fact that pushing them to the brink could drag the entire Da Xia into destruction, binding all actions under a national-scale threat. Thinking of this, Yi He clenched his fist as a faint golden energy flame condensed, silently deciding that his next goal was to seize and control the dragon chi held by those powers. He continued searching related data within the Manhwa system, while also opening his personal device to extract additional information, preparing to dig deeper into the secret. Every 60 years, control over Da Xia's dragon chi rotated among the 9 great families. Each time, the ruling family selected a chosen one, a living vessel forced to sacrifice all freedom to bear the dragon vein for the nation. Reading this, Yi He pressed his lips together, a mix of frustration and fatigue surfacing, as the truth felt heavier and far more unpleasant than expected. Even so, he quickly formed a plan. Temporarily have Chuzhou, who carried royal blood, absorb the dragon chi to stabilize the growing bomb, while he would later find a way to free him. Looking at the overall state of Da Xia, the top-tier existences seemed to have nearly vanished, leaving Yi He subconsciously feeling as if an enormous burden was being forced onto him. Sitting alone in the room, he realized that only after reaching this level of the world could one truly see how harsh everything was. Yet precisely because of that, he had no choice but to keep growing stronger and accept sacrifice as part of the situation. Outside, the moon hung high, while in Chuzhou's room he was still focused on cultivation in the quiet darkness. Suddenly, an abnormal sound broke the silence, scattering nearby birds in panic, and Chuzhou immediately became alert, turning toward the source. In an instant, his consciousness was pulled back into the familiar illusion space, where the massive beast once again appeared with its grotesque head and pale, cracked flesh, streaked with blood-red lines. Seeing this, Chuzhou was no longer panicked as before, instead speaking calmly as if he had already anticipated its return. He appeared in the form of the swirling mask, tilting his head slightly, as he explained that meeting him required a stable mental state, otherwise the consciousness link could not be maintained. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure began to fade, leaving Chuzhou slightly confused and unable to grasp the situation. But in the next moment, He appeared silently behind him, announcing the start of special training in a cold and decisive tone, emphasizing that Chuzhou was still far too weak. Without warning, he slashed across Chuzhou's face at extreme speed, leaving 2 sharp wounds before the latter could react. Chuzhou covered his face in shock, staring at the blood on his hand, only then realizing the injury, pain and panic erupting at once. Immediately after, the pain spread along with a strange invading energy that made Chuzhou scream involuntarily. He stood watching with arms crossed, observing like a researcher evaluating an experiment, then coldly reminded Chuzhou not to open his eyes at will. He explained that he had implanted a special energy called human force into Chuzhou's eyes, a necessary condition to unlock the eye of causality, while Chuzhou's body began reacting violently as energy spread throughout him. Chuzhou could not resist and collapsed to one knee in chaos, while He declared he was officially his disciple, passing down the eye of causality and ordering him to absorb all of this power. After a period of inner struggle, Chuzhou gradually calmed down, his gaze sinking as he no longer resisted like before. In the end, he knelt on one knee and bowed to Yi in the mental world, showing clear respect to someone for the first time. In reality, Yi stood beside the bed where Chuzhou sat in meditation, eyes closed and completely detached from the outside world. He calmly used water elemental energy to wash away the blood on his hands, as if finishing an important procedure. On the table sat a special vial containing Chuzhou's original eyes, freshly removed to complete the eye of causality implantation process. At the same time, he had injected human force into Chuzhou's spiritual space, combined with pure elemental energies to accelerate his bloodline evolution. Yi assessed the process, believing that with these modifications, Chuzhou would soon reach a level sufficient to bear dragon chi without collapsing. Looking out the window, his eyes turned cold and distant, as he calculated the next step in a larger plan, where the entire daxia was being pushed into an irreversible chess game. In the Huada Research Institute grounds, inside a small Imperial System cabin, Gongke sat with a dark expression, her gaze sharp enough to burn through the disciple standing opposite her. The room was tense like a drawn wire, clearly a confrontation from the start. The cramped room, once quiet, was now filled with pressure as Gongke locked onto Yi, like she wanted to settle every old grievance at once, clearly furious at being abandoned by her disciple. Yi stood awkwardly, fingers lightly gripping his pants like a student called to the front of class, not daring to speak a word, which only made Gongke's anger rise further. Gongke's frustration exploded as she listed everything, her prized disciple disappearing without a trace, broken promises of regular visits, not even a single call. She even mentioned the incident in Huadu last week where she nearly died, making her anger and grievance even more intense. Yi could only give a forced smile, trying to calm her down by saying he had urgent reasons, but his words carried little weight. At the peak of tension, he pulled out a gift, a limited global golden edition magical girl model, dazzling and flashy. The moment Gongke saw it, her expression instantly changed, eyes lighting up as she nearly forgot all her anger. After hugging the toy like a treasure, Gongke reluctantly declared a temporary pardon, but quickly regained her sharp gaze and asked why Yi had come. Yi became serious and stated his purpose directly. He was about to reach the profound martial grandmaster threshold and needed the second half of the Killing Heart Bodhi scripture to break through. Gongke froze, her expression clearly saying she must have heard wrong. She couldn't believe someone who had just started not long ago had reached this level so quickly. In her mind, she recalculated his entire progress. In just half a year at Huada, he had leapt from martial novice to such a high threshold. It was absurdly inhuman. Meanwhile, Yi He analyzed things differently. To him, these levels no longer mattered much, especially after dealing with two planetary peak-level beings. What he now aimed for was the Grandmaster realm and his own martial domain. Gong Ke set the model box aside, sitting down in a somewhat arrogant teaching posture, hands on her knees, like a senior instructor. She proudly praised her disciple while subtly boosting her own image as well. After her self-satisfied moment, she declared she would begin teaching. She reached into her clothes as if about to produce a world-shaking treasure, making the atmosphere tense. The result nearly made Yi He choke. What she pulled out was not some divine artifact, but a familiar pair of glasses. Once she put them on, she immediately switched into full teacher mode, ready to lecture properly. The lesson began from the basics. The transition from martial novice to martial practitioner was a process of accumulating blood energy, tempering the body, and building the foundation. Upon becoming a martial practitioner, the spirit begins to awaken, allowing finer control of the body through meridians and acupoints. Next comes the Xuanwu warrior stage, where both body and spirit must be trained in parallel. Once the breakthrough succeeds, the two gradually reach harmony. The final goal is Grandmaster. When spirit and body fully merge with no boundary, a personal martial domain can form and cover reality. That becomes each powerhouse's signature. In truth, the Xuanwu warrior stage is not truly a separate realm. It is more like a transition step before Grandmaster. But since so many people get stuck here, scholars gave it a separate name for classification, even if it feels forced. Gong Ke looks at Yi He with a faint smile while explaining, then drops a sharp comment that the name alone already shows how artificially this stage was defined. Yi He nods in agreement. The original system of realms was clean, but Xuanwu feels like a later addition that doesn't fit naturally. Mid-lecture, Gong Ke suddenly taps him with a ruler and pushes him to focus. She even complains about the teacher outfit she prepared for years finally getting used. Yi He mutters a response while briefly thinking about his clone elsewhere. While Yi He's main body is still absorbing dense knowledge, a thought flashes through him about whether the clone is doing fine. In reality, it is far from idle. At the Long Shui training ground, Mo Tong is actually Yi He in disguise, directly coaching Chu Zhou. He guides the energy inside Chu Zhou's body, forcing it back into proper circulation like correcting a chaotic river. Under continuous adjustments, Chu Zhou struggles to adapt. His body reacts violently at first, but the flow slowly starts to stabilize. Suddenly, Chu Zhou's eyes contract sharply. Veins bulge across his face as his state becomes unstable. His pupils tremble violently. The color shifts into deep red, then is torn apart by a strange blue glow. Energy vortex patterns stack inside his eyes, spinning without stop. Tomo-like patterns fully form in his pupils. Yi He immediately recognizes the breakthrough signal and his eyes light up. The awakening has reached its mark. In the Long Shui training room, Mo Tong crosses his arms and calmly asks Chu Zhou how it feels after the eye awakening. Chu Zhou blinks rapidly. The world in front of him feels layered, with every tiny fluctuation becoming clearly visible like ripples on water. His perception is no longer limited to short range. Everything around him feels flattened into his vision. In an instant, he can see through Yi He's back, through the wall behind, and even the people moving outside the gate. Farther out, even the smallest details in the distance fall within his sight, including nearly invisible life forms. A flying insect is instantly locked onto. Its movement path becomes crystal clear, and his mind automatically predicts its next trajectory like a calculation system. Chu Zhou becomes so excited he blurts out in disbelief. With this ability, almost every move in battle is exposed. Combined with his left eye's analysis power, finding weaknesses becomes effortless. His confidence surges. He looks at Mo Tong and claims he could end a fight in minutes using this new power at full output. Yi He immediately corrects his mindset, telling him this is only the surface. The eye holds deeper abilities, from enhanced vision and illusion casting to constructing mental domains, and even giant spiritual avatars. Without control, it can backfire and blind the user. He continues warning that only at the highest level of mastery can it be fully controlled. At that moment, Mo Tong's masked eyes flash with a cold purple glow, chilling the atmosphere. An invisible pressure sweeps through Chu Zhou's mind, throwing his balance off in an instant. Pain erupts in his eyes. He drops to one knee, feeling as if his eyeballs are being crushed from within while his nerves strain violently. Yi He calmly explains this is only the pressure difference in strength. Right now, Chu Zhou cannot even look him in the eye directly. If he wants to catch up, the training ahead will be far more brutal. Despite the pain, Chu Zhou forces himself up, eyes burning red with renewed determination as he says he will not stop. Hours passed, but the pain in Chu Zhou's eyes and head still lingered. After training, he rested while complaining about the overload, yet he clearly felt himself improving. Even so, with royal blood flowing in him, his will remained extremely strong. Despite bleeding eyes and exhaustion, he kept reminding himself not to give up. Yi He handed him a small suitcase and reminded him that cultivation cannot be rushed and needs proper rest. Then he signaled him to open it. Chuzhou hesitated for a moment before unlocking it. The moment the lid opened, a blinding light burst out, forcing him to squint as his attention was instantly drawn in. Inside was a chubby slime-like creature that once caused chaos in Myanmar. The moment it saw Chuzhou, it greeted him in a strange, almost carefree voice. Instinctively, Chuzhou drew his ice sword and stepped back, asking in full alert, thinking it was a dangerous beast. But the slime quickly crawled out of the suitcase, expanding and standing beside Yi He as if it already knew him. Yi He calmly explained it was a special biological entity from the organization, not a magic beast. The slime introduced itself as Afi in a strange tone. Chuzhou stared at the scene and immediately felt something oddly familiar. As someone close to Yi He, he instinctively sensed the same exaggerated vibe, but he said nothing, only finding the slime's aura strangely similar to Yi He. Yi He then calmly told Chuzhou to relax his mind and accept the new state. The slime suddenly rushed forward, wrapping around Chuzhou like living liquid. It climbed over his arm and shoulder, then dissolved into his body, forming a biological armor. Chuzhou froze as he felt pure life energy flood his veins, wiping away fatigue and pain, even boosting his vision. Yi He watched with satisfaction behind his mask, and simply ordered the training to continue. Scene shift to the imperial city of ancient Nandu. Inside the central hall of the Chu royal clan, a heavy atmosphere filled the entire space. A loud slap on the table echoed, shaking the hall. A hoarse voice roared that this was a direct provocation against the royal clan. He shouted that Chu Fengqi, a Xuanwu warrior, was beaten unconscious after going to Huada and hospitalized, proving this was not simple. He believed a Grand Master-level force was behind it as a warning to the royal clan. A blond man nearby questioned the claim, noting that Huada had already announced Long Xuehui was responsible, and even someone had taken responsibility. Chu Chengming immediately rejected it, calling it absurd. In his eyes, a newly formed student organization could never defeat a Xuanwu warrior like Chu Fengqi. Others agreed, saying Long Xuehui was just a cover for Huada. Defeating a Xuanwu warrior with a great martial master was an insult to the royal clan. Amid the debate, Chu Baozhen from the conservative faction remained calm and suggested Long Tusi Daxia might be warning the royal clan due to recent actions. Chu Chengming stood up, aura erupting, declaring this was already a sign of war and calling for alliances with other royal clans to prepare military action toward the north. Chu Baozhen strongly opposed, arguing Daxia was unstable and civil war would only weaken the nation further, and they lacked justification to act officially. Chu Chengming grew furious, saying hesitation would make them pray. He looked down on the masses, claiming the royal clan was chosen by heaven and should eliminate all resistance. The argument escalated into a direct confrontation between two factions, one advocating total suppression and the other warning it would drag the nation into ruin. Just as tension reached its peak, a calm voice cut through the entire hall. The speaker was clan leader Chu Hongtong. He calmly stated that although Daxia was showing hostility, now was not the time for war. He supported Chu Baozhen's stance, emphasizing observation, especially with the upcoming Dragon Vein inheritance ritual of the 9 royal clans in 2 months, meaning all major actions must be put on hold. The moment the clan leader finished speaking, the entire hall fell silent. Chu Chengming was unwilling, but he couldn't refute it and could only swallow his anger, his eyes still full of dissatisfaction. In Chu Chengming's mind, killing intent slowly surfaced. He already saw the clan leader as the biggest obstacle to the royal clan's grand unification plan, even thinking about removing him to clear the path. The thought of killing flashed in his head, and he almost said out loud that the man had no reason to exist anymore. Outside the walls of the imperial city, Yi He's slime moved through the structure, its face twisted in discomfort. It discovered a barrier that blocked any non-royal bloodline life form, making infiltration nearly impossible, forcing it to consider reporting back. It paused and mocked the defense system, thinking that if bloodline was required, they could just create one, or simulate it biologically instead of being so rigid. In its mind, it even ridiculed the outdated design. While thinking, it suddenly shifted ideas and grew excited about a new plan. If it wanted royal blood carriers, it should go straight to the gathering places of the wealthy. There would definitely be candidates there. With that thought, it decided to act on its own. Scene shift to the Golden Horse Club, a luxurious entertainment district glowing with gold lights and obvious wealth. Supercars line the entrance, and the people coming and going are mostly rich elites. This place is a meeting point for young heirs and wealthy heirs, used both for entertainment and expanding family connections. Many young women also appear here, mainly hoping to change their fate through the upper-class circle. Inside the management office, a rough-looking but powerful woman is pressuring an employee named Xiao Qi. Her tone is domineering, implying that advancing in life requires knowing how to behave. Xiao Qi keeps her head down, extremely cautious, barely daring to look at the manager, repeatedly denying that she understands what is being implied. The woman steps closer, her behavior clearly oppressive, pulling the employee in to teach her a lesson. At that moment, he suddenly appears in the office, calmly saying he is just passing by. Both women are shocked, especially the manager, who immediately shouts, demanding to know where this intruder came from. He does not waste time. His gaze and mental pressure slightly suppress the other party, making the atmosphere in the room instantly sink. Calm in tone but forceful in intent, he demands information about VIP lists and royal clan members. Not stopping there, he also asks for full personal data, room numbers, and internal information about the highest status guests currently inside. In another luxurious VIP room, Liu Yewen, a royal-blooded member, is being flattered by local young heirs. The atmosphere is clearly hierarchical, with him at the center of admiration. He enjoys the praise, looking down on commoners, and seeing everyone as beings meant to serve the royal clan. Liu Yewen has no idea that a threat is already heading toward his room, carrying an unfriendly aura. Outwardly polite, he inwardly despises the locals, believing that ever since the royal clans appeared, all lower classes should bow. In the most luxurious VIP room of the Golden Horse Club, Liu Yuewen sits at the center, enjoying the submission around him, judging this place as more orderly than Hua capital. Nearby, people quietly discuss the escalating tension between Daxia and the royal clans. Everyone knows the situation is worsening, but no one wants to make the first move. Leaning back, Liu Yuewen lazily asks if there is anything more interesting to do in ancient Nanjing for entertainment. A local heir quickly smiles flatteringly, preparing to please him. He says that, although ancient Nanjing is not as prosperous as Hua capital, the women here are exceptional, and he will arrange entertainment for young Master Liu. Hearing this, Liu Yewen becomes interested, taking a sip of wine, and asking further. He vaguely recalls a young female martial genius in this region. The heir immediately steps closer, eager to impress, explaining that she is Tan Ya, a recent graduate of Imperial Capital University, and now part of Daxia Long. He even tests the waters, asking if Liu is interested. But when asked to bring her over, he hesitates, saying he does not dare touch someone from Long. Liu Yewen places his glass down, his gaze turning cold. He asks sharply whether the families here are already choosing sides. The local young heir instantly broke out in cold sweat. He stammered, pretending not to understand what choosing a side meant. That vague response triggered Liu Yewen's rage. He lifted the wine bottle, his face darkening as he felt clear disrespect. The foreign liquor bottle smashed straight into the man's head. A sharp cracking sound echoed as glass and alcohol exploded across the floor, instantly turning the scene chaotic. Blood mixed with wine spread across the ground. The young heir collapsed in agony but was still alive. The others turned pale, trembling in fear. Liu Yewen coldly warned them to remember the status of the royal clan and not stand on the wrong side. He continued threatening them, declaring that Daxia belonged to the royal clans, not Longhui or commoners. The families in ancient Nanjing were too close to the core power, and those who failed to choose would be purged. Before leaving, he ordered all families to give a clear answer by tomorrow. He even stepped on the injured man, mocked everyone, and left as if it were all a joke. Even while being hated, Liu Yuewen remained arrogant, believing the people of this small place were completely ignorant. Just as he finished speaking, the door suddenly burst open. A guard walked in abruptly, making Liu Yewen pause. He angrily asked why someone would barge in without permission, but a strange feeling immediately rose in him. Before he could react, a mass of dark substance erupted from the guard's body, as if something was breaking out from inside him. The guard's body was torn apart. A pitch-black entity emerged, the skin falling away like an empty shell, revealing Yi He standing in the dim black aura. Everyone in the room panicked instantly, screaming in terror and repeatedly shouting "Magic Beast." Some tried to run and trigger the alarm, rushing toward the emergency bell. But Yi He merely raised his hand, pointing forward with his index finger. His gaze turned cold as stored energy began to erupt. From beneath the floor, sharp black branches suddenly shot up like spears, piercing the escape route and completely blocking the person trying to trigger the alarm. At the same time, Liu Yewen's body began to distort. Swollen masses rose across his face like air being pumped inside, his skin stretching and twisting in unbearable pain. Moments later, black energy branches pierced through him. His body exploded into a mangled mess, losing all human shape. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. sending the surrounding people into hysterical screams. The VIP room turned into a living hell of chaos and despair. Amid the scene, Yi-hee calmly spoke, his tone casual as if in normal conversation, yet it only made the atmosphere colder. Don't rush. Take it slow. He still maintained his usual luxurious demeanor, but today the young heirs here had fallen into extreme panic. The floor was drenched in red, making the atmosphere even more oppressive. Yi-hee stood coldly in front of Liu Yuwen, while the surrounding young nobles cried and screamed in terror. Liu Yuwen's face turned pale as if all blood had drained out. He trembled and forced out a few words, identifying himself as the third young master of the Liu royal branch, hoping to negotiate. He simply raised his mutated finger, letting out a calm "oh" with complete indifference, clearly not caring at all. Liu Yuwen tried to act tough despite his fear, attempting to use his identity to pressure the opponent and shouting if he even knew who he was. Before he could finish mentioning the royal clan, a streak of blood suddenly exploded from his forehead right in front of him, his eyes widening in disbelief as blood sprayed outward. Yi smiled faintly and said coldly that his target was exactly people like this, and since he walked right into it, it saved him the trouble. At that moment, Liu Yuwen's body slumped backward. Immediately after, Yi's body was engulfed by a strange demonic force, his hair rising and his eyes flashing with a crimson glow. From his hair, countless pitch-black tentacles extended, twisting in an eerie and unnatural way. The next scene was chilling. One tentacle shot straight into Liu Yuwen's mouth from behind. Everyone witnessing it went weak in the knees, completely terrified out of their minds. The corpse suddenly convulsed violently and stood back up as if forcibly revived. His abdomen swelled abnormally, causing the crowd to collapse in fear, screaming that a monster had entered Liu Yuwen's body. Liu Yuwen gasped repeatedly, his whole body drenched in fluid, looking like someone suffering a severe breakdown. Behind the local heirs, masses of reed-black matter began to emerge, slowly forming humanoid shapes. Yi had already appeared behind them, silently observing the results taking shape. After a few minutes of transformation, Liu Yuwen returned to a normal appearance, but his body was already fully taken over by the absolute parasite. He immediately reported successful control of a royal blood vessel, and that all memories had been extracted. He looked at him and pointed at his forehead, reminding him that his brain was still leaking, and he should fix that hole first. The parasite hurriedly touched the wound and apologized in panic, clearly still disoriented after the possession process. After everything was stabilized, Yi left and handed control to the parasite version inside Liu Yuwen's body. The remaining people were turned into absolute tree seed carriers, beginning the seeding operation. From outside, Liu Yuwen's voice could still be heard scolding the corrupt nobles of ancient Nandu, while inside, the scene had already become a living hell. The seeding operation to seize Dragon Chi officially began, and Yi returned to cultivation. Back in his secluded cultivation space, Yi slowly opened his eyes, revealing a strange blue glow. He poured all resources into spiritual attributes, absorbing life energy while calculating that the chess piece planted in the imperial city had succeeded, marking a key stage of the plan. Infecting the entire royal clan with absolute tree seed cells and turning them into controlled subordinates was not easy. This method only worked on the weak high-level martial artists who were almost immune to such low-density influence. Dragon Chi, formed from collective willpower, was extremely special. Placing it in the Chu royal clan was like keeping a ticking bomb inside Daxia. Moreover, he still needed Chuzhou to absorb Dragon Chi and evolve into a dragon vein. Because of that, he had to interfere with that power source sooner or later. Since he still didn't fully understand its nature, he could only rely on experience from Linshui County to test it step by step and gradually erode the royal clan's strength. After thinking it through, he casually picked something up. While chewing calmly, he calculated that he would either obtain the royal clan's secret techniques or reduce resistance for future purges. Either way, there was no loss. Everything was now prepared, and he only needed Chuzhou to mature before moving to the next stage. Before that, he had to break through the Xuanwu realm, reaching perfect balance of spirit and body. Unfortunately, his physical body had already grown too powerful. Because of that, all remaining resources could only be poured into his spiritual power. His eyes widened, deep, like a rotating universe, while he continuously refined mental energy through eye techniques. The most efficient way to increase spirit power now was to use ocular arts as a catalyst for transformation. However, strengthening ocular techniques required intense negative emotions as a trigger, since they were the best medium for converting spiritual energy. But he had no intention of harming himself, nor would he let those around him get hurt. Right now, he was holding the 10 Hands Wild Grab template, the origin system of human ocular abilities. As long as synchronization reached a high enough level, the new eyes would fully unlock their power. During this time, he didn't stay idle. He continuously guided the mutation direction of the ocular system, while injecting Zawa Rudo's spiritual power into the evolution process. It looked like he was pushing the eyes toward an entirely different evolution path. The next awakening might very likely involve the concept of time. 2 months passed quietly, and the scene shifted to the training grounds of Imperial University. Motong in a black-purple robe stood dozens of meters away from Chuzhou, calmly asking whether the past 2 months of training were worth it. If he performed well enough, he would be taught the method to upgrade his ocular ability. Hearing that, Chuzhou took a deep breath and prepared for battle. His eyes turned crimson instantly, 3 tomo spinning wildly as he bowed respectfully for guidance. Knowing the massive gap in strength, Chuzhou skipped all probing and went all out from the start. The ground beneath him exploded as countless ice pillars surged upward, each shaped like sharp swords. The entire sea of ice surged forward like a tsunami toward Motong. Chuzhou stood on top of it, charging forward with overwhelming pressure. After the bloodline upgrade, this was no longer ordinary ice. It looked more like a moving mountain of bzz. He fused sword intent completely with ice power, releasing his true beast form and freezing aura at full output. Through the mask slit, Yi quietly evaluated him. In terms of quantity, Chuzhou was still inferior, but in quality he had already surpassed expectations. His talent was indeed monstrous. Then he gave a faint smile. It seemed he would need to get serious as well. Space around Yi began to distort as the Dark Sunstar ability activated. The atomic energy inside his body was pulled outward, and the unstable colors gradually turned into a pure violet. Streams of photons gathered and condensed into 5 purple light spheres, each the size of a basketball. They expanded their coverage to a 20-meter radius. The 5 spheres rotated at extreme speed, forming an absolute defensive field around Motong. Any incoming ice swords were instantly vaporized on contact, erased completely on impact. Chu Zhao's pupils spun rapidly, analyzing their trajectories, and he quickly noticed something unusual. These spheres were not following fixed paths. They were actively protecting the center target. In simple terms, anything that approached Yi, he would be automatically intercepted. But Chuzhou immediately found a counter. If he could slightly distort their trajectory, even for a moment, his ocular ability could exploit the gap. Frost energy began to condense violently. The Ice Dragon bloodline erupted at full power. Massive ice dragons surged out, twisting through the air, while continuously spitting sword chi. Chuzhou understood clearly that as long as the dragons distracted multiple angles, an opening would appear. Countless ice swords launched a coordinated attack on Yi He's defense field. At that exact moment, Chuzhou accelerated forward. His chance had come. As expected, the spheres shifted slightly under pressure, and he immediately slipped through the gap, rushing straight toward the target. But the moment he entered the 20-meter zone, Yi smiled faintly. "You think it's that simple?" The spheres kept rotating, but their size suddenly expanded, and their energy output surged dramatically. A series of explosions erupted as all 5 spheres detonated like dandelions scattering across the sky. Chuzhou froze on the spot, completely stunned. So this thing even had a self-detonation mode? Countless light needles rained down from above. Even with Sharingan support, he couldn't fully evade them. Sharp pain struck as Chuzhou was forced to acknowledge just how overwhelming this power was. As the smoke cleared, only shattered ice fragments remained where he once stood. Yi raised an eyebrow slightly in surprise. It turned out that what had been destroyed was only an ice clone. The real body was standing atop an ice dragon in the sky, declaring that this had only been a decoy. And with that, he dove downward. Chuzhou's plan was clear: use clones and Sharingan to mislead, while hiding his real body in a blind spot for a finishing strike. But just as he prepared to move, his expression suddenly froze. Yi He's voice directly echoed inside his mind. "Whether clone or real body, none of it escapes me. But this strategy is decent. It'll give you a chance to come closer." Chuzhou clenched his teeth. He knew his plan had been completely seen through, but this was almost his last chance. The emotions he had been suppressing finally erupted. Chuzhou roared that he would become stronger no matter what. His 3-tomo Sharingan spun wildly. Frost energy condensed in his hand, and was forced into the shape of an ice sword. A martial technique activated. A dragon roar tore through the sky, as the single strike locked down every escape route, freezing the entire ground below. Meanwhile, Yi used ocular prediction to calculate every possible evasion path in advance. Chuzhou's eyes burned bright. This time, he was gambling everything. The massive ice sword shot straight toward its target. At the same time, an ice dragon burst up from underground to coordinate the attack. When the collision finally ended, the dust slowly settled. In front of him, Motong had been split in half and frozen solid in extreme cold. Chuzhou froze on the spot, unable to believe he had actually defeated him. But then a cold voice suddenly echoed inside his mind, asking when he started believing he had never fallen into an illusion. In an instant, the surroundings vanished. Chuzhou found himself trapped in a blood-red space. He was deeply shaken. His current power already exceeded an ordinary Xuanwu warrior, yet he still couldn't withstand a single attack. Outside, Yi observed everything, and thought that even extreme body refinement could not compare to a true transformation of spiritual power. The ocular technique, 10,000 Causes Eye, directly dragged the opponent into an inescapable illusion. Yi told Chuzhou there was a huge gap between them, because Chuzhou did not possess the time body. At this moment, Chuzhou only felt his consciousness being dragged toward an abyss. To evolve the ocular ability into the Karma Eye, the old method was still required, forcing awakening through extreme emotion. That was why Yi deliberately threw him into his most painful memory, hoping he would break through here. Afterwards, he intended to use that power to erase the royal clan from history. Chuzhou looked around in confusion. The freezing atmosphere made him unable to understand what was happening. His body suddenly stiffened. When he regained awareness, he realized he was bound in iron chains under a cold rain. His body shrunk back to childhood. His heart pounded violently as he realized he might have returned to the past. Then the scene he never wanted to remember in his life appeared before him. The Chu family head, Chu Hongtang, was staring coldly at a kneeling man. That man was none other than his father, Chu Longdian. Chu Hongtang directly ordered the woman beside him to be killed. Chu Zhou's father could only bow his head and beg, asking him to spare Chu Wanyi and the child. But Chu Hongtang was furious, claiming their escape and love had disgraced the entire clan. The scene from the past pierced Chu Zhou like a reversed blade, choking him with pain. The couple stood together, but Chu Longdian remained eerily silent. Chu Wanyi gently held her husband's hand. Trembling, she said she would rather die in exchange for her son's survival. Chu Zhou watched as his father slowly wavered, his heart turning cold. He screamed in madness, cursing everything in sight. To him, his father was a Grand Master-level warrior. Why didn't he just escape with his mother? But no one could hear his voice. He cried out in despair, desperately trying to break the chains binding him. When he saw his father slowly raise his hand, Chu Zhou nearly lost his mind. No matter how hard he screamed, no one responded. The chains tightened until blood spilled. His Sharingan spun wildly as tears and blood flowed together. In the final moment, his mother turned back and gave a gentle smile, leaving only one sentence: live well and become a strong martial artist. The three Tomo finally reached their limit and began transforming into an X-shaped pattern like crossed blades. Sword chi erupted violently. The chains were cut apart, and the entire illusion shattered into pieces. In reality, Yi felt a terrifying surge of ocular power that even caused his own eyes to tremble slightly. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seemed Chu Zhou had succeeded. Chu Zhou opened his mouth and confirmed his breakthrough, then stood still with eyes closed. A cold aura spread from his body, and frost energy leaked from his gaze. When he opened his eyes again, a red X-shaped pattern like crossed blades appeared in his pupils, radiating overwhelming pressure. His voice was hoarse. Although he had awakened a divine ocular ability, his emotions were heavily burdened. He lowered his head and thanked Yi for letting him see his mother once again. Mo Tong turned to him and asked directly what the newly awakened ability was. Chu Zhou immediately introduced his new Mangekyou system. The left eye is /World Buddha, capable of tearing space itself apart. The right eye is Cut Void Sorrow, even more powerful, severing the distance between him and the target and instantly appearing in front of them. Hearing this, Yi even praised it out loud, noting that spatial manipulation and teleportation-type ocular skills are extremely rare and top-tier abilities. In his mind, he quickly analyzed it. As the creator of the illusion, he had seen all of Chu Zhou's memories. The desire to break chains and save his mother became the power to cut through all obstacles. The wish to cross distance and protect loved ones transformed into spatial teleportation. As expected, emotion directly shaped the evolution of the Karma Eye. Yi placed a hand on Chu Zhou's shoulder and said this was the true nature of the Karma Eye. Only those who carry suffering are qualified to reach it. Then he told Chu Zhou to use his new ocular ability on him immediately, even declaring that he would not defend himself. Chu Zhou hesitated. This power could slice through space itself, and a mistake would be catastrophic. But Mo Tong calmly asked him one question. Did he really think he was capable of killing him? Chu Zhou fell silent. The pressure was clearly immense. After a few seconds of adjustment, he took a deep breath and prepared to strike. All ocular power was focused into his left eye, with no warning or fluctuation at all. In an instant, the space in front of him was cut in half. Mo Tong's body was split cleanly at the waist. Even the wall behind him was severed. The entire scene looked exactly as if Mo Tong had been divided into two halves. But at that moment, the pupil of his left eye began to rotate. An infinity pattern emerged, and another power activated. A terrifying ocular force pressed down like a mountain. Chuzhou even heard the sound of a clock rewinding. Tick, tick, tick. A white flash swept across. Mo Tong stood completely intact as if nothing had happened. Even the wall behind him was restored. It wasn't regeneration, it was as if time itself had been reversed to before the strike. Chuzhou was shocked. Could this be his master's karma eye ability? He crossed his arms and confirmed that his power was indeed related to time. He also evaluated Slash-World Buddha as extremely dangerous if used as a surprise attack. Even a grandmaster could be killed. Then he continued, ordering Chuzhou to summon his Dharma avatar fused with the Karma Eye for a final test before the mission. But Chuzhou suddenly remembered a problem. If the Karma Eye had not reached the Eternal Karma Eye stage, overuse would cause blindness. He explained that the absolute seed parasite inside him was designed to solve that issue. At that moment, Afi poked out from the red armor and complained that Chuzhou kept ignoring him. If he were given more control over the body, the absolute seed's power would be far stronger. Chuzhou thought for a moment. He had never fully trusted this strange lifeform before, since it resembled Yi too closely. But now that he had chosen to follow the organization for power, he had to accept it completely. Afi immediately became excited, while Chuzhou spread his arms and allowed it to go further, instead of only attaching to the outside of his body. Hearing his permission, Afi laughed wildly and melted into Chuzhou's meridians. A massive surge of power erupted from deep within his body, as if something had fully awakened inside him. Chuzhou suddenly raised his head and roared. Two massive energy pillars shot into the sky with overwhelming force. Afi's face twisted as he cursed non-stop. Without the 10 hands Janajachi system, it would never be able to handle the power of the Karma Eyes. A massive torrent of ocular energy poured out like a flood, gathering in mid-air and forming a deep blue skeletal structure. Chuzhou's cultivation soared at terrifying speed, like it was being rocket-boosted. Even the surrounding space began to distort. The spine formed first, followed by ribs, arms, and the head. Energy wrapped around it like flesh forming over bones. The first thing to appear was the silhouette of the heavenly hound. The black dog leapt out and looked back at its master as if confirming something. The Mangekyou eyes flared brightly. The Karma Eye power triggered the awakening of the Dharma avatar. In the end, all energy condensed into a 6-diameter-tall ancient armored war god. The true heavenly lord of clear origin, divine Tao and Erlang manifestation descended directly. Just looking at it was enough to feel crushing pressure. Chuzhou stood frozen inside Susanoo, unable to believe that the overwhelming power just manifested actually belonged to him.